Chapter 543 Arrangements. Arrangements. Duke Peterson finally sent a message in the 8th month. He said the union had changed a lot. The guilds were drawing away from one another, which made it very hard to get them to agree to anything. Duke Coblight, the nominal leader of the group, had fallen sick and had not attended any of the meetings. He had only recently started recovering. The remnants of the alliance had started making moves on the union's territory after their defeat in front of Bluewick. The trouble occupied them for quite a while, and forced them to keep their word and hand over Walinia's territory to the Windstorm Swordsaint, which quelled the alliance's ambitions. Lorist had to admit the union had handled the trouble with the alliance quite well. They used Walinia and its title to kill several birds with one stone. By giving it to the Swordsaint, they fulfilled their obligation to him, tied him to them, and put an end to the alliance's ambitions for its old territory. He didn't quite understand why Magrud didn't just declare independence the moment he arrived in his new fief. That had been his expressed intent on the mountain, at least. The union must have offered him additional benefits. It would certainly sway him. He now had his own territory, but it was ravaged by years of war, so he needed resources and money to build it back up. Duke Peterson only briefly touched on the union's plans for the future. But he did take quite a lot of space to put forth his proposal. He proposed Lorist double or triple the prices of his products. He was selling them way too cheap. Lorist could contain his laughter when he read it. He was clearly trying to win back the market monopoly Lorist threatened with his goods. Free advice on how to make more profit? Did he really think Lorist was so greedy? If he raised his prices, the products would lose their competitive edge and the union would push him out of the market. He didn't care about profit right now. He wanted to win market share. He could push his prices up later. Right now he needed a foundation in the South, loyal customers, and a reputation. Another reason was to force the union out of the market, or at the very least force them to sell their stuff at much lower prices. This way he could ensure that they would take decades to recover, if they ever did. How could they still call themselves the Ford Trade Union when they were no longer real traders, much less the best on the continent? They were now just nobles slightly better at trade than others. It was his duty as one of the exemplar nobles on the continent to guide them down the right path and made sure they became proper nobles and left their trading and merchant days behind them for good. He couldn't care less whether they wanted to or not. He had decided that was how it would be, so that was how it would be. So they don't want to surrender, hey? Even after I give them such a good spanking? Lorist spat as he waved Duke Peterson's letter. I don't understand why. Shouldn't merchants be smart and cunning? Why do they so stubbornly refuse to lower their heads? How could the old union afford to continue this war? Do they really think they can mount a counterattack? Do they still have the ability? Tarkle bowed respectfully. Word from Twin-Head Dragon's Dominion is that Duke Coblight has recovered and has returned to his duties. The chaos has come to an end. Apart from Chichter, who completely ignores orders now, the others stand firmly behind the Duke. Chichter was the only one to come out relatively unscathed. They were in the rear and were the first to retreat, so they escaped without much loss. They were now the strongest force in the Union and had become arrogant. Even worse, they plundered everything all the way back to their dominion, including others' lands. Wesia was the worst hit. Chichter abducted many of their best smiths and ores when they passed through their land. Most of the guilds wanted to punish them severely. A few had even called for their expulsion from the Union. This is rather smart of Chichter, hey? They fled as soon as they got even the smallest whiff something wasn't right and even made a profit on the way home. The rest can't do anything about it either since they are too weak right now. It's destroyed their trust of each other though. No one will let another group move a large force through its land, or be willing to commit a majority of its forces to a campaign and leave its homeland unsecured. They're too afraid someone else will try the same thing, commented Lorist. You're right, Your Grace. Apart from Ford, Riwald, and Wesia, the 3 guilds who lost their dominions, the other 22nd or 3rd-rate guilds who lost their territory as well still stand firmly with Duke Coblight. Apart from them, Mayflower and 7 other guilds formed a separate faction that blames the Duke for everything. They're calling for his removal as the nominal leader of the Union. Our informants say Peterson is treated like an outsider. He has chosen to remain neutral, but has in turn been ostracized. He has rejected the mission you gave him. He's chosen to stand with the Union, whichever road they take. So he had trusted the wrong person, then? Are they up to anything else? Yes. Duke Coblight has formed a force, 100,000 strong. He's stationed them in Gudlink, Movlin, Sangenwerb, Hasmock, and Klinkus. Besides that, nothing is happening in those provinces. It seems they intend to turn them into wilderness, a buffer between us and them. Lorist looked at the map and nodded. A wise decision. If they develop them again, we could just storm in, defeat their garrison forces and raid it. But if they leave them be, it'll become a difficult stretch to pass through and dissuade us from attacking them without the resolve to see this fight through. And without any infrastructure, even if we make it through, we'll have weak supply lines. And it's not like we'd let them redevelop them anyway. They're too close to the Folic Plains. If only Duke Koblight was not their leader, this would all be over already. He is too wise for his own good. I have 2 other pieces of news, Tarkle continued. The Duke will be hosting a meeting with the landless guilds to get them new lands in the south of the Union's territory. The south is largely barren, left fallow since the Union took it. It's also been almost completely depopulated by the war. The people don't like the Union, they've been nothing but bad news since they went there, so they'll be very hard to govern. It doesn't help that Chichester is close by. Most of the guilds are demanding they be given land elsewhere. The other information concerns a communique the Duke sent to the Alliance and Jigda. He's been trying to turn them against us. They want them to stop trading with us and ban our products and stand with the Union against us. They've not so subtly hinted at us being a new Christian empire and tried to paint themselves as the rest of the continent's protectors yet again. Lorist burst out laughing again. They are either incredible optimists or suffering the worst case of delusions I've ever seen. What nonsense is this about protectors? If anyone is the new Christian empire, they are. There used to be 36 countries in the Alliance. Thanks to the old Union there are now just 16, 17 if you include the no-independent Jigda. Your Grace needs not worry. The Alliance has seen through them completely. Their previous aggressions, coupled with us not swallowing the territory we captured, but instead forming the new Union has won them over to our side, or neutrality, at the very least. There's also the matter that our products are far better than the Union's, and far fairer priced. The old Union is just showing its desperation. We should still teach them a proper lesson, Lorist said, stroking his chin. The army is too busy to deal with them this year. Maybe we should raid their territory next year after the rainy season. Oh, investigate something for me. I want to know what nations the territories of the 5 provinces belong to. See if you can track down their descendants. Understood, Your Grace. Also, hasn't Senbad been sinking all the Chichester vessels he encounters? I heard their people have been forced to buy fish since they can't fish along the coast anymore. Tell Senbad to contact Chichester and offer to stop sinking their ships if they declare independence from the old Union and form a kingdom. We'll also let them trade in Moranti. He can use my name to guarantee the Windstorm Swordsaint won't take action. Lorist secretly returned home at the end of the 8th month. Sylvia gave birth to a healthy boy on the 11th of the 10th. Daisy gave Lorist another bastard son 3 days later. He stayed with them until the 4th month of the following year before returning to Moranti. Lorist's family. Irina, former maidservant and mother to Lorist's 2 eldest bastards, deceased, died from natural causes. Norton Lyscott, Lorist's eldest bastard legitimized, deceased, hung for cruelty, crimes, and rebellion. Norton Koboshik, second bastard legitimized, adopted by Knight Glacia after rebellion and death of his mother, Irina. Nico Telesti. Lorist's lover, Dean of Nico Academy, mother to Lorist's 2 eldest bastard daughters. Nico Olagus, eldest bastard daughter legitimized. Nico Fratia, second bastard daughter legitimized. Dina Ariadne, Lorist's lover, mother to 2 Norton bastards, female knight, and acting leader of House Dina. Dina Terreich, bastard son acknowledged. Dina Iri, bastard daughter acknowledged. Duchess Faisablin Sylvia, Lorist's wife, mother of Lorist's only 2 legitimate children. Norton Anderbale, heir apparent, eldest son. Norton Jadebins, pretender, second son, named after the perished Paulobins, sacrificed during assault on artillery school. Diliana, concubine, mother to 2 Norton bastards, Ariadne and Fenazali's aunt. Norton Slopehank, bastard son legitimized. Norton Wellian, bastard daughter legitimized. Dina Fenazali, concubine, mother to a Norton bastard, Ariadne's younger sister. Norton Dyrolia, bastard daughter legitimized. Maria, concubine, eldest daughter of a noble family. Norton Moy Pete, bastard son legitimized, named after Brigadier General Pete, sacrificed himself heroically in battle. Daisy, concubine, of noble descent, Maria's close friend. Norton Roliners, bastard son legitimized, named after the 2 Dawn Academy students and Lorist's friends, Lind and Moss, both deceased. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544 Report. Report. The ruler prepares a kingdom, and the heir pisses it away. Your Grace, Tigersaur has sent the refugees to Youngchandler. Jaeger's mission to help settle the refugees at Folic Plains was completed in the second month. They've rested for 2 months now and are ready for another deployment, reported Ginolio. He had been left in charge of Bryn Hills during Lorist's absence. Apart from a select few, no one knew of the Duke's absence. Very well. How's Reedy doing? Asked Lorist. Lorist had sent his eldest disciple to fill in for Lowe's, who was on leave for his breakthrough as General of Tiger Sore. The men were very loyal to Lowe's, so only someone of Reedy's stature could take command. Brother Reedy is doing quite well. Messon, Dulles, and Modric are cooperating and the men obey his orders without complaint. Lorist nodded. What of the Free Union? The government thinks our warning rings true. Premier Jinduz has started reorganizing the army. They will reduce the troops in the cities to brigade strength. The leftovers will be merged into a new legion. The legion's general is an old acquaintance of yours, I'm told. Someone called Brennan Charlando. Oh? Old Char's joining the army? Jinduz knew that if he was to stabilize the Union he had to keep a tight grip on the military, so he made Charlando its general. The Free Union had a new name and clearly distinguished itself from the trade union, but it was essentially the trade union as it had been 2 decades before this fall. The central pillar of its economy was its trade, only, without the big guilds and their monopolies, the market was a frenzy of duels and competitions for the top spots. Lorist didn't want to interfere too much, but he had to put in some regulations to keep things from getting ugly. People were quick to throw away their morals when profit was involved. Hence his suggestion to Jinduz that he form a strong military and police force to keep a firm grip on things. Another reason for his suggestion was so the Free Union could take up the gauntlet of guarding its peace on its own. He wanted to go home eventually, after all. He was an outsider, and his men were outsiders. Right now he had a good relationship with Moranti and its people, but people would inevitably grow weary of having foreigners in positions of power, and, given how brutal the first months of his occupation had been, subversive elements had a lot of ammunition with which to sour people's hearts. Previously people had not thought much of his continued military presence because his forces were actively involved in restoring the capital, and the trade union was still a threat against which he protected them. Now however, the restoration was on track and could continue without his men, and the trade union was no longer a threat. The people saw no excuse for his continued presence, so they would soon become resentful and suspicious. It was also likely that the merchants would start questioning whether they wanted to keep paying money for someone else to hold military power and protect them now that such a massive threat was no longer there. They would want to keep their money and fund their own forces. Such decentralization of military power would weaken the government and prevent them from ruling over dissidents who might want to change things. Understood, Your Grace. Sir Jinduz initially wanted to talk Sir Els into going over to his side as general, but Els would have none of it. Old Char is beholden to his wife, Els knows. There shouldn't be a problem now that he convinced Louise. Lorist didn't like that Jinduz, and through him a foreign power, had tried to poach his subordinates. He might have abandoned the Union if it were successful. Luckily, it wasn't. Anything else? Ginolio nodded. Young Master Sarahanum is here, the kid from Chichester. He's been waiting for an audience for 3 months. Chichester responded to your letter by sending him and 10 attendants. I see. So they were interested? Did Sarahanum seem rushed or agitated? What has he been doing? We arranged a villa at the foot of the hill for him. He's not done anything untoward as far as we can tell, and we haven't picked up any impatience. He does visit the markets almost daily though. What does he do? I'm not too sure. You should ask Sir Tarkle. He had men tail him. I have heard that his attention is mainly on our products. I'll talk to Tarkle. Tell Sarahanum he can see me tomorrow morning. Yes, Your Grace. Also, Baron Camorra sent a report from Gillen Harbor. The harbor and docks have been restored and it's begun handling the many ships now streaming up and down the coast in the region. Baron Fenston has done his best to cooperate. He said he was one of Your Grace's acquaintances and had been looking forward to the development. He provided whatever Baron Camorra asked. He'd even offered the contract to expand the city garrison to us. Baron Fenston, huh? Lorist laughed. He can read between the lines, all right. He's always been courteous. All right. Tell Camorra to give the cooperative nobles a couple chances to make some money. We'll turn a blind eye as long as they don't go overboard. Also, didn't His Majesty say he would send a division to watch over the city? When did he decide to expand the local garrison instead? You forgot about that report? The king doesn't have the manpower anymore. He's had to reorganize his entire military just to keep things going with the forces he has left. He has only one legion and the royal guard that look after the capital. He's had to make his garrisons independent since he doesn't have the men to centralize them into regional legions, not to mention that the provinces are too barren to support large portions of the population locked in the military. That's the big reason for his survey. He's trying to figure out how to deal with this. The only royal knights in Gillen will be the garrison's commander and the couple of captains beneath him. Baron Fenston is not happy, but he has little choice, which is why he asked us to help out. He wants us to set things up so he, rather than the king's knights, will have control of the forces. Lorist slapped his forehead. Auguslo's army had been just 300,000, of which only 120,000 were his men back then. He'd started out with 300,000 personal forces, then lost 2/3 of them. Camorra did well. I'm relieved he's there. Did he talk about any difficulties? He asked. Baron Camorra said the work has been welcomed. Most of the nobles in the region rely on the port for most of their purchases and imports, so everyone is happy to see it improved. Baron Camorra is troubled, however, by the cancellation of our food deal with the king. We heard it was cancelled by Wexes, now in command of the city's guard. Everyone now knows who he is, so no one dares argue with him. Wait, what? Auguslo had asked Lorist for ideas on solving the kingdom's insolvency, from which the decision to upgrade Gillen's docks and harbor. Lorist had also suggesting exporting the kingdom's surplus agricultural produce to Moranti. They'd done so for 2 years now under the deal which made them 2 million a year. Auguslo had finally paid his backlog of salaries and was slowly building up a stable, solvent, financial reputation. Lorist took a 10% commission for his part in the work, mainly transport and sale. Baron Camorra inquired about it. Wexes said the deal jeopardized the kingdom's safety. He'd frozen the deal to give him time to properly evaluate how much could be sold. He later said that he would allow the trade to continue, but the buyers would have to come to Gillen to get their purchase. He would also not allow credit purchases, everything had to be paid for before it was loaded onto the ships. He also doubled the price and reduced the volume by half. The Baron turned him down. In response, Wexes threatened to chase us out of the city if we didn't agree. What? What kind of shit does that brat have for brains? Is someone egging him on? Tell Camorra to stop all trade with the kingdom immediately. We don't need their food, so there's no reason to play their games. Lorist fumed. So someone had set their sights on the harbor city and was using Wexes to get it? They could go screw a boulder. What a daredevil. Doesn't he know Auguslo? Has he forgotten how he slaughtered almost every noble in the capital? Auguslo had wanted to borrow money from Lorist back then, but he knew the king would never pay it back, which was why he proposed the Gillen business. But now someone was threatening such an income so vital to the king? The king was not going to react well to this. Lorist couldn't care less about Wexes. Auguslo had placed great hopes in his bastard. He hoped the brat could be turned into a decent heir. No doubt that was why he'd made him the city guard's commander. It now seemed he was destined to be disappointed. The bastard was far too easily goaded. It seemed he was just a greedy, horny fool. Auguslo's only hope for a decent heir was for his new queen to birth him one he would have to raise from scratch. Send word of this to the king and tell Camorra to ready his defenses. It won't be the end of the world if we lose the city, but give that royal bastard a good fight. If things go badly, he can withdraw to Silowas while we wait for the king. Immediately, Your Grace. Sir Charade and Tarkle have arrived and are awaiting an audience. Let them in, and prepare a meal while you're at. Right away, Your Grace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545 Independence Pact. Independence Pact. If the enemy tower is faltering and you can strike at its foundation, pummel it into dust, but Duke Norton, I, Sarahanum, pay my utmost respect as the representative of Chichester. I hope you will always be with good health and that things go according to your will, said Sarahanum as he saluted respectfully. No need courtesy, young Master Sarahanum. You and I are old acquaintances, we can skip the pleasantries. I've always appreciated your talent. It's a shame you caused me quite a bit of trouble in the Battle of Cape Romani. The things that followed made me regret being unable to come to an agreement with you. I believe that if you had been by my side, you would have checked for loopholes in my security so people would not have escaped like that, smiled Lorist. I have embarrassed myself, Lord Duke. I did my best but couldn't change the outcome. In the end, I couldn't help but escape. The war has worn us down and we could not have afforded my ransom. I had a duty to avoid putting my guild in that position. I survived thanks only to your benevolence. Thank you for your grace. Ha, you're pretty good with words, Lorist smiled again. Alright, let's talk business. Is Chichter interested in breaking off from the trade union? To be frank, Chichter does want to break off. But we are one of the big seven. Our survival depends on the union. Everyone knows we specialize in naval trade, and your ban keeps us from applying our only trade. Land trade is neither our specialty nor in our hands. The union controls it. Our largest market is also within the union. Without our fleet, we can't trade, without the union's market, we can't trade, and our domain cannot sustain us as it is now. We wish more than anything that we could take you up on your offer, but it would be signing our own funeral slips. Lorist snickered to Charade and stretched out a hand, opening his palm. Charade unwillingly took out a gold Ford and handed it to the Duke. Sarah Haynham gazed at the exchange, perplexed. What is this? Nothing. I just won a bet. He thought you would agree in principle but put forth many conditions. I thought you would turn me down because of your difficulties. Had this happened anywhere else, it would be a gross offense. But he couldn't get on his horse in front of this sword Saint Duke. He had no choice, Chichter was at a disadvantage, he had to endure. Lorist tossed the coin in the air before returning it to Charade. Let's not play games. Charade should have won. The fact that you came to Moranti shows Chichter is interested. You are smart and I'm sure you can tell the old union is beyond salvation. Your forces wouldn't have raided Wessia's dominion if you could not. You know what this means for the union. Treason. To me, you are part of the union, one of its claws, if you will, and our foe. We remember your aggressions along the Golden Coast. Our ban is in response to that. This is your only chance to make up for that mistake. It's really simple. Break from the union, declare your independence. I'm not trying to trouble you, but there will be no games. You either do as we say, or there is no deal and you will continue to be our enemy with all that entails. And the union will be wiped out. I have tried many times to negotiate, but they have refused, so I have no choice but to end them. You are no fool. What are your demands? Be quick and concise. If they are reasonable, I will consider them. Sarah Haynham blushed. You speak the truth. We have pushed countless times to end the war, but the other guilds will have none of it. We lost Invincible, which lost us our right to raise our voices during the meetings. We have no desire to stay in a country in which we have no voice. But it's not that simple. Especially not considering the history we have with you. Many don't trust you. They believe you will go back on your word and wipe us out the moment we secede from the union. I am here to understand your intentions and make the final decision. We are weak, so we cannot stand on our own if the union comes after us. We will only take up your offer if you will back our independence and defend us against any reprisals from the union. Lorist nodded. That's more like it. We are willing to guarantee your independence. Don't worry, I do not break my word. Sort out the details with Charade and we can get things rolling. Charade returned 2 days later. This is the agreement. I believe they have more ambition than just gaining independence. And Charade got to the map on the wall and pointed at the guild's territory. Chichter doesn't want their original dominion when they declare independence. They want the land here. The land used to belong to the Duchy of Lauderta and the Kingdom of Engislan. If they get that, they'll possess 7 provinces worth of land. They'll be able to stand with the Empire as an equal. When I asked why, Sarah Haynham said that their dominion has little potential for growth. It's mountainous and has little surface area fit for farming, forestry, or any other economic activity. They will only have a good prospect of a bright future if they have lands with open, flat plains. I have acquiesced and made that territory part of their kingdom in our guarantee. Lorist smirked. Having ambition is fine. I would be wary if they did not demand more territory. Everything around them is Union territory, and everything they want is Union territory, so I don't care what or how much they want. The more they demand, the greater the damage to the Union, and the better for us. Besides, they'll only get to keep what they can defend anyway. I actually think they're being a little meek with their demands. I don't understand why you're willing to help them, Charade griped, they are our enemy. They've caused us much pain and suffering. Now, however, not only are you not getting back at them, you're rewarding them? This does not feel right. I understand, Charade. I have no choice. Look at the map. Moranti and Chichter are separated by 500 kilometers of mountains. Their land is almost entirely mountains. They cannot stand with the land they have, and I have no intention of putting my men on their soil, not as an ally, and certainly not as an enemy. We know what Sarahanum hasn't said. You saw Tarkal's reports. Their dominion used to be the Duchy of Yorubaha and the people are mostly poor and foolhardy. Apart from those enlisted in Duke Yorubaha's rental armies, most became pirates. 7 of a pirate's fingers are Yorubahan, as the saying goes. Chictor brought down the piracy and put most of them in their navy. Now they no longer have a navy, however. Everyone is back to piracy. If we do not curb this, our trade with the South will become very costly. If we can get them to keep the peace in the South, then we have no issue. And that's only part of it. We can also use Chictor against the Union. If Chictor leaves with the lands they want, the Union will collapse. They cannot survive a blow like this, not in the state they're in already. Charade nodded helplessly. Is this choosing the lesser two evils, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Whatever, you don't have to mind me. Look at this. Everything we can do is signed. I can't guarantee they won't be threatened by the Windstorm Sword Saint in the future though. No issue. I'll write them a letter they can show the old man. He will give me face and stay out of their business. Alright then, Your Grace. There are these as well. I've agreed to let them reform their trading fleet as long as they abide by our rules. They've agreed. I've also given them a similar exclusivity deal to the one we gave Mermaid. The other thing is, Sarahanum asked that we strike the Union and damage them enough to give Chictor cover to declare. Alright, I have no problem with that, Lorist answered. It's natural to have doubts. We have little ground for trust right now, so it's understandable. The legions will be here in a few more days. Set up a meeting with the Free Union Council. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546 Debate. Debate. Jindas, aren't you daring? You actually dare solicit Els to leave House Norton? Are you taking us for granted? Yelled Lorist as he entered the council chambers. Jindas shrugged helplessly. Charlando whistled and glared. What? Can't I get my nephew to come back to help his brothers? Locke, my boy, don't think you're some kind of big shot just because you're a duke and a sword saint. If you're really that capable, why wouldn't you let Els come home? The guilds have left and his brother controls much of the Union. What ought Els do other than come back? Jindas looked at Charlando, smiling bitterly. Lorist instantly understood the geezer was probably the one behind it all. He remembered one night the previous year when he invited all the Dawn Academy alumni who had joined Lorist to the Red Grace Inn for a reunion. Els and Reedy were there too. Charlando nagged on about Els and Reedy leaving home without giving the slightest care about their uncle. He wanted the two to come back home. Both suggested Charlando go north with them instead, but the old man was stubborn and refused to leave. When Lorist and Charade tried to convince him, he, somewhat drunk, said he would never become a subject. He was a proud, independent, free Morantion. He would never be someone else's slave. Lorist gave up at that point and left. He thought that would be the last of such talk, but now the old geezer was going after his disciples and followers. Lorist smiled furiously. Old Char, stop messing around. People have different goals and paths. Els and Reedy are doing great with me. Els has a family, and Reedy has a bastard and a woman he loves, though he has yet to marry. Els will also soon be made a count and get more land. What can you give him if he stays here, huh? Els was Jindaz's boss before he left. It would be inappropriate for him to be his subordinate, especially given how high he's risen in the aristocracy. Charlando was the two's senior, but he was just a commoner. Hierarchy and social standing didn't impede his serving Jindaz, but Els was different. He was a minor noble, he would, in fact, soon be a major noble. He could not serve under a commoner. He also still had great prospects with Lorist. He had little future with Jindaz even if he didn't mind being under a commoner. He also had a family back north. His wife certainly wouldn't accept having to give up her title as Baroness, soon to be Countess, to be a commoner and a foreigner here. What's the problem? They're brothers. It doesn't matter who's on top or at the bottom, insisted the old man. He acted like he was still a mercenary, taking up the burden of bandleader and looking out for his comrades. What's the big deal with Count? It doesn't matter how much land he gets, it'll be in that shithole of a place called the Northlands. Look at Moranti. It couldn't be more prosperous, dot. And then there's that whole nobility thing. Slavery by another name. All you do is scheme against each other and plot how to steal more money from your poor slaves. Els is an honest boy, he doesn't belong in such a degenerate place. So what if he's a general? You're only using him. You'll throw him away like an old napkin once you're done with him. Don't take it personally, Locke, even if you can take care of Els for his whole life. What about your son, or your grandson? Can you guarantee they'll have the same temperament and beliefs as you? How will they treat his descendants? If they're greedy and scheming, they'll have the power and authority to take everything for him or his descendants. Here, that can never happen. This is where he belongs and where he can live the best life. Lorist didn't know how to respond. He couldn't help but be amazed at his imagination. You're letting your imagine go again, old man. I'm a sword saint, I will live for hundreds of years, but of course I can't guarantee what my descendants will do. But you can't guarantee what the people who will rule after Jindas will do either. Moranti might turn into the old Union again in half a century, then what? The North is neither as desolate nor as chaotic as you think. Nor the aristocracy as lawless. Every system has its bad eggs, yes, but ours are no more than yours. I'd even say ours are less than yours. I'm disappointed with you, old man. You know nothing about the rest of the world. My lands house 3 million people. At least 3 times what Moranti has. Elsa's dominion is in Delamoc as well, the Empire's breadbasket. He and Reedy don't have to oppress their subjects. Their tax income is over 10,000 gold fords a year. They dominions each have around 13,000 serfs and their personal retinues are no less than 100 men each. Els has 3 knights under him, pledged to him personally, and Reedy is training 2 squires. They levy just a 1/2 tax on their land's produce and only have to give 1/5 of their taxes to me. Then they also earn a good salary for being in the military and have a lot of other benefits. Altogether they earn at least 20,000 a year. When they retire, they'll go home and focus on their dominions. They won't have to worry about anything. Hell, even if their dominions earn them nothing, they'll have enough money to live lavishly for the rest of their lives. Their children will get the best education on the continent, the same as my children. Hell, they'll at some point probably be in the same class as some of mine. They'll attend both Nico and later Dawn Academy. If they have the skills, they'll go on to serve in the military or administration of the house just like their fathers. So even those that don't inherit their father's title and land will have a rich live. I might even take 1 or 2 as my disciples, or my disciples might take them themselves if they're good enough. Hold on. Just 1/2 tax? Jindas interjected. That must be the lowest tax on the continent. It was normally 6 or 7/10, and that was if the Lord was feeling generous. The average was 8/10, leaving just barely enough for the people to survive, sometimes not. The Free Union's tax was 6/10. The Old Union's tax had been 8/10. Yes, I only take 1/2 of the produce, and only allow my vassals to take up to 6/10 from their land. My other taxes are at most 1/10 on things like trade and factory production. And I also run a lot of programs that reduce taxes as subsidies. Only luxury goods are taxed at more than 1/10. Lorist had wanted to set the crop tax at just 1/3, but Charade wouldn't allow it. They could go beneath the average a little, but if they deviated from the norm too much, rocked the boat too much, they'd be ostracized. Why? Asked Jindas curiously. Simple. The more loose money the people have, the more they can buy. They will be happy and live better, and the moving money will let businesses do better. The better the businesses do, the more money can be taxed, and the more they will pay their workers, which we can tax as well, which gives the workers more money to spend again, and it all starts over. You're just playing fancy with words. Even if you're a benevolent lord, what of your descendants? It takes just one bad heir to undo everything because he will have absolute power. The people will suffer the most and won't be able to do anything about it. Only by making sure that everyone is equal, and we give as little power to any one person as possible, can we protect ourselves from those kinds of people. Can we live truly free, mocked Charlando. Lorist smacked his forehead. Charlando was a staunch believer in freedom and liberty, as were most of the people in the city. That was why Lorist didn't want anyone from here to become his subjects and move to the north. They would only be trouble. Even worse, they were blind to the reality of the old Union. They were slaves in all but name to the Big Seven and their crony guilds as well. There was no true freedom in the world. Lorist didn't even believe it was a goal worth pursuing, a dream to have, a wish to desire, to begin with. The Grindia's history was mostly talk of the Dark Ages after the end of the magical era. There were no more sword gods or sword saints made by magi, and the humans constantly struggled against magic beasts. People only barely began recovering after they rediscovered how to cultivate battle force. The first people to do so obviously became kings and their vassals. After the Dark Ages, the nobles fought to establish the new hierarchy. From a certain point of view, it could be argued that these nobles brought war and suffering to the people. But on the other hand, they also brought order and development. In the following millennium, the nobles even established strict chivalric customs. Lorist said as he shook his head inside, I don't know how you manage to get the prejudice you hold against nobles. The noble code and customs no longer allow lieges to command their vassals or exploit them as they will since 1,000 years ago. A liege also can't simply threaten the safety of the lives or wealth of their vassals. Unless the vassal commits an unforgivable crime or if there's proof of rebellious intent that has to be verified by other vassal nobles, only then can a liege punish the offending noble. In some sense, nobles are their own watchdogs. We also hope for peace and order to be maintained. And anarchy benefits nobody. Also, have you so-called believers in freedom forgot about the days when the merchant guilds ruled over you before our house came to Hidegold Bay and conquered Moranti? Do you think that rationing system is what freedom looks like? I believe that freedom can only come from orderly governance. That way, everyone's rights can be ensured. For example, the rules and regulations of the Free Union can protect the freedom of its citizens. That is not too different from the regulations we nobles use. If the nobles are kind, their subjects will be no different than free citizens. If the nobles are cruel, they will be akin to the trade union. No matter how much you boast about your freedom, you're still beholden to those who rule. No matter whether you have a noble ruling you or not, it's all semantics. In the end, you're just a subject like everyone else. Charlando no longer argued. Even though Lorist was straightforward with his arguments, they still made sense. Jindas, on the other hand, had a question. Brother Locke, there's something that has always been on my mind. Even though the formation of the Free Union hasn't posed any problems yet, would a repeat of what happened to the trade union occur again when the rich and powerful are no longer satisfied with the privileges that they already enjoy and start demanding for more? Lorist laughed and understood why Jindas brought the question up. Of course, there's a huge possibility for that to happen. But that is something that will only show up in many years ahead. To solve it, it's simple. Simply implement a nobility system. A nobility system? Jindas said anxiously, isn't that exactly what the trade union did? No, the kind of nobility system I'm referring to is different from what the trade union implemented, Lorist said with a dismissive wave. The trade union implemented a landed nobility system, and that proved to be the downfall of Moranti and the nation as a whole. What I'm suggesting is an honors system. The noble titles given will be a symbol for their status. For example, each title will come with a set annual income and those who bear the titles will have special manors to live in. The treatment afforded by different titles vary. Apart from not having a fief, there's not much difference between an honorary noble like that and a landed noble. That way, you can avoid the fragmentation of power and resources to the different fiefs like what happened with the trade union. You'll also be able to motivate people to strive harder and contribute to the Free Union to be awarded those honors. Jindas looked like he was both enlightened and confused. He muttered in deep thought, is that really possible? Just find someone to discuss it when you get back. Get their thoughts on the matter. I was only suggesting it casually. At that moment, Genolio entered the room and reminded, Your Grace, it's time. Please head to the meeting room with the other two sirs. The council will begin soon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 547 War Council. War Council. Baron Malek was hosting the War Council. He was the Deputy Minister of War. He had yet to let Lorist down in the 2 years they had worked together. He managed his forces incredibly well and even restructured the garrisons based on their new military standards, with the ministry at the very top. This time, Lorist was going to use war to pressure the trade union even more. He wanted to beat their stubborn asses for good so they would never pose a threat to the Free Union again. Malek had been called in from the Northlands to lead the charge himself. Lorist wanted him to be promoted to Minister of War. Lorist, Jindas, and Charlando were the last to arrive. The council chambers were filled with knights and commanding officers from Tigersor, Jaeger, the Sentry Legion, and the Free Union's military. Even Whitelian's general, Sybek, and 5 Imperial Knights were present. Everyone was seated and waiting for the meeting to start. Malek walked to the map with a small stick. He tapped the table a few times and turned around. Silence, the meeting will now begin. Please do not make any noise. If anyone has a question, please ask it after the briefing. Malek waited expressionlessly for the hall to quiet down before he continued, Our primary objective is to topple the old Union so they will never be a threat again. We will launch a large invasion and finish the Union off. We will target primarily Kasserota, Tenelik, Feldunba, and Selugnica. Please turn your attention to the map. You'll notice the old Union's territory form a T. If we don't include Folic Plains, it looks more like an overturned L dot. Our targets sit in that corner of the L. If we take those provinces, we split the Union in two. This here is the territory the Union took from the Alliance. That arm at the top was taken during the War of Glass. The territory we are targeting is old Union territory, they've controlled it for years. Right now Twin-Head Dragon, Peterson, and a number of smaller guilds reside there. If we don't include the 5 empty provinces next to the plains, Chictor's territory, and the Duchy of Magrut, the old Union only has 23 provinces. Our goal is this split. We need to cut the Union in half. It'll cut the majority of the Union off from any decent supply lines. What is worth paying attention to here is that Feldunba, one of our targets, is within the dominion of Mayflower. Seludnica used to be the Duchy of Zikdor. Zikdor produced fine gold and silverware. It still has 2 gold mines and 5 silver mines. Mayflower paid for the territory with the glass recipe. Mayflower's forces suffered heavily in our last confrontation, but a dead camel is still larger than a horse. Mayflower is a huge guild with a long history. They've already formed a new legion. It now also contains a division of heavily armored troops. The guild appears to be opposing Duke Koblight. There are a number of rumors claiming the guild's president is scheming to take over Koblight's position and the Union's leader. I don't care why they aren't surrendering. We will kill them all since they insist on opposing us. Wessia, Ford, and Ribald are landless. They are demanding the Union take back their land and are thus refusing to let the Union come to the table. Mayflower and the rest are pro-war as well, but unlike the former, they want Duke Koblight to resign. Peterson has stayed on the sideline of the debate and Chictor is abandoning them altogether. We've singled out Mayflower because they're one of the strongest. If we take them out, we'll not only cripple the Union even further, we'll also send a clear message to the rest that they best not mess with us ever again. Chictor will declare its independence and ally with us once we've split the Union in 2. It should be the final nail in the Union's coffin. Malek drew a red line through the 5 provinces around Chictor. Chictor's forces will occupy this area before declaring their independence. It'll halve the Union's territory in the south. I don't think the Alliance will let this opportunity pass, so we can expect them to take the rest. Lord Malek, a question, General Sybek interjected, why don't we just push all the way and wipe the Union out for good? We considered this originally, but the price would be too big and the Free Union would be saddled with more territory than you can control. It'll make you a prime target for others' ambition at a time when you cannot afford war. The land has 4 million people. Peterson and Twin-Head have invested everything they have there. If this war drags on any longer than is absolutely necessary, they'll bog us down in a second Folic Plains. Not to mention that he's fortified it immensely. We'll lose 500,000 men if a complete push goes well, and up to as much as 2 million if this goes badly. Can you afford that kind of loss? How? Sybek argued, doesn't House Norton have those amazing cannons? What kind of fortification can withstand a bombardment from them? Just blast through their forts. The cannons aren't infallible, Lorist interrupted, don't place all your hopes in them. We've used up all our gunpowder. We have no reserves, so they are useless until we get our reserves back. We've built up a small stockpile, but, even if we are ridiculously frugal, we'll still use everything up to take the land we've already planned for. We just don't have the supplies to push any further. The rest will have to be won with blood, and I, for one, will not bleed so much for the Union's land. Sybek lowered his head. I apologize, Lord Duke. I didn't know. Please forgive me. Don't worry. I can see you're only anxious to end the Union's threat. If they refuse to surrender after this as well, we'll keep them in check for 2 more years. We'll have enough gunpowder then for that final push. At worst we'll attack in wave, taking a province or 2 each year until there's nothing left. Understood, Your Grace. Jindoz was next. Lord Malek, a question. We won't be raiding the 4 provinces clean like last time, right? It was to be expected for Jindoz to be anxious about that. He was to inherit rule of the land, he certainly wouldn't want to get nothing but more wasteland. The current state of the Union could barely support the people it already had. If they got another influx from those provinces, it would be the Free Union that would collapse, not the Trade Union. Don't worry, Malek acknowledged, Sir Tarkal has gone to the Alliance to find the heirs to the duchies that used to be there. We'll reform the countries that used to be there. They'll no doubt rejoin the Alliance, which will put a buffer between the 2 unions. Jindoz breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing as nobody else had questions, Malek pointed at the map and continued the briefing. Next is deployments. We will attack from Gudlink. The Union had fortified the empty provinces with 10 divisions, so we can't march through there, not to mention it would be a nightmare for our supply lines. That said, we have to maintain a force on our side of that border so they don't roll into the plains once we begin or attack and hit us in the rear. Jaeger will have that responsibility. It has to keep the enemy there occupied. Don't give them a chance to build up for an attack. Everyone else will be part of the invasion. Remember, our goal is to take the land as quickly as possible. Don't get bogged down in sieges. If the settlement or castle won't be a quick conquest, leave a token force to keep up the siege and move on. They'll all surrender once we end the war. Understood, answered Freyar. Tigersaur will clean Gudlink again before we deploy. Malak continued. The main participants of the attack from Gudlink included House Norton's Sentry Legion and the Free Union's own legion. Feldunba and Tenelik had mostly mountainous terrain, and the Trade Union had stationed 4 divisions there and fortified the area. So, House Norton would deploy 2 artillery brigades. Tigersaur would join the fray after the 2 provinces were taken. The remaining provinces of Kasirota and Soludnica covered mostly steppes, and it was perfect for cavalry. General Sybek was really unhappy that his men would not be on the front but instead had OB logistics. They had earned a huge haul when they raided the 5 provinces and were hoping to make more profit. In the end, Lorist said he would let White Lion and Tigersaur pick 1 province each after Feldunba and Tenelik was conquered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548 Mountain Path. Mountain Path. This freaking weather. It's so damn hot even though it's only the 6th month. Who can even stand it, complained Carmen weakly. He was drenched in sweat and used his mithril spear as a walking stick. His helmet hung on his back. He couldn't wait to strip off his armor. Have the scouts not found any water yet? We're dying here. Carmen, give me some from your water, said Bell, sticking his spear into the ground in the shade of the tree. He looked even more haggard than Carmen. No. It's your fault for sipping yours non-stop. I gave you half of my water already. I don't even have enough left for me. We grew up together. We help each other out. I even stood up for you a number of times. Can't you give me a few mouthfuls? Fine, fine. You always bring this up. Don't you ever get bored? And it's not like your help made us win the fights. You'd just end up getting beaten with me. If you didn't join the fights, they might have beaten me less. They only hit so hard because you're so huge. Only 2 mouthfuls. Open your trap, said Carmen as he carefully poured a set amount of water into Bell's mouth. Bell immediately looked better. He soon stood up again and leaned against the tree. The 2 watched the other men trudge up the hill. I thought we would charge into battle courageously. That's everyone here's dream too. But all we've been doing for months now is marching. Those Nortons scared everyone away. The closest we get to battle is scouring the battlefield, gathering the corpses and sorting the loot, complained Bell. Fool, don't involve others in your death wishes. Don't think you'll survive a battle. Fool like you are usually the first to die. And why are you always half jogging? I thought something happened to you when I lost sight of you, said a bearded middle-aged man. Uncle Good, Carmen and Bell greeted. The man was their commanding officer, a lieutenant named Good. He was in his late 40s and an experienced 2-star silver mercenary. He quit when the mercenary guild was dissolved. But when the new Free Union issued a call to arms, he picked up his sword again. Make space, I need a rest, Good said as he wiped the sweat off his face. I'm getting old and useless. Hills like this were nothing to me 10 years ago, but now? I'm pooped after just half a day's march. Carmen and Bell moved aside and gave the old man some space between them. Come, Uncle Good, sit here. It's cool and the breeze blows from time to time. It's real good, Carmen said, trying to curry favor. Did you come to pick us up? Yes. Who else would I look for? Your parents asked me to look after you 2 monkeys when you enlisted. Who asked you 2 to be my neighbors? Good took a few gulps of water from his canteen. Bell stared at him jealously, but he didn't dare ask for some. Good noticed, however, and handed his canteen to the man when he finished, who almost swallowed the canteen whole. So why did you charge off like you were chasing something? If you were goofing around, I'll cane you when we set up camp. Bell forgot to refill his canteen this morning. He's already drunk half of mine. We were hoping to get to the next stream quicker, but no luck yet, explained Carmen hurriedly. Idiot, why didn't you tell me? Good said as he knocked the 2 on their heads. I've walked this path many times. We won't reach a stream before nightfall. I doubt we'll camp there, though. Our schedule's too tight. I've got 2 buckets of water on the ass. There's enough for 100 people, so stop worrying. What do we do now? Head back? Rest here for now. They have to come by us anyway. A sudden boom blasted in from the distance. Are their cannons really that amazing? Carmen eventually asked. The fort was in shambles. I don't understand why they had us come along if they're so strong. They could have won everything on their own. It's not like we've been used in battle or anything. We could have just stayed home and kept on training. Good laughed. Foolish child. They dragged us along so you greenhorns can get a taste of what war is like. Training won't teach you that. We might just be marching, but even that is important. You're learning what it's like to be on the campaign trail in enemy territory. I heard we'll finally get our chance tomorrow, anyway. They're going to have us take the fort after they're done bombarding it. They're just looking down on us. Belle complained. What's so amazing about them? It's all just the cannons. I could kill 5 of them if we fought fair and square. Good flicked a finger at Belle's head. What are you saying, dumbass? You and Carmen are 3-star iron ranks at just 23. But you'll die the moment the fight begins. Battles are nothing like fights in the streets, or even small skirmishes between mercenaries. You don't win with above average strength if you're fighting 10,000 enemies. It's all about teamwork. The average Norton soldier is nothing special, but put 10,000 of them in a line and they'll beat anything you can throw at them. They can take the Free Union 5 times over with just their infantry alone. Did you already forget how many of the old Union's legions they took out without cannons? But didn't Colonel Husk say we shouldn't have joined House Norton? He said we broke away from the old Union to get rid of nobles, but now we're fighting alongside one. We should be against the Nortons. They don't believe in freedom and liberty. We should be working with the old Union to drive them out, said Carmen. Good's face turned red. Didn't I tell you not to listen to that madman? He's sick in the head. The Nortons are aristocrats, but the trade union is as well. They put us through 3 years of suffering because they wanted to be nobles too. Use your brains. Why were your parents so against you joining the army when the guilds were recruiting, but were fine with it when it was the new union? Even an old guy near 50 like me wants to join. It's simple. The Free Union protects our freedom and liberty. We made it and we rule it. In its army, we aren't just cannon fodder for someone else's ambition. I am an old mercenary. I've lived in Moranti for 30 years. I've seen everything and know this clearly. We think we're so proud and free, but in the old Union we were slaves by another name. Think about those last 3 years. Is that something a free man should have to go through? They restricted even what we could eat and we had to work more than 12 hours a day. You call that freedom? I'd rather not work and have my whole family starve to death if that were the case. Stop listening to that fool. Think about this, if it weren't for the Nortons, you two would still be hunting rats in the sewers. Why should we chase the Nortons away? Did they take anything from us? No. Not only did they not hurt us, they even gave us free food and brought new products to us and loaned us money. They rebuilt Moranti and put us back in our golden age. And they're not even trying to rule over us in return. We must know gratitude and tolerance. So what if the Nortons are nobles? They've been nothing but good to us and haven't forced their system on us. We would still be under the guild's heels if not for them. Why should we make enemies of them? Just because their political system is different? They haven't taken our lands, and they didn't take our money. Exactly the opposite. They're making us rich and helping us take care of the old Union. Is chasing away our benefactors something a sensible person should? Only fools would say something like make peace with the trade union. I am certain that if we do as they say, we will suffer the greatest loss. The old Union would still treat us as traitors, and if Moranti is ever returned to them, they will kill us all. Best case, we will be made into slaves and sent into the mines to work until we die. Seriously, I wonder how a fool like Husk made it into the military. Is he trying to cause trouble? Carmen, Belle, tell me when Husk said that. What else did he say? Was there anyone else when he said it? Seeing how anxious Good was acting, Carmen and Belle looked panicked. It isn't that serious, right, Uncle? Carmen muttered, it happened the night before last. When Belle and I were on night duty and Cad was leading the patrol, we complained how tough the marching was. 10 Colonel Husk passed us and told us that, as well as a lot of other things that mocked the Nortons, mostly jokes about how nobles got toyed with by their subjects. We were only releasing stress, nothing serious. You're overreacting, Uncle. Colonel Husk doesn't mean ill. He's just a little loose-mouthed when he rants and doesn't think about what he says. Didn't you evaluate him back then? Belle said, his parents died on the battlefield during the last Christian invasion and he was raised by his grandparents. That's why he hates everyone from the Empire so much. Everyone knows how much he hates all Northerners, the Nortons included. Also, Colonel Husk is only mouthing off. I bet he doesn't have the gall to actually go against them. Good side. Whatever. I won't say anything else. Just don't spend too much time around him. If he continues what he's doing, he's bound to be killed, best not associate with him. The Nortons and their Duke must not be crossed lightly. Think about it. Many of the Duke's top subordinates are old Morantians, that's why they're so good to us. How can you know? Tell us. No, I don't know the Duke's subordinates very well, but I know the Duke. He spent the last half of his childhood in Moranti, and was a mercenary and instructor at Dawn Academy for many years. He lost contact with his family because of the Empire Civil War and pretty much became one of us before he went back. Those bags you're carrying, the Duke designed them himself. I was the first guy to buy one of them from him before he left. A regiment passing by greeted them. Good picked up his stuff and prepared to leave. Come, the boys are here. Time to go. I'll tell you more stories about the Duke as we march. I'm sure you know the name Iron Lock, Silver Undefeated. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 549 Sandbag. Sandbag. And another one bites the dust. Ford Trade Union chant when enemy cannon fire hit sandbags. Howard appeared troubled. Though the artillery brigade he led was in the vanguard, he had been trapped in the area for more than 3 days. He had not expected this to happen. His brigade and the Sentry Legion had marched at the forefront since entering Feldunba. They never once encountered a fort that could weather their attack. The enemies ran in fear and most of the time after the first cannon shell hit. The trade union had long been prepared for their attack, but they didn't know where it would happen. They thought it would most likely start in the south. Given that those areas were only recently conquered, not many nobles had moved in. They'd also been severely depopulated by recruitment drives during the war. Most of the agricultural produce was also confiscated to fund the war. The area was severely destabilized. If not for the depopulation, the revolts might have been large enough to kick the Union out. They believed the Nortons would march through the area and charge straight into the Union's heartland. They planned to let them march deep into their own territory before cutting off their supply lines and letting them starve. Lorist attacked Mayflower's Feldunba instead. The Union scrambled to reposition their forces, but it was a little late. Clearly the enemy wasn't aiming to take land, but to destroy the guilds. Duke Coblight, however, breathed a sigh of relief rather than stressing. The territory had been ruled for just 5 years, but it was already covered in forts. It would become a wall against which House Norton would smash itself to pieces. The Duke didn't think they could push through the province, even with their cannons. He'd let the two sides duke it out while his faction just provided logistical support. With Mayflower weakened, his position within the Union would be secure again. Mayflower and its allies, however, put severe pressure on him and he was forced to deploy troops as well. The thunderous booms bounced through the mountains. Howard stared at the fort's walls but they just wouldn't collapse. How long till Ovidus arrives? He asked between thunder strikes. Thunderbolt Brigade was deployed in the rear. It'll take them 4 days to get here, his subordinate shouted. Sir Ovidus himself should arrive tomorrow. Sigh, I should have stopped his grace from releasing those damn sailors, complained Howard. He signaled for the bombardment too and descended the hill. Sir, are we not continuing the bombardment? Best save our gunpowder. Those walls aren't going to give. We'll have to wait for Ovidus. Only his catapults can get us inside now. I doubt he'll have any more luck than us, sir. With the way the walls tower over the terrains outside, we'll have to be within their firing range to get things over the walls. Our cannons are already on the edge of being in range. Howard stroked his chin frustratedly. We've no choice, Commander. You saw yourself. They've lined the walls with sandbags. We don't have the firepower to blast through them and the walls quickly. It's those damn sailors. They must have told them about the tactics they used when we last fought them. We're just wasting gunpowder. Our only hope is lobbing sacks over the walls, which our cannons can't do. Any better ideas? The men kept quiet. There was indeed no other option. They couldn't go around the fort, the cliffs and marshes wouldn't let them, and the fort was on top of a big rocky mound which meant they had to fire up at it. They just had no options. They couldn't charge in for a standard assault because the walls were littered with catapults and ballista. They could still take the fort, but with unacceptable casualties. The fort was a crucial choke point. They could only push through into the rest of the province through here, otherwise they'd have to go a long way around to attack from the south, but both the delay and the new location were unacceptable. Their approach was also severely limited by the cliffs. They had to approach the main gate via a thin outcrop which made their massive number advantage null and void. "They're turtles," shouted Lorist when he got the report. While the Union didn't own a cannon or anything similar, they had learned how to deal with it quite effectively. There was no decent counter to this yet. There were only two options. Either make the cannons bigger, which current metalworking technology didn't allow, and which would use too much gunpowder anyway, or develop howitzers and mortars, but they were years away from anything even resembling something like that. The Union's main tactic to deal with cannons was to charge in a team of elite soldiers, mostly gold ranks and one or two blade masters, to take out the crews. Lorist was prepared for this, however. Reedy and Schuss always stood guard when the cannons were deployed in battle. The Union tried their tactics several times, but stopped after a whole team was wiped out, including a blade master and 3 gold ranks. One raid, however, was both very successful and catastrophic at the same time. One team, a blade master and 3 gold ranks, caught a camp unprotected. They wiped out the crews and destroyed the cannons, but then discovered the gunpowder kegs. They carried torches since the attack was performed at night. As one of the gold ranks leaned over the open keg to look at the strange black powder inside, a spark fell from the torch into the barrel. None of the 4 were found thereafter. In fact, no one ever knew it was an attack that killed the brigade. Everyone thought some nitwit in the unit decided to have a smoke in the tent housing the gunpowder and blew everyone to kingdom come. The Union didn't have unlimited elites. The Battle of Bluewick had already cost them half their number, and Mayflower's loss was salt in the wound. But Lorist only had 40 cannons after the 10 in the camp were destroyed. Mayflower never launched another raid with their elites and the forts continued to fall. That all stopped, however, with Fort Linston, where sandbags were used on land for the first time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 550 Duke Nicholas. Duke Nicholas. Never be blindly loyal to your superior. He is using you for his benefit, so use him for your benefit. In terms of appearance, Duke Nicholas, Mayflower's president, could be considered the ugliest among the presidents. He had a long, horse-like face and 2 small eyes which he liked to squint at others. It made it appear that he was always scheming. Everyone called him Old Snake behind his back as a result. His eyes had, in fact, lost him the position as the Union's premier. Duke Coblight had the look of an upstanding old man. That damned goody-two-shoes-looking bastard. Those that knew Nicholas, however, knew his looks belayed his true personality. He was sincere and gentle, and treated servant and noble alike respectfully. He never discriminated based on status. Among the guilds, Mayflower had the most loyal staff, and anyone who interacted with the Duke would disregard his appearance and be drawn in by his charisma. Currently, Nicholas was subsumed with the map on his desk. He closed his eyes from time to time, falling into a kind of catatonic state of deep thought. House Norton had suddenly picked his lands as its target. He wondered whether their aim was to sweep through his territory or something else. Perhaps they were trying to push the Union into another stalemate to delay its recovery. Or were they just intent on pillaging some riches? Iceland was rich with gold and silver, and they had concentrated their attack on the mining hotspots in Feldunba. Captain of the Guard, Siros, entered quietly, 2 letters in his hands. Your Grace, I have a report from Fort Linston. The front lines have been quiet since the last assault. It looks like they've given up. They haven't fired a single cannon shot in 3 days. I also have a message from Moranti. Our informant says Duke Norton is heading to the front dash. Oh? Nicholas raised his brow curiously and read the 2 letters. His gaze returned to the map, which he surveyed for a few moments, before his eyes widened. Start the migration plan immediately. I want everyone ready to leave in 3 days. But the front lines are stable, my lord? This plan would see them abandon Feldunba entirely. But was there a need if things were stable? They'd given up so much to get the region, and then invested even more to develop it. The quiet front lines mean nothing good. Just do it. We won't get to leave at all if we don't do it now. Understood, my lord. Siros immediately left. He was a loyal man. He obeyed his lord's orders even when they weren't understood. However, Mayflower's vice president, Count Abraham, soon barged into the room. What's going on, brother? You think the situation is bad? Nicholas nodded tiredly. Duke Coblight just asked us to hold the Nortons back for half a month? Everything's stabilized and the front is quiet. We can just sit tight until the reinforcements arrive. It's not that simple, Nicholas countered. That geezer isn't going to do us any good. Think about it, he knew about the sandbag trick before this invasion even started, but he waited until we were about to crumble to tell us. We have only Fort Linston left. Once that fort falls, they have a clear charge into the open plains and we'll never stop them. They'll wipe us out overnight before we can even get our pants on. Didn't the Duke say we can still dig trenches to slow them down? We just have to hold on until reinforcements arrive, insisted Abraham anxiously. Nicholas sighed. Brother, I understand your feelings. But, whether you want to accept it or not, that bastard won't send in his reinforcements until we've been sufficiently weakened. He wants to grind us into dust using House Norton as the grindstone so we won't be a threat to his rule. But Fort Linston won't fall that easily. We're doing just fine against their cannons, aren't we? And they won't try to brute force it with numbers, it'll be a bloodbath even they can't afford. I'm sure they'll grow impatient and move on and be someone else's problem soon. You've forgotten that they have a sword saint. Fort Linston can defend against cannons, but it stands no chance against a sword saint. It would have been fine if the Duke had stayed in Moronti, but I just got news that he's heading for the front. He's coming to take out Fort Linston himself. I also doubt he'd have come if they were just interested in a little pillaging. That can't be, Abraham gasped. Duke Norton is a sword saint. How can he get involved in a war between normal people? Master Magrut would never lower himself like that, but people are different, so are sword saints. Nicholas smiled bitterly. Can the Magrut really compare to Duke Norton? Can any of the sword saints really be used to judge Duke Norton? They're all only associated with kingdoms and empires for the benefits. They have no reason to get involved in wars like this. If their kingdom or empire is destroyed, they can just attach themselves to someone else. Duke Norton is different. He is a noble with land to his name and a noble reputation to uphold. He has a vested interest in seeing his side win all the time. And he's a tenacious one. Just look at how he clawed his way to sword saint and duke from iron rank and baron on the brink of losing his land and his title. And now that fool Koblight went and gave Magrut a title and land at the other end of the country. Do you really think Magrut will ever leave his territory again? Do you think he'll ever take to the field against Duke Norton as long as the Duke doesn't threaten his territory directly? Other sword saints might want to stay aloof because actual fighting is rarely beneficial for them, but Duke Norton is different. He's always led his men from the front, he's always been the first one to charge into the enemy formations, and now he has every incentive to continue doing that. If this were before the War of Glass, we might have had the option of wearing him down and killing him in exchange for dozens of blade masters and 100 or 200 gold ranks, but we don't have the numbers for that anymore. I doubt we have more than 24 blade masters altogether, if even that, and our gold rank numbers are similarly abysmal. Abraham stood sadly. There was no way he was going to change Duke Nicholas's mind. It stung badly. He had been responsible for Feldunba's development and had invested the better part of 15 years into it. It could even be considered his life's work. But he trusted his older brother's judgment implicitly, so he didn't make a fuss. Where will we go? Even if we manage to get everyone out and no one scatters and leaves us, Koblight will blame us and won't let us settle somewhere else. He'll probably take our army and leave us to rot. You think we've going to that old bastard? Nicholas asked as he stared at the map intensely. We'll go south. South? Yes, south. You remember the letter Duke Chichter sent us last month? He said he was going to declare independence at the end of the year. I thought the letter was sent to provoke us, but then I started thinking. If that were his goal, then why send the letter to me and not Duke Koblight? I finally understood his intent when the Nortons started pouring across the border. He's offering us a chance at peace. If we pack up and head south, and make sure to cut ties with the Union, Duke Norton will leave us alone. It's good for both of us. We get a new domain, so we get to continue existing, and Duke Chichter gets a much-needed ally. He wants us to secede from the Union and found a kingdom alongside him. Abraham stared at his brother blankly, his mouth agape. No way. You got all that from that letter? Nicholas nodded. Once we're finished with the preparations, you'll take the men to Caserota. If anyone asks what you're doing, tell them you're clearing out a piece of land so the young, the elderly, and the women can hide there until the war is over. It should be obvious to everyone that the Nortons will target Tenelik and Salugnica once they break through Fort Linston. They want to cut the Union in half, and that's the best way to do it. We have to go to Salugnica immediately and send an ambassador to Duke Norton. We're asked for a short truce and negotiate our withdrawal from the region and the conflict. I don't think the Duke will have a problem letting us go. Are you sure? Yes. I wouldn't be willing to make a move this daring otherwise. Duke Norton doesn't care about the South at all. He just wants to cut the Union off from its trade routes. Getting us to back out so they don't have to fight us, while adding another obstacle to the Union's recovery will be a welcome development for him. Abraham bowed respectfully. I understand. I'll get everything ready. The men were in the dumps when Lorist arrived. Ovidus had arrived 2 days earlier and, based on his experience and some experiments with some trebuchets constructed on the fly, it wasn't practical to fling gunpowder sacks into the fortress. The largest obstacle was the fort's location on elevated ground. They had to be within 200 meters of the fortress to get the sacks over the wall, but that would expose them to too much counterfire. We cannot push through without taking the fort, Your Grace, and we can't do that without heavy casualties. Howard described the situation on the sand table. Lorist couldn't help but admire the expert placement and design of the enemy fort. It was the greatest use of a fort he had ever seen. Even with his cannons, it was still a near impossible task to take it. I will take charge. If he couldn't take it with cannons, or blow it up with gunpowder sacks, then he would just barge in himself and slaughter his way through. What use was being a sword saint if he couldn't flex his muscles to solve sticky situations like this? His men refused vehemently, however. Their self-esteem would not let them allow their lord, a sword saint no less, take the field because of their inadequacy. Don't worry, I'm not going to risk my life alone. Reedy, Els, pick out a few capable knights. We'll take a few gunpowder sacks as well. After we get on the enemy walls, we will destroy their weapons. Howard will then roll the cannons up the hill and blast his way through the main gate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551 The Change of the Tides. The Change of the Tides. Strike while the iron's hot. Lorist started designing handmade grenades. They were simple porcelain containers with gunpowder pellets inside and an ignition fuse. The explosive force of a gunpowder sack was huge, but they were too big for easy use on the go. They were also vulnerable to premature ignition, especially in siege situations where fire sources were abundant. Lorist came upon a satisfactory design after a few trial runs and ordered their production. They were very destructive against buildings, but they could clear out a room very effectively. They were slightly unsafe, though. The fuses were unreliable, but they were good enough for a first design. Els's eyes practically glowed when he saw the small balls of death and immediately demanded his sentry legion be the first armed with them. Lorist couldn't fulfill his request, however. Gunpowder was still at a premium in North Sea and the artillery brigade could not be undersupplied, so he could only make a small cache for specialist use. Els almost cried when his dream was crushed. Please leave Fort Linston to me. It will be an easy victory with these bottles. Your Grace need not expose yourself, Reedy asked. But Lorist shook his head. Occupying Fort Linston isn't about blowing people up. This is just a distraction. Our aim is to destroy the ranged weapons so our cannons can get close enough to do damage. You'll be in trouble if they have a couple of top blade masters in the fort. I have to go to keep them off your back. Reality played out as Lorist expected. Reedy, Els, and 6 other strong and agile knights each carrying 20 grenades scaled the walls in the black of night. The enemy blade masters were nowhere to be seen. Only the common troops were left to try and repel them. Lorist took out the projectiles as they entered his domain, keeping the pressure of the others as they went about destroying the weapons. They ran down the corridors on the inside of the wall, tossing a grenade into each room as they passed. The explosions echoed up and down the wall, soon drowned out by agonized. The cannons moved up during this chaos and the first volley was rattling the gates of the main entrance by the time Lorist and his companions were descending the walls to clear out the catapults and the bailey. The remaining defenders realized it was only a matter of time until the fort fell, so they charged out of the eastern gate, abandoning the fort. Lorist went to the commander's quarters and slept for the whole morning, leaving everything to his subordinates. When he woke up, he felt more energetic than ever before. He activated his domain, suspecting something had changed, to see it a meter larger than it had been before. So I just have to use the domain and then rest to make it bigger? It was unfortunate this had not come up during his last meeting with the Windstorm Sword Saint. He suddenly realized he knew little about training and improving in the Sword Saint realm, and he couldn't just go find the old man for advice now. The two had agreed on a truce, so he couldn't meet him until after he was out of the Union, which was not likely to be very soon. Malek's arrival snapped Lorist out of his stupor. The general reported Fort Linston's capture. The retreating enemy tried to burn the fort down, but the men reacted quickly enough to save it. Only a few food storehouses and the armory were lost. I've put you in charge of this operation, it's up to you to decide what to do, said Lorist when the general asked permission to press the attack. Malek took it to heart and pushed Tigersore and White Lion into Selugnica. He'd learned from a few captives that the Union was massing 2 legions to push against them, and it would be best to take them out before they finished mustering. The Sentry Legion and the Free Union's army continued their attack on Feldunba. The remaining provinces of Kasserota and Tenalik could be dealt with after Feldunba and Selugnica were conquered. Malek returned to Lorist with a report, grave-faced. Word was that most of Feldunba and Selugnica was abandoned. The villages, forts, towns, and cities were empty. The guild had packed up and left the region entirely. As such, this latest offensive turned into a marching exercise. Mayflower fled? This was completely unexpected. After a short discussion with Malek, Lorist decided Els would march his legion on Tenalik to seal off Mayflower's escape route. The 4 provinces being targeted were shaped roughly like a rhombus. North of the occupied Feldunba were Selugnica and Tenalik, and south was Kasserota. Lorist thought Mayflower was trying to retreat through Tenalik and return to the Union. He believed the guild would head north to huddle up with the other guilds. There was nothing for them in the south and thus no reason to go there. With Selugnica being conquered, Mayflower would naturally not head there, leaving Tenalik as the only path northward. A few days later, however, he learned that the guild had indeed gone south. They had last been seen entering Kasserota. When his men finally got there, they were gone from there as well. Where to, no one knew. Tigersaur reported the enemy legion's destruction a few days thereafter. Selugnica was now completely conquered. Lorist and his forces spent the next 2 months cleaning out the provinces. Mayflower was the only guild to escape. But, just as Duke Nicholas had predicted, Lorist couldn't pursue them so far south. The guild was safe. The Union turned to the tried and tested strategy of trench warfare to stop House Norton's advance. They had not expected Lorist to move that fast, however. Lorist declared the Kingdom of Motby's restoration a month after conquering the 4 provinces. A few days later the Duchy of Kabai was reformed, and within the next week so, too, were the duchies of Samarita and Zikdor. They immediately joined the alliance and its mutual defense pact. The trade union felt like it had been knocked hard on the back of its head. It had antagonized House Norton and Andanak, and now it suddenly had another adversary in the alliance. Even worse, Lorist withdrew his forces immediately after the new countries were founded, giving the Union little excuse to charge in without starting a war with the alliance. On the first day of the 10th month, Chictor declared its secession from the Union. It sent out 2 legions to take over the 5 remaining Union provinces in the region. 10 days later, on the 10th of the 10th, Mayflower declared its independence and founded the Kingdom of Mayflower. Surprisingly, the now Duke and Sword Saint, Mag Rut, declared his guardianship over the 2 new kingdoms. The 2 new kingdoms immediately signed a mutual defense pact and sent ambassadors to the Free Union and the alliance's member nations to establish diplomatic relations. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552 Night Wexes. Night Wexes. There was a saying, die of boredom or perish from work. Lorist was far too free. His forces had occupied the 4 provinces and Grindia was once again in turmoil. He'd restored 4 nations in one fell swoop. And he could not be said to be uninvolved in the founding of Chictor and Mayflower. He was shaping up to be the most influential and consequential noble, even person, in the history of the entire continent. Despite that, he was not directly involved in any of it, so he had nothing to do. Charade, Malek, Reedy, Els, Howard, and all his other subordinates, however, were perishing from work. Charade often went 1 or 2 nights without sleep and got only 4 hours at the best of times. He was constantly embroiled in negotiations with ambassadors from other nations. He drank excessively to cope with the stress, but that kept him up at night as he vomited all over the nearest lavatory. It didn't help that most of the ambassadors he hosted were heavy drinkers as well. Even Iron-Face Malek, one of the greatest bearbags Charade knew, had vomited a couple of times in the last month. Lorist was even willing to get involved with the negotiations to relieve his boredom, but he couldn't. He was a sword saint. People didn't think of him as a mortal, everyone put him on a pedestal. As such, nobody was willing to negotiate when he was involved. Jindas, however, envied Lorist's freedom. It couldn't be helped, unfortunately. Nobles greatly regarded status. Lorist did not have to, nay, couldn't get involved in the negotiations unless a king showed up. Charade also would not let him get involved. A sword saint should be aloof and scarce, he always insisted. Lorist was bored to death as a result. Putting up airs was truly a soul-killing job. It was so bad he started to relish the occasional reception of nobles he did. He would personally receive 1 or 2 nobles, greet them, accept their gifts, and see them off to Charade for the negotiations. It didn't help that Charade had a very traditional outlook on what Lorist should do to keep busy. Nobles played with young women when they had free time, so he kept sending the daughters of nobles and other minor noble-related ladies to entertain Lorist, despite his lack of interest. Lorist would have been too happy to enjoy his toys were he still the bachelor mercenary from years ago, but now he was getting old, not to mention being married and having a number of concubines and mistresses already. Lorist was in his 5th decade, his lower body was beginning to hibernate and his mood was sobering. Women were nice for company, but they always came with strings attached. He already had enough strings. Why did he want more women? He at times didn't even want the women he already had. He had few children, but unlike nobles native to their role, he had no inhibitions when it came to bastards, so he had enough gnomes running around. And with his hibernating lower body, he had little need of physical release. If anything, having so many women in his life had made him somewhat cynical. After signing the Treaty of Southern Grindia, a renewal of the old alliance's mutual defense pact, Lorist returned to Bryn Hills in Moranti with his army. He married the women sent to him off to officers with the most achievements during the campaign as a reward, before leaving. The women weren't given a choice in the matter, they were literally asked to go somewhere, only to find a husband waiting for them. Lorist was dragged into a meeting the moment he arrived in the city. His Majesty is back in the capital, reported Tarkle. Auguslo's marriage happened in 11th month of the previous year in Fizablin's dominion. Apparently he'd lined up every young girl in his house 14 years or older, and let the king take his pick. He would adopt whomever the king picked and they would be wedded within the week. Lorist could have attended, since he had been in the Northlands at the time, but since he was in the north secretly, and since he was there to be with his wife and concubine during their births, he laid low. He sent Potterfong and Kedden to attend the wedding in his stead. The king relieved Wexes of his position and left Ripliot in charge. I have something else, but there's no definite information. The new queen is apparently pregnant already. Apparently she got pregnant practically the very night of the wedding. It seems our king is working hard. If it's a boy, his bastard will be in trouble. Best case scenario, he'll be exiled to some distant fief as a minor noble, laughed Lorist. Wexes was bringing ruin to himself. After Camorra turned him down, he actually moved the royal guard on the city. He sent 100 men to Gillen. They must have thought no little noble would dare take action against them since their backer was the king's bastard, but they forgot who the little noble was. They were quickly encircled and beat to a pulp. Everybody was deaf to their cries. They were stripped naked and sent back to the capital on foot. Everybody noticed the 100 naked bodies walking into the city and lined the streets to watch the parade. The women were most enthusiastic and a few well-practiced ladies took to critiquing the size and shape of their genitalia. Predictably, Wexes exploded. Ridiculous. That little noble actually dared cross the heir apparent? The future king? This was an affront to the entire kingdom. Sword Saint or not, the Duke could not do something like that. He would have to pay dearly for this affront. Nobody knew where he'd gotten the idea that sword saints had to bend the knee to their king like any normal noble. If the royal guard wasn't enough, then he'd just send the entire army. He sent out summons, and nothing happened. It was like the wind blew his letters away on the way to their destination. Positively fuming, he marched to the army's headquarters and personally ordered Ripliot to mobilize the army. Ripliot completely ignored him. He told him to calm down and wait for his father to come back and deal with it personally. He may be the heir apparent, but he was not yet king. Wexes lost it completely and accused the general of treason. He stormed back to the palace, took out a letter of command from his father, and marched back to the general to punish him. When he opened the letter, however, it didn't say what he thought it did. It said Ripliot was only to keep an eye on Wexes and could punish him if he stepped out of bounds. Wexes was completely flabbergasted. This was not a letter of command. It was a damn letter of limitations. Ripliot knew Auguslo had hope for his bastard, but knew his limitations. He decided to advise the man instead of punishing him. He told him that the king had given Lorist authority over the port city personally, so he had a plan with it. Wexes should not interfere with his father's plans. He did not have the authority to make and break agreements and treaties, he was only responsible for ensuring they were discharged properly. Wexes returned to the palace, still crimson-faced. He stopped making trouble for the Nortons, but refused to reinstate the food deals. Baron Camorra didn't make a fuss, though. It wasn't a loss for House Norton, they barely made any profit from it anyway. The kingdom's treasury was running dry by the start of the 6th month. The biggest issue was the annual bonus they were supposed to give their military personnel. They had more than Onoag food, but they couldn't give food as a bonus. Auguslo didn't meddle much in internal affairs apart from matters of war, and without his aid the economy had been slow to recover. All the large-scale trade in the kingdom was done with House Kenmaze. It didn't help that the kingdom could not mint more money, since it didn't use its own currency. It could only get more money by trading out its produce. And the only large deal that gave the kingdom money was the deal Wexes had stopped. Wexes was quick to send men to Gillen once the money ran out, but now it was Camora's turn to play hardball. Well, it wasn't really like he was playing hardball. The trade was set for the 6th month, but it was not the 8th. The ships were no longer in the harbor, so there was no one to whom to sell the food. Wexes was forced to change food for money and his men's salary as a result. Auguslo's messengers arrived in the rest of the kingdom in the 9th month to tell everyone about his impending return with his new queen. The letter he sent to Wexes and Ripley had informed them of Wexes' relieval. Ripley had received an additional letter which told him to arrest Wexes as conspirators. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553 Count Meridas. Count Meridas. When heaven gives you a chance, do bloody well take it. Count Meridas. Duke Peterson looked distraught. The decision he was about to make would decide his guild's survival. He never imagined he would be pushed into such a corner, even less that the one pushing him would be an ex-Dawn Academy instructor. The man was now both a sword saint and a duke. At the time they'd been worlds apart, but thanks to the duke's penchant for treating everyone with a friendly grace, they had been on friendly, if not close, terms. No one would have thought such a minor figure would blossom into the continent's most influential and consequential man in just a decade and a half. He stood at his office's window, staring out at the home he had built for himself, his family, and his guild, a letter from this ex-instructor clutched in his hand. It contained just 3 words, written in his by now iconic simple handwriting: "You are next." Sweat poured out of his forehead at such a rate that it threatened to overflow his eyebrows and flood his eyes. He swore he could feel the Sword Saint's murderous intent stabbing at him from the straight-line characters. It left him with just 2 options: either walk the same path as Chichter and Mayflower, or charge full speed into the dead end at the end of the road on which he was currently. He wanted to comfort himself with the dozens of fortresses he had built and the hundreds of kilometers of trenches he had dug, but he couldn't. A small, nagging voice at the back of his head kept screaming, "It isn't enough." His regrets stabbed him constantly. If only he had pushed for peace with Duke Coblight and the other guild leaders, if only he'd been stubborn in his insistence that they capitulate, this would not have come to pass. But he had not. The choice might seem obvious at first, death of kingship, but life was never that simple. If he stayed with the Union, he had little doubt he would be ahead on a stake in no more than 2, maybe 3, years. But he had no certainty that he could successfully secede from the Union either. His dominion was in the heart of Union territory, right next to Twin-Head Dragon. He would be wiped out the moment he declared independence. He couldn't stand it. When had his guild become a pawn in other schemes? When had it lost its glory, its pride? Duke Norton had moved his forces into Mauveland, the perfect place from which to invade his territory. His territory occupied Chalbuk, a province-sized piece of land right next to Twin-Head Dragon's land, Lealica. Peterson had to defend Girotin as well now. Coblight put him in charge of the province, which stood between Peterson's territory and the land now occupied by Duke Norton. Peterson was truly stuck between a rock and a hard place. His scouts told him the Duke's forces were building up at a rate that suggested they would attack in a year's time. The knowledge did little for him though. The Union could have all the knowledge in the world, but they could not act on it. They barely had the men and the money to man their defenses, much less walk out onto the battlefield in any significant number. Their only hope was that, by some miracle, the Duke lost interest in them or just forgot to give to order to attack. Failing that, they could only hope their fortresses would drag the conflict on long enough that the man got tired of it and decided to go home. Peterson didn't put much stock in that hope. He knew the man too well to be that naive. The Duke was not easily provoked into action, but once he was, he always saw things through to the end. It didn't help that he had the force to end them 6 times over either. He had single-handedly all but wiped out the greatest nation Grindia had ever known, save the ancient Magi empires, of course. It didn't matter whether the strategy worked or not either. They would not tire the Duke out before Chalbuk, and with it Peterson's guild, his life's work, was conquered and destroyed. And with the hatred the continent had for everyone associated with the Union, if he was forced to start over from scratch, he would never stand back up again. No one would let him. And it wasn't like one choice would ruin him and the other would save him. If he stood with the Union, he would most certainly be wiped out, but betraying it had only a slightly smaller chance of leading to his destruction. A knock on the door woke the Duke from his rueful silence. "Enter." A spindly servant stepped into his office. "Count Meridas is here, my lord." "Send him in." The servant bowed and disappeared again. House Meridas was a reputable house in the Union. They concerned themselves primarily with the hospitality business, a rare voice for peace. The wars and sanctions that resulted therefrom had ruined their industry. They had been forced to close most of their inns and taverns, and were hanging on by the skin of their teeth. They were most furious about losing their pride and joy, the jewel in their proverbial crown, DOS-like, the famous Morantillon Hotel. Meritas stomped into the study grumpily. Why didn't you turn down Coblight's suggestion to merge the dominions? That bastard has nothing but his own profit in mind. Do you really want to lose what little you have left, Zack? Ah, how nostalgic. Few of the people who called Peterson by his nickname were still alive. Hearing his childhood nickname had become a sad rarity. Meritas was the only one he still saw with some sense of regularity that used that name. They practically grew up together. Sigh, you have a bad temper these days. Peterson complained. Coblight was forced into this position by the war. We have just 7 provinces left. We can't afford to have our economy and governance as fractured and dispersed as it is now. Everything has to be directed by a single, unified vision. But who do you think you're fooling? Do you really think we stand a chance? Meritas snorted. We've done nothing but lose, men and land alike, since this started. We had 37 provinces before the war, now we have 7, and who knows for how long that'll hold? Your pride, and that bastard and everyone else like him's pride is destroying us. Chichester and Mayflower seceded because you are all blinded by your arrogance and refused to do the sensible thing. We lost our newest forces to a man as well. How many more people need to die? How many more fortresses need to burn? How much more land needs to be lost before you fools will finally wake up? People must have hope, need. We all know how unrealistic that hope is, but we need it. Besides, we're not out just yet. I'm busy recruiting more men and soon I'll have another legion ready for the war. The Duke must be getting tired of this constant war. He's not been back home in years, he's not seen his wife or concubines, or any of his children in years. We just need to hold out a little longer. We held out against the Empire's constant invasions for 16 years. We still have a number to go before we reach that point in this war. So you really do eat shit, huh? I didn't want to believe it, but it seems you gobble Coblight shit up like it's rosewater cake. Yes, we were the continent's largest nation, but for just 3 years, then we started digging our grave, and that bastard was the first to pick up a shovel. Have you taken a look at a map lately? Why did we hold out for 167 years against the Empire? We had extensive trade networks across the rest of the continent to fund our war, and we sent our allies out to do the fighting. This time we have neither trade nor allies. Not to mention that we're not facing just one enemy, nor that our principal enemy this time is worth 10 Christian empires, even without all the other champing at the bit to dig into us. Ah, Duke Peterson was speechless. Indeed, they were completely surrounded, both by land and by enemies. They barely had the manpower to hold on, but it would have been okay if they had the supplies, but they didn't have that either. The only thing we have in some measure of sufficiency is salt. And that's what Coblight is after with this merger of his. He wants to take your salt. Peterson was taken aback. I am completely baffled by this stupidity of yours, Zack. You weren't this stupid when we were back in Moranti. With Chichester and Mayflower's secession, and with the Alliance joining in on the Union dogpile, the Union had been completely cut off. There was no one to turn to, no nation they bordered that was not an enemy. There was no one with whom to trade. Their only option was becoming self-sufficient, and that was only possible by unifying under a single ruler. The landless guilds had nothing to lose, so they were staunch supporters of the move, but the guilds with land were absolutely opposed to it. Coblight only got them to agree after promising to pay them back 1.5 times what they would lose after the war was over. A few of the smaller landed guilds, however, were still furiously resisting the change. Count Meritas and his house was one of them. He'd lost his entire hospitality business, all he had left was his land. His guild had made the complete transition from guild to house. But now, just as he was finally beginning to tread water again, his former friends and allies were going to take that away from him as well. Look at the bigger picture, Meade. House Norton is at our doorstep. If they attack, even if we successfully repel them, we'll either lose our territory, or it'll be so ruined that it won't be worth anything. Isn't it better, then, to get guaranteed compensation? Peterson countered. Compensation my ass. You still trust that bastard? He'll only give us a 5 of our due now, the rest we can only get after the war. He'll no doubt conveniently forget about that once the war is over, if we're even still standing then. Have you completely lost it, Zack? Have you finally cracked? Tell me, if we keep fighting and somehow stay alive, how long will it be before this war ends? A decade, 2, 3, 5? A century, maybe? Maybe 2? Meritas slammed his fist on the desk. Duke Norton's letter flapped open on the table. Oh, what's this? You are next? Who wrote this? Lorist. Bloodblade Saint. I have no time to worry about your concerns, Meade. This letter, Duke Norton, the Bloodblade Saint, wrote it. I am next on the chopping block. Meritas burst out laughing. He had to clutch the chair's armrests to keep himself from falling off. So the gods haven't completely abandoned us. Wonderful. This is our chance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554 Duke Peterson's Demands. Duke Peterson's Demands. Count Meritas is Duke Peterson's representative. He says the Duke is willing to secede from the Union, with our support. He wants us to move our forces in Magdalen into Chalbuk in the second month and attack Quadro to cover his secession. Thereafter he wants us to keep the Union at bay until he has got his feet on the ground. Charade pointed at the map as he spoke. The secession will deprive the Union of 3 more provinces, Gerotin, Chalbuk and Aligmai. Aligmai belongs to Meritas, and he's willing to secede with Duke Peterson. Aligmai used to belong to the Duchy of Tyria. The duchy was split into 2 provinces after its conquest. The other province is Tosco. They're separated from one another by a river, and from the rest of the Union's territory by the Sunset Mountain Range. This means Aligmai doesn't have to worry about Union retaliation. Our main concern, thus, is Chalbuk and Quadro. If the Union really wants to strike back at the Duke, they will strike through here. The Duke has 3 demands. The first, that we send forces to defend him. The second, to smooth things over between him and the alliance so he can join it. Thirdly, to help them reform their military. If we fulfill these demands, he will cleanse his territory of loyalists and secede. Count Meritas will do the same. Their declarations will come after next year's rainy season. This will be the final nail in the Union's coffin. Count Meritas also gave us a key piece of information. The Union is running out of all kinds of supplies, salt most severely. None of their lands produce any salt. Peterson has a store of it thanks to a raid of the Kingdom of Wakaya years ago. If the Union gets its hand on it, it can last them another 4 years. Meritas suspects that's behind Duke Koblite's move to merge all the domains under his rule. If we get Peterson to break away, then we cut off their last hope at holding out. Lorist didn't reply immediately. He tapped on the desk lightly as he considered his options. They were all old foxes. He should have expected that the old man would scheme, even in his current situation. He'd put the Duke in the worst possible position to see what he'd do. But the man had hit back by putting him in an equally detestable position. Everything came down to how much aid the Duke was demanding. The first 2 requests weren't much of an issue, the third was the problem. It was very vague and could technically mean anything. Lorist humphed, dissatisfied. Peterson wanted his men to give their lives so he could live peacefully. In his dreams. Lorist had wanted him to become a Union pariah, instead he had been down into the oil himself. He could also not move forward unless the Duke fell out with the Union completely. As long as the 2 sides weren't mortal enemies, he could not be certain they weren't playing him and would ambush him at a moment's notice. Meritas sounds like a familiar name. Do you know his background? He finally asked. Charade nodded. Tarkle submitted a detailed report yesterday. He's an old acquaintance. He ran Das-like Hotel, along with many other all across the Union's territory, as well as in most of the Alliance's members. Ah, so it was him. No wonder the name sounded familiar. Lorist slapped his forehead. He's one of the anti-war heirs. No wonder. They suffered the most when the Union and the Alliance fell out. Yet, Meritas doesn't hate or blame the Alliance. He's one of Duke Koblite's strongest critics. His primary criticism appears to be that the Duke has turned on the principles that underpinned the Union for so many years. He is also the only one that has never joined any of the campaigns the Union has had since the war with the old empire ended. Which is why he's only a count and has the desolate Aligmai as his territory. Turns out he's not just a merchant either. Noble blood runs in his veins. His ancestors some 6 generations ago were Roman nobles. A baron and close friend of the crown prince of the time. The power struggle that took place when the crown prince was supposed to ascend to the throne killed Meritas' ancestor, however. The crown prince died soon after and his family was exiled. They came to the Union and started a guild. The rest is history. Meritas is also related to Peterson. Duke Peterson's mother is Meritas' aunt. The two had an affair after they met during his father's stay at one of the guild's taverns. House Miridas refused to let the woman become his father's mistress since he was already married, but she ran away and gave birth to the duke soon after. His father's first wife died a few years later and he took his mistress as his wife. The relationship between the two guilds have recovered since. Peterson and Miridas grew up together and are practically brothers. Miridas has been kept out of harm's way because Peterson's been covering for him. Lorist nodded. Seems Peterson is set on leaving the Union. He wouldn't send Miridas here otherwise. Charade, ask the Count to clarify what they mean by military aid. We can't agree to something so vague. If it's not excessive, we can see what we can do. Also, let's make it a contract rather than aid. They'll have to pay us for it, even if it is in installments for several years. It's not that we don't want to help them for free. But we cannot do so since the Free Union and our other allies will immediately demand the same treatment. We're here to end the Union, not to give charity. Lorist had an agenda, but he wasn't lying. The front was that he going to war with a distant enemy like the trade union. But he was really here for profit. It started because he was worried he would be surrounded by enemies if the kingdom lost the war, but now it was all about making money and gaining influence. Lorist had achieved every goal he'd come here for and thought of since arriving. He didn't need to chase the Union into oblivion, but why not? Especially since he could do it without actually fighting them. He had originally wanted to push Peterson into war with the rest of the Union so they could keep each other busy for a while and give him a chance to return home. But then Peterson sent his requests. Why should he help the old man for free? He had nothing with which to threaten him, after all. If he wanted help, he damn well had to be willing to pay it back several times over. But, Your Grace, Miridas says the war has robbed them of all their wealth. They have nothing with which to pay us back, said Charade. Lorist smiled wryly. Yes, they do. He has all that salt, doesn't he? I'll help him smuggle the salt out and then selling it to the trade union at a sky-high price on the black market. We'll decide how much is sold and at what price. Half of the profits will go to funding his new kingdom, and the rest to repaying his debt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555 Surrender. Surrender. Reedy looked at the snow-covered hill and suddenly sighed. He took out an intricate silver wine bottle and gulped down its contents, before sighing again. What are you doing, sighing here and there? Asked Dulles, the commander of the Carabalista division, as he put down the map he was drawing. Nothing, really. I just miss my son, Reedy said with a bitter smile. Sonirulu wrote me a letter, saying that our kid's already almost 3 and hasn't met me more than a number of times. She said that the child is incredibly naughty and looks just like I do. For some reason, I felt the urge to go home to see my son and hug him. Sonirulu was the maidservant of Lorist's lover, Dina Ariadne. When Lorist went to visit her, Reedy didn't waste precious time and also hooked up with her. The problem was that he didn't want to take responsibility even though he did the deed. Sonirulu ended up giving birth to Reedy's illegitimate son. Ariadne was so mad that she went to complain to Lorist about it, and when Lorist asked Reedy what he was up to, Reedy said he wanted to focus on training first, and that children would only wear down his determination. He said he would only consider settling down and forming a family until he became a sword saint like Lorist. Lorist couldn't do much about it. But at the very least, Reedy brought the mother and child to the manor Lorist gave him and let her manage the fief. Practically speaking, they were husband and wife in all but name. Even Reedy's servants address her as Madame Baroness. Dulles laughed and said, "It's no surprise. We've been out for up to 3 years after all. You aside, even I want to go home to the Northlands as soon as we can. Even though Moranti is really developed, the Northlands feel more like home to me. Had it not been for our urgent operation, we here at Tigersore would have been allowed to go back to the Northlands after the New Year's. Some soldiers are already complaining and want to head home soon." Reedy nodded. "I know. Let's just weather through this for a few more months. Come the 4th month next year, Firmrock will come here to replace us and take over the defense line. The trade union is already doomed and Peterson Merchant Guild will be founding a kingdom. So, there's nothing they can do to stir things up any longer. All we have to do is to secure the defense line and resist the trade union's deathly struggle. After that, we can leave the rest to Firmrock to wear them down while we go back to see our wives and children. Oh, Reedy, I've always wanted to ask. Even though you get along with her quite well, why don't you take her as your formal wife? You only need a ceremony to fulfill the formalities," said Dulles finally. The two of them had been acquainted for many years and had a rather decent relationship. Dulles's wife was Sonirulu's close friend and they kept no secret from one another. Reedy shrugged, gulped down more wine and said, "You know Soniryalu's identity, right? She's Ariadne's maidservant, and you know what kind of a relationship Ariadne has with His Grace. And you should know that Ariadne isn't one to just sit back. She's always been competing with matron Sylvia by pushing for her sister, Fenazali, to be His Grace's second wife. Under those circumstances, if I take Soniryalu as my wife formally, how do you think the matron will see me? Maybe His Grace will even shove me to where Madame Ariadne is. How it is right now is far better. Madame Ariadne has nothing on me and matron Sylvia, and His Grace trusts me greatly. Soniryalu doesn't really mind this anyway." Dulles had his mouth wide open from shock. "No way. You thought so much over a simple wedding? This is ridiculous. Who taught you all that?" Reedy glanced at Dulles and said, "Do you really need people to teach you that? Just read more books." "When I was by His Grace's side back then, I read many of the books he collected, including those novels about courts and knights. There are lots of depictions of how chaotic and scheming noble houses are, and the more I read, the more my eyes open to the truth. Think about it, House Norton has managed to develop from a small barony to what it is today. His Grace is also quite promiscuous and has so many women with him. I'm afraid that if any of them get jealous, then I will be embroiled in the storm that ensues. So, I'm just preparing myself for the storm so that I don't get involved in it in the future." Dulles's was a face full of admiration. "Reedy, I didn't think you'd become so smart. When I first got to know you back then, you were still a rash brat, yet now you're able to see so far into the future. His Grace really has a good eye for a disciple. He must have known that you'll become quite a big deal in the future." Dulles, stop with the flattering," Reedy said, smiling. "I'm not the same as you. You met your wife during the northbound journey. Come to think of it, it was His Grace who let you and some others pick a maidservant. You even had your eyes on Donna on first sight and picked her, and the two of you supported each other during the journey and eventually got married in the Northlands. What a perfect ending. But me. As His Grace's eldest disciple, I have to always watch my actions so as to not harm His Grace's interests. Sigh. Let's chat another time. Is the defense layout complete yet?" "Oh, almost. Look at here, here, and here. I've marked the 17 highest points in the nearby area on the map. If we occupy the high ground, we will be able to set up a perfect defense line," said Dulles as he showed Reedy the map. They were in the province of Quadro and the date was the 31st of the 12th month. After initial negotiations with Count Meridas, Lorist ordered Tigersor, the Sentry Legion and the Free Union Legion to mobilize, and they initiated their assault during winter. Thanks to Meridas guiding the way, they managed to take control of Girotin and Chalbuk. The Free Union forces were stationed at Girotin to dismantle the fortifications and fill up the trenches. The Sentry Legion on the other hand took control of the whole dominion of Peterson with the cover of helping the Peterson forces defend Chalbuk. As for Tigersor, Reedy led them to Quadro to set up a defense line to defend against frenzied Union retaliation when they found out about Duke Peterson's betrayal. Sinjik, a city in Chalbuk, was Peterson Merchant Guild's base of operations, and it would also become the new capital of the Peterson Kingdom. Currently, there were a group of people at the south of the city preparing to send Count Meridas off. Accompanying the Count were Charade, Schuss, Park, and a regiment of 1,000 guards as well as a rank 1 blademaster sent by Duke Peterson, Siston. Meridas used the deployment to deal with the landed nobles of Eligmai, threatening or goading them to become part of the Peterson Kingdom and wiping out those who were loyal to the trade union. The wheels on the carriages had already been swapped out for smooth blades of the sleds. Charade and Meridas sat in the same carriage. Looking at the ambitious-looking Count, Charade smiled and took out a document from his pouch that was made out of a black fur skin and handed it to him. "What is this?" asked Meridas curiously as he received it. "This is the deed of Doslike Hotel and the 6 adventurers' taverns in the Folic Plains," Charade explained. "After the formation of the Free Union, everything belonging to the trade union was confiscated and made public property. When His Grace heard about how you, Lord Count, had been fighting to stop the war only to be mistreated, His Grace was impressed and he paid 200,000 gold fords out of his own pocket to purchase the deeds formerly belonging to your household with the intent to return it as gratitude for your contributions towards peace. After buying the deeds back, His Grace also dealt with the paperwork and vouched for your household. Lord Count, you may send your men back to Moranti and Folic Plains to take over the hotel and taverns and start your business once more. His Grace even said that you should feel free to ask House Norton for any help should you need it. Additionally, there's another agreement over here. His Grace said that even though Eligmai's terrain is not suitable for large military mobilizations, we still have to defend against the guerrilla attacks the trade union will carry out. So, His Grace has decided to lend supplies enough for a division of troops to your household at half price to help you form a division of elite troops. The term of this loan is 10 years. If you want it, just sign here and we'll send the supplies and gear to your dominion and help with the formation of your own force. Meridas held the document in his hands and froze. He shuddered, before his warm tears streaked all across his face. I'm signing it. Of course I am. Please thank Duke Norton for his kind intentions on my behalf. House Meridas will never forget this boon you have granted us. Not signing the agreement was out of the question. Even though Duke Peterson spent nearly 10 days to bargain with Charade, he only got enough supplies and gear enough for 2 legions for a quarter price off for a loan that had to be repaid in 10 years. However, there was an interest of 5% for that loan. On the other hand, to thank Count Meridas for playing a part in convincing Duke Peterson to secede from the trade union, Lorist rewarded him with all the deeds to House Meridas' properties in Moranti and the Falic Plains and even offered them a loan with such great conditions. That was precisely what Count Meridas needed in a time of trouble, and he cried tears of joy on the spot. You're welcome, Lord Count. House Norton will never mistreat its friends. Friends should help each other out after all. We only act for justice and the restoration of peace, so we will still require your aid in ending the war. Also, Lord Count, please advise us on which nobles in Oligmi would agree with our plans and which ones are loyal and have to be removed. Meridas rubbed his eyes and smiled gratefully. All right, Lord Baron. I'll give you an introduction of the nobles in Oligmi. There are 42 noble houses here, among them. On the 10th day of the 4th month, Duke Peterson seceded from the trade union with Chalbuk, Oligmi and Girotin to found the Peterson Kingdom. At the same time, he sent an ambassador to the neighboring nations and the Free Union with a request to be accepted as a member state of the Treaty of Mid-Southern Nations. The premier of the trade union, Duke Coblight, heard word of that and fainted from blood loss through excessive vomiting. Ford, Ribald, and the other minor guilds were fueled by rage and they gathered their forces and mobilized them to Chalbuk in preparation to punish the traitorous Duke Peterson. The army ended up being severely wounded by the Nortons that lied in wait and suffered horrendous losses. Tigersor gave pursuit while they were ahead and took 27 fortresses in Chalbuk in quick succession, raided everything there was to raid, and returned to the rear of the defense line. Once Coblight heard the news of their huge loss the moment he regained consciousness, he shut himself in his study and spent a day and night without eating before he gathered all the nobles and said, "We've already lost this war. Let's send people to surrender to the Nortons." "No, Your Grace. We have to fight to the end. Otherwise, we'll have lost too much. We still have 1 million subjects. Enough food. We can still build an army of hundreds of thousands. We'll defeat House Norton by swarming them in numbers. We'll eradicate the Peterson Kingdom. Traitors must be punished. We can definitely not make peace with traitors." Coblight's words were like a stone that sunk to the bottom of the well. The nobles were strongly against his suggestion and everyone was still willing to fight and unwilling to take the loss in the heat of the moment. Some of the more rational ones merely kept silent. "We must surrender and ask for peace," the Duke yelled with a raised voice, suppressing the rambling nobles. "Do you know what the consequences are if we prolong the war? Our complete and total annihilation. House Norton is tightening the noose around our necks step by step without fail. Compared to us, they can afford to be more patient and watch as we take one step after another towards the gallows. Even though the trade union has existed for nearly 2 centuries, we have never been in such a dire situation. Right now, we still have 1 million subjects and enough food, but we lack good weapons and equipment. We can't let our soldiers go on the battlefield with wooden weapons, can we? Look at the Norton forces. Steel ballistae, catapults, cannons, you name it, they have it all. But we can only rely on hand-to-hand combat. We can only resist our enemies' attacks by throwing the lives of our soldiers at them. In terms of weapons and equipment, we're far too inferior. If the Nortons are fully armored knights, we are nothing but stick-wielding farmers. We need time to catch up, time to develop weapons that can match up to our enemies. Only then can we restore the Union to its former glory. But what we need now is time. More crucially, we have a fatal lack of salt in our territory." "What? Salt?" All the nobles were dumbstruck. "That's right, salt," Duke Coblight nodded with a pained smile. "Back then, we could easily get salt when we were at Moranti. But now, we have to surrender and make peace with the enemy to be able to obtain that crucial resource. The salt we have can only last us 3 more months. You all know what it's like when we don't have any salt. The body would grow weak and feeble. If we don't make peace as soon as possible, we'll implode in half a year without the enemy even having to attack." I locked myself up in my study to go over this for a day and night about how our union fell so low to this point. It all started when we made the wrong choice. We had forgotten our roots as merchants. The moment we decided to use war to expand our influence, we became like the very nobles we so frowned upon. We raided for wealth because it was so much easier to make profit than running a legitimate business. It could even be said to be cost-free. But as a result, we turned our allies into enemies. Because we lost none of our battles, we forgot about compromise. We only knew how to kill and maim. The more territory we conquered, the larger our pride grew, and we always assumed that we were the victors, high up and aloof. Even though we encountered House Norton and lost to them one battle after another, we still didn't snap out of it. In fact, we doubled down like chronic gamblers and placed all our hopes in a single victory, only to have our forces decimated so badly. It's about time we woke up. We are merchants, and we should use a merchant's wit to tussle with the enemy instead of a noble's war. Our only option now is to surrender and make peace while we still have a chance to. As long as we change our approach and fight the enemy with trade, I doubt that anybody else can match up to us, even House Norton. We will have to spend the near future in lots of pain and hardship. Our enemies won't let us go so easily, and we might have to pay a huge price to make peace. But we are merchants. We can endure our humiliation to trade with our enemy. We shall hide our gripes and desire for revenge deep in our hearts and use our cunning and wit to make profit from the hands of the enemy. By the time we recuperate to our full strength, we can once again rise to glory. Now, let's pick a suitable ambassador for ourselves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556 Reconciliation. Reconciliation. The trade union's willingness to surrender came as a complete surprise to Lorist. Initially, most of the Norton higher-ups believed they would continue the fight to the bitter end and would attack Peterson. That was why the Lorist's forces prepared by sending Firmrock over to the defense line in Quadro. Lorist and Malik had planned to use 2 years to slowly grind away at the strength and stamina of the trade union instead of going all out and defeating them in one blow. They would creep in step by step until their enemy could not resist any longer. From a militaristic view, it was the method that gave them the least casualties. Additionally, in another half a year, the Petersons' Royal Army would take control of their own defenses. Only after they and the Union could face each other would Lorist sit on the sidelines. As for the trade union's salt problem, Lorist arranged with the Duke to have a few people set up smuggling operations. They could keep the trade union teetering on the edge, whilst at the same time bleeding them dry. They would sell them rock salt at an exorbitant price and use the profit to fund their defenses. In essence, they were using the Union's money to train soldiers against them. The Duke was more than happy to agree. But now, the Union had asked for peace. Why didn't you come earlier? You kept refusing when I was willing to negotiate, but now you want peace? Your doom is already rolling down the mountain towards you. Why do you have to go and make my plans a waste? Should we refuse? Lorist asked Charade. Knowing what was on his lord's mind, he shook his head. The Union turned us down in the past because they thought we were being unreasonable and they still had breathing room. Now they have no choice, it's either death or surrender. They may be suing for peace, but this is surrender by another name. We will be calling the shots since we have all the power. We can make whatever demands we want. If they don't agree, we'll just wipe them out. If we just chase them away, we'll look like the bad guys and like our previous sweet words were lies. At the same time, we don't have the authority to turn them down. You're royal mandated to end the war and negotiate peace, so you don't have the right to turn down overtures towards peace. Only the king can do that. We should negotiate a deal that makes all our allies happy, then send it along to the king to give his final considerations. Lorist nodded. Charade's words were true. The Union's surrender meant they were giving up on making up for their losses. Acknowledging the 4 restored nations in Peterson and the Free Union's sovereignty were the fundamental concessions. As for Chichter and Mayflower's territories, the Union had no choice but to give up on them because they could not contend with them in their current state. All Lorist's goals had indeed been met. He'd even got control of most of the continent's market. Given that the Union was willing to surrender, Lorist didn't have to play bad cop and could leave everything in Auguslo's hands. Given the king's nature, he would definitely not let the Union off easily, especially after how they had wronged him. All right, I'll do it your way. Tell our king to come here and handle the negotiations. Lorist suddenly thought of something. And, did the ambassador make any demands? Only one. They demand unfettered access to the markets. So they're not willing to give up yet. They want to move the war from the battlefield to the market square. Lorist smiled, the merchants are finally seeing the light. They know war is a matter for nobles. It's still not too late. Looks like they still have some confidence, for them to be willing to return to mercantilism. Should we refuse? Lorist rapped the desk with his fingers. No. The right to trade freely is no big deal. The Alliance nobles also have all sorts of trading guilds selling their stuffs. The Union is just asking for the same rights. Agree to see them as equals. Understood, Your Grace. Charade stood up and prepared to leave. Hold on, can you talk to Duke Peterson privately about the policy of his salt sale? Make sure he doesn't allow anyone else to cross his borders. All salt sales to the Union must go through him. Since the Union lacks salt, if we have this exclusive arrangement, they can't buy salt from anyone aside from Peterson. Tell the Duke that, even though this agreement won't be as profitable as smuggling, it would still net him a good profit. He will pay back the loan much faster. Also, tell the Alliance forces stationed in Tenalik and Salugnica to keep anyone from smuggling salt into the Union. As for the profit sharing, help mediate between them and Peterson and make sure things stay harmonious. Charade admirated his lord the more he listened. Your Grace's suggestion is splendid. The Union will never climb back from this. No matter what they do, they'll always be strangled by this noose. In the long term, their hate for the Peterson will fester. The more hateful they become, the more assured I am. Even if they recover, they'll have to go through the Peterson first. Otherwise, they'll have to stay cooped up in their 4 provinces for good. Lorist raised his teacup and emptied it in one gulp. Tarkle knocked and came in. A message from the capital. The new queen delivered a healthy young prince. His Majesty has named him Heliast. Aha, looks like our king is quite industrious. Charade, prepare a congratulatory gift. Also, tell the king about the Union's suit. Understood, Your Grace. I'll start immediately. The trade union's ambassador spoke with various representatives over the course of a month and finally took the first step to peace. The Union was incredibly humiliated. They had to recognize all the new nations, the Kingdom of Chictor, the Duchies of Motby, Kabai, Samarita, and Zidkar, and the Free Union. As part of that recognition, they had to forfeit all claims on the land the Free Union controlled. They were also saddled with 500,000 gold fords in reparation payments. The ambassador also met with Meritas, who was now a duke under King Peterson, and they signed a non-aggression pact. They recognized each other's territory and sovereignty. Laughably, the two sides seemed to have forgotten that a third of the Union's territory in Quadro was still controlled by House Norton. In their pact, they would respect each other's rights, and Meritas welcomed trade union trade. Charade, who presided over the negotiations, smiled secretly. I wonder how the Union will react after they learn that the Petersons have rallied the other 4 nations to an exclusive salt trade policy. Maybe they'll tear the pact up and declare war again? The pact allowed only Peterson salt to be traded within or transported through any of the kingdom's territories. Since they all but surrounded the Union, that meant that the Union could only buy Peterson salt. Even if they bought salt elsewhere, they could not get it back home. The negotiations between the two unions were far simpler. The Free Union did not put any airs. They immediately accepted the trade union's offer of 1 million gold fords in reparations. They were also quick to agree on free trade and mutual recognition. Naturally, a large part of that was due to the private visit the trade union ambassador paid to the Free Union negotiators. The trade union's only worry was that House Norton had yet to begin peace negotiations. The fat old fox Charade had publicly announced their peaceful intents for the war, but now they were stalling for time. The ambassador finally understood why when news arrived that King Auguslo was on his way south. He traveled with just a regiment of personal guards and started talks almost as he stepped through Moranti's gates. The king had 2 demands. The trade union's premier had to issue a public apology for their sins, and the man had to bow before the king an apology to him personally. The second was a payment of 10 million gold fords in war reparations. The ambassador almost quit right there. The king had done nothing but almost lose the war. House Norton had won the war, but now he was making all the demands, and they were all focused on his personal prestige. He kept his cool, however, and sent the demands on to Duke Coblight. To his surprise, Duke Coblight arrived a few weeks later and personally apologized to Auguslo. Auguslo settled on 5 million in reparations as a sign of goodwill after the Duke's show of sincerity. 2 million would be an immediate deposit, and the rest could be paid over the next 5 years. Peace was finally restored. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557: Retreat and Leasing Land. The moment the trade union's premier, Duke Coblight, signed the ceasefire and reconciliation agreement and bowed to him 3 times was the most glorious moment in Auguslo's life. None of his predecessors had ever even come close to defeating the trade union. A few had even been on the brink of defeat themselves. Today, however, he had achieved this century-old ambition passed on from generation to generation. Auguslo completely forgot that he had little to do with the victory. He was Lorist's liege, so naturally his subordinates' victories were his victories. Besides, his forces did take part in the final operation. That they never fought the enemy in actual combat didn't matter. He was positively jovial during the celebrations and his goblet had to be refilled frequently. Despite that, he was surprisingly sober when he approached Lorist. I can't thank you enough, Locke. This war would have lasted many more years if not for you, and we might not have been the victors when it finally ended. Well, at least you still know how to acknowledge someone's efforts, though you are still incapable of realizing when you had nothing to do with a good result, Lorist thought. He'd been present for the whole banquet, but few had come to talk to him. He was a sword saint, after all, few had the qualifications to be in his presence, much less speak to him. Everyone had come to greet him, but most had just lifted their cups to him from a distance. The few that did qualify to speak to him also just said a few words before taking their leave. Lorist raised his goblet in reply. It's not much, Your Majesty. I am your vassal, my victory naturally is yours as well. Auguslo sighed. I have to apologize to you, Locke. I didn't think the dumb son of mine would be so greedy. He's really bumbled into a mess he had no business even looking at. I've cleaned out the bastards egging him on, though, so I hope he will not be this dumb again. Please don't let this sour our relationship. Lorist took a sip of wine, smiling, before he replied. I have not taken his mistakes to heart. He is young and ambitious and somewhat drunk on power and authority he does not know. His shenanigans didn't cost me much, so there is little to reckon with him. That said, I have a duty as your subject, and the kingdom's only sword saint to say this. Wexes does not have the dignity, wisdom, and character needed of a king. He must either be radically re-educated, or you must find a different heir apparent. It is your duty to your bloodline's legacy. You need not be rushed with it either. You already have a legitimate son, and you're a blade master. You still have many decades of life left in which to raise the boy into a proper heir. Lorist was not as blunt as he could be, but his stance was clear. He would not support Wexes as heir. He did not like him, and while he could not use that alone as an excuse to break away from the kingdom, he could easily isolate himself in his fief and refuse to have anything further to do with the royal family and their troubles. Auguslo smiled bitterly. Wexes may not be a kid anymore, but he is still young. There is still much room to grow, yes, but also much time in which to do it. He doesn't have a bad heart, he was just too blind to other people's manipulations, too naive. He will learn from this mistake and become wiser for it. He may lack a proper education due to his circumstances, but he is bright and will learn quickly. Lorist shook his head. I commend your loyalty to your son as a father myself, but as a noble and your vassal, I cannot approve of it. His flaws are not skin deep, Your Majesty. If only you'd put your emotions aside and consider everything objectively, you would see it too. Why would he have an affair with your wife, knowing who she was, if he respected you as his father? The late queen is not blameless, but had he had any sense of propriety he would have turned her down. I can see only two reasons why he would do what he did. He either has no respect for you at all, or he is such an idiot that he cannot understand such a simple moral and social principle. And I do not know which is worse. We have a saying in the North, one hand cannot clap. Your Majesty is smart, but your heart has clouded your mind. You let your emotions rule you rather than your wisdom, so you let Wexes shirk all responsibility and push everything onto the late queen. He lacks a father's love for their children, and a knight's courage to accept responsibility for their mistakes. Do you not see your son's complicity? If he can do such things as a bastard, what would he do if he were made king? What would he have done then with Gillen Harbor? He would no doubt have marched his army on the port city and accused us of treason. You know my personality, Your Majesty, tell me, would I have not defended myself? And what would have happened the moment I took up arms to defend myself? It would have been a civil war, another one. Surely it wouldn't be that serious. But the king knew Lorist spoke reasonably. Wexes was planning to do just that even though he wasn't king. It might well have been another civil war had he not told Ripley not to listen to the kid. A civil war would end the empire. Not to mention that Lorist had more than enough power to not just fight a civil war, but win it. The Christian line would have been wiped out. You know I speak accurately, Your Majesty. Lorist didn't give Auguslo face. He knew just as well as the king what Wexes had tried to do. I know, Auguslo admitted bitterly, I'll think on your words when I return. Maybe I should give him a fief. Such responsibility may change him. But, Locke, please grant me this one wish, if not as king, then at least as a father, promise to take Heliast as your disciple when he's old enough. Heliast was the king's only legitimate offspring. If Lorist was so opposed to Wexes, then hopefully he would take the king's legitimate son as his disciple and train him properly in both swordsmanship and statesmanship. Though Auguslo had not said anything about it, this showed he had given up on Wexes. It was a good political move on all levels as well. It not only ensured that his son would become a powerful warrior and a good statesman, it also cemented a relationship between him and Lorist. The Duke could not turn on one of his own disciples, so he would naturally support his ascension to the throne when the time came, and with the Sword Saint's support, Wexes would not be able to make trouble even if he wanted. Lorist smiled and raised his goblet. If the boy awakens his battle force before he turns 16, I will take him as my disciple, but I will not lower my standards. He has to awaken his battle force before his 16th birthday. And I will treat him no different from any of my other disciples. While he is my disciple, he is not the prince, nor even a noble, he is my disciple and my disciple only. And I will not let anyone interfere in my approach to training him. That is what I hope to see happen, Locke. Thank you. The two emptied their goblets. Auguslo quickly got out a bottle and refilled the goblets. I must speak to you regarding another matter. With the trade union's surrender, we have no more immediate threats. And, with every square inch of the old empire's territory reclaimed, it is finally time to officially refound the empire. I plan to hold the ceremony on the anniversary of the first founding, the 10th of the 8th, next year. What are your thoughts? Lorist put the goblet down and lowered his head. This is indeed a joyous occasion. The empire was fractured by infighting among the imperial descendants, but now it is reunited again. All your vassals look forward to the ceremony. How perfectly appropriate. Auguslo laughed. I will not let the historians forget your name when they write their chronicles. Your contributions will be detailed right alongside my honors. You are model vassals. Auguslo stayed in Moranti for 3 more days before returning to the capital. Charade complained that the king had gone overboard when he returned. House Norton fought for his sake and lost so much money, but he didn't give them a single copper from the settlement he got from the trade union. He had never seen such a stingy king. Lorist just shook his head, smiling. Forget it. We've benefited decently from this campaign. Putting aside the Cape Romani, our sales in Moranti will make us rich for decades, even centuries to come. Apart from that, even though we didn't get any apparent benefits, we get a stellar reputation. That's something money can't buy. The king is stingy, but he has his reasons. The kingdom is just barely staying solvent. He desperately needs the money. Not to mention that he will soon refound the empire. It's not going to be cheap. There's also Gillen Harbor. Didn't we give half of the proceeds to the king from that? That reminds me. When are we going home? Should we leave some troops here? If something happens here and we're completely absent, it'll take months to respond. We should leave a legion here just in case. I have a feeling the trade union is concocting another scheme. No need. We have no excuse to stay here. We won such a great reputation, let's not piss it all away for the sake of greed. And it's not like we're leaving immediately anyway. We'll still be here for the rest of the year. Anyway, send Tigersaur and Jaeger back first. Have the Sentry Legion stay for a couple more months. We'll finish once they've finished training the Peterson's military. Fernrock will stay until the end of the year and we hand Quadro over to Peterson. As for the trade union, I'm sure their time in the limelight is eternally over. And they knew it the moment their ambassador left their territory. Peterson has his salt plan, and that alone will keep a lid on the union for good. Their next war will be the war that sees them wiped off the map. Sending 4 of our main legions back will show our intent of maintaining peace. However, I don't plan to send our naval forces back. The Free Union won't have enough money to invest in a naval force in the near future, so their maritime safety is still dependent on the North Sea Fleet. Later, discuss with Jinduz about the land near High Gold Bay. I want to construct a base for our forces and I doubt Jinduz would refuse such a reasonable request. Understood. I will negotiate with him about the lease, said Charade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558 Dominion for rent at 3,000 gold. Good investments don't have expiry dates. Jinduz hurried to Lorist the next day. Your Grace, did we do something to offend you? Asked he. Ha? What do you mean? Asked Lorist. Why did Baron Charade come and ask us to lease the land next to the harbor to you, but? Ah, that was what he was talking about. So he'd overthought things and come to the wrong conclusions. You misunderstand, Jinduz. I asked Charade to rent that land for you. Currently, peace has returned to Folic Plains and we have no reasons to be here. Our main forces are going home, they'll be almost entirely gone by the end of the year. The original plan was to send the fleet home as well, but then I remembered you guys don't have a fleet. It'll take you a lot of time to build a new one, so I thought of leasing an area next to the harbor from you as a base of operations for my fleet in the south. I'm also not very fond of putting military and civilian ships in the same place, it's not good for security. I also don't think it's right for us to use your facilities for free, especially not if we're going to be equals, so it would be best to lease some land from you and build a naval base. I see, Jinda sighed with relief. The Union is not yet ready to start building a fleet, so we'll be reliant on you for some time yet. But you don't have to pay for it. We'll give you a payment-free lease. No, we can't have that. You're at peace and you're an independent nation, plus Moranti is your capital, we can't be rooming here without a proper agreement. If we aren't paying for the lease, others might suggest you're selling yourselves out. Besides, with how quickly trade is picking up, the harbor is due for an expansion, anyway. This isn't wild guesses either. People might not think much about us being here like this right now, but what about in 3 years? If things continue to pick up, we will be in the way soon and people will become irritated and start asking questions. Better to move out of the harbor before the situation sours. Aren't you overthinking things a little? Lorist smiled. It's just a precaution. I have always been straightforward with my intentions. I'm just looking at the bigger picture and taking preemptive measures. All right. Where do you want to build your naval? Lorist tapped on the map on the wall depicting the greater Highgold Bay area. Here. This is the place we want to rent. What? But, Your Grace, that's barren land. It's nothing but bedrock and reef. Highgold Bay was almost more of an inland sea than just a bay, and its entrance was a large channel cleft between two mountains. It shielded the bay from storms and the worst of ocean weather, which made the bay ideal for fish colonies, and thus fishing and human settlement, but also for hosting large fleets of ships. The two mountains themselves and their surrounding mountainous ridges were bare rock. Only the occasional tree broke ground on their faces. The numerous cliffs were home to many birds of prey, most of whom hunted fish in the bay. Millennia of such calm waters also let murky water reefs grow quite extensively along the inner coast of the bay. They narrowed the channel down to a thin corridor which ships had to navigate to enter or exit the bay. The inner reaches of the bay was shaped like a gourd, or a water droplet. It opened up from the thin entryway to a large bulbous sea which terminated in a gentle curves coast like the bottom of a water droplet. The water inside was not just calm, but exceptionally warm and fertile, especially since the continent's largest river, the Silver River, fed into the bay. It was a large, muddy river that constantly carried rich sediment into the bay. It looked very much like the Yellow River of Lorist's old world, though it flowed much lazier. Morant sat at the southern extreme of the bay where the bay was at its widest. The bay's shores were sparsely populated besides Moranti, especially the riverbanks and bay entrance. That area was entirely unsuited for human settlement, but that was where Lorist wished to build his naval base, right by the entrance to the bay. Yes. I want to lease that land. 15 kilometers of coastline stretching several kilometers inland as well, Lorist nodded. Military and civilian spheres of operation should be kept separated as much as possible. But, isn't it too far from the city? It'll be a task to move supplies, plus you'll have to build the base from scratch. And why so much land? That's an entire barony. It would be better for the fleet to be close to the city. Other things aside, the food they consumed was a good source of income, not to mention other money the sailors would spend in the city. Norton soldiers were generous with their spending in good, rule-abiding folk. They were far better than common freeloading soldiers and were most welcome in many taverns and brothels. That's because apart from building the base, I plan to provide a living space for the families of the men for the time they're stationed here. Naturally most of them will only be here or a few years before going back home, but in that time I'd like the families to stay together. We can set up a ferry to the city to solve the transport problems. It shouldn't be a problem, right? It's not like you have a use for the land, anyway. For how long do you intend to lease it? Well, we still have to make our final decision, part of it depends on what you want for the land. I'm sure you understand we're not just giving away money, we need a return on our investment. The lease will be for at least as long as it takes for us to earn back our setup costs, but you can discuss that with Charade. Jindas bowed respectfully and bid his farewell. Charade reported the deal's agreement 3 days later. The lease was for the next 99 years. Charade had wanted to push for 150, but Jindas would have none of it. The rent was 3,000 gold. Charade was, however, a little disconcerted that the land was desolate. It might be a waste to invest so much money to develop it. Just 3,000 a year? Charade, you've outdone yourself. That bit of land and coast is unbelievably valuable. It might be desolate, but it gives us a base of operations from which we can not just control Highgold Bay, but project our power and influence to the rest of the southern half of the continent. And then there's the reef. Lorist took a pencil and began sketching the area in question. See? Lorist connected the reef area with the shore of the entry point of the bay. Now, it looked like an outstretched fist from the shore. Your Grace, you mean to build another sea fort like the one we built near Cape Romani? Lorist nodded. The reef isn't very big, but it's still enough to let us put cannons there. We'll have iron-fisted control of the bay. Controlling that bit of land and sea is the same as controlling all of the bay, and with it all of the trade going on in Moranti. Who will you give the task of building the fort? How big do you want it? I was only going to build a naval base for the fleet originally. I didn't expect the Union would give us the whole stretch of coast and land I demanded. I was only starting with a high bid, so I had room to compromise and negotiate. And with the length of our lease contract, we have more than enough time to recoup the costs of developing the area. If everything works out, the entire fleet's operating costs could be covered by that little bit of land alone. As for the development itself, our first priority is sending out surveyors. Send a division along to occupy the territory as well. Since it's coastline, send an artillery brigade along. As for who to put in charge of the project, Howard is obviously the best choice. He's the only one with actual experience in this sort of thing. You can also put him in command of the base and make him the governor of the area. It will be good practice for when he retires to his own dominion. What do you think? Everything seems in order. I have no worries with Howard in charge. I'll have Malak send some surveyors to the area as soon as possible. My only question is where we get the manpower? Just contract a few guilds in the city and let them handle the civilian side of it. But the military installations and the harbor and docks we have to build ourselves. Very well. Let me get to it immediately. I'll leave with Malak tomorrow. I'll come with you. I don't have anything to do tomorrow, anyway. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559 Study. The worst kind of enemy a man can have is another man with nothing to lose. Really sorry for the mistaken release. We've chosen to release this chapter as well, making it a double release on the site, so that the chapters can be read in order, so there will be no public site release tomorrow. We apologize for the inconveniences caused. Duke Koblide rushed into his study furiously. The meeting had not gone well. His rage made the servants walk on eggshells, afraid the Duke would vent on them. The Duke wasn't so petty, though. He had no desire to vent on his servants. Doing it would not help him and it would damage his reputation. He would be much better served turning his anger into a driving force to find a solution to the problem. He needed to convince the opposition to give up their power and centralize under his command. Are those blind fools making you angry again? Asked an eerie voice. Koblide started. He lifted his gaze and saw a man clad in black in the corner of the room. Only his pale white face was visible. He smelled bloody and medicinal. Why are you here? Isn't it inconvenient for you? Koblide asked. Same old, I didn't die so I have to live with this suffering. I thought of ending it a few times, but I can't forgive that bastard to turn me into this, so I can't die. I will drag him with me when I finally go. A sinister smile flashed across the pale face. I'm sorry, Krelos, it's because of my incompetence. I failed to keep my promise. I couldn't bring your archenemy to you and I'm afraid I won't be able to for many years. Maybe not for the rest of my life. Kobolit's cousin lowered his head. He'd taken the Sword Saint to the peace negotiations all those years ago as Twin-Head Dragon's vice president and representative. He had volunteered for the honor. It would have been a great achievement and would have ensured he became a duke as well, but alas, Lorist intervened and ruined his plan. No, he hadn't just ruined his plan, he had ruined his body and his heart. Nobody expected he was a Sword Saint. He fought off the Windstorm Sword Saint, even horribly injuring him. Krelos and his companion Blade Masters were caught. The Blade Masters were torn to shreds by Andinak's nobles. Krelos was only spared because the enemy king had an even worse fate in mind for him. The king refused to acknowledge Krelos as a noble. He instead treated him like a charlatan. He stripped him naked, stuck feathers on him, and sent him back to the Union on horseback. His treatment was worse than the old folk punishment. The feathers would normally be glued with honey. It could easily be washed off. Auguslo, however, broke all his limbs, destroyed his cultivation, and glued the feathers to him using lacquer. His other injuries aside, the lacquer burnt his skin, it caused painful and itchy boils to form which would drive the victim mad. If they scratched the boils, however, the lacquer would get under the skin and fester. If it didn't kill him, it would certainly force the healers to amputate the limb. It was the greatest humiliation any one man had ever suffered. Before the ordeal, his reputation was that of a graceful, well-spoken gentleman adored by Moronti's women. After, however, he was not just the Union's greatest laughingstock, but also its greatest shame. He had been forced since to listen to thousands call him pigeon. His physical pain was no small burden either. Had he still had his cultivation, he could have completely healed his limbs with just a few potions, but his weakened body could not handle them. He still took them to heal his limbs, otherwise he would never have been able to leave the bed again, but they ruined his nerves such that he was in constant pain in every cubic centimeter of his body. Removing the feathers was just as bad. The raw lacquer could have been washed off it. He was found and treated before it had set, but he was put on horseback in the cold plain air and sent off on a long trek to the capital. The lacquer had long set by the time he was found. With the lacquer set, the only way to remove the feathers and lacquer was to rip the skin off as well. It took months. His body was already weak because of his injuries and destroyed cultivation, so it couldn't all be removed at once. Instead, it had to be removed bit by bit over time. As a result, Krelos not only had to live with at least part of his body constantly burning for several months, but there was always a patch of skin that had recently been ripped off and was either bleeding or yelling at him in painful complaint. Even worse was that the lacquer had soaked into his skin and damaged the flesh underneath. His skin grew back deformed and discolored. His entire body was a giant scar. The lacquer's work, combined with the side effects of taking a potion meant for blade masters, was that the nerves under his skin flared up every now and again, plunging him once again into the pain he had felt when the lacquer was applied and later torn off. His damaged skin was also not just deformed, but also malgrown. It split frequently, causing him to bleed and later form pus-filled blisters as his weakened constitution couldn't fight off the infection effectively. Coupled with his damaged nerves, it meant that any physical contact with anything, even just the air moving over his skin gently, felt like knives being shoved into his flesh. This condition was unheard of, so no one knew how to treat it. The healers had tried a number of treatments, but most only made it worse. Krelos shuddered all of a sudden. His black robe shook with him and he bit his lip so hard he split a piece off, causing a thin trail of blood to run down his white face. A wave of guilt washed over Koblight. Krelos's nerves were acting up again. The worst feeling was knowing that he was both responsible for his cousin's current suffering, and being unable to do anything for him. He couldn't even hold his hand and comfort him, the touch would make things only worse. I don't blame you. Krelos spoke finally, what little color his face did have slowly returning. You advised me against going. You wanted to end the war the good old way. I was the fool for insisting on going ahead. I have only one person to hate. He didn't just torture me, what he did should be a crime against all of humanity. No one could ever do anything to deserve this humiliation and torture. He should at least have executed me in a manner fitting of my status as a noble. But no, he instead denied my right to a dignified end and humiliated me in the worst way possible. I live for the day I watch him suffer the same fate, and that day only. That said, you do disappoint me. Not for being unable to keep our promise, but are still lacking the resolve to make tough decisions. There was no anger, no resentment in Kurlo's voice, but that made him sound even worse. It made the hairs on Koblet's entire body stand on end. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? He asked. Krelos had isolated himself since his return. Apart from discussing the state of the Union and Koblight's personal study and planning his revenge, he tended his wounds in his room and occasionally stalked the mansion at night. He had become the mansion's ghost, haunting it like a ghoul. Krelos had been the one to work behind the scenes and organize the new forces after the defeat at Bluewick. He was also the mastermind behind Koblight's bid to federalize the Union. I came to tell you I am leaving. I am leaving the Union as well. What? Where are you going? What will you do? Since I can't get revenge using war against the kingdom, I'll get it with my own hands. You can't leave. I won't let you take such a risk. Your battle force still hasn't recovered and you're often tortured by the pains. You know there's no way you can go to the enemy capital in your state. Your enemy isn't just any noble either. He's a king, soon to be emperor, in fact. Do you really think you can get past everyone that will be around him all the time? Not to mention that he's a blade master. How would you take your revenge, anyway? Assassinate him? Killing a king will condemn your soul to the abyss for eternity. You'll not just be condemning yourself, but all your descendants as well. Your entire bloodline will be denied entry into the heavens. No deity will accept a soul connected to a kingslayer by blood. Only kings can kill kings. I promised you could torture him all you want when I bring him to you, but I never said you could kill him, and that's why. A wry smile cracked Krelos's face. I won't kill him. I won't let him of that easy. He will go through the same thing he put me through, and I'll force him to live with this pain for decades until he finally croaks of old age. How many years have I waited, though? It's been 5 years, and now with the Union in ruins, how much more will it be? You just told me yourself you can't do it anymore, but if we work together, I'm sure we can find another way. We'll restore the Union. 20 or 30 years, that's enough time to get back to where we were and take our revenge. You need to be patient. We still have time. I will keep my promise. Koblight, don't spout that propaganda at me. It's good enough to fool the merchants and the other guilds, but you and I know better. I don't think any of the guilds believe it either. If they did, you wouldn't have stormed in her like you did. Let me guess, they rejected your later proposal, right? They've turned on you and are vetoing everything you propose. I don't understand why. We're in the worst place we've ever been, but they're still being prideful and stubborn. We had to cough up so much to end the war, but now our new neighbors have formed a chokehold on us and are slowly squeezing the life out of the Union. We can't be stingy now. They can hoard all the money they want, but it will mean nothing if the Union collapses. They know we are in no position for a war, but they are demanding I tear up the peace treaty and go to war against our neighbors. Did they forget that they are part of the alliance now? If we start a war against them, we're starting a war against the whole alliance. So what if they have the exclusive rights to sell salt? Can the price be any higher than gold? We have to rebuild our economy now, no matter the cost. We must endure. We lost Folic Plains and Moranti, but we still have Quartz Mountain. Taribo grew into the powerhouse it was because of that mountain. We can do it too. I've given them a way to get rich without losing a single life, but they still want war. They won't let me put into motion anything that could improve our position without going to war. Reaching an understanding with Andanak despite the consequences had caused Koblight's status to fall heavily. The exclusive salt deal between Peterson, Zikdor, and their other neighbors added salt to the wound, literally. His opponents demanded war with their neighbors to win back the Union's honor and were vetoing every policy Koblight proposed in an effort to force him to go to war. I told you there were too many merchant guilds in the Union years ago. But you didn't want to listen. Now look what that's got you. If I were you, I would cut them all out. You have to excise the boils before they burst or they'll spread their pus and only make things worse. If you let this continue, the Union will fall apart. Duke Ford Moranti founded the Union 186 years ago on the plains with only the Big Seven. Now, you have more than 30 guilds. It's too many. Whether you object or not, I will leave for the enemy capital. There have been some developments that have piqued my interests. Before I leave, let me take the blame for you one last time. I know you're a good person and can't take that kind of action, so I'll do it. You just have to clean up the mess and declare me a traitor. That should keep you clean. Just give me your insignia. You don't have to worry about the rest, just let me decide. Krelos left with Koblight's command insignia shortly after. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560. Still so busy at home. Still so busy at home. Lorist returned to the Northlands during the 9th month along with Tigersaur and Charade. However, Tigersaur's acting general, Reedy, didn't follow them back. Instead, he was busy helping Malek and Howard out with the development of their rented dominion. Malek stayed behind because he was one of the main people in charge, as that base was to have heavy significance in the Norton military. He planned to only return after the project was in full swing. Reedy stayed back for 2 reasons. The first was for his junior apprentice brother, Howard, who was tasked to become the main supervisor of the project, which meant that they might not be able to meet for the next few years. Reedy decided to stay for 2 to 3 months to help Howard continue to polish his swordsmanship. His uncle, Charlando, also wasn't willing to see him return to the Northlands so soon and managed to convince him to stay until the end of the year to return with Els and the Sentry Legion. That way, the old man wouldn't have to suffer parting with his beloved nephews twice. Sylvia, Spiel, Kedden, and the other officials of the house rushed to Northsea to receive Lorist and held a rather grand welcoming ceremony for him and the soldiers who had fought outside the Dominion for years. A grand banquet was hosted in the army camp outside the city for the men of Tigersaur and Lorist. At first Lorist wondered why a pauper like Spiel was willing to endorse frivolous spending such as that. During the end of last year, Spiel explained to Lorist with a smile on his face that thanks to the restoration of the market in Moranti, House Norton's factories were in production non-stop and new factories were constantly being built. The Dominion showed a prosperous sign. The increase in production during the past year alone had caused profits to increase by almost 3 million. Spiel said that he had no choice but to save back then since the house didn't have much money. He was even more terrified when Lorist spent what little amount they had seemingly thoughtlessly. But now that the house was getting richer, Spiel finally understood the intent behind Lorist's spending and investment. For every gold coin thrown in, more would come back in profit. That was why he gave his full approval when Sylvia got him to help out with a grand welcoming ceremony. Since they were pretty well off now, the celebration was definitely something they ought to hold, as it was something that could affect the house's reputation. Lorist's status as a sword saint could be upheld that way as well. At the same time, the soldiers that had been fighting abroad on behalf of the house for so many years would be able to feel how much the house cherished them, making them even more loyal to the house. After the festivities, Lorist noticed that Sylvia and the 4 concubines seemed to be living in Northsea for the long term. He asked about it and found that the palace that was being built at the east side of Ragebear had been delayed. It would have been completed in another half a year, but Spiel decided that since the house was earning so much in recent days, he wanted to make sure that the palace was the grandest there ever would be for the sake of the house's reputation. So, he added a huge sum to the original budget, causing Siroba to be even more invested in it and making sure that it would strike awe into the hearts of all in the next millennium about how grand House Norton was. As such, the construction of the palace was halted until the changes were made. It was then when Lorist just recalled him receiving some documents requesting for additional budget from Spiel last year when he was in Moranti. However, his mind was preoccupied with thinking of how to defeat the trade union back then that he didn't really bother to read it through. Given his trust for the supervisor, he signed his name on the document casually and sent it back to him. Sylvia, being someone who obsessed over hygiene, didn't like to live at Ragebear, where construction was taking place all over. Given her liking for the seaside, she brought the whole family to Northsea and moved into the city hall. There was vacancy anyway, and leaving the rooms empty would be a waste. And even though Bullhorn Bay was no platinum beach, there was a small sandy area that was more than large enough for the women to play with their children at. At night within the city hall of Northsea, within the grandest bedroom, was an exceptionally large bed which was exquisitely decorated. Sylvia and the 4 concubines converted their longing for Lorist into kinetic energy to battle with his rod. Only after he was completely expended did he manage to appease the 5 ravenous women and survive their relentless attack. "Why didn't you just bring the children to Platinum Beach for a vacation?" Lorist asked Sylvia, whom he hugged in his embrace, after the strenuous exercise they just had. The afterglow of climax was still visible on her beautiful visage. She cuddled against Lorist like a little kitten and enjoyed the sense of security his chest gave him. Hearing Lorist's question, she buried herself deeper into his bosom and said, "I didn't feel like it. We went there once 2 years ago and happened to run into Duke Kenmays returning with his forces from Folic Plains. Only around 13,000 of his 50,000 troops returned, and that was a sad affair for the whole of Sigilor. The maidservants at Platinum Beach all seemed really down, and many of their family members perished from the conflict. We could hear their cries from time to time, and the only guests there were us. It wasn't merry like before at all, and all we felt was cold emptiness. We also heard that most of the nobles of the kingdom participated in this war and suffered losses as heavy as House Kenmays's. I'm sure that no noble would go to Platinum Beach for vacation in the coming years, so after that, I went to Morani to find you just as the matter with Queen Kakin came up. We were worried about you." Lorist felt touched, so touched that his little member reacted once more. He gently kissed Sylvia on the forehead and said, "It's all fine now. You don't have to worry any longer. We've won and obtained peace. After that, I will stay by your side and spend the rest of my days with you all. I won't go out to war anymore. It's getting late, so we should go to sleep, after we have another quick one, of course." Sylvia smiled and looked reinvigorated. She felt up Lorist's bottom and asked, "You still have energy left? Weren't you half dead just now?" "Eh? You really got hard. Lie down and don't move, I want to take the top this time." Lorist's legs felt completely weak the next day. Anyone who screwed with 5 women and only got 3 to 4 hours of sleep only to be screwed twice more during the morning would feel like that. Even a sword saint was no exception. That was a biological limitation. Even if Lorist was a sword saint, he was still human, ways off from becoming a god. Even a sword saint doesn't have any way to improve in that department, thought Lorist seriously. However, there were indeed benefits of becoming a sword saint. Duke Faisablin, for instance, was a rank 3 blade master and was fit as a fiddle even in his 70s and could lie with 2 women without issue. Perhaps I should ask Duke Kenmays how. He's only a silver rank, but he must have used all his battle force on his little junior. Kenmays was a famous playboy in the kingdom and the favorite of the loose noble women of the imperial capital. He ceased his senseless thoughts as Sylvia, the concubines and their children were waiting for Lorist to join them for breakfast. Even though he had already met his children yesterday, he was still quite distant from his older children. Anderbale had long forgotten about the father he hadn't met for a year. The younger children at ages 1 or 2 on the other hand thought of Lorist as a mysterious new toy and crawled all over him before claiming their own territory like dogs and marking Lorist with their urine, causing him to have to bathe and change midway through breakfast. Since Sylvia and the others weren't willing to go back to Ragebear, Lorist decided to stay at Northsea as well. He happened to need to observe and manage the reorganization of the naval forces at Bullhorn Bay anyway. Some 2 years after the Battle of Cape Romani with Invincible Fleet, the shipyards at Bullhorn Bay had designed and experimented with more than 10 new battleship designs. Lorist had to integrate those new ships into his navy according to their respective forms and functions. Lorist mainly had to check 3 of those new designs. The first was the Blitz-class warship, which made up the main force of North Sea Fleet. Those were the ships that allowed the Norton's fearsome name to spread throughout by demolishing countless enemy warships. Recently, there had been new developments on the Blitz class at the shipyards which increased their durability, speed, and stability. Lorist decided to order 30 of those new Blitz classes to replace the 14 old ones. The next one was a Swift middle-class ship dubbed a Pursuer by Lorist. Compared to its Swift-class predecessor, all these new ships were fitted with bronze cannons and made to have decks and cabins. Even if each of them were fitted with 18 bronze cannons, they would be stable enough to sustain the recoil from all those cannons firing at once. The streamlined shape of those ships could also weather the strong winds and waves of the northern seas and allowed it to travel double as quickly. The Pursuers probably wouldn't be deployed in the northern seas since the Blitz class was more than enough for patrolling and securing the waters. Lorist had those ships made to deal with pirate ships in the southern seas instead. Blitz-class warships were large vessels that couldn't match up to the smaller pirate vessels in terms of speed and only stood a chance if the winds allowed for it. However, the pirate ships could rely on their familiarity with the local geography and evade pursuit from the Blitz-class warships by sailing between the reefy areas. Lorist believed that with the Pursuers, he could tackle piracy at a large scale in the southern seas. In terms of maneuverability and speed, no other middle-sized Swift class could compete with the Pursuers. The pirates would definitely be unable to escape the Pursuers that were armed with cannons. Their fate was to either surrender or sink. The last new warship was dubbed the Patrollers. They were super large class warships that were partly based on the Sea Castle Sabnums used by Invincible Fleet. Each ship was fitted with 72 bronze cannons across 2 different stories. The front and rear of the ships were also mounted with 4 cannons each. It was a complete monster that could carry a crew of 500 corsairs. It would dominate the oceans in both ranged and close combat. There were 3 other new ships, with one of them being an improved whaling ship. Lorist had mobilized all the whaling ships in the Grand Battle with Invincible Fleet, and all 16 of them had to be retired after the Battle of Cape Romani. They were used to fill up the reef area there and became the foundation on which Fort Howard was built. The new whaling ship was larger and hardier, making it more suitable for whaling further out at sea. To Lorist, this was Grindia, not Earth, and he wasn't some champion for nature and the environment. The sea of that world seemed endlessly wide and whales were loaded with treasure from head to tail. Whaling brought in more than 100,000 gold fords in profits for the house, and each whale could be harvested for more than 1,000. It was a thriving industry that House Norton wouldn't give up on easily. One of the 2 remaining new ships were primarily guest vessels that were more or less the size of the Patrollers, but faster and more agile. Currently, a ferry line was established from Northsea to Moranti with stops at Platinum Beach, Siloas, Gillen Harbour and Armatran Harbour. 4 of those guest vessels would be constructed, and one of them would start sailing from Northsea every month while the other started sailing back from High Gold Bay. Each voyage would take around 28 days and the passengers could get on or off at any given stop. That was the ferry line through the northern seas. The one for the southern seas hadn't been decided on yet. Lorist felt that letting the private ship owners handle the ferry business in the southern seas would be better. House Norton could produce the ferry ships which the private ship owners could use to run such a business. They could work together and form a relationship with the noble backers of those shipowners in the south. That could possibly be a goose that laid golden eggs. The last new ship was an improved version of the LLDAM-class vessel. The capacity of goods it could carry was doubled, and it could sail quicker with more stability. It could also be used as a logistics vessel and sustain a supply chain effectively for North Sea Fleet. It was decided that 24 of those ships would be constructed, and they would usually be used to ship goods to and from Moranti. What troubled Lorist was that they couldn't outsource the construction of those ships to other parties in the interest of confidentiality. All construction had to be done in Bullhorn Bay. House Norton's land and naval forces were already famous throughout the continent, and everybody wanted to steal a piece of what made them so good. Only within the territory of the house could they effectively catch spies sent by other powers. The shipyards in Bullhorn Bay occupied nearly half the area of the bay and had more than 10,000 skilled workers and laborers. That was where the largest industry of the house was located. However, as building ships was something that required skill and expertise, the production couldn't be increased with just an increase in personnel. Producing 20 new ships each year was the limit. Given that there were up to 120 ships waiting to be constructed, Bullhorn Bay's shipyards were fully booked for the next 6 to 7 years. After much consideration, Lorist decided to build some shipyards in Siloas and let them deal with the construction of the ferry and whaling ships. That way, they would be able to realize their plans within 4 years. Apart from arranging for the construction of the ships, Lorist had to consult Spiel for the costs. In Moranti, it cost around 7,000 gold fords for the construction of a LLDAM-class vessel. But House Norton required more than double that amount for one middle-class pursuer to be constructed. Other things aside, the main body of the double-story warship cost 15,000 gold fords to make. The bronze cannons and training of new cannoneers would bump up the costs of each pursuer to around 50,000. Fortunately, the House now had Fort Howard at Cape Romani and they would be able to legally collect toll from passing ships which amounted to no less than 1 million gold fords each year. That was enough to sustain fleet after the expansion, and there might even be some left over for the House. Additionally, around 200 of the ships that were obtained after Invincible Fleet was defeated were auctioned off at Moranti, bringing in another million plus gold fords for the House. That way, the House only had to pay another 5 million or so out of their pockets for the construction of those new ships, which was spread out across 5 years, lessening the burden on the House. After more than a month of hard work, Lorist finally finished planning the whole expansion of the household fleet and the construction for the ships. The next big thing was the year-end celebration held by the House, during which a large number of vassal nobles would have their titles reissued by the House. There was also a large number of soldiers who earned noble titles and lands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561 Enfeoffment Talks. Handing out land is like giving away your children, so be certain their husbands will be good to them. We have 48 people to enfeoff this time, Your Grace, 26 to raise to Viscount, and 2 to raise to Count. I've checked the list personally. There are no mistakes. The only problem is that Delamock and Winston has no free land left to enfeoff. Our only options are Young's Chandler and Wild Husbandry, but they're practically desolate. One of the sayings was, the subordinate runs all the way at the twitch of the superior's mouth. Though Lorist was busy, storehouses of paperwork, and queues upon queues of official lined up outside his office, he could delegate all but the most essential bits to subordinates. He pushed everything about the enfeoffment business into Charade so he could goof off with his wife and children. Charade, in turn, delegated much of his work to his direct subordinates. Unfortunately for him, though, he did not like to leave things up to others entirely, and so ended up working the late nights with them anyway. Enfeoffment was a big deal. The new lands had to be parceled. The land without deeds needed deeds, those with old ones that didn't match their new borders needed new deeds, new titles had to be grouped into larger titles, baronies assigned to viscounties and viscounties to counties and counties to duchies, all of the latter naturally held by Lorist. Some people were given additional titles, others gained a title above their old one, which they held with the old title, and others were relieved of their old titles and moved somewhere with a larger and higher title. Everything had to be planned, arranged, and all the triplicate papers handwritten and signed either by seal or signature before being arranged and stored for the end-of-year ceremony where they would be given to their new holders. Lorist shook his head when he saw Charade slowly caving under a large stack of documents he was trying to carry to the appropriate room. No. Young's Chandler is being under Shadecamp's jurisdiction. It'll be at least 3 more years before he's done with the place. I don't want to cause him more trouble. I am willing to manage the province directly for a few more decades. Hector, from Wild Husbandry, doesn't want me sending any nobles there either. The province's main purpose is a buffer between our heartland and the barbarians. Sending nobles there would undo that. Our hope is to assimilate the barbarians, and when that happens, they'll be moved into the province and settled there. Sending nobles there now would undo our plans. It's a delicate and sensitive procedure. Noble have the right to autonomy, which means if we settle them there, we can't properly control the area, which will likely cause our plans to fall apart as the nobles pursue their own agendas. I stayed away from those 2 provinces for the last decade for exactly these reasons. Charade dropped the stack of documents onto the table, it creaked and dust flew everywhere. Then what will we do for the new nobles? Delamock and Winston just doesn't have space anymore. Lorist took out a bottle of blackcurrant wine and 2 tall wine glasses. He filled them up and dropped a few ice shards into the cups before handing one to Charade. Have a drink. It's the Vineyard's latest selection of blackcurrant wine. It's great chilled with ice. Not bad, Charade praised after a light sip, but it's only the 10th month. Where did you get the ice? There were no such things as refrigerators on Grindia. Most nobles imported or gathered ice in the winter and stored them in massive underground caverns for use throughout the summer. It was expensive, so only the nobility could afford it. The ice would be used for making frozen or cooled delicacies, or cold drinks. The more extravagant might have ice baths to break away from the summer heat. In the hotter climates to the south, however, even storing masses of ice underground could not keep them for the whole 9 months between the last snowfall and the first of the next winter. Most places ran out at around mid to late summer. The North's summers weren't as hot as further south, so they didn't generally store much ice, if any at all. What little ice they might store was usually gone by the end of spring. It was already autumn, so the ice should have been gone completely. You remember the gunpowder research lab? Professor Balbaugh discovered during some of his experiments that certain chemical reactions using saltpeter would cool things, enough to freeze them in some cases. I simply had him use that to freeze some water. I made a trip there just a few days ago and brought a batch back with me along with some saltpeter to make ice here. You sure have a lot of free time, huh? Here I am working my ass off to keep things going, and you're off frolicking in the wilderness looking for ice. And not just that, you're using what little saltpeter we have for gunpowder to make ice? When did we suddenly get a surplus of saltpeter? Did you maybe discover a way to get lots more saltpeter? No, nothing like that. The saltpeter is recyclable. You just need to boil the used crystals in a specific water mixture and it's fine again. And I didn't just go for ice and saltpeter. I went to check on the 2 new mine shafts they've been working on. Balbaugh believes we can double gunpowder production over the next 2 years. Charade finished the blackcurrant wine, poured himself another cup and popped 2 large pieces of ice into the wine. Whatever. Back to the main topic. What do we do about the fiefs? We have no choice but to use Jungschandler. We've already invested a lot of time and money in the province and it's coming along nicely. Give the nobles the swamplands and the wilderness for which we don't have plans. Let them develop those areas using their own money. Lorist considered it for a moment but shot it down as well. The problem wasn't money, but how to distribute the wealth. The nobles would not be happy with being given land so much worse than their peers elsewhere. There was still a few scraps left in Delamock and Winston, so why were they being sent to the wastelands of Jungschandler? Why should others get prosperous lands and they not? Was this a punishment, or was their loyalty just not appreciated? I've made up my mind. Find places for them somewhere in Delamock and Winston. The king's ascension ceremony is next year. We'll officially be the Christian Empire again and it should be at least a decade or more before any new conflict arises. The chance to win land and titles through war is now over, for a generation at least. It's time we scaled out military back a little as well and let the men work in the economy. Even those that stay behind deserve a few years of calm and rest. We might even have to resort to promotions based on years of service, rather than achievements. This means this will be our last big enfeoffment ceremony for the foreseeable future. And our territory won't expand much either. The king certainly won't let us have any more than the 5 provinces we have already. The focus of our efforts after we finish with Jungschandler and wild husbandry should be the lands I hold the title deed for in perpetuity, the Northlands, and our overseas territories. Besides developing those lands, I want to push our territory further north. We've cleaned out the barbarian threat quite deep into the mountain range there, so it's time we pushed our borders up. We'll be the ones conquering the lands of our own accord, so the king won't have a say in who gets the land or how it's used. There's also the wildlands to the east of the mountain range. You don't have to worry, Charade, we won't run out of land for some time to come. Ah, so that's what you had in mind. No wonder you had Bulk send squads there to survey the land. I was wondering why you were doing that. All my troubles are solved, then. Lorist nodded. When you return to Ragebear, take a box of blackcurrant with you. It's the Duchy of Morbit's secret brew. The brewers there came to us for asylum when the Union took the duchy. Now they run their famous breweries here. They supply me in House Norton alone, no one else can get any. Charade smiled jovially. Well, don't mind if I do. But just 1 box? Come on, give me 3. You know I love fruit wine. Lorist laughed. 1 bottle is worth 4 gold fords. You've really gotten used to raiding my cellar, huh? Sigh, 2 boxes is all you got from me. If you want more you have to buy them from my cellar. Go see Bauray for the arrangements. Bauray was a man named Boris's eldest son. Boris was House Kenmay's supervisor before defecting to Lorist with his family. He used to govern Hanayabarta, but his term ran out a few years earlier and was brought back north. Upon his return Lorist made him a viscount and gave him land in Delamock. He left his oldest son with Lorist, hoping he'd catch Lorist's eye and be made a disciple, or learn a few things from him as his butler at the very least. Fine, but I demand a discount. I'll go see Bowray later. Anyway, I'm returning to Ragebear tomorrow. Want me to take anything with me? No, you already have all my orders. I'll return with Sylvia at the end of the 11th month. Charade downed the last bit of wine in his cup and stood up, slamming the cup into the table a little clumsily. All right. I bid your grace farewell. Let's meet again in Ragebear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562 Secret Intel from the Trade Union. Secret Intel from the Trade Union. Genolio knocked on the door before he entered the study with a thick pile of pages in hand. Sir Tarkle sent us secret reports from the Trade Union. The House had an importance classification system for its reports and documents based on how sensitive and urgent or important the information contained within the reports and documents were. Urgent class documents contained information concerning household interests directly, and that needed immediate attention. They were usually sent via Eagle and were thus short, concise, bare on the details, and in very simple terms. Secret class documents contain sensitive information, which could be about something concerning the household itself, or other forces, factions, places, people, or circumstances, that had to remain confidential either due to the content or nature of the information, or what the fact that House Norton possessed the information implied about its espionage activities or its possible future interests or actions. The documents were usually very thorough but at the same time somewhat circumspect. Due to their sensitive nature, the utmost care was taken to ensure the details inside were as accurate as possible, and any transport or storage of the documents was done under the utmost scrutiny. The Queen's Affair would have been one such report, but Lorist didn't care about its news spreading and wanted such news at the utmost speed, so it was handled as urgent instead. What is it? Charade asked from his place on a nearby chair. Genolio opened the folder and glanced over its contents. There's been a rebellion in the trade union. It started on the 15th of the 9th. Duke Coblight mobilized Twin-Head Dragon's Legion to purge the rebels. More than 20 guilds have been wiped out, 17 completely, and the rest mostly. It says the prime suspect is Marquis Krelos, Twin-Head Dragon's old vice president. He reached out to the nobles dissatisfied with Coblight's leadership and staged a coup. He's now vanished and Duke Coblight has declared him a traitor. The Duke also put a bounty of 10,000 gold on his head. He also enacted a few new policies changing the peerage. Nobles no longer hold titles to land, they only gain social status and an annual stipend. He sent ambassadors to the neighboring nations to reassure them that he's in control and that peace will continue. Lorist looked amused. It seems this more like a rebirth than a revolt. Coblight is quite a talented man. He clearly intends to play the game seriously. Who is this Krelos? Charade asked, more interested in the revolt's instigator. Marquis Krelos was the ambassador sent to the peace negotiations with the Windstorm Sword Saint. The one the king declared a fraud and sent back to the Union in feathers. Oh, him. Lorist mouthed absent-mindedly. How's he still alive? Wasn't he covered in raw lacquer? He should have died from poisoning. How's he still up and about? Being covered in raw lacquer won't necessarily kill you. It's not like it's actual poison. What's so weird about him still being alive? Genolio countered. You don't understand. I've seen something like this personally. There was a lacquer shop next to my house when I was still a child. A horse barged into it one day and knocked a large bucket of raw lacquer over. The lacquer fell on a nearby worker. He died of an allergic reaction 2 days later. His skin blistered. His employer hired the city's greatest herbalist, but he could do nothing. The blisters festered, and he committed suicide a week later. The horse also got some on its fur and died a couple weeks later as well. The lacquer shop was forced to close after the scandal. The Big Seven guilds required that all workers wear protective gear from then on. The job became very expensive as well since people demanded greater pay for the dangerous work. I spent a few years studying the lacquer at Dawn Academy trying to find out what caused the reaction, but I was no closer to discovering the secret behind its poison when I left with His Grace than when I started. Genolio rolled his eyes. Don't make yourself sound like an expert if you don't actually know anything. Marquis Krelos was a blade master when that happened. The lacquer wouldn't have killed him. He was also a noble, he no doubt hired excellent herbalists to treat him. Besides, a lot of time passed between your tinkering and his punishment. I'm sure someone thought of a better treatment in that time. Charade was rendered speechless. He grabbed Genolio in a fit of rage and ruffled his hair. You little. When did your balls grow big enough to talk back to me? Let's see how I deal with you. Lorist didn't know what to do, so he took the documents from the wrestling pair and skimmed them while he waited for things to calm down. Enough, he eventually had to get involved when things didn't calm down. Charade, you're my chief knight and Genolio's senior. You're basically his uncle as well. Don't go too far, Genolio will eventually be your brat senior, and in a great position to pick on him if you push him too far now. He would dare? Charade let go of Genolio and opened another bottle of blackcurrant wine. His haste to get to work had vanished when the trade union came up. Your Grace can rest assured now. I doubt the revolt was anything less than a complete bloody massacre. Most of the nobles must have been put down and thousands of peasants executed. This may have secured Koblight's position, but I doubt the union can recover from this. You're wrong. We should be more wary of the union instead. Koblight got the perfect excuse to kill off everyone who opposed him. His position is now more secure than it has ever been. Even if a few detractors escaped his purge, which I doubt, they no longer have the power to oppose him. He holds absolute power in the country and can have them killed for whatever reason he wishes. Koblight will no doubt start consolidating his position and the union's remaining strength. He'll first focus on developing his remaining territory. In service of that, he'll no doubt overhaul the entire political and legal system. I wouldn't be surprised if 8/10 of all the union's laws will either be replaced or amended. I give the current peace a decade. He'll start threatening his neighbors before the next 10 years are up. Aren't you overestimating Koblight? He no longer has access to the markets like he used to. We dominate them all. He'll have to fight us if he wants to get back into the market, and he'll have to do it without a good foundation with which to compete. We all know they can't compete with us in either volume or quality. How could they possibly supplant us? Charade argued. You're right. We make more and better goods. But the union has far more experience at mass production than we do. They may never be able to match our quality, but they sure can compete with us in terms of volume, especially where heavy industry is concerned. Tell me, who did their lands belong to before them? Taribo, Tyria, and Mokbe. So the union is going to focus on glass? Yes. Most likely oil and green glass. We make a lot of glassware and sell a lot of it to the Alliance, but no one buys oil glass or green glass from us. The reason is simple. We are too far for the transport of those items to be profitable. They can't be sold for a high price, so merchants can't make a profit if they buy from us, transport all the way south, and then sell there. Before we started producing our own glass, we bought everything from the Ken Mazes. But the transport costs turned the cheapest glass in Moranti into unbelievable luxuries here. And even then the Ken Mazes barely made a profit. That's the main reason why I didn't spare any effort to get the recipe from Taribo. The market here in the north is immense, and we can sell much cheaper than any competitors and still make a massive profit. But the same problem the Ken Mazes had with getting glass here to the north counts for us when we want to send glass to the south. The trade union cannot steal our market here, but similarly we can't compete with them there, at least not where oil and green glass are concerned. Even if we sell at cost, they can still undercut us and still make a profit. Taribo relied on selling oil and green glass to make his fortunes. The union is now doing the same. The market is also perfect for it now. The kingdoms have been ravaged by war and are busy rebuilding. Glassware was no doubt the thing most broken during the various raids and pillages, so everyone will want to rebuy everything. The entire continent is also at peace for once, well, the parts that matter, anyway, which is perfect for trade. It's only a matter of time before the union is back on its feet and rearing to get revenge and take back its lost glory. Koblight did exactly what I proposed to Jin does, turning the landed nobility into honorary nobility. Limiting salt sales and upping their prices won't be enough to keep the union at bay anymore. The union can just smuggle it in, they certainly have the know-how and the connections. Our only saving grace is that they're in one of the worst possible geographic locations for commerce. They're landlocked and surrounded by mountain ranges and other impassable terrain. Your Grace is overestimating the union. If they're really this eager to keep the fight going, why not just march back south and wipe them out for good? Genolio nodded frantically as well. He was a little too fervent in his belief of the Norton forces' invulnerability. Lorist laughed. And what casus belli would we use? We better have a damn good excuse to break the peace treaty so soon after signing it. Otherwise no one will ever trust either us or the soon-to-be emperor again. No, this is beyond us now. We can't make a move again until we're asked for help. We should focus on supporting the free union and strengthen our grip on Moranti and its markets. As long as we maintain control there, the union can only become a local powerhouse, it won't be able to threaten the empire, but... Charade and Genolio nodded. Is there anything else? Lorist asked. Yes, Genolio answered. Lunmord is here for a visit with his 4 wives and 5 children. Replied Genolio. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563 Enfeoffment and Arrangements. Enfeoffment and Arrangements. The 4 wives that came with him are all pregnant again, added Genolio. It was Lunmord's personal affairs, but Genolio couldn't avoid mentioning it. Charade and Lorist shared a shocked glance. What was that man drinking? Lorist wanted to curse the man. Did he has breeder pig in his bloodline? Doesn't the bastard already have 17 children? He did, Your Grace. He's become a legend. A few call him the heroic father. Men teach their sons to aspire to his state, to have 7 wives and countless offspring. His eldest turned 17 this year. He's currently studying at Dawn Academy. His wives are all bears. Who would want that? Asked Charade, dissatisfied. He had 2 sons and a daughter. His wife was no less fertile than any of Lunmord's wives, but he had only a fraction of his children. His wife had spoilt his son too much while he grew up. The boy was nothing more but a run-of-the-mill noble brat. He preferred lazing around all day and reading a book here and there to training his body properly. The boy was also a real lecher. He was just 20 but he already had 3 concubines. Charade wished he could have a couple of concubines or a few more wives, but his wife wouldn't allow it and her Blademaster grandfather-in-law stood behind her. His other children were about the same age, they differed just less than a year and a half from one another. His wife devoted herself to her daughter and neglected his second son. The boy was practically raised by his great-grandfather, who spoiled him into a lawless brute with a superiority complex. He frequently picked fights with his older brother for the thrill of beating him. He'd even awakened his battle force at just 14. Angelic had every intention of making the little barbarian his successor and was carefully teaching him everything he knew. Charade was too busy to tend to his children himself, but he didn't approve of his grandfather-in-law's approach to rearing his second son. He was deathly afraid the old turtle would turn his son into a coward. The old man was a rank 1 Blademaster, but he never did anything for the house. He hid away in his house and thought up every possible excuse not to be up for service. He'd also not made any progress in his cultivation since breaking through to become a Blademaster, whilst Reedy and Shuss, both of whom started cultivating much later than Angelic, had not only caught up to him, but had surpassed him. Both were now rank 2 Blademasters. The last time the old man had showed himself was when Lorist was being pursued by Blademasters after his confrontation with the Windstorm Sword Saint. And he vanished the moment he received his first injury. It was barely more than a cut, but he refused to move again, claiming to need several years to recover from his grave wounds. It took Charade a massive amount of effort to pry his second son away from the old man and send him to Nico Academy. He also courted Lorist as his son's future master for several years before he finally got him to agree to let the boy be his attendant when he turned 16. If the boy could gain Lorist's favor during his time as his attendant, he would have a Sword Saint master. The eldest son was beyond salvation as far as martial ability went, but Charade was okay with letting him waste his life away since he could make his second son his heir instead. He was betting House Charade's future on his second son and would even fight his grandfather-in-law to make sure the kid grew up to be a worthy heir. He was actually interested to see if the old coward would dare compete with a Sword Saint for his great-grandson. He seriously doubted the old man would even manage to get a word of protest out of his mouth even if he somehow managed to muster the courage to confront him. That was why Charade envied Lunmord. It wasn't that his wife hadn't blessed him with children. He just couldn't compare, neither in terms of women, nor in terms of children. If he could have 7 wives, his family would no doubt be merry. Even if he didn't have 20+ children, he'd at least have more than 10. And it wasn't like he couldn't afford to raise them. 17 plus 5 and 4 more in 4 stomachs. It seems Lunmord will soon be a father of 26. Looks like he's had quite a good life in Jacano, joked Lorist. Lunmord was conscripted after offending a noble in Moranti and sent to the battlefield. There he managed to save Jacano's crown prince who took him in. His 4 wives left to search for him and eventually found him with the prince after several years. It was practically a play. The Union declared him a traitor when he left with the crown prince and threatened his execution should he be caught. As a result, he was forced to stay in Jacano until the Union could be removed from the picture. Only now that the Union was no longer a threat could he return. Don't forget he has 3 more wives in the Dominion. I'm certain they won't let him rest until they're all pregnant again as well. It's quite likely he'll have more than 29 children before the end of next year. I don't think it'll stop there either. They'll probably keep popping out children until they're too old to keep going, spat Charade. I pity him. It must be tough to raise such a big family, said Genolio. Yes. The poor sod only had one small silver is spending money last I heard. He became a doctor because he had to do extra work on the side to earn more money. He's probably more miserable than any of the peasants were before they became refugees and later our subjects. He can't spend just a little on his women. If he buys one of them something, the rest demand their share as well. Not to mention the birthday presents and parties, added Charade. Isn't he going to be made a baron this year? You did pick a decent piece of land for him, right? Asked Lorist. I did, Charade nodded. Lunmord's barony will be near Sanderson mountain range. It's a portion of a valley in the mountain range's foothills. Its borders lie on the shore of a small lake in the valley, and into the forest up the mountain. It already has a castle and there's also a small silver mine just into the forest. We've already made a lease agreement under the title, so he'll get a third of the mine's profits. That alone should be 2,000 gold fords a year. If he makes good use of the other resources, he should get 3,000 gold a year. And if he develops the dominion well, it can be increased with taxes. Lorist wrapped his fingers on his desk and wrote a few lines on a piece of paper. He handed it to Ginolio as he spoke. Take this to Bauret. Draw 10,000 gold from the vaults in my name. Charade, take Ginolio with you and visit Lunmord. The money's a gift for him to thank him for his years of service and as a repayment for his years of hardship outside my territory and away from his family. I apologize for putting this on you as well, but Lunmord will likely not have time to come visit me, and it isn't appropriate for me to go see him myself, so I have to saddle you with this. It should be enough money to have a good celebration of his return and take a good, long vacation while still having some left to start up operations in his barony. I don't want him to have to borrow money anymore. It's long overdue, Your Grace. Lunmord's misery is your fault, after all. You were the one that forced him to marry all 7 of them. I'm sure Lunmord will be grateful for the gift. I doubt he'll have saved up much in his time in Jacano, his wives wouldn't have allowed it. Lorist laughed heartily. It's not like he didn't deserve it. He can only blame his lack of self-control. He should have known what would come if he got any of them pregnant. And don't make it sound like you're pitiful. You're very fortunate. Your wife's given you 3 children already. Give Lunmord leave till the 4th month next year. He should be pretty happy to be made chief inspector of the police, and we could do with the extra pair of hands. Lunmord was given a wonderful job as a gift as well. Chief inspector was one of the highest positions in the force below central command. Felicitas had 7 towns, and each only had 1 chief inspector. Apart from maintaining security, chief inspectors were responsible for solving crimes and ensuring their beats were clean and hygienic and that the roads were clear and people weren't doing funny things on them. He would probably be given a beat close to or around his barony, so he could also do the job from home. Not to mention he would have a salary worth 300 gold a year, at least several times what he could earn as a healer. More importantly, however, since he would still be an active servant in the house, he would continue to accrue merits and could get promotions in the future, which meant he would be continuing to climb the ladder rather than having to climb off it to look after his dominion. He had a good chance of becoming a count something in his later life. Your Grace, my praise in Lunmord and Dawn Academy's alumni's place, said Charade, bowing deeply. He had been the one to invite Lunmord, then a herbalism lecturer, to join them. 8 had since left them. 7 switched sides and joined Auguslo, of whom all but 1 were now dead, and 1 had been killed on the journey north. The remaining 28 had all stayed with Lorist and now occupied high positions in House Norton's government and army. Lunmord was the only exception, the only one who had yet to climb high up the ranks. Instead, however, he outshone everyone when it came to family and offspring. Lorist pondered alone in his study after his friend and disciple had left. Lunmord could not compare to other humans. Was he doping himself with some kind of drug? Lorist had 7 women as well, if his concubines were included, but he didn't even have half as many children, not to mention that most were bastards. And when Sylvia, Fenazali, and Daisy had wanted to become pregnant, it took him months to finally knock them up. Lunmord, on the other hand, had his women pregnant within a couple of months of having given birth, consistently. He was a legend for all the wrong reasons, especially now that he'd returned with yet more children and 4 wives pregnant yet again. Many shared Lorist's suspicions that he was using a special concoction to boost his performance. A few even held banquets to bribe him to give them some as well. Even Sylvia had asked Lorist to look into the rumors. The days passed calmly otherwise. Lorist returned to Cherry Blossom Ridge with his family in the 10th month. He couldn't bear to stay in Northsea any longer, it was too cold. His years in the warm south had made him soft. He had originally wanted to return to Ragebear instead, but Sylvia refused to go with him, and wouldn't let him leave her either, so he was forced to accompany her to her mansion instead. Lorist finally returned to his castle in Ragebear in the 12th month for the celebrations. The city was already bustling with parties and feasts. The New Year's celebrations of his house had turned into a month of festivals and parties. The people were even calling the 12th month the month of joy. Even the cold weather and constant snowfall did little to dampen people's mood. The snow instead became sculptures that lined the street. A few artists had even begun specializing in frozen art and had exhibitions and sculpting competitions in the city's parks. People didn't just do it because it was an excuse to have fun. They wanted to give thanks to their duke's exceptional leadership, his achievements on the battlefield, and to celebrate his return to the city and be thankful for being his subjects. House Norton had also pulled out all the stops and were sponsoring many of the large events held in and around the city. It wasn't just the peasantry that were in a celebratory mood. The city was flooded with nobles from all over the soon-to-be empire. Many had come with hopes of meeting the kingdom's only sword saint, others had come to attend the inauguration ceremony and to network with the new and up-and-coming Norton nobility, and yet others had come to network and socialize with those noble. It was quite possible that, despite Auguslo's best efforts, this celebration would match, if not eclipse his ascension ceremony and celebrations. As for those to be made peers, they included Spiel and Kedden, who were being given the title of Count. 16 knights, including Charade, Reedy, Shuss, Camorra, Hector, Kristen, Balk, Siroba, and Tarkle, were being given the title of Viscount in addition to their previous titles as barons. 46 men were going to be made barons, one of which was Shadecamp. He'd been Lorist's attendant from the very beginning, and it was finally time to reward him for his decades of service. Howard was another. He was already a Viscount thanks to Duke Phelim, though he wasn't the Duke's vassal. It was a dowry for marrying his daughter. He was technically a vassal directly under the king, since Duke Phelim had given him the viscounty without demanding his allegiance, and since he had no title or land under Lorist. This barony would formally make him Lorist's vassal, if only in the capacity as a baron, since Howard's wife was technically the title holder of the viscounty. Few doubted that this celebration would be remembered for years, if not generations to come, and not for being so close to the king's ascension to emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564: Elisa's marriage. The winter harvests came after the rainy season. Lorist's lands were flooded with cheer. In fact, the weather had been nice since Lorist took over 20 years earlier. Despite the stormy ocean weather in the north, the coast had not been hit by a severe storm in over 2 decades, nor had there been any floods. Spiel was not surprised when Lorist brought it up during one of their meetings, however. According to him, the Northlands was known for its calm weather, disasters were rare. The only reason it hadn't been properly developed before Lorist came along was the chronic shortage of people. Few people were willing to brave the magic beasts that used to roam the region annually. With them gone, however, there was little to stop people from coming north. The biggest problem the north used to face beside the magic beasts was the chronic belligerence of the region's nobles. What little growth in population there was thanks to childbirth was quickly squandered in petty squabbles. There was also the issue of occasional barbarian raids from the mountains. The Nortons were especially plagued by them and spent most of the little wealth they saved up in campaigns against the hordes. Things were different now, however. The beast waves were no more, the old squabbling nobles were gone and the new ones were all loyal to Lorist, and the barbarians had not come down from the mountains to raid in over a decade. The people were now free to unearth the region's riches. It was certainly a great help that the region finally had decent infrastructure. The region's population had seen a historic explosion and there was little sign that, even now that Lorist was no longer shipping tens of thousands of captured peasants north, the population would not continue to grow substantially for the foreseeable future. The region was not just in a good present condition, but all forecasts predicted it would rise to rival even the most prosperous regions elsewhere in the empire. Lorist's rule would no doubt go down in history as the greatest rule of any noble in the empire's history, maybe even of any noble on the continent. There was little doubt in Spiel's mind that Lorist would be remembered as Norton the Great, or something similar. He kept saying Lorist should take a few years off and spend some quality time with his family. His greatest duty now was to ensure that his successor would be educated enough and correctly such that he would not squander the glory his predecessor had built. Lorist agreed. His life in the north to date had been a tale of continuous war and crisis. It was time to step away from the path of bloodshed and focus on letting his lands thrive. Life, unfortunately, was not accommodating of man's wishes. He had developed his dominion rapidly, but had done so without sufficiently overhauling its fundamental governing system. He was still ruling it like he was a baron only responsible for a single town, someone who could afford to be in direct control of everything. But his lands were now greater than most kingdoms. Despite that, he still had to keep watch over almost everything that happened. His desk was permanently buried under reports and documents that required his attention. Viscount Josk, for one, had come to see him not long ago. He came to ask permission to take Jaeger to the Wildlands to do training and run a few wargames. "Do you have a fever? What's going on?" Lorist had asked, putting his palm to the man's forehead. "It's mating season right now. We don't go into the Wildlands until the 10th month when the catch will be the best. You're 6 months early." Friar had definitely opposed Josk as well, as was Malek, otherwise he wouldn't have come to Lorist. Lorist was most puzzled that Josk would want to do anything with Jaeger at all. He rare got involved with the Legion at all. "What's going on, Joe? You should be in your Viscounty right now. You have to find yourself a woman and get to work on an heir, not running off to the Wildlands to hunt. I understand you are very loyal to your late fiancé, but you have a responsibility to yourself and your subjects to secure your bloodline. Besides, would your late fiancé want you to live alone like this for the rest of your life? Wouldn't she want you to have a family and experience the joy of being a father?" Lorist asked. Josk didn't meet Lorist's gaze. He kept his head low and only muttered about wanted to do more for him. He had been forced to cancel the previous year's hunt because of the New Year's celebration and wanted to make up for it. Many other nobles had begun forming winter armies as well, and the price of fur had doubled. A mist hunt was hundreds of thousands of gold fords down the drain, at least. Lorist smiled bitterly. The house's finances were fine. They didn't need to hunt every year just to stay solvent. A mist hunt wasn't a big deal. Cutting supply to the market for a season or so might actually be a good thing since it would chase the price up. Josk left with an odd expression as if he had trouble he couldn't articulate, but he didn't say anything. Lorist grew suspicious and had Viscount Kristen investigate the matter. Potterfawn came 2 days later with a grim air about him. This time it was about his daughter's marriage. His little elf-like brat of a girl, Elisa, had quickly grown into a beautiful young lady. Her temperament, however, broke Potterfang's heart. Lorist's impression of her was still that of the coquettish girl that mocked him whenever she saw him. It wasn't his fault though. He had rarely, if ever, played with her again after the convoy arrived in the Northlands. If his memory served, Telesti had taken her as a disciple a few years earlier, hoping to raise her into a proper lady. Hold on, she's 28 already? And she's the Knight Commander the Order of the Cherry Blossom? Lorist choked. The Order of the Cherry Blossom occupied a very awkward position in the military. They were a small knightly order nominally in the military, but they weren't subject to its chain of command. Sylvia was given command of the then Woman Brigade when she married Lorist and turned it into a knightly order. Since she was the order's captain, no one from the military brass had the authority to give any of the order's members commands, not to mention that, as a knightly order, they were technically completely autonomous of any faction. The only reason Lorist could give them orders was because Sylvia was his wife and would listen to him, so technically he suggested something to Sylvia and she was the one that actually gave the order. The order was only peripherally trained in combat, however, since they were mostly a ceremonial force concerned with guarding Sylvia, though they were trained and deployed as healers from time to time. Lorist had wanted to give them a more active role as combat medics, but they weren't interested. Before they were turned into an order, when they were still known as just the Woman Brigade, they had been deployed against Iblia during the campaign against the Second Prince's Climax. Norton's side had suffered few losses, but the woman from the brigade couldn't handle the blood and gore. Many were struck with night sweats, angst, and incessant nightmares thereafter. The unit nearly disbanded after the battle, in fact. The brigade was put under Tiger Sore, but most of the women quickly paired up with men from the Legion and retired after getting pregnant. With the unit reduced to a mere husk, Lorist had to retrain the unit from the ground up. He took it out of Tiger Sore and turned it into a reserve force that dealt mostly in paperwork and handled medical stations and hospitals behind the front lines. They did quite well in that role. They frequently put on shows for the recovering soldiers which boosted morale. Sylvia found out about the brigade shortly before the marriage and asked to be given command of it as Lorist's wedding gift, which Lorist was happy to do. She quickly went about turning the brigade into a proper knightly order with her as its captain. She didn't get involved in most of its inner workings after it was set up, however, instead the duty fell to the unit's technical second-in-command, but practical leader, the order's Knight Commander. The order operated out of Sylvia's personal residence, Cherry Blossom Ridge, and she named the order after the place since she loved it so much. Thus Pesha's pet project from 2 decades earlier had become the Duchess of the Northland's personal knightly order, a force none but the Duke and the Duchess could command. She decided to become a knight after seeing Pesha when she was young? I didn't think that woman had any fans. Yes, Your Grace. Elisa went to Dawn Academy to study and awake her battle force when she turned 16. She spent several years there in the knighthood course. She went to Nico Academy and became Lady Telesti's first knight. Her ambition got the better of her after a few years though. she grew restless and eventually joined the Woman Brigade. She advanced to 2-star silver rank 2 years ago and became the Order's new Knight Commander. Potterfong appeared frustrated. He had wanted to keep this under wraps at first, but his relationship with his daughter had always been tense. Had took the daughter of one of the house's captured nobles as his wife, against the wishes of his children, Howard and Elisa. The two felt he had betrayed their deceased mother, and Elisa stopped listening to her father. Potterfong couldn't exactly barge in and take his daughter out of Nico Academy and away from Telesti as her knight, since she was Lorist's lover, though it had been years since the two had interacted. I see. So Elisa is both Telesti's knight and knight commander of the Sylvia's Cherry Blossoms. No wonder I haven't heard anything about her for so long. Elisa would have been mentioned in at least one report if she'd pledged herself to House Norton. Lorist's memory was quite good and he would have known it was her immediately. She had joined the Order of the Cherry Blossom, which was nominally part of House Norton, but knightly orders were a difficult thing. Even if their heads were members of a noble household, orders were never part of any political faction. They were independent military forces that operated according to their founding ideals, so even though Elisa was a part of Sylvia's order, she was not technically a member of House Norton. So you want me to convince her to get married? I don't know how to say this, Your Grace. Howard is Your Grace's disciple and is married. I don't mind whether he remains your servant or found his own house. I trust my son, and with you there to guide him, I have nothing to worry about. But Elisa is 28, and she hasn't married or had any children yet. She's already very old to still be unmarried, and I worry she'll grow into an old, lonely woman if this goes on. I'm her father, so I should be the one to arrange a good husband for her, but she won't listen to me. She has her own ideas about marriage and she's been stirring up a big commotion in that regard lately. I shouldn't be talking about her behind her back, but I worry as her father. Please, Your Grace, will you not help this old father and deal with this before it becomes a scandal? Potterfong left Lorist with many questions unanswered after only vaguely explaining the situation. Lorist was not about to get involved in something that could be hot water without knowing what was going on first, so he had Kristen look into it first. When he got the report, he nearly jumped through his study's roof. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565 Blissful Union. Fact was indeed stranger than fiction. Lorist checked the report to confirm he wasn't reading a romance novel. Josk and Elisa's private affairs had little bearing on Lorist's lands as a whole, so the Internal Affairs Department had not paid them any attention before. They naturally wouldn't skimp on investigating it once Lorist asked about it, however. House Faizablin had gone to war with Lorist 8 years earlier. Faizablin's sly maneuvering had let him escape southern as it fell to wild husbandry and set up an ambush with the Grassland Barbarian Legion. He wiped the 2nd and 3rd Jaeger divisions out there and Colonel Pete died whilst Yuri was heavily injured. Josk had pushed his men in to relieve his comrades and severely injured Duke Faizablin in the process. It was the first, and one of the few, losses Lorist had ever suffered. He was short 30,000 men by the time the dust settled. The two colonels were sent to the Woman Brigade to be treated, and there Elisa met Josk again. He was her first assignment as part of the brigade. The first met when Josk was still a dashing young knight tagging along with her uncle Lorist. He wasn't a much of a talker and didn't smile often. Despite his youth at the time, he was still older than Elisa enough that there was a decent argument he should be called Uncle Josk. The two did nothing but see each other in passing once or two in the end, though. The Woman Brigade gossiped about Josk being the most handsome of House Norton's knights during his stay at the field hospital. His lost love story only made him more attractive. Many were heartbroken when they heard about his injuries and wished they could have taken his place. Elisa was 20 at the time, but Josk was already 36. She was likely at least partially influenced by her friends' and comrades' worship of the man, but she quickly fell in love with him. She swore to herself, when Josk was about to leave the hospital, that she would marry him and no other man. Josk, however, saw her affectations as just the crush of a young girl. He knew more than anyone the difference in their ages. He was practically brothers with her father. He had no intention of putting his friendship with Potterfong on the line for a likely messy relationship that had every chance of failing miserably. He believed Elisa would move on if he treated her coldly like so many of his fangirls. But she just would not give up. She spent every waking moment by his side, regardless of how much Josk tried to get rid of her. Josk was at the point of giving in when he was cleared to return to active duty and dashed out of the hospital like a man running from burning forest. Elisa would continue to visit him frequently, but he managed to avoid her most of the time. Unfortunately, she was a good tracker, at least when it came to him, so he still bumped into her more times than not. It didn't help that she would also come up with every excuse she could think of to either come visit him, or have to go to his compound, at which point she'd obviously go look for him. One of her favorite excuses was to put up a performance for the men in Josk's barracks with a troop from the brigade. And she didn't miss any event related to him. She was there for his birthday, the day of his knighting, and the day of his entitlement as a baron. He also had to get letters from her every couple of days. This had been going on nonstop for the entire 8 years since she'd met him again in that field hospital. Josk had been content with keeping her at arm's length as he had been for however much longer it took. But Elisa's father was beginning to put more and more pressure on her to get married. Her brother and liege had also been getting involved lately. But she didn't want to marry anyone but Josk had no intention of getting involved with any women, period. He couldn't just continue to ignore her, but he also couldn't take her in because of his vow to his deceased fiancée, and he didn't know how to respond to her. In the end, Elisa took matters into her own hands and forced herself on Josk. She visited Jaeger again with a troop when they were returning from the campaign in the south. She fed everyone enough alcohol to make them pass out drunk, slipped Josk a nearly lethal dose of aphrodisiacs and spent the rest of the night with him. Lorist couldn't believe his eyes. He did not think the little girl he remembered had it in her to force herself on one of his subordinates. She didn't stop at that either. Since Josk had taken her virginity, she reasoned he had little choice but to take her in, so she moved into his castle and was practically viscountess already. Josk, in response, avoided his lands like death itself and thought up every excuse he could to stay with his forces or anywhere but home. Lorist downed his cup of tea, only to spit it all over when he read about where Josk currently was. Perfect. So he really was staying away because he didn't want to meet Elisa. Was he doing it out of guilt for having taken her virginity? Then again, she was the one to force herself on him, so he was the victim, really. And then she even took it upon herself to all but declare herself his wife already and take over governing his lands in his absence. So that was why he wanted to take Jaeger out. He wanted to get as far away from the woman as possible. Unfortunately, she had sent out every man she could to look for him and drag him to his dominion and force him to marry her. It was quickly turning into a massive scandal and would likely ruin Josk and Potterfang's family names. The one was inept at dealing with women and the other was a draconic vixen with no sense of propriety. Lorist finally pitted Potterfang. Josk was Lorist's trusted subordinate and dear friend. Though his rank wasn't that high, Potterfang considered Josk his equal as well. Now, however, it was only a matter of time before Josk became his son-in-law, and the man would likely resent him for not stopping the marriage. As such, there was a wild goose chase going on all across the Northlands that had been causing quite a stir. Many people watched on and gossiped about it like it was a comedy. The two responsible for this affair didn't care, but Potterfang was at his limit. He just wanted everything to go away even if it meant forcing his friend to marry Elisa. Josk, however, was perfectly willing to live like a vagabond if it meant he could avoid the woman. Genolio. Lorist called, "Tell Reedy to find Josk and tell him I order him to return to his dominion and marry Elisa. He can drag the man in front of me if he still refuses." Josk was hiding in Reedy's manor. He didn't have many close friends in the army. He had wanted to hide it out with Yuri, but Elisa kept sending men to his lands and castle to look for him. Reedy's manor was one of the 8 Lorist had confiscated when he conquered Ragebear. He gave the 3 left after his wife and concubines each took one to Glacia and Reedy, and the last one was still up for grabs. Not many people knew about the manors, which made them the perfect place for Josk to hide. This was perfect. Lorist could use the excuse of Josk having defiled Elisa to force him to marry her and it would solve a number of problems at once. He didn't really think about the fact that it was against Josk's wishes. She was young, beautiful, and attractive. Josk must have enjoyed it, so he simply had no say in the matter. It also didn't matter that Josk had made a vow on his deceased fiancée's grave to remain faithful to her for the rest of his life. Lorist wanted him to marry someone, so that's what would happen. He had betted the girl, so he had to wed the girl as well. It didn't matter in the slightest that it had been against his will, his wishes, or his vows. Lorist thought about his old neighbor, Lee, from his past life. The man had a daughter who entered a trading company after graduating and became the mistress of the company's boss. After 3 years of struggling, she finally got the boss to kick away his old wife and be made the main wife instead. Every time the balding boss came to Lee's house, he had to address Lee, 5 years his senior, as father. As he expected, Reedy soon dragged Josk into the study. He knew Josk would not accept it. He didn't even answer Lorist after the man had tried gently convincing him for several hours. Lorist was forced to drag his wife and concubines into the mess so they could slap some sense into Josk. He knew that, them being women and wives and concubines, they would side with Elisa no matter what. So he could count on them dogging Josk until he gave in and he would not be able to convince them otherwise no matter what he said. It took the women just half an hour to convince Josk that he had some responsibility in the matter and a duty to marry her. They also convinced him that he was wrong to keep his vow to his wife when he had another woman pining for him. Successfully indoctrinated, Lorist returned to his dominion and wedded Elisa. The woman really loved him after all, so it wasn't her fault. He had a duty to be loyal to her since he'd taken her virginity. Surely it would be a very happy time for him. Lorist was very happy to hear Josk had finally seen things his way like he should have so long ago and immediately arranged the marriage. It took less than a week for the marriage to be held. He also made sure to keep Josk by his side until the wedding just in case, but his women had done a good job and Josk didn't try to run. Lorist could finally breathe a sigh of relief when the pair strolled out of the hall, husband and wife. Just as he was about to leave for a short trip with his family after seeing his subordinate off, however, trouble once again came his way. It was from Moranti, again. But this time it was the religious trouble rather than political trouble. The shrines so prolific in Moranti had come to ask for permission to build shrines in the Northlands and convert the populace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566 Belief and Supervision. Hey guys. Prince here. So I made it through surgery, now 4 1/4 teeth lighter, 3 wisdom teeth, 1 molar, and 1/4 of a poor bystander which will have to be fixed once the mouth is in working order again. The worst part for me is always waking up from anesthesia afterwards. That feeling of being awake but with only half your head working is the worst. Anyway, I look and feel like I've been through a boxing match, and I suppose you could say I have. The pain medication is doing its thing, though, and, whilst making me feel like I haven't slept in days, it keeps the pain at bay. So I can get back to editing and you guys can get back to reading. Don't forget to join our Discord server if you guys want to hear about these kinds of shenanigans as they're happening or just want to argue with people over which of Lorist's concubines makes the best waifu. Toothless regards. Prince. You can't let these foreigners spread their superstitions in your land. These supposed representatives of the divine are just a bunch of power and wealth-hungry dogs. They would pray for any place that's prosperous and rich and use the excuse of converting people to scour wealth. Some of them even preach disloyalty to the secular lords. You can't let the Morantian shrines into your land. Viscount Hector, governor of wild husbandry, was the first to oppose the shrines. He used to be an apprentice instructor in Mobile Academy in the imperial capital. He escaped the war and fled to Siloas, becoming Whitebird Town's secretary. He was accepted into Lorist's service when the Duke retook the island and slowly rose through the ranks to the position of governor thanks to his excellent ability in administration. It was common knowledge that back when the Christian Empire was in its prime, a few emperors ignored the shrines. Christian IV famously chased shrine ambassadors out of the empire when they went to ask him for permission to spread their faith in his empire. He believed the empire was founded by the labor of man alone, the gods had no place in it. The only time he ever heard the gods mentioned was in the prayers of soldier before going into battle, yet no god ever came to aid them. He believed in his hands and his sword alone. In response, the shrines did most of their conversion and proselytizing near the empire's borders where the emperor and his forces rare tread. The most prolific of the shrines worshipped the war god, the god of wisdom, the goddess of the earth, and the goddess of the silver moon. But the emperor was considered the spirit of the nation, so since he did not believe, most of his people did not either, and even those that were converted were lukewarm believers at best. The shrines could thus not get enough money to fund their activities from the people and were forced to return to Moranti after the war ended. The instructors in training and budding officials in Mobile Academy were trained to follow in the footsteps of the imperial family. Since they practically worshipped the emperors, they were vehemently opposed to the shrines. The shrines claimed the gods were the ultimate authority over the world, which was an affront to the right of the emperor to rule over his empire. Charade was of a different opinion, however. He believed it was inevitable that the shrines would wish to come north after they saw how prosperous the north was through the trade done in Moranti. Lorist had many subjects and they were, on average, far more wealthy than any other landspeople. The shrines wanted a piece of the pie and there was no real way get them to give up. The shrines couldn't compare to House Norton's might, but they had the commoners' hearts. If Lorist blatantly opposed the shrines, he risked alienating his people. Most of his subjects had been forced to move into his lands from elsewhere, from places where the shrines were dominant. As a result, most of his people were believers in the gods. Their hatred for Lorist and his forces had begun to mellow because he had given them good lives, but if he attacked or slighted their faith, that might all be undone. There was also the matter of the political implications of turning away the shrines. Lorist was supporting the Free Union, and the shrines were one of the greatest factions there. Turning them away would strain his relationship with the Free Union. Charade was in favor of letting the shrines operate within Lorist's dominion, on condition that they were closely monitored and regulated to ensure they didn't spread any messages or beliefs that conflicted with Lorist's objectives and interests. Kedden also shared his opinion, a rare occurrence. He was of the same mind as Charade. Being in charge of the police, he had a firm grasp on what was going on in Lorist's dominions. The people were naturally superstitious, and needed some spiritual force in their lives. Without the shrines there to fill that role, countless cults had sprung up across the land and they were the primary source of crime and unrest at the moment. The house had opened many halls of learning, but it would take decades for the population to become literate and be well educated enough to not fall to superstition. And most of those being taught were children. The adults were all still just as uneducated and superstitious as before. Their superstition made them believe their good fortune was thanks to favor from the gods, rather than good governance by Lorist and his vassals and subordinates. A couple of villages in Redriver Valley, for instance, had recently started worshipping a Wiccan god said to live in the nearby Black Forest. They frequently made blood sacrifices under the full moon. 2 children, a boy and a girl, would be killed as sacrifices. Another cult was becoming popular in the east of the Northlands. They worshipped Wallace, a sun god and brother of Singwa. Wallace was said to be immortal and could turn stone into gold and even pass on his divine abilities to a believer. Some were donating their wealth to the cult in hopes of being blessed by Wallace and becoming richer. Naturally, they ended up on the streets. Some then killed their family believing they hadn't donated enough, and sacrificing their family would make up the difference. The shrines didn't bother when the lands were desolate, but now they could make a lot of money, so of course they were coming. It helped that most people used to be so concerned with just putting food on the table and saving up to wait out the winter that they didn't have time or energy for frivolous faiths. What little they could spare for prayer and faith was all directed at the sun and war gods. Now, however, they had more than enough time, energy, and money. A few religious scuffles had even broken out between fanatic groups. If for nothing else, the shrines were not extremists, so it was better to have the people believe in mundane and benign faiths than have them fall to violent and deviant cults. And even better if they worshipped at shrines that could be closely monitored to ensure they towed the Lord's line. The others present were silent as they carefully contemplated Kedden's words. This was indeed a new and serious problem. At times of war people were easy to please and they all tended to worship gods related to war. Now, however, their beliefs were started to scatter in all strange directions. Viscount Camorra agreed with his 2 foregoers, but also shared Hector's concerns. The shrines had been willing to compromise so far because they didn't have much influence among the people, but once they became entrenched, they would no doubt begin to think about throwing off Lorist's overwatch and use the people to pressure him to agree to their demands. At the very least, the shrines could not be allowed to congregate. Each shrine had to base itself in a different region. Ideally, they'd also only be allowed to proselytize in their specific region so that their growth could be limited and they could be kept from coming into conflict with one another or uniting to form a single faction. It wouldn't be too difficult to come up with good arguments for this either. They could just argue that they're letting each shrine build its headquarters in a place most relevant to its god, such as putting the god of the sea and god of storms shrines in North Sea since they're all about the water and sailing. Putting the goddess of the earth and the goddess of the harvest's shrine headquarters in Felicitas since they're related to agriculture, which was that region's specialty. The goddess of the forest and the goddess of the rivers could be put near Black Forest. And Firm Rock and Ragebear would have the war god. In this way, Camorra quickly came up with a reasonable division of the land between the 20 or so deities and their shrines. They could put shrines in wild husbandry and the eastern parts of the Northlands to speed up the mountain and grassland barbarians' assimilation. The group quickly agreed with Camorra's plan. They would let the shrines operate in their lands, but they had to headquarter themselves as directed. The next question, then, was how to regulate them. Charade supported Camorra's idea that they be limited to operating only in their designated region. Spiel quickly added that they should limit the money the shrines were allowed to take from the people. Each belief could only donate up to a certain limit of his income in a year. Any further donations would result in punitive taxes on his income. The shrines should also have to report their income and should be required to spend at least a specific portion thereof on charity work to support the poor, such as setting up and running charitable hospitals. Kedden added that the shrines should not be allowed the right to give anyone sanctuary from the law, and any members of the clergy would also be subject to the law. They would also have the responsibility of maintain religious order by combating any cults that appear in their region. Camorra chimed in again to suggest that the forceful conversion of people should also be forbidden, as well as any interference with another shrine's operations. They would only be allowed to talk to people about their gods and their faith, but couldn't force them to follow the faith, and they couldn't try to make it so that businesses and other organizations required their workers to be of a certain faith to be hired or to continue to work there or get promotions. With these regulations in place, Hector slowly came around to the idea that the shrines could be beneficial. In the end, everyone decided on 18 regulations and presented them to Lorist. Lorist smiled. And who would enforce these regulations? Everyone was stunned. None of them had thought about who would be responsible for ensuring the shrines followed their regulations. The government didn't have the spare manpower to allocate to this task, but they couldn't let the shrines in without these regulations. Lorist shook his head. He suggested that they have the shrines regulate each other alongside his government. They would form a regulatory council that would ensure everyone kept to the regulations and deal with any offenses. The shrines would have to fund the council from their own pocket as well. The council officials could work in the administration on the side, but they couldn't let that interfere with their council duties. The council could fine member shrines for offenses, and the fines would be used to fund the council as well, though of course a portion would be taxed. If it came to the point where a shrine was banned and their region confiscated, the council could allocate it to bordering shrines by majority vote of the council. The council would also be called the Council of the Faiths. Lorist was confident it would be a very tempting pot of gold for the shrines, so they would keep each other in check and look for any opportunity to call each other out to get a portion of the fine money. This would pit the shrines against one another and keep them from banding together against him and his government. Charade led the negotiations. The negotiations took all the way to the 7th month to conclude. The next month, Lorist signed the regulations into law and the shrines were officially allowed to begin operating in his dominion within their designated regions. The populace quickly calmed down and many of the cults vanished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567 Dean Claude's Request. Dean Claude's Request. It's not easy being popular. Lorist woke up in a bad mood on the morning of the 13th of the 7th. Anderbale had gotten into trouble again. He had grabbed a cockerel after getting up in the morning and blamed it for waking him up. He had decided to roast it, so he tied it over a fire with a rope. It naturally didn't end well. The cockerel became a dashing fireball. It set everything it passed alight: the small forest in the castle's rear bailey, the chicken coop, the trees lining the road down to the main gate, and quite a few things in between. It looked like the castle was on fire from outside the inner skirting walls. The fireball even ran into a passing maid and lit the linen she was carrying on fire. It made it into the storeroom behind her as she ran squealing, setting a number of things inside alight before collapsing by the entrance on its way out. Quite a resilient thing it turned out to be. Lorist stormed out of his room to the balcony from the smoke, but luckily the fires were already being put out. He dragged Anderbale to his study by the ear and gave his rear a good spanking. The child ran to his mother and wet her bosom for half an hour with his tears. Sylvia nagged Lorist the whole time to not be so harsh on the poor child, sapping what little appetite he had left for breakfast. He glugged down to mouthfuls of bread and stormed up to his study. It was time for Anderbale to be properly tutored. Sylvia was raising the child to be just spoiled, which was not good. At least it wasn't as bad as his first child. That said, the little brat was still very mischievous, though it stemmed less from a narcissistic egotism than healthy curiosity and a lack of boundaries. He was usually quite well-mannered, after all. Lorist's main reason for punishing the little boy was because he'd interrupted his morning exercise with Fenazali. Genolio entered the study with a cup of fresh Max. "Anything on the schedule?" Lorist asked lazily. "Dean of Dawn Academy Blademaster Claude has an audience at 9 this morning to discuss establishing a branch academy," Genolio answered promptly. Time really flew. A decade had already passed since Dawn had moved over from Moranti. Dean Levens had retired and handed his position to Claude. Dawn Academy was now the top school in the whole soon-to-be empire. Its student body numbered 6,000 and the campus couldn't handle them anymore. Most of the kingdom's noble were sending their children to the academy, from barons to the other dukes and their family. Where does he want to set it up? Genolio slapped his forehead. "Didn't I hand your grace the application a few days ago?" Dean Claude is trying to decide between Venades and Delamoc, in which case he'd set up a business faculty, or Windbury and Winston, in which case it'd be a night school. Lorist quickly recalled the matter. No wonder Claude wanted to see him. Kenmays and Phelan were probably fighting over it again. Dawn Academy was a combined academy that taught multiple disciplines ranging from chivalry to accounting. The latter was a popular pick among many students for its potential to grant them well-paying jobs. They would be popular picks regardless of whether they applied to Lorist's military or his administration. The skill was popular with other nobles as well, not to speak of merchants and guilds. Lorist had made Kenmays mayor of Venades. He'd done pretty well in the post too. He didn't just turn the city into the Salt Merchant Committee's headquarters, but also turned it into the capital of the kingdom's trade. Almost all of the kingdom's guilds were headquartered there. Now it seemed he'd set his sights on Dawn Academy. He was no doubt doing his best to talk a hole into Claude's head to start a business school in the city. A number of more mercantile nobles had started complaining to Kenmays recently that the competition for slots in Dawn Academy was too strong. They wanted a place closer to home to send their children, too. Phelim had his own plans for Dawn Academy. He wanted Claude to set up a night school in Windbury so the more militarily inclined amongst the nobility wouldn't have to compete as harshly for spaces at the main campus. It made sense that they coveted being able to send their children to the academy. Its technique were far superior to anything they could teach their children. A big reason for that was that most families only had parts of their ancestors' manuals regarding the training of battle force. It was not good to train an incomplete technique. The academy, however, could offer complete manuals. It also didn't help that it was prohibitively expensive to get personal tutors who knew enough to train the child properly. It was much cheaper to ship the children off to the academy, not to mention that it would be a golden opportunity for the children to mingle with higher nobility and build out their network of contacts and acquaintances. Claude was too happy to oblige. If he could set up branch academies, he could spread Dawn's reputation and influence and secure its position in the empire before any real competition even had a chance to get going. The academy had come a long way from its crisis days when it was on the brink of closing for good back in Moranti. Lorist was the academy's savior, having convinced the former dean to move it to the Northlands and funded the construction of the new campus himself. Claude felt, given the massive role the Duke had played in bringing about the academy's current fortune, and, in a way, his investment in the academy, he had a right to a say in such matters. Besides, both Venades and Windbury were in his territory, so he'd have to give his permission either way. It was blue, right? I probably threw it on that table there. Bring it for me, would you? Said Lorist, massaging his temples. After much faffing, Genolio finally found the application. What else is on the agenda? Lorist asked, his eyes still closed and his fingers still massaging. Nobody else has asked for an audience. A messenger arrived from the king yesterday, though. The king summons your grace to the capital for his ascension. A reply is due. Also, Duke Kenmays wrote asking when his grace should accompany your grace to the capital. Duke Phelim and Duke Shazine have written to the same effect. They will leave for the capital on the 18th and hope your grace will accompany them. Why would I bother going so early? Lorist muttered, the ceremony is on the 10th of next month. I'll leave till I arrive 3 or 4 days ahead of the ceremony, but there's no need to get there a month early. Ugh, fine. Write to the king and tell him I'm too busy to go now. I'll leave so I arrive around the 5th, tell Kenmays I'm sailing for the capital and I'll meet him at Platinum Beach. Your grace, I need to know the date we leave, complained Genolio. Fine. Lorist counted the days on his fingers. It'll take 7 days from North Sea to Gillen Harbor, so make it 8 to be safe. We'll rest 1 day there, so that's 9. And it'll take another 2 to the capital. If we pick up Kenmays we can add another day. 12 in all. On right, 3 days from here to North Sea, so 15 in all. We'll leave on the 25th, then. Which of the madams will accompany you? It went without saying that Sylvia would go, so Genolio must be talking about one of his concubines. Just take them all, the children too. We can spend a few days at Seaview Manor on our way back. Very well. Standard procedure was for Genolio to relay the instructions to Bauret, who would tell Sylvia and the other madams. The date had been decided more than 10 days in advance, but since the whole lot would be going, time was needed to make the arrangements, the escort, the supplies, the other staff that would accompany them, the ships and the naval escort, and so forth. Claude walked into Lorist's office exactly on time. The two hadn't met in years and both were quite emotional. Claude had watched Lorist turn into a legendary figure from a mere instructor of the academy one step at a time. The iron-ranked instructor was now sword saint and a duke. Claude felt like he hardly knew the man. How on earth was he ever going to stand on equal footing with this titan again? He had been a gold-ranked instructor when Lorist was just an iron rank, but now, despite being dean of the academy and a rank 2 blade master, he was lifetimes behind his former peer. He forcefully shoved the frivolous thoughts to the back of his mind. What point was there in comparing himself with Lorist? Lorist was equal to a sword saint, but his battle force was still iron rank. They walked completely different paths of cultivation, so there was no point in comparing them. Genolio served fragrant tea silently while Claude reminisced. Claude got straight down to business after taking a sip. He would love to open 2 branches, but, despite being as popular as it was, the academy only had the funds and the surplus staff to open 1 branch right now. Most of the money was budgeted for expanding and upgrading the main campus in the Northlands. Lorist wouldn't settle for a seizure of improvements there to be able to open 2 branches at the same time elsewhere, anyway. It wouldn't have been such a big deal if the 2 dukes weren't fighting tooth and nail over which branch should be opened. Even if Lorist didn't want to, he had to be the one to make the decision, otherwise the one who didn't get their wish between the 2 dukes would never shut up. Open the business school. We won't see wars for at least the next decade or two, so there's no point in expanding your night school. Besides, the Empire will need administrative officials more than knights in the years of peace to come to help rebuild it. Claude nodded. All right. I'll make the arrangements. Why did Duke Phelim bring up a night school at all? Turned out House Phelim had suffered heavy losses on the plains 3 years earlier and were anxious to refill the empty positions and get their army back up to full strength. Then why not set up a few diploma courses? He can send some men over to be trained in that instead. There's no need to start a new school just for that. Claude was still troubled. It would certainly be less difficult and permanent than setting up a new night school, but it's still very hard to do with our current resources, especially our staff numbers. We really only have enough to set up one new campus. We won't have any men to spare, even for just a few extra diploma courses. Lorist burst out laughing. What? Come on, Claude. What about this? My men need a break from the military for a while. Why not hire a few of our fellow alumni as temporary instructors? I'm sure they'd be more than happy to join the academy again for a while. You can only have them for 3 months though. Thank you, Your Grace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568. Who would assassinate you? Who would assassinate you? On the 25th day of the 7th month, Lorist brought his family on the ferry ship, Blue Seagull, to head to the imperial capital to attend Auguslo's grand ceremony. When they passed House Kenmaze's domain, Sigler, they stopped at Platinum Beach for half a day to pick up Duke Kenmaze. Blue Seagull was a new long-distance ferry ship made in the shipyards at Bullhorn Bay. It had 124 guest cabins in total in each round. It could carry up to 470 passengers. That was the first ship to exclusively transport passengers in the history of Grindia. Lorist already ordered 3 more such ships to be built to kick off the ferrying route from North Sea all the way to High Gold Bay instead of using transport ships for that purpose. This was Blue Seagull's maiden voyage. It would first sail to Gillen Harbor before continuing on to High Gold Bay. Kenmaze was given 1.5 cabins because he unexpectedly wanted to bring 2,000 people to the imperial capital. Fortunately, he also used 2 LLDM-class ships of House Kenmaze to ferry most of the others so that Blue Seagull wouldn't be overloaded with people. Locke, are you only bringing so few people to attend the ceremony? Asked Kenmaze after he embarked. Puzzled, Lorist asked, what? Is there something wrong with that? He only brought a squad of 100 guards, his wife, lovers and children as well as around 200 servants. Put nicely, he was traveling light, but it could also be seen as him being stingy. Unlike the Duke of the Northlands, Kenmaze brought more than 2,000 people as was fitting for someone of his status. But since Lorist didn't really see grandeur with much favor, he preferred to travel with a smaller cohort. Kenmaze gingerly said, even though you're a sword saint and won't have to worry about your personal safety when you travel, you at least have to bring 1,000 guards out with you. Don't forget that dukes like us have to bring 1,000 men from our forces to join parades for an event like these to show our loyalty to the king. That won't be a problem, Lorist said with a smile. I can just bring 1,000 garrison soldiers from Silowas to join the parade. Since we're only putting up airs, nobody will take this seriously. Given that our forces have only just returned during the end of last year, they're having their vacation now. So, I really shouldn't pick any of them to join the ceremony. Well, I suppose that works too. Kenmaze nodded. It's no wonder I didn't see Charade and Potterfong joining you. The subordinates of other lords on the other hand were scrambling for a chance to go mingle in the imperial capital. I already asked them to come with me, but they didn't want to. Perhaps they would rather spend time with their family than attend this ceremony. They've been out of home for 3 years after all, and they desperately need the kinship. So, I only brought Reedy and Genolio with me as well as Pat, the commander of my guards. Kenmaze sighed with understanding. I know. 3 years back when I brought my ravaged forces back to Sigler, I didn't feel like going anywhere at all and wanted to laze around at home. But you're different. You returned as a victor while we returned merely as bloodied survivors. I ate nonstop after I got back and laid with my maidservants like there was no tomorrow. It's only half a year later that I calmed down and took the reins of my house and trading guild again. Lorist didn't say anything else. Back then, everyone was duped by Auguslo into thinking that the million-man army alone was enough to force the trade union to agree to return the 2 occupied provinces to Andanak. Everyone thought they were just going to bring their forces for a walk in the park to get what Auguslo promised them. They didn't expect the trade union to completely disregard their enemy and choose to instigate the conflict themselves instead, leading into a 3-year war that was bloody on both sides. Lorist and the Union's sword saint fought to a draw and left the front lines, and then there was the revolt in the Dominion. In the end, the three Norton legions had to return to the Dominion to quell the problems, leaving the rest of Andernach's forces to fend against the Union forces alone on Folic Plains. Thanks to the incessant human wave tactics the Union used, which were enabled by their constant stream of recruits from the southern Union provinces, the noble army suffered great casualties and could barely hold the line. Fortunately, Lorist led his forces back to the battlefield after he recovered from his injuries. First, he eliminated Invincible Fleet and sailed to High Gold Bay to take Moronti, turning the tables of the war in one move and forcing the trade union to leave Folic Plains, saving the skeletal noble army from total collapse and sending them back home. After that, they defeated the Union and forced them to surrender. It could be said that had the Nortons not fought those battles, the upcoming ceremony would never see the light of day. Ken Mays was well aware of that fact, and he regretted being coaxed by Auguslo so easily for the benefits he promised. He joined as a result of impulse and a clouded mind and ended up losing half his total forces. It's always too late to regret. Ken Mays exclaimed, "You said once that our king has ravenous ambition and doesn't know when to stop once he tastes success. I've forgotten that advice of yours almost completely back then." Had we not continued our assault on Folic Plains after exterminating more than half of the Union forces, we would probably have been able to restore peace with the Union. But our king wanted us to conquer Moronti and shed its blood no matter what, and ended up involving us in that bloody war. Every noble house that participated paid heavy consequences. Thankfully, you were willing to come to our aid and bring us back from the swamps of blood. After our return, every noble in the kingdom knows that being able to return from Folic Plains would be difficult had the Nortons not stepped in, to say even less of holding this ceremony. If we had lost, the Union forces would have swarmed in with their momentum, and whether the kingdom would still exist would be a question in itself, because we had already lost all our ability to resist back then. But the war is already over and the time of peace is upon us, Lorist interjected. You didn't ask to travel with me just to complain about the bloody war, did you? What's past is beyond us, and the best we can do is to learn not to repeat our mistakes instead of dwelling over them. Tell me what you truly came here to say. Given how much you love the festivities and fun, you would have gone to the imperial capital long ago instead of waiting to join me. Ken Mays smiled bitterly. Don't regard me like you did before. Ever since I returned from Folic Plains, I've lost interest in those balls and parties. But you were right in that I had a good reason to come with you. First, I want to thank you for agreeing to the launch of the business school branch of Dawn Academy in Venades. This is great news for the city and the trading guilds within. Those guilds that want to expand will no longer have to worry about finding a place to cultivate their talents now that the school is going to launch, and they'll be able to develop more smoothly without falling into common pitfalls with more educated people joining them. Claude's meeting was around 10 days ago and Ken Mays had received word about it. His gratitude came as no surprise. Don't mention it. You developed Venades rather well yourself, turning it into the trading capital of the empire. I was considering how I should reward you for that. However, I am curious about one thing. How did you convince those merchant guilds to set up branch in Venades? That was a question Lorist had been dwelling on for a while. As he remembered it, even though Venades was a prosperous trading city under Madras's rule, it couldn't be compared to Moronti in terms of scale. The main reason for that was that Duke Madras mainly used Venades to trade food. Ever since the extermination of the duchy, Lorist took the city under the house's rule. After that, House Ken Mays moved their dominion from the eastern part of the Northlands to Sigilor. Lorist negotiated with Ken Mays and let him take the role of the mayor of Venades, leaving all the trading guilds in the eastern part of the Northlands for him to operate. Salt Merchant Committee would also have a good place to take root and grow. What Lorist didn't expect was that during Ken Mays' term as mayor, not only did he manage to attract many merchant guilds to move to the city, he also made the city into the largest market in the northwestern area of the empire. Every year, House Norton earned around 400,000 gold fords from Venades, 3 times more than what they got from the largest livestock rearing grounds in the northeastern area, Windbury. Ken Mays cracked a smile. Actually, the prosperity in Venades is thanks to our king. Back when he was waging war against the 4 central duchies, His Majesty raised the taxes of all merchant guilds within the kingdom to 30%. Coupled with the other miscellaneous taxes like tariffs and tolls, the guilds effectively paid up to 60% of their total profit. Every sale under those conditions would be a loss, so they were forced to move away from the imperial capital. Venades became the ideal choice for most of those guilds because it was under the rule of House Norton, so the taxes only amounted to around 40%. Since House Norton's territory was part of the Commonwealth of our 4 houses, they only had to pay toll once. If they were based in Norton lands, they would also receive better treatment in the other provinces of the kingdom instead of being troubled to give away more of what they had. So, eventually, all the merchant guilds chose to move to Venades. The more merchants there are, the merrier the city got. I used to be a merchant myself and I understand their needs well. So, I increased the security to maintain order in the city and cleared the trade routes of bandits and robbers to make the merchants feel safe. I also invested money to develop basic infrastructure to improve hygiene and provided protections for all trade conducted in the city. The city started to develop rapidly after that. Lorist nodded and praised. I didn't think you were so good at administering despite being a merchant apart from your amazing social connections and womanizing skills. Oh, apart from thanking me for the branch school, was there any other reason? Kenmae's face turned gloomy. Yes. I also chose to travel with you for my safety. You mean? Kenmae slowly opened his robes and revealed his upper body. There were thick bandages wrapped around him with traces of fresh blood. Lorist finally realized what the odd smell he sensed was. During the past 2 months, I've been involved in 3 assassination attempts, and the most dire of them all is the one that happened this month. The assassin knew that he wouldn't be able to get close to me, so he threw his long sword at me from a distance and made the wound you see here. That's why I wanted you to come as soon as possible. I could only relax after actually meeting you. Now, I won't have to worry about being assassinated anymore, said Kenmae painfully. Who did this? Did you catch the assassin? Why didn't you ask for help earlier? Asked Lorist angrily. Kenmae shook his head. I don't know who did it, but the assassin was a rank 1 blade master. Even though our guards weren't able to capture him, he couldn't do anything much to me either. As for asking for help, I'm not shameless enough to ask a sword saint like you to deal with something like that. House Kenmae's would become a laughingstock among the other houses once word of this gets out, but you'd rather suffer for the sake of your reputation? Lorist thought for a bit with his brow furrowed. This sounds weird. Why would they send a blade master against you? Given your status and connections, there isn't a good reason why they would send a blade master after you. You don't play that important a role in the kingdom anyway, so it'd be a waste to send a blade master to kill you on 3 attempts, Kenmae objected. Hey, what's with the slight? Did I say anything bad about you? Lorist ignored his complaints and continued to guess. They're not giving up even though they weren't able to do much. After the first attempt, you must have increased your guard, yet the blade master came back twice more. Nobody would do that unless they had a huge grudge against you. Did you put a green cap on some noble after cheating with his wife and not cleaning up properly or something? Perhaps that'd be a reason why someone would hire a blade master to come for your life. At least, I think it's the most probable scenario. Don't joke around. What does putting on a green cap mean anyway? I like green caps. That aside, I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. I think somebody was trying to kill me because of the Salt Merchant Committee. Salt Merchant Committee? That's right. Do you remember Knight Wexes, the one who cheated with the late queen? That bastard child of the king. Lorist nodded. He was eyeing the market your house was trying to build in Gillen Harbor last year, right? Last year, he was made a count and give land in magic, far away from the imperial capital. However, Wexes hugged the leg of the king and bawled. He was allowed to stay in the imperial capital in the end, but his post as the commander of the royal guard was stripped from him. After that, Count Wexes started a merchant guild called Analu, and I don't know how he did it, but he got the rights to the 2 salt mines in Caribia from His Majesty. So, during the latter half of last year, Salt Merchant Committee got into a trade war to gain market share of salt in the kingdom. We lowered our prices so badly and won in the end, causing Wexes to lose near 100,000 gold fords, said Kenmae gleefully. So you suspect Wexes to be the one who sent the blade master after you? That can't be possible. He wouldn't be able to hire a blade master with his status, and he must know that there's no salvation for him if he gets found out. The king will not be able to bear that kind of responsibility, and Wexes wouldn't be so reckless. I still maintain the cause to be your promiscuity, said Lorist doubtfully. Kenmae sighed. I knew you wouldn't trust my gut feeling. Don't worry, you won't have to worry about being assassinated from now on. When we're at the imperial capital, I'll get ready to protect you from the shadows. If the blade master comes again, we'll capture him and find out who sent him. All right. Thanks, Locke. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569 Arrival at the Imperial Capital. Arrival at the Imperial Capital. Who would want to kill Kenmae? Lorist dismissed it as a result of the Duke's promiscuity, but he couldn't stop thinking about it. Lorist didn't even consider Kenmae's hypothesis. Everyone knew Wexes was only a bastard. Auguslo had an heir now, so the bastard was worth very little, if anything. While he was now a count, what little authority he had stemmed from that title, not from his connection to royalty, Auguslo had severed all of that. Wexes started his guild to keep him busy, in part, because even he got bored of just sitting around in the city. Perhaps he was trying to take advantage of what little connection he had to the imperial bloodline to make money. Lorist had never taken him seriously, and it wasn't like the brat could hire a blade master. He had neither the status nor the funds. Could the mastermind be Auguslo instead? He was the most likely candidate. It would be the perfect way to break the alliance apart, or at the very least cut of its best way to project and gather further influence within the empire. The alliance was the largest faction in the soon-to-be empire. Even Auguslo had to think 6 times before doing anything that was against their interests. Lorist shook his head. He didn't know whether his guess was right or not. He knew Auguslo had the temerity to do something like this, but on the other hand he didn't think he was irrational enough to believe this could work. Besides, sending blade masters to assassinate people was a massive taboo. The risk of it becoming known that the emperor had tried to assassinate his vassals was too great, as was the damage it would do to his reputation. The empire would crumble overnight, all the dukes would declare independence at best, or march on the capital to depose him at worst. Could someone be fanning the flames to get us to fight amongst ourselves? Maybe the trade union? No, couldn't be. They were still licking their stumps where arms used to be. They didn't have the men or energy to spare. Koblight was even less likely to be this stupid than the emperor. Lorist rubbed his temples. A headache was coming. Reedy sat opposite him in the luxurious cabin. The two had been trying to figure out what was going on and how to deal with it since that morning. Nothing had come up yet. It can't be the Duke. Why'd you even bring him up? Lorist rebuked. Faisablin has only 3 blade masters, including himself. Xanthi and Kristoff are the only other blade master in his faction. House Faisablin hasn't recruited blade masters for years, and they haven't produced one since Faisablin either. They're in the king's camp as well, so they wouldn't act without his say-so. Not to mention they'd gain nothing from Kenmei's death. The old man isn't dumb enough to offend me by doing something that benefits him none. Reedy just shrugged his shoulders. Your Grace knows I don't like to get stuck on such difficult things. You're the one insisting I sit here with you. It's the king as far as I'm concerned. He's the only one with the funds to recruit blade masters and enough reason to do something like this. Duke Kenmeis did mention the blade master was foreign to him, and he knows all the blade masters in the kingdom. Didn't the king recruit 2 new blade masters last year? Maybe it's one of them. Lorist still shook his head again. Even less likely. The king won't send his blade masters out to do something like this right after recruiting them. Kenmeis is already familiar with the new ones anyway. He's certain it's not one of them either. It's too weird. I wouldn't have believed Kenmeis if not for the wounds on his body. Who would want someone as inconsequential as him dead? Kenmeis isn't the only person in House Kenmeis either. If he dies, someone else is ready to fill his shoes. The king most certainly wouldn't get anything from it. Maybe there really is a third party behind in all of this. No, it's even less likely that this is someone wanting to settle a personal grudge against Kenmeis or someone in his family. He is a serial womanizer, but he never forced them and he never took married women. Certainly none of them had strong enough backings to do this, much less strong enough that their family might want to kill Kenmeis because it was a humiliation. Lorist rapped the desk with his fingers. And you're wrong about Kenmeis being inconsequential. That's probably why someone wants him dead. I'm the strongest noble and my house is the strongest house in the empire, maybe even on the continent. Even the king can't go against us directly. This is pretty much the only tactic he has if it really is him. But we don't need their help anymore. If anything, we're propping them up. Lorist nodded. You're right, but that's only because our dominion is far more developed than theirs and they can't keep up. Do we tear our agreement up for that, though? House Norton is not so disloyal. We have no quarrel with one another and our best strategy for gaining more influence is to work together, especially since the king will do everything he can to undo us. So, if the king wants to deal with us, Duke Kenmeis would be the best place to start. Don't underestimate him just because he's a womanizing merchant. He's the economic core of our alliance. Even I didn't think the Salt Merchant Committee would become the center of our alliance, and he's at its head. The Salt Merchant Committee is the largest buyer of our products and our representative in the kingdom's market. The committee is also the backbone of Houses Phelim and Shazin's income. Without it their domains would collapse in a year. House Kenmeis has bet everything on the committee as well. It's what makes them worth keeping in the alliance, and their continued existence, much less their continued affluence, depends on being in the alliance. The better Duke Kenmeis manages the committee, the more stable his house is and the longer our alliance will last. If the king is trying to destroy the alliance, killing Kenmeis is the best way to do it. The committee would collapse without him, and with it, the alliance. That's why I'm so furious about this. Our enemy, whoever it is targeting our weakest link from the get-go. So your grace believes that, if Duke Kenmaze isn't with us, Duke Shazin and Duke Phelan will abandon us? It's possible, though I can't be sure what will happen. None of it would be good, though. I know what you want to say. You think that, since we are so powerful, we don't have to take our allies seriously, right? You still have much to learn. Every noble must consider their interests first before they think about what would benefit their liege, allies, or kingdom. Without Duke Kenmaze, the other dukes will have re-evaluate whether the alliance is worth maintaining. It's true that we will decrease the pressure from Faizablin, but Phelan worries that his house will be made our vassal. He won't allow it. They know how strong we are, but he doesn't want to stop being my equal. If he leaves, he'll switch sides. Unfortunately, being too strong compared to your allies will make them weary of you rather than trust you more. Phelan's lands are in southern, right next to Winston. That's also where our first line of defense against Faizablin is. If he switches sides, we will be forced to garrison our border with him. It'll drive up our military costs and bog down our men. Our land trade with the alliance will also be cut off. It's good to maintain the alliance. That's why I was willing to keep it for so long. You will go protect him for the time being. Wait in the shadows for the assassin's next attempt, and kill him. If you can, take him alive and find out who's behind this, but he cannot be allowed to get away no matter what. Rest assured, Your Grace. Duke Kenmaze will not be harmed. The voyage went smoothly and they arrived in Jilin Harbor 11 days later. Lorist, Duke Kenmaze, and the others stayed there for a day to wait for the guards from Silawas to arrive. They left the next morning after the men arrived and came ashore. They arrived on the 4th of the 8th, a day ahead of schedule. Auguslo was quite gracious. He sent Knight Ripliad, general of the Royal Army, with 1,000 Ma regiment to escort them to the capital and waited for them by the city gate personally. Most of the kingdom's nobles already present waited in an entourage just inside the gate as well. Lorist had to dismount early and put up a courteous act. It pissed him off quite a bit. He didn't like being cornered like this, but he had no choice. Auguslo had personally welcomed him. It was the biggest gesture the king could make and it would be unacceptable to not return the gesture in equal measure. He had to enter the city on foot. But it also signaled a submission to the king, an admission that he was a loyal dog and follower. It was made even worse by the fact that the king didn't refer to him using his title, but called him Brother Locke instead. Others would see it as the king not caring about his title at all. But there was just 5 days to the ceremony, so this was not the time to fight back. The whole city was decorated and everyone was watching. Auguslo was happy to see Lorist had brought his family and lent him a grand villa near the palace and hosted a grand banquet to welcome the two dukes that very night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570 Terence Donkey Whip. Terence Donkey Whip. We're going for a stroll around town. Want to come along? Asked Sylvia, entering the study. Weren't you out the whole day yesterday? Asked Lorist, a book in hand. Come on, we only toured the palace with the new queen, stared at memorabilia, saw a few flowers, and played with the queen's pets a bit. That's not going out, it's socializing. It's just like how you men get together to drink. We're going to the most famous commercial street in the capital today. I heard they have sales all over to commemorate the ceremony. They even have dresses and accessories imported from Moranti. I want to go have a look. Sylvia approached Lorist as she spoke and pulled him up from his chair. Lorist got up unwillingly and pulled her into his arms, stealing a kiss. I'll stay here. I have several appointments today. Go have fun and buy whatever you fancy. Sylvia stooped on her toes and returned the kiss. All right, we're leaving now, then. Don't worry about us, Xanthi is coming along, said she. Lorist had merely made an offhand comment for her to be careful. He didn't think she'd go and take that old woman with her. The capital was safe. It would be a slight to Auguslo's honor if something happened to a noble or his family right under his nose, after all. He would not forgive anyone that tried to disturb the ceremony. Lorist scratched his nose as he watched his wife leave and thought about how women loved going out, whether it was on Grindia or in his past life. Even his wife, Duchess of the Northlands, got excited after hearing about sales, even if the goods weren't what she needed. She would always buy everything in a sale that caught her eye. In that moment it was about buying. She could figure out what to do with the stuff later. There were 5 special noble districts outside Ragebear's East District, and Lorist intentionally set up 1 luxury shopping and 1 entertainment district in the middle to exploit this very characteristic of women. It was the most luxurious area in the entire Northlands. Commoners couldn't go there if they weren't the guest of a noble. Even the staff were of the higher non-peer classes. Lorist didn't expect his 5 women would become the district's most frequent customers. Almost their entire monthly allowances went into buying discounted goods there. They even bought Norton products rather than just asking Lorist for them. They were definitely spending for spending's sake. They never even touched most of what they bought. Lorist once spoke with Ken Mays about letting the maids dress more evocatively. Lorist came up with the trendy back-revealing design so popular among celebrities in his previous life. Ken Mays made off with it like it was a treasure, but instead of making uniforms for his maids, he made a new line of dresses and sold them to nobles. Sylvia and her sisters found out about it through their extensive social network the moment the dresses hit the shelves and nearly trampled someone under their carriage as they rushed to get the prettiest of the dresses. Sylvia got several dresses which she loved to bits, but when she tried them on in her room, she realized she could never wear these in front of anyone else. They were incredibly alluring, but she, as a duchess, had to be elegant, majestic, classy, not alluring. She was married, after all. What business had she wearing dresses designed to seduce men? In the end, she gave her dresses to Fenazali. Her figure could make the most use of the dresses, and she, being a concubine, was expected to dress seductively. Her only purpose in life was to amuse and arouse her lover. Diliana, Fenazali, Daisy, and Maria, however, also felt the dresses weren't fit for them once they got back to the castle. They may be concubines, but they weren't just any concubines. Oh no, they were a duke, nay, a sword saint's concubines. How could they dress as skimpily as other concubines did? They, being a sword saint's concubines, were equal to the wives of other nobles, you know. They had to dress with accordant grace and elegance. They gave their dresses to Sylvia instead. If the head wife dressed like that, then they would only be following her lead and could not be criticized. They would just buy a new set for themselves later. Sylvia had given one away and gotten 4 in return. They had each bought the dress separately from the others, so they only realized they'd all bought the same dresses after giving them to one another. Lorist couldn't stop laughing about it for 2 weeks. He couldn't argue, however, that the dresses were inappropriate for nobles of their standing. He suggested that they, instead, reserve the dresses for their nightly appointments with him. Back in the present, Lorist wanted to avoid going anywhere in public with his women and children together at all costs. The last time had traumatized him more than that unrequested trip to the barbarians in the mountains all those years ago. He would rather fight someone even stronger than a sword saint than go through that again. Lorist didn't know where women got the energy to haggle for hours over a few coppers when they had a bag full of gold around their waist. The women, however, beamed more at winning a few coppers in a haggle than during the heights of their times with Lorist. Sylvia, usually so concerned with appearing elegant and graceful, would hop around like a little girl, puffing out her cheeks and pouting so much Lorist could swear her lips would never return to normal when she was having a particularly tough haggle. Genolio dashed in later that morning to find Lorist still stuck in his reverie. "Your Grace, Sir Lowes is back. He's a blade master now. Let him in, quick," Lorist said, jumping from his seat. Lowes had disappeared 2 years earlier and left Tigersore without a commander. The only trace of him was a letter he left on his desk in his office saying he was cultivating somewhere isolated and would return after making good progress. Now, 2 years later, the man had returned a blade master. Lowes marched into the study proudly. "I'm back, you're." He dropped a large bundle of bamboo containers. Lorist stared at the containers, trying to remember where he had seen them before. Why would Lowes bring them into his study? Why not leave them outside? He couldn't find the answer and dropped the thought after a few moments. "It's great you're back. Where did you disappear to? We couldn't find you these whole 2 years. We were really worried." He. "I was at the Relic Islands," Lowes chuckled. "The magic beasts there are fierce and maniacal, just right for my training." "Oh, I brought your Grace a gift." Lorist immediately knew what was in the containers. His expression turned a little awkward. Terence Donkey Whip, the world's strongest aphrodisiac. Back when he was still an iron-ranked instructor at Dawn Academy, he had signed a few unreasonable agreements with Levens to be allowed to go to the Relic Islands to train. Per Elsa's request, he returned with 2 Terence Donkey Whips, the genitals of those poor animals. Els cut them into slices and jarred them for a little business, but the venture didn't last long. A merchant guild that specialized in the product clamped down on it the moment the first batch was sold. "Bastard, do I look like someone who needs that sort of thing?" Lorist barked, "But, since it's your gift, I'll force myself to accept it." "Genolio, put them away somewhere safe." Lowes glared at Lorist. "Your skin is getting thicker by the day, as you sure you don't have a skin illness? Maybe it's malgrowth. I should call a doctor for an exfoliation treatment. I didn't say I was going to give everything to you either. It took me 2 years to get 11 sets, I'll give you 3 at most. Potterfying and Malek each have 1 reserved, and Dulles and Messon get a half each. The rest are for me. I didn't even tell Pat what these were when he asked. What if he wants some as well? Lorist's face turned red again. Why would you need so many? We'll split half between the two of us. No. Your Grace gets 3 at most. Just cut the slices extra thin if you want more of it. You'll have enough for 3 years even if you use 2 portions a day. Didn't you say you didn't need any in the first place? Fine. Lorist didn't want to make too big of a fuss. His manhood didn't need others finding out about him using such things. Rumors of his dependence on such things would be even worse for him than being labeled a Kingslayer. If you hadn't broken through, I would have thought you went there just to get these. I'm sure it wasn't easy getting so many. Lorist quickly changed the subject. Of course. Nobody can imagine how agile these beasts are. The slightest movement will send them scattering like bolts of lightning. Catching them is too difficult, to say nothing of hunting them. The 11 I got were wild as well. They work far better than bred ones. Hunting Terrence donkeys is the best kind of training, not least for the material rewards. Terrence donkey whip was the concentration of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of sunjoy grass leaves. Terrence donkeys love to eat the grass and its meager effects gathered in their whips over the years. Lowe's happily rambled on about his heroic exploits for several hours. Lorist was forced to step in to silence him and get back on track. Lowe's then explained he had come to the capital after returning to High Gold Bay to see Howard, who told him Lorist was in the capital for the king's ascension. I wanted to give him one since he's staying with his wife now, but he wouldn't take it. He kept saying he's young and has more than enough energy for his wife. He'll regret it in a few years, complained Lowe's. All right, enough, said Lorist exasperatedly. I'm sure Malak and Potterfawn will be really grateful. You should spar with Potterfawn when you get back home. You're good at attacking while he's good at defending. It'll be good practice for you too. You should be able to suppress him as much as you can. He won't be happy with being at a disadvantage against you, so it should pressure him into making his breakthrough. Lowe's nodded seriously. Ken Mays stepped into the room at that moment. He was both Lorist's equal in title, his close friend, and his neighbor for the time being, so he could come and go as he pleased. He didn't see the bamboo containers and tripped over them, luckily none broke. What are these? Asked he. Terrence donkey whips. They're mine, snapped Lowe's as he quickly grabbed hold of them. He had sensed the silver rank coming from a distance away, so he didn't even bother to look at him. Silver ranks were nothing in his eyes. Ken Mays's eyes brightened immediately. Dear Lowe's, it's wonderful to see you again. So, how much for a whip? Not for sale. Lorist shrugged at Ken Mays, who shot him a hopeful glance. Lowe's had offered even his liege on 3, how would he give some other noble any? Lorist happily picked up his 3 and handed them to Genolio, whom he quickly shooed away before Ken Mays had a chance to pester him for one. He must need something even if not money, thought Ken Mays. He pulled the man to a corner and whispered something to him. Lowe's beamed happily and pushed a container into Ken Mays's hands. Sheesh, we're friends, brothers even. No need for money. Take it as a gift. Lorist watched Ken Mays unhappily. Don't think I didn't hear you just because you were whispering in the corner. Ken Mays had promised to get Lowe's the most beautiful little flower buds amongst the lesser nobles to keep him company while he was in the capital. He made them out as open-minded and willing to do anything exciting. Lowe's immediately declared the Duke his brother and gave him a whip. Did you come here for poppy talk, or do you have an actual reason to come see me? Grimaced Lorist. Yes, about that. I want you to come and check out the committee's new branch office. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 571 Invitation and Murder. Invitation and Murder. Lorist gazed at the crowd-filled streets. Didn't you say the king was going to charge the guilds a 3/10 profit tax for owning shops in the capital? Why are there so many shops here when the guilds have left? Asked he. You got the wrong idea. The taxes aren't on owning shops, but on having offices. His tax is 3/10 of the profit of any guild headquartered in the capital. As for the shops, they're mostly backed by nobles and only have to pay a 1/10 goods tax, nothing else. The king can't pocket the money belonging to nobles, right? Paying 1/10 tribute is already showing enough respect to him. Also, the king wanted guilds to pay an annual tribute as continual proof of their loyalty. This street would be completely deserted if not for how lucrative business is here. Even so, most are only just making it by. They consider it tossing a few bones to stray dogs. It's fine as long as they're still making some profit. Lorist shook his head. Auguslo was too biased against merchants. He was your stereotypical noble. He thought all merchants were rich men, and they were doing nothing but siphoning his wealth away by doing business in his lands. The merchants certainly didn't have a good picture of him. He was a parasite as far as they were concerned. He didn't have the skills and wit to make money himself, so he just leeched off them instead. Lorist didn't know how the imperial bloodline had produced such an incompetent fool. Just one of his taxes was enough to chase all the merchants away. What good did a tax do him if there was no one who could be taxed? At best, the king could possibly think on the most rudimentary level of taxation, taking a cut of exchanged goods. He was truly a fool. So that was why he was always running out of money when he needed it the most. The carriage stopped at a 4-story building. It had a grand gold-laden plaque. Kenmays had decorated the place according to his tastes, so their lavishness competed with the palace. 5 buildings had been connected to create a single megastore. Most of its products came from the Northlands, mainly salt, glassware, and white paper. Kenmays did contribute a good item to the lineup, however, his maid uniforms. Lorist, Kenmays, and Lowe's disembarked and walked inside. Kenmays chatted busily with the manager, letting Lorist stroll through the shop. He had to admit, Kenmays was decently talented at running businesses. Despite how messy and cluttered the shop was, it raked in $1 million gold in an average year. Kenmays finished his business quickly and dragged his 2 companions to the back of the shop. A large yard filled the space between the 5 buildings. Most of the goods were held in crates under shed roofs there. Most of the shop's guards also stood watch there. The shop had 18 silver ranks in their employ for the night shift alone. During the night? Yes, Kenmays nodded. 3 shops in the street were robbed during the night. It's the most dangerous time of day. The thieves didn't kill anyone though. They knocked the guards out and vanished with everything in the shops and their stores. It was an immense embarrassment for the king to be unable to solve the cases that he was forced to fire 2 consecutive chiefs of security. I sent a bunch of silvers over when I heard about it and we haven't had any issues since. How stupid, the thieves obviously left the moment they finished stealing. What is the man doing still looking for them in the city? Lowe's snorted. Kenmays nodded in agreement. I agree, but who am I to question how the king squanders his reputation? It's also partially the shop's fault for being so complacent and lax with their security. What was their business? Asked Lorist. Lamando sells jade-studded products, Pistachio deals in gold and silverware, and White Rose sells luxury crystal decorations. Wait a minute. They were here for riches. Those shops had the most expensive stuff and the things easiest to steal. Kenmays took them further into the maze to a large courtyard with a small door. The inside was as grand as a mansion, however. I usually stay here when visiting. The main door exits onto the main street, but I usually don't use it. I brought you here so you can get a feel for the path, Kenmays said to Lowe's. Why don't we hold a ball here tonight to celebrate you becoming a blade master? I'll organize a few good dancers and you can even stay overnight if you. Alright, all the details to you then, Lowe smiled. Lorist was quite dissatisfied. He was a sword saint, so he had to maintain a certain level of decorum. He couldn't attend Kenmay's balls. And it was even worse since his women were in the city. You could have brought Lowe's here yourself. Why bring me along? Complained Lorist. You own 1/10 of the committee, it won't do for you to be completely ignorant of our business in the capital. Ugh, why did he always have to have an answer for everything? Kenmays vanished into what was probably his office for a while to organize things for the ball. He didn't forget to tell Lowe's about every pretty woman that might possibly attend. Lorist had little interest in such frivolous business, so he strolled around the shop instead. It was decently busy. There was always at least a couple of people in the middle of picking out something to buy. That said, few bought more than 1 or 2 things, so the sum of money exchanged was never extravagant. He kept an eye on the counter for a while before losing interest and walking out onto the street. He shouldn't have come along. This was nothing but a waste. Lorist called out to a taxi. Just as one started slowing down, however, he noticed a commotion nearby. What was going on? It might be interesting, so he went over to take a look. Beautiful ladies, this one's master graciously extends an invitation to the ball my master will be hosting tonight. Please accept this invitation and these gifts. My lordship, a count, will gladly welcome you, ladies. So some noble was courting people again. Lorist might have thought it was one of Kenmays' lackeys if the man hadn't said his master was a count. His gaze sharpened on the man and he suddenly stomped forward, shoving the people in his way aside. Everyone quickly made way for him like a parting ocean once his temper flared. The idiot's poor victims were none other than Lorist's women. Sylvia and the 4 concubines were trying to get rid of the bastard. Normally that would have been the job of their guards, but these were buried under shopping bags. The bastard was trying to force his master's invitations on them. The 5 women were acting as if he didn't exist and trying to leave, but he had jumped in front of them and was bowing shamelessly as if his life would be over if they didn't accept. Lorist burst out of the crowd and grabbed the invitation. He flicked it once and tore it into shreds, letting them float to the ground in front of the man. He turned around to see his guard awkwardly trying to lower their heads for a bow. "Forget it. You'll drop something. Why are you here?" asked Sylvia. Despite her words, Lorist got the impression she was actually saying, "Look at what I bought." "Gah, women. Where are the children?" "They're playing in a pond nearby. Godmother and Pat are watching them, don't worry." "Oh, look, I bought you a new deerskin coat. It's really soft and stylish. Come, let's go try it on, that shop has a fitting room." "You, how dare you tear up my master's invitation? Are you insulting him?" said the man with a raspy voice. His face looked like a tomato, glaring furiously at Lorist. "Buzz off," Lorist spat softly, "get out of my sight before I run out of patience. If you piss me off, I'll wipe out your so-called master and his family. How dare you? What gave this little man the guts to be so bold? How dare you say something so unreasonable and rude? Are you trying to commit treason? Do you know who my lord is? I doubt you have the balls to do something like exterminate his whole family. Everyone has heard you. Don't be surprised if you lose your land and title." Ugh, so he was of the sharp-tongued variety. How irritating. Hee, I don't know or care who your master is. How is killing a little count treason? Because my master is Lord Wex's, son of the king. Threatening to kill his family is threatening to kill the king," said the butler proudly and gleefully. "Oh? Just him? I thought he would at least have some clout, but it turns out your master is just a bastard. You should actually be caned for suggesting he has anything to do with the royal family. Know your place. I'll forgive you this time, but there won't be a next time. Now scram." Lorist turned to the guards. "How did you end up getting entangled with that fool?" "We don't know, Your Grace. The ladies were just shopping when he came out of nowhere and tried to invite the ladies to a ball. He wouldn't stop pestering them and refused to let them go without accepting the invitation and promising to attend," one of the guards answered from behind the gift packages. "You slander. How dare you slander the royal family? Know your crimes for what they are." The butler butted in again. "What's going on, Your Grace?" asked Pat as he pushed out of the crowd accompanied by a dozen guards. "Just a pest. Kill quickly and we can be on our way," Lorist said, pointing at the middle-aged man. Lorist would have cut him down himself, but he felt it beneath him as a sword saint to raise even just the finger needed to kill the man against him directly. In fact, it would be a great honor for the man's family to have him killed by a sword saint, and they didn't deserve it. "Yes, Pat immediately drew his sword without question and walked towards the butler, a sinister smile plastered on his face. You dare harm someone in broad daylight?" It finally dawned on the butler that he might be pissing against the wrong tree. He tried to make a run for it, but he was completely surrounded by an impenetrable crowd of his own making. Pat finally made it to him and lifted him by the scruff of his neck before slamming him into the ground unceremoniously. The butler shivered as all the color bled out of him. Mercy," he whispered through chattering teeth. "Stop. Who dares kill in the capital?" cried a loud voice from outside the circle of the crowd. So the watch had finally showed up. Pat didn't listen to them, however. He took orders from one man and one man only. Without his word, this man would be dead in a few moments. And indeed it was so. The man's head soon rolled away from his body, his severed neck painting the cobblestones of the road. The crowd withdrew several withering steps like leaves recoiling from the heat of a fire. None thought someone would actually kill in the capital in broad daylight, right in front of the watch as well. The police finally forced their way through a few moments later. The leader, a burly and bearded man, glanced at the corpse and immediately took action. "Capture all of them. Kill anyone who resists." His men blew their whistles before charging at the group, weapons drawn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572. Kill them all. Kill them all. Teach them a lesson, but don't kill anyone, ordered Lorist. Understood, Your Grace. Pat and his accompaniment rubbed their fists together. Soon sounds of thumping and cries echoed up and down the street. The watchmen tried to stop them but were beat up as well. Pat lifted the sword with one hand and the bearded watchman with his other. He dropped him in front of Lorist before announcing, "Done." Neil shouted he as he stomped on the man's thigh. 2 guards came over and lifted the sack of flesh up. He put up a token struggle but could do nothing. "You, who are you? Who dares disobey His Majesty's ban on killing and resists arrest? Turn yourselves in. Just wait. When His Majesty finds out." Pat slapped him a few times. "Are you blind? Can you not see our insignia? Aren't you brave? You actually dare disrespect His Grace? Are you sick of living? Raging Bear. You are Norton's? Duke. Duke Norton, the SW Sword Saint. Sorry. Duke Norton. Why, Your Grace, it's our fault. We shouldn't have been so restless. We deserve this. Please forgive you us." The bearded man planted his head in the ground and begged for forgiveness. "All right, kneel properly." "I only want to ask why you didn't stop the idiot when he was harassing my women," replied Lorist indifferently. It's not our fault, Lord. His Majesty told us only to maintain order and stop fights. Ball invitations don't disturb the peace and aren't fights. We cannot interfere unless a fight breaks out. Anne. This is Butler is Count Wex's servant. We can't afford to offend him. A few days ago, Duke Handra's daughter was pestered and had no choice but to take the invitation before being allowed to leave. Oh? Taking the invitation is all it takes? What if she didn't attend the ball? Asked Lorist. I'm not too sure. It seems Duke Handra's daughter didn't attend and Count Wex's visited her residence the next day. Duke Handra had to send the Count away personally before he would leave. I heard the two got along very well though. He. Lorist chuckled. So that was why the bastard was being so shameless? Low-ranking nobles would have no choice but to have their daughters attend, and he'd personally visit nobles that had the power to ignore him and did so and used the chance to get on their good sides. Lorist, however, neither had to let his women attend the ball, nor had to give him face in any other way. Give them their weapons. We're leaving. You know how to deal with this, yes? Lorist was upset by this whole business. He might have killed the bastard that had pestered his women, but he'd lost a lot of face in doing so. He'd had someone killed for having a foul mouth, which everyone would consider very tyrannical. I do, the watchman answered. Thank you for your mercy, Lord. I will deal with this properly. Lorist nodded and left. A commotion marched down the street, however. The guards chased off earlier were returning with 100 more. They pointed at the departing Lorist as they shouted. It's him. He ordered them to kill Butler Ham. A man in his 50s stepped out of the crowd and pointed at Lorist with his sword. Kill them all. They're traitors. Leave the women, the Lord will decide what to do with the watchman lost his cool immediately. Stop. Are you crazy? He's Duke no. But nobody listened to him. The new arrivals charged at Lorist and were met with his own men. His had no reservation about killing since they'd done so already just a few minutes earlier. They were outnumbered, however, and could only hold up so many. 20 enemies met no resistance and charged at Lorist. His expression darkened and he turned to Pat. Kill them all. No, cried the watchman. With pleasure. Pat charged into the fight with the two that had been holding the watchman. The 4 gift holders put their loads down and joined soon after. It wasn't a slaughter as Lorist had expected, however. The enemy were far more capable than he'd expected. Their leader was a gold rank and could match Pat with the help of 3 of his subordinates. Pat was soon beginning to lose. If he hadn't been a shield user adept at defense, he would have been injured already. The 2 guards accompanying Pat fared no better. One was cut by a blade, though he avoided a serious injury. The other 4 barely held their ground. The bodies soon started piling up. Lorist's side wasn't spared injury, though none had died so far. The crowd cleared enough space for the combatants but didn't disperse. News quickly spread of the fight and many more came to watch. Count Wex's had finally run in with another noble. Everyone was curious to see who had the guts to go against the king's offspring, bastard as he may be. Not to mention that it was just days before the king's ascension. He would most certainly not take kindly to someone pooping on his parade like this. Lorist was not amused. If only his men had been wearing Legion armor, this wouldn't have happened. Everyone knew his armor. But he decided to travel light, they would never get into a fight in the capital after all, and if they did, it would not merit using their armor. So he had his men just wear some thick cloth and put on a couple small embroidered badges. Nobody associate this with House Norton, however, and the badges were hidden behind the packages, so everyone thought they were just some inconsequential noble family. Even Kenmays had to be told they were Norton uniforms. It worked well when nobody was making trouble, since you could move around incognito, but when it was good to have a big presence, it didn't help. That butler no doubt thought exactly the same and tried to force the invitations on the women. Nobody would have expected them to actually be associated with a duke, much less Lorist, and that Wexes, a mere count, would thus have no grounds for his invite and that they would thus naturally ignore him. Ham naturally resorted to pestering when they did, and this all came about. Lorist could imagine the consequences, but he was suspicious of Wexes' current wealth and position. He was a nobody before his father acknowledged him, and completely unknown before the incident with the late queen. Where had he gotten the money and influence to hire a gold rank as a guard and so many other powerful people? And where did he get the savvy necessary to run a guild? The men weren't normal silver ranks either. Lorist's men were veterans and trained in some of the best techniques the continent knew. No ordinary silver rank could match them. Even outnumbered as they were, ordinary silvers would not be able to give them this much trouble, but these managed to hold the fight at a stalemate. As Lorist watched, he noticed that the enemy was fighting using military tactics, not something civilians' guards ought to know, and they appeared quite well trained in them. Where did that little pest get them? The only explanation Lorist could come up with was that it was actually Auguslo. The king must be backing his bastard from the shadows and using him to go against Lorist and the salt merchant. His thoughts having gone to this point, he decided to act personally. He took a step forward, but was stopped by a familiar voice. "I'm here." It was Lowe's. The man didn't stop to salute Lorist, he just charged right into the fight. He took one enemy with a swing of his sword. Blood spurted everywhere behind his blade as he slaughtered his way up the street. Fierce Tiger Lowe's was too dominating. It only took a few minutes for the tide of the battle to turn as the numbers quickly evened. The enemy gold rank backed away as Lowe's closed in. "Treasonous scum, and grade." Their swords met and the man screamed. "Blade Master? Well done." Lowe smiled, "First time anyone's called House Norton traitors. You have a lot of balls, but not a lot of brains, huh? You gave me an excuse to fight a good fight right after I broke through. I owe you one. Now let's enjoy ourselves." The gold rank's expression changed immediately. "House Norton? Stop. This is all a misunderstanding." Another cry. The men fighting Pat were no match without the gold rank's support and were cut up. "His Grace told us to kill them all," Pat shouted at Lowe's before rushing off to another grue nearby. He. Lowe's licked his lips, "I love his orders the most. Now give me a good fight before dying for daring to go against my lord." No. This is a misunderstanding. We didn't know who you were." "I don't care. You raised your swords against us, so you will die." "No." The fight lasted all but 10 seconds. The man screamed the whole way, until Lowe's sword cut off his jaw and stoppered his throat. The last enemy fell less than a minute later. No one had escaped. Pat had the men cut off their heads and stacked them in a mini pyramid in the middle of the street, the third Lorist had built so far, if much less impressive. The sun backed the street, but everyone watching the scene was shivering. "What's going on, Locke?" Kenmays asked as he wobbled over. Lorist had charged out as he'd been busy going over the arrangements for the night's ball with Lowe's. A few minutes later the shop manager ran into the office and gasped something about a fight outside and Lowe's charged out as well. Kenmays had to wobble over awkwardly with his guards and try to push his way through the crowd. The man stared at the headless corpses for a few moments before he recognized the bloodstained uniforms. "Why'd you kill Andalu's guards? What happened?" "Annalou. Oh, it's Count Wexes' business, right? Where's his shop?" Lorist asked, ignoring Kenmay's question. "Over there. He has the best spot and the largest building," Kenmays answered, in a daze. "Lowe's, Pat, tear it down. Kill everyone inside." "Yes, Your Grace." Kenmays watched on speechlessly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573 Flipping Out and Falling Out. Flipping Out and Falling Out. Duke Nor. Ton. What? What were you thinking? Yelled Auguslo uncontrollably as he slapped the desk, causing it to shatter and crumble. He was absolutely furious, so furious he even forgot to call Lorist Brother Locke. "Tell me, Duke Norton, what do you want?" Auguslo stared at Lorist, eyes literally bloodshot. No sound could be heard in the hall. The dukes and counts were dead silent. Had Lorist not been a sword saint and had House Norton not been the most powerful faction in the kingdom, Auguslo would have had Lorist torn apart alive and ate his flesh. Auguslo was to become emperor in 2 days. And now House Norton had massacred his bastards people in the most crowded street in the capital. Killing was one thing, but they even cut off the victims' heads and stacked them in the middle of the street. The king had been modeling for a couple of famous artists when he learnt of the affront. He wanted to have his heroic form captured in a portrait to be hung alongside the 7 other Christian emperors. He had kept one pose for 2 hours already and had just a few minutes left to go. There wouldn't be any time for this later, so he'd sent his guards out to deal with things and bring Lorist to him once he was done. But his guards didn't come back. Instead, his bastard son ran to him like a fox being chased by hounds, snot and tears dripping on the floor to beg for help. Wexus told him he'd done nothing but admire the duke's women and invited them to a ball when the duke flipped out. He tore up the invitation and declared he was just a bastard and had no right to interact with him. The butler he had sent to deliver the invite spoke up on his behalf and was cut down. The duke even had his men beat up the watchman that tried to intervene and said that he would put anyone to death that stood up to him. A few bystanders criticized him from the crowd and he had them beheaded as well. Auguslo couldn't believe his ears. He charged out of the palace with a troop of guards. He found the unit he sent out earlier standing by as Lorist's men tore up his son's guild's shop. He almost cut the commander down right there, but the man told him he could not intervene since the duke was keeping an eye on the shop personally. Kenmays had left with Lorist's women and sent someone to fetch Xanthi and the children. He was just returning with Lowe's. Lorist had wanted to catch Wexes, but the bastard had already run to the emperor. Auguslo saw Lorist nearby, watching his men tear down the shop. It took all his energy not to scream. "Come with me. We need to talk." Lorist at least listened to him this much. He had his men stop and go to his women before leaving with the king. Dukes Handra and Faisablin were present when the 3 arrived, Shazin and Phelan were present as well. The other nobles arrived at almost the same time too. Auguslo exploded the moment his ass touched the throne. He didn't care that the man at whom he was shouting was a sword saint and a duke. He'd done something unforgivable and his dignity as a king demanded he respond accordingly. "Well, are you deaf? Duke Norton, why did you go on a killing spree in my city? You don't take me seriously, do you? Do you think my orders are jokes? Answer me. I'll hear what you have to say before deciding how to deal with you. You have to answer for this." Auguslo calmed down slightly as he vented and started thinking of a way to wrap this up. He couldn't really deal with Lorist, but he had to do something to put him in his place. He couldn't have his authority as emperor undermined before his reign even began. He also decided he would have to take away the nobles' power once he ascended, starting with House Norton, so he'd best put those policies first on his agenda. "You better back down and lower your head. I'll have you hang the men involved in this, then pay a large sum in reparation." "How much should I demand? 10 million? Maybe 8. It can't be less than 5, Duke Kenmays rushed in. "Your Majesty." "Shut up. Duke Norton isn't a mute, he can explain himself." Lorist stood in the middle of the hall in front of the throne as if this had nothing to do with him. He let the king finish flailing before he finally spoke. When his voice left his mouth, the entire room froze, even Auguslo felt a chill run down his spine. "I came to your ascension at your request, and brought my wife, mistresses and children to give you face. I didn't come here to have my women stopped in the streets like prostitutes and harassed. I thought you were a king with some brains, that you could see right from wrong, who was the victim and who the perpetrator, but it seems you're blind. So you call me a crook? Fine then, I'm a crook. I'm sure you don't want a crook at your ascension ceremony, so I'll go home now. And don't worry, Your Majesty, you won't see me in the capital again, neither any of my people. We'll have nothing to do with this ceremony, this city, or this fucking king." His piece said, Lorist turned and left. He didn't even bother opening the chamber's door, he simply slammed it off its hinges as he left. It flew several dozen meters, landing in a garden on the side of the main pathway, crushing an old fountain with a statue of Auguslo as its centerpiece. The room died a little behind him. What was going on? Did Duke Norton just declare he would have nothing to do with the king again? This was just one step short of declaring rebellion. "Stop him," cried Auguslo. "Take one step and you die," roared Lorist, turning around and staring the king down. The latter was suddenly plunged into a world of frozen blood. His hand hung in the air and drool ran down his chin. His knees threatened to give way and his bladder to spill under the sword saint's killing intent. It was even worse than when he faced the old Union sword saint. Despite the worst of the killing intent being directed at the king, the other nobles also had to clench their thighs to keep their clothes dry. What was going on? Why would the Duke be so furious? Was he not the one in the wrong? Lorist pressed everyone down for eternal seconds before turning and leaving. Nobody dared to stop him this time. The hall was dead. Ken Mays snapped out of his stupor first. He bowed to the king curtly and charged after Lorist. Shazine and Phelan recovered as well when they saw Ken Mays leave and followed. They didn't even bow to the king on their way out. Auguslo collapsed into his throne. His fury was gone, replaced instead with an all-consuming dread. He replayed the last couple of minutes in his head and felt his blood boil furiously again. When his replay came to the Duke's gaze, however, the fire was snuffed out immediately. Had he just killed his empire before it had even been formed? When he returned his attention to the hall, only his father-in-law was left. F.A. Father-in-law. Auguslo smiled difficultly. He was technically Lorist's uncle now, and he'd even been planning to have the Duke and his wife call him as such. Can you face the alliance if we don't include Lorist? What nonsense is this? The Duke shouted, finally losing his cool. Only a fool would force a conflict with that house. He doubted they'd win even if the whole continent fought against them as well. Even without Lorist they had enough power to flatten the entire continent if they wanted to. Lorist was actually not the thorniest aspect of that faction. A single sword saint could be handled. There were ways of dealing with sword saints, but their military was unconquerable. But he's really gone too far. Didn't you see? He killed so many people, what was I supposed to do? He didn't even admit his mistakes and threatened me. It doesn't matter that he's a sword saint, he's a noble first, my vassal at that. He can't behave that way. We should march our forces on his lands. Losing a battle against them would still be better than not answering this provocation. My honor demands I answer this. At least find out what really happened first. I've tested Lorist's limits before, he won't flip out like this for no reason. You must be missing something. I also know him a little, he won't kill innocent people easily, granted, did wipe out 1 million people in Hanayabarta. Ugh, the old man was right. Lorist wasn't a rash person, he always had good reason when he acted violently like that. Auguslo was very weary of House Norton's might, but he had to admit he admired their Duke. He knew his saving grace was that the Duke had no ambition for the throne, otherwise he'd have killed Auguslo many years ago. That said, he wasn't in absolute control of his faction. He might be pressured into taking action by those around him with more ambition. That was why he couldn't stand for him to have that much might. He couldn't do away with that faction's power, however, so his only option was to give them as little reason to act against him as possible while slowly eroding away their influence. He reluctantly gave in and called up some witnesses to the day's events. Everything was quickly laid bare. Auguslo was in a fury again when the last witness left. How dare his bastard of a son cause this much trouble? That useless shit just couldn't help himself, could he? He couldn't diligently build his own influence, knew, he had to use his father's name at every corner. Did the bastard not know he'd be dead already if Lorist was not so timid? Stopping noble women and forcing them to attend his balls, was there a greater insult to a noble than to have their women toyed with? No wonder Lorist lost his cool. He was the greatest man in the kingdom besides Auguslo himself, how could his honor stand something like this? And from a bastard, no less. Only, why would he direct that anger at him? If he knew Lorist well, which he liked to think he did, he would have just explained what had really happened with a smug smile on his face. Hold on, did he think he was behind everything? Indeed, it made sense, why would his spineless son dare do something this audacious if he didn't have the king's backing? Dukes Norton, Phelan, Shazine, and Ken Mays have left the city. They're heading for Gillen Harbor with their families and forces, a guard reported as he rushed in. What? Auguslo yelled, why didn't anyone stop them? The guard didn't answer. Auguslo finally realized no one dared stop a duke, especially not when 4 were traveling together, and when one was a sword saint. That could only be done if the army was mobilized with an imperial decree, but was there a good reason? The dukes had not committed treason, and mobilizing the army would be an open declaration of war. Not to mention, the dukes came with their families, so if even one of them was hurt by the soldiers, then not a single noble would continue to support him and acknowledge him as king. Auguslo was in full panic. Duke Faisablin yelled, go chase them, quick. Hold them back for now. I'll look for the other nobles to join us to convince them to stay. The grand ceremony is taking place 2 days later, and the 4 dukes must be there, especially a sword saint like Duke Norton. The consequences are unimaginable if he isn't there. Auguslo snapped out of it. I'll chase them down on horseback. I'll be counting on you for the rest, father-in-law. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 574 Turning Back Suspicion-Filled. Turning Back Suspicion-Filled. Locke, do you think the king is behind this? You think Count Wexes is only being used as a puppet? Asked Ken Mays. Lorist, Ken Mays, Phelim, and Shazine were heading to Gillen Harbor, the capital shrinking on the horizon behind them. They were accompanied by their family and forces. Their destination was Siloas, where they'd regroup and discuss what to do next. The others were surprised that Lorist would turn his back on the king so resolutely. If Auguslo declared him a traitor, Andenek would once again taste civil war. As his allies, they, too, would be dragged in against the rest of the kingdom. Actually, you can stand with the king and turn on Lorist if you want, Ken Mays told Shazine and Phelim. We're not idiots, the two immediately answered. It wasn't that they hadn't considered it, but, given the king's personality, they would be used as cannon fodder. The king would never trust them. Siding with Lorist was the better choice. Even if they were wiped out, they wouldn't have to worry about Lorist swallowing them. He would instead help them rebuild. Yes, Lorist replied glumly, you told me Analu got into a trade war with you for the salt market last year, right? They suffered at least 100,000 gold fords in losses. Think about it. That isn't a small sum. Analu should have been in bad shape. Tell me, do they look hampered? Analu isn't like the trade unions guilds. It's a new establishment with shallow roots and even shallower pockets, or at least they should be, so how did they get out of this without collapsing? Someone is obviously footing the bill on their behalf. And who has that kind of money in this desolate kingdom besides the king? Then not long after you're suddenly targeted by a blade master? Tell me, what upstart guild can afford to order a blade master around, much less after just suffering a crushing defeat? We can easily conclude who the mastermind behind Analu is. Do you think a mere bastard child can plot against a dupe like you? Can he take such a loss, not to mention sending a blade master after you? Somebody is backing him. Do we even need to guess who? Ken Mays paled. Lorist made him incredibly nervous. But why would the king want to lay his hands on Salt Merchant Committee? I'm just a merchant. I didn't touch any of his industries. I'm not a threat either. You underestimate your importance, Lorist smiled, the war is over. Everyone knows we'll have several decades of peace. Now that there are no more external threats, the king has to start considering internal ones. What, other than our alliance, could spark his worry? Nothing. If he wants to implement some kind of nationwide policy, he'll have to go through us. He is desperate to break us up. I suspect he set his sights on Salt Merchant Committee because you're the sole common interest binding the four houses together. Shazine and Phelim in particular are recovering quickly thanks to the kickbacks from the committee. They are rebuilding their militaries quickly as well. He first tried destroying the committee, now, failing that, he's targeting you. It was only a wild guess at first, but when I learnt that the bastard child was harassing the nobles and saw how his guild could bring out a gold rank guard, my suspicions deepened. How could Analu have such a strong force without the king? Even the committee only uses silver ranks. Do you remember the king's fury when I had their guards killed? It was like a child's toy had been broken. He was also way too keen to get an answer out of me. I knew it was him when I saw that. What else can I say at this point? Why should I care about his reputation? I'll just leave. Phelim, who had been listening from the side, nodded. Locke is right. What do you think the king will do next? Declare us traitors? I don't really care whether we're traitors or not, Shazine added, we can win any war he starts. Other than House Faizablin, no one is willing to fight to the death for that man's sake. Most will probably only voice their support while finding excuses to sit on the sidelines. I'm most worried that the king will try to catch us before we reach Gillen. Everyone fell silent. They didn't have the forces to far the entire Imperial Guard right now. It would be very bad if he sent his army after them before they got to Gillen. Lorist could cause him some damage, but even he could not win against an entire legion on his own. Not to mention their family were still here and could easily be turned into hostages against. If he really does something like that, we'll turn against him for good. I don't think he'll be quite that reckless. He'd be betting his entire bloodline and legacy on very unfavorable odds, and he knows it. We should stay on guard just in case, though. We still have 2 days of travel ahead before we reach Gillen. I've left a few men at the gates to keep an eye on the enemy army. They'll let us know as soon as the enemy begin mobilizing. If it comes to it, we'll send our families ahead and hold the enemy at bay until they've reached safety. We can't win a determined fight, but we can keep them busy long enough. We don't have worry about Jillin's garrison. They're practically my men. Ken Mays sighed. I knew you won't allow the king to interfere with Jillin. Everything will be fine as long as the garrison stays with us. I doubt the legion is enough to hold us. Everything will be fine once we reach Jillin. We'll secede from the Andanak and make Lorist king. We can settle our debt once we've stabilized the situation thereafter. It would most likely take the rest of the year to set everything up, but they could attack after winter and have half the kingdom in their hands in 2 years. Given their vast influence, they could easily turn the rest of the kingdom's nobles to their side and wipe out the empire within 5 years. Lorist shook his head. It's not time for something like that yet. People will think we were planning this from the beginning and believe the king's claims that we are traitors, rather than the victims. We should do nothing but take up our defenses. We should definitely not act before he does. Our secession should be a reaction to him. Phelim sighed. Locke, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're too soft. Don't worry so much about your reputation as a loyal vassal, it'll do you no good once you're a sovereign. If we declare independence after he makes his claim, people will believe we're doing damage control. We'll be the rebels that wanted to take over the kingdom but got caught out. No one will accept our declaration if we do it after the fact, and we won't be able to kill the king without being labeled kingslayers. If you declare independence beforehand, however, this will be a fair war between 2 kingdoms and we can kill that bastard without having to worry about being called kingslayers. The guards Lorist had left at the city gates slowly caught up with them. The king is on his way, your grace, announced the guard. Has the royal army been deployed? Asked Lorist. No. The king rides with only a small escort. Maybe he wants to hold us down while the army deploys and catches up? Guessed Ken Mays. Send our family ahead. We'll following behind them a little slower and see what the king is up to. The group proceeded thusly for several more hours. The king only caught up with them at sunset, covered in sweat and breathing haggardly. Why did you leave without a word? I investigated the matter more thoroughly and know you are not to blame for what happened. That brat of mine stepped out of line. You were right to kill his henchmen. I shouldn't have thought you were insulting me when you killed them. Please, there are only 2 days left until the ceremony and it wouldn't do for you to not attend. I was too stressed about the arrangements and let it get the better of me. Auguslo dismounted and took hold of Lorist's reins as he spoke. He begged Lorist to return. The group refused, but the king wouldn't let go of the reins. The 2 groups were left string at each other's for half an hour until Duke Faisablin arrived with the rest of the attending nobles to persuade Lorist to stay. Lorist stood firm, however, and the 2 groups were once again left staring at one another. The standoff continued until midnight, when the last of Lorist's men returned from the capital to report the army had still shown no signs of mobilizing. Lorist only gave in once he heard the final report. He spoke with his 3 companions and agreed to return to the capital, but refused to send for their families. Auguslo wasn't very happy that the 4 dukes weren't doing exactly as he asked, but he had to let it be, otherwise he'd get nothing. He was even more frustrated when each of the 4 only brought 100 guards back with them. Everyone could see the immense distrust in Lorist's eyes and knew an irreparable rift had formed between the 4 and the king. It was unlikely that the king's reign would be smooth going forward. A few even wondered if the emperor would live long enough to see his heir take the throne after him, if at all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575 Marquis Krelos's Frustration. Marquis Krelos's Frustration. Bam! Krelos hurled away a purplish gold vase and it smashed against the ground and shattered into smithereens. The precious item worth nearly 1,000 gold fords disappeared just like that. Even when Krelos left the trade union during that chaotic night, he didn't forget to bring that vase with him. He treasured it so much that he would toy around with it from time to time. It could be seen how angry he must have been to smash it into the ground. It was the 10th day of the 8th month of year 1783, the day Andanak would be restored to the Christian Empire. Auguslo I, the king of Andanak, would also ascend to the post of emperor. From that day onward, Auguslo I would be known as Christian IX, or Emperor Auguslo. His unfortunate father, Andanak I, would be named posthumously as Christian VIII. The imperial capital was filled with a festive mood. Loud sounds of gongs and cheers could be heard in the streets. The parades were colorful and plentiful and the citizens dutifully celebrated to congratulate their great king's ascension. Now Emperor, Auguslo announced that his citizens would be given free wine and meat to make the best of the day. They could eat all they want without spending a single cent. Cheers of "Long live the Emperor" and "Long live the Christian Empire" reverberated throughout the city. What was an occasion of great joy to the people was instead a source of grief to Krylos. Ever since he left the trade union, he had been living in the imperial capital and managed to get to know Count Wexes as he had planned. He used his startling intelligence to gain the Count's favor and offered himself up as his most trusted advisor. Back then, Wexes was but a knight. As he had offended House Norton, his position as commander of the Royal Guard had been stripped of him. After Auguslo returned, he decided to entitle Wexes to be a count in the faraway province of Magic and ordered him to leave for his dominion right away. During that crucial time, it was Krylos that stopped Wexes from leaving. He advised Wexes to beg pitifully to be allowed to stay in the palace and use his relation as family to win Auguslo over. In the end, the king rescinded his order and allowed Wexes to remain within the imperial capital. Since Wexes had grown up on the streets of the capital and had never gone anywhere else before, sending him to Magic so abruptly was indeed a little too heartless. Back then, Krylos told Wexes that the moment he left the imperial capital, he would no longer have a chance of inheriting the throne. But if he stayed, he might still stand a chance. Even though Auguslo had a proper heir now, it would take more than a decade for the child to mature and anything could happen during that time. Wexes listened well and went to the palace to beg in the name of his dead mother and got what he wanted. After that, he started Analu with the help of Krylos and used the excuse of earning money for the imperial family to gain Auguslo's trust and support, obtaining the rights to sell ores within the kingdom. Yet another wave of pain assailed him. Krylos's body stiffened and the two scars that stretched from his pale forehead to his chin contorted into a deformed shape. At that moment, his expression was ever so demonic and sinister. He looked like the devil himself. But he was alone in that room. For his revenge, Krylos made the two scars that were on his face and ruined his handsome face. Only by doing so could he move about in the imperial capital as he pleased without fear of being recognized as Marquis Krylos of the trade union. Perhaps I shouldn't have placed my hopes in Wexes, thought Krylos as he took out a bottle containing a blue concoction, loosened its cork, and poured the solution into his mouth. His expression finally returned to normal following the consumption of the medicine. He sat back down slowly and reached out for the purple gold vase he usually toyed around with out of habit only to grab nothing but air. It was then when he recalled smashing his precious treasure in a fit of rage. Giving a pained look at the pieces on the ground, Krylos began to coldly contemplate what happened. Why did Duke Norton, someone who fell out with the king, show up during the ceremony with the three other dukes as if nothing happened? They even seemed to get along well. I heard Duke Norton flipped out against Auguslo in the palace before all the nobles present and kicked the great hall's doors flying before leaving with the other dukes and their families and servants to return to their dominion. When Krylos first heard about that news, he was overjoyed. The alliance of four houses was the most powerful faction and Andanak and House Norton had the strongest military in all of Grindia. The trade union could be said to have lost solely because of them. Lorist was not only Duke of the Northlands, but also the kingdom's sword saint. A battle between him and Auguslo was the best thing Krylos could hope for. Even though the gold rank Marcus that followed him and the 40-plus loyal silver ranks were killed on the streets by Duke Norton and his guards, Krylos believed that if he could incite conflict between Lorist and Auguslo, it would have been worth the sacrifice of his loyal men because his revenge would finally have a chance of coming true. In fact, Lorist suspected Auguslo for being the mastermind behind Analu and the one who tried to assassinate Kenmaze. Both the blade master that was involved in the assassination attempt and the gold rank that died by Loz's hands as well as the Analu silver rank guards that were killed were all Krylos's men. Even the 100,000 gold fords lost by Analu during the trade war was paid out with Krylos's personal funds. However, Lorist thought that it was Auguslo who was footing the bill for his illegitimate son. Yet, he didn't know of the loss Krylos had to bear nor about his close relationship with Wexes. If he didn't show up to clean up after Wexes' mess, the Count would quickly be sent to Magic by Auguslo. If that happened, Krylos would have no chance of succeeding in his revenge plot. The family members of the four dukes and their forces didn't return to the imperial capital 2 days ago. The man I sent to the city gates saw it himself. I only heard that Auguslo brought some men with him to chase them down and the other nobles of the kingdom also joined to persuade them, but the whole group didn't turn back, right? Auguslo wore a dark expression when he got back to the city and I even heard word of the group of people leaving Jilin Harbor on ships. So what is with the four dukes' presence during the ceremony today? There are also near 1,000 men flying the banner of the Raging Bear up high in the military parade and cheering "Long live the Empire" and "Long live the Emperor." Where did those Norton soldiers come from? Even the forces of the three allies are the same. There were 3,000 men following behind the Nortons and cheering all the same on the streets of the imperial capital. Krylos was expecting to watch the consequences of the ruined parade without the four houses, yet he didn't expect that his plans were ruined. It was as if the murder 2 days ago didn't happen at all. That surprising outcome almost made Krylos freak out. The more he hoped, the more disappointed he became. When he returned to his residence, he began smashing things up. The door was pushed open and a figure slipped into the room before closing the door. He then laid against the door with ragged breath and said, "That was terrifying. I almost bumped into Duke Norton. Thankfully, I managed to slip away. Otherwise, you won't be able to see me anymore, Selic." Selic was the name Krelos used. He told Wexes that he used to be an heir of a large merchant guild in the southern Roman Empire and escaped to the imperial capital because of offending a duke of the empire. As he wanted to found his own merchant guild, he teamed up with Wexes and provided the funds. "I really got myself rubbish partners," thought Krelos as he touched his forehead. The person who slipped into his room without greeting was none other than Wexes. Krelos thought that Wexes inherited none of Auguslo's traits apart from his handsome appearance. He was nothing but a thug given his upbringing in the streets of the imperial capital. Maybe he doesn't even qualify as a thug. If it weren't for his adoptive father that laid good foundations for him as a knight and awakened his battle force during 16, he would have long starved to death during the war. He only managed to survive because of his battle force until he was found by Auguslo's men. Krelos thought that Wexes didn't have any good qualities at all, not to mention his lack of noble etiquette, his greed, and lust as well as recklessness. However, Wexes was quite the loyal fellow. However, his loyalty to his friends only showed when he wanted to drag them down the pit along with him to suffer alongside him. Krelos had already suffered losses twice within the span of a year because of Wexes' antics. The first time was the trade war with Salt Merchant Committee. Everyone knew that nobles preferred rock salt to sea salt because of the latter's bitterness. Usually, only commoners used sea salt. Even though the Salt Merchant Committee's salt was white as snow, they were produced from seawater and were only used by nobles if they really didn't have rock salt. Krelos managed to get the rights to sell the yield from 3 salt mines from Auguslo through Wexes. In some sense, he would have monopolized the rock salt industry in the kingdom. He was going to market the rock salt to the nobles as a luxury seasoning. However, rock salt had to be processed quite extensively before they could be turned into fine salt. As Krelos wasn't in good physical condition, he left Wexes in charge of those matters. Krelos believed that as long as Wexes used Auguslo's name to pay visits to those nobles and market his salt, the plan would soon come to fruition. What he didn't expect was that when Wexes found that each bottle of salt made less than a small silver of profit, he felt that it was too much trouble. So, thanks to the advice from some friend of his, he bought lots of sea salt to be mixed together with rock salt before selling them out. He could increase the profit margin a few times more that way. Wexes gleefully thought that he had come up with a good plan, but he forgot that the nobles weren't idiots. Sea salt was white and rock salt was slightly greenish. It didn't take long before Wexes' white-green salt became a huge joke. In the end, Krelos had lost nearly 100,000 gold fords taken from his personal funds to fund the production of the rock salt. Incidentally, the friend that suggested the idea got 1,000 gold fords as a reward. The second loss he suffered was when he suggested Wexes to hold more balls and invite nobles to join them to expand his network. Analu would pay for the costs of those balls. Wexes naturally found that idea to his liking, as partying about was what he liked to do best. He even went so far as to stop nobles in public to force his invitations on them. They had no choice but to endure it and accept the invitation in consideration of Auguslo's power. But the whole plan was ruined when they tried to invite the Norton ladies to the ball. That blunder caused Krelos to sacrifice Marcus, the gold rank, and more than 40 silver ranks. More than half of Andalu's shop was also torn down. When Krelos came to the imperial capital, he had less than 100 men with him. Now, half of them were gone. "Whoa, why did you smash this precious thing? It's such a shame." Nispelai said that if I gave it to her, she would spend 3 romantic nights with me. "I knew I should have given to her if it was going to be smashed anyway," said Wexes when he discovered the pieces on the ground. "You?" Krelos felt a rush of anger, but he still had to give some explanation about it. "I accidentally knocked it down." "Oh, do you know why Duke Norton showed up in the ceremony? I thought he flipped out against the king and left the imperial capital with his family." "Oh, well, didn't my father chase after him?" In the end, he managed to convince him to return. However, he only came back with the 3 dukes and 10 or so guards. He's been staying within the palace for the past 2 days without leaving at all, and the soldiers of those houses are all imposters. "They're actually members of the royal army," replied Wexes nonchalantly. "Then why didn't you tell me about it earlier?" Krelos was really mad that he was happy for nothing. "What's the use of telling you about it? Didn't you see that I was busy hiding? I almost bumped into Duke Norton just now too." Krelos really didn't have anything to say about that. Sometimes, even he felt admiration for Wexes' luck. Even though he was the main cause of the trouble with House Norton and twisted the truth when he reported to Auguslo about that incident and caused the argument between him and Lorist, Auguslo didn't seek Wexes out to dish out the consequences after he chased Lorist down. Auguslo had been quite annoyed that Lorist didn't allow his family members and forces to return to the imperial capital and was too busy arranging the faking of the forces of the four houses. Lorist and the other dukes also kept a low profile and didn't leave their residences and forgot about Wexes completely, allowing him to travel about the imperial capital freely and even mingle among the other nobles during the ceremony. Lord Count, as your friend, I have to advise you that if you still intend to sit in the throne one day, you should really change your bad habits and become a proper noble. Only then can you gain the heartfelt support of the other nobles in the kingdom and become a magnificent ruler in the future, said Krelos.
Enough, Selic. I know that. Don't need to nag me about it. I'll definitely become the successor of the imperial family, Wexes replied in annoyance. Also, do you have any more of those purple gold vases? I'll safekeep it for you lest you accidentally smash them again. Krelos was at a loss for words. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 576 Suggestion to Demilitarize. Suggestion to demilitarize. It was a sunny day at the beach. Lorist lied down lazily under a shade made of fine, grey linen cloth. He watched as his wife and children played by the seaside. This is the life. Lorist breathed a long sigh and tried to forget everything unhappy and troubling that occurred in the imperial capital. Kenmaze came over with a small wooden bucket. Within it was ice made from saltpeter and 2 bottles of chilled fruit wine. After taking a seat beside Lorist, he took out 2 glasses from the bucket and opened one bottle. The amber-colored wine looked ever so mesmerizing through the transparent glass. He gave one blast to Lorist before taking a swig from his own. I really don't know how you always come up with these little ideas. You were actually able to make ice during a hot summer like this. Being able to enjoy chilled fruit wine during such weather is truly a luxury. Lorist didn't speak and finished the wine in his glass before filling it halfway and popping 2 ice chunks into his glass. It was currently the beginning of the 9th month. After participating in the ceremony held in the imperial capital, they parted with Auguslo during the night banquet on unfriendly terms because of another argument. Lorist, Kenmaze, Shazine and Phelan left the imperial capital with their guards early the next morning without bidding their farewell to go to Siloas and reunite with their families. They were at a beach near Seaview Manor. Compared to House Kenmaze's Platinum Beach, this one was far smaller, but it was more than enough for the dukes and their families to have fun. Looking at the people playing about, Kenmaze breathed a deep sigh. He had spent lots of money to invest in Platinum Beach to make it the best vacation spot in the kingdom and was going to go there every summer with lots of other nobles. But Auguslo came over and brought the nobles to war. After the 3 bloody years, all the nobles suffered heavy losses and were no longer in the mood to spend their vacation at Platinum Beach. They were busy licking each other's wounds at home. Don't worry. Just invite the nobles to go to Platinum Beach next year. It's been 5 years already and I bet they must have forgotten about it by now. The empire has already been restored and there shouldn't be any wars in the foreseeable future, so I believe that they'll regain the mood to have fun once their wallets fatten up again. Lorist knew what Kenmaze was mulling over when he saw him gaze blankly at the beach. It's not that. Kenmaze snapped out of his stupor and said, I'm not worried about that. I was wondering what His Majesty meant when he suggested us to demilitarize during the banquet that night. After the grand ceremony, Auguslo held a large banquet and invited all the nobles of the empire and their family members there. Even though some rather sour things happened before the ceremony, thanks to Auguslo's efforts, the ceremony was wrapped up properly in the end. Satisfied with how everything went down, Auguslo announced the policies he would be implementing across the next 3 years. Not only would he turn his focus on the life of the people and increase the income of the empire to fill its treasury, he also encouraged the development of trade and mineable resources as well as a decrease in scale of the military. Focus was placed on the last part. Auguslo believed that since the empire had been restored, he would bring back the 3-army policy used back in imperial days. The Royal Army would defend the imperial capital, White Lion Legion would deal with external threats, and Fierscale Legion would deal with bandits and other threats within the empire. Additionally, territories under imperial family rule would form their own garrison forces. Auguslo was also planning to rebuild the Order of Imperial Knights and recruit talented descendants of nobles to serve the empire. Those were mostly policies that existed since the old days of the empire and nobody minded them. The Royal Army, White Lion Legion and Fierscale Legion were the 3 main legions of the former empire that were under direct imperial control. As long as Auguslo was capable of rebuilding them, nobody would have anything to say about it. As for the Order of Imperial Knights, it offered a career path for the noble descendants who wouldn't be inheriting the household and helped prevent strife during a time of peace.
Those descendants wouldn't be allowed to join their household forces to prevent them posing a threat to the legitimate heirs. For instance, Lorist's second uncle who died on the battlefield served as the sergeant colonel in the Christian Imperial Knight Order. What the nobles didn't expect was that after announcing the military policies of the empire, Auguslo suggested the nobles to scale down on their own forces. He reasoned that since peace was upon them, the nobles of the empire shouldn't continue to expand their household forces and instead invest their funds in development. So, he suggested for each noble house to demilitarize to a limited degree and adhere to the limits and standards he would set. Auguslo believed that an imperial baron could have around 200 or 300 man squads in the household forces, a viscount could have around 500 men, a count could have around 1,000, and a marquis 3,000 at most. As for dukes, they could form a division of troops or a small legion. For instance, a large legion of 45,000 men should be shrinked into having only 4 6,000 strong divisions and another logistics unit of 1,000 men, making the total number of men in a legion around 25,000 people. Auguslo emphasized that he made the suggestions for the sake of the nobles' own wealth. Maintaining a large force during peacetime wasn't only a waste, it was a huge burden. He believed that they should decrease military spending so that the nobles can continue to enjoy lives of luxury and develop their dominions properly. As for bandits and the like, the empire's fierce-scale legion would take care of it after it was formed and the nobles didn't have to worry about it. Auguslo expressed with great grief that the nobles of the empire had suffered enough losses during the bloody 3 years on Phallic Plains, so his plan to help the nobles decrease their military spending was a boon from the empire to the nobles. In the future, all military deployments would be taken care of by the 3 imperial legions and all the nobles had to do was defend their dominions well. Unless the empire was in danger of being wiped out completely, Auguslo wouldn't call for the nobles to take up arms and send them to the battlefield. As for conflicts between nobles themselves, Auguslo expressed that he didn't wish to see wars break out between noble houses and encouraged the settlement of issues in a noble court. Interdomain wars were not beneficial for anybody involved after all. Regardless of who the victor was, the 3 imperial legions could step in between those wars and eliminate conflict so that the noble court could give its verdict on the conflict. Everyone participating in the banquet turned their eyes to Lorist, Faisablin, Kenmaze, Phelim and Shazine. They knew that House Norton's forces had already exceeded the forces commanded by Auguslo in terms of might. Even if he managed to form the 3 imperial legions, he would find it hard-pressed to fight House Norton. If the other dukes of the allied houses joined forces together, they could easily sweep through the empire. Even if Faisablin joined forces with Auguslo and all the other nobles in the empire, they wouldn't be able to stop the joint forces of the 4 allied houses. It was quite apparent that Auguslo was intentionally bringing the demilitarization plan out to deal with the 4 allied houses. To the other landed nobles, the plan didn't affect them much. Even Handra, Forand, and Shabbage were in agreement with that plan. As Auguslo had said, the decrease in the scale of household forces would decrease the burden they had to bear to maintain them. Even if they received a call to arms from Auguslo, they wouldn't have to send as many men to help out. Perhaps because they had rehearsed it beforehand, Duke Faisablin stood up and said, "Your Majesty, House Faisablin is extremely supportive of this policy. I am willing to give command of my frontier legion back to the empire to your Majesty's control." "Cunning old man!" cried the nobles in their minds. Everyone with half a brain understood that Duke Faisablin obviously got something out of it from being so obedient. Even though the Frontier Legion wasn't traditionally one of the 3 imperial legions, it had a stellar reputation. It was originally formed to curb raids from the grassland barbarians in the Great Northeastern Plains at the borders of the empire. It was considered more to be a local force than a nationwide one. However, when they were wiping out the barbarians, Frontier Legion fell into the hands of House Faisablin and came under the household name. Currently, there were 2 legions in Frontier, numbering up to 80,000 men. It was the main force of House Faisablin and Lorist formed Jaeger and stationed it in wild husbandry precisely to defend against them. Duke Faisablin's ceding of control of the legion back to the empire meant that only 45,000 men, 1 full legion, of them would be given back to the empire. Since it used to be considered a local force, it would still roam in the northeastern provinces and wouldn't be House Faisablin's troops in name only. Even though it sounded pleasant to say that the legion would return to Auguslo's control, it was still practically under Duke Faisablin's command. The old guy truly was sly. He gave away 1 legion and kept the other as his own household force. In other words, it was just a subtle name change. Both legions were still controlled by House Faisablin. Not only that, the house only had to pay for the maintenance of 1 legion and the one that was given away would be funded by the empire, greatly decreasing the burden on the house. They could use the extra resource of their main household legion and the reserve legion, which used the mercenary model and was comprised of mostly grassland barbarians. Auguslo nodded with a smile. Duke Faisablin, you are truly loyal to the empire and your actions are deserving of respect and praise. I recall that Frontier Legion's funding and equipment were provided by Wild Husbandry, Winston, and Southern. We'll follow old conventions then. Duke Faisablin, you shall make a yearly budget for the Legion to claim the subsidies from these 3 provinces. That was nothing short of a slight to the alliance of 4 houses. Winston, Wild Husbandry and Southern used to be heavily raided by the Grassland Barbarians, and it was only because of their common enemy back then that the 3 provinces united to fund the Frontier Legion to curb the Grassland Barbarians. But ever since Frontier Legion became House Faisablin's to control, that agreement was annulled. The expansion into Eastwild also removed the threat from Winston and Southern. Frontier Legion was funded and commanded completely by House Faisablin after that. Currently, Southern was House Phelan's dominion and Winston and Wild Husbandry had become territories under Norton control. Auguslo's suggestion for the 3 provinces to fund Frontier Legion was a malicious move against the alliance of 4 houses to make them fund a rival's force. It really took some talent and thick skin for one to say what Auguslo casually did. Duke Phelan slammed the golden goblet in his hand onto the table and stood up angrily. Impossible. Back then, Frontier Legion was formed to deal with the Grassland Barbarian threat. But are they still a danger to us? Frontier Legion is now under House Faisablin's control, so why should we pay for it? Lorist sighed and stood up to calm Phelan down. Back then, Southern wasn't Duke Phelan's household dominion, so it was reasonable for it to bear part of the cost. But now, Southern belongs to House Phelan. It wouldn't be appropriate to ask Southern to bear the cost of funding Frontier Legion. How about this? House Norton shall bear the cost of Frontier Legion and promises to make sure it is adequately funded. Overjoyed, Auguslo said, Brother Locke is understanding as always and ever willing to help the nation out. Duke Faisablin also happily said, Do you mean it, Duke Norton? You can't go back on your words before so many nobles here. Of course, Lorist said with a nod, apart from the cost of supplies, House Norton is also willing to provide complete equipment for Frontier Legion. However, the condition for that is for the Legion to be reorganized by our house and be trained according to the equipment we provide. It is no surprise to anyone that the forces of our house are inferior to none. We will be willing to provide training and impart our experiences learned through battle to Frontier Legion without any holds barred. We only need half a year's time to ensure that Frontier returns to His Majesty as an elite force. Duke Faisablin paled immediately. If Frontier Legion gets brought into the Norton Dominion to be trained by them, would they still listen to my orders? They'll become the Norton's men for life. Since they count on the Nortons for everything from food to equipment, it goes without saying whose orders they will take. Only a fool will send Frontier Legion to be trained in the Norton Dominion. Auguslo also understood that point. Lorist found a way out of trouble with but a few simple statements. We'll discuss this another day since there's no rush. Also, Brother Locke, what are your thoughts about the demilitarization plan I proposed? The Empire is at peace now and House Norton no longer needs to sustain such a large force. I think your house can decrease from 4 to 2 legions. Maybe even 1 legion is enough. He went straight to the point. Lorist shook his head. Your Majesty, regrettably, I cannot agree to this proposal because that will affect the house's plans for more military excursions. But military excursions? Auguslo said, startled, where does House Norton intend to conquer next? It's no conquest, Your Majesty, don't worry. My house plans to expand into magical Dragon Mountains and the wildlands further north in our next phase. We want to pave a new province in the north and expand the Empire's territory. We will be needing all 4 of our legions for that, 1 to be stationed at Wild Husbandry to defend against the Grassland Barbarians, and 1 back in the Northlands to defend our home. Actually, our forces are being drawn rather thin and we might even need the help of the other Duke's household forces. Lorist was referring to Kenmays, Shazine and Phelan. That was in direct opposition to Auguslo's plan to have their forces decrease in scale. Auguslo's expression darkened. He thought that Lorist was just finding a random excuse to refuse his proposal. But he took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Locke, since you're unwilling to shrink your forces, I won't force the matter. But don't you think you should change the name of your Sentry Legion? It means the same thing as our Royal Guard and it can be confusing. Lorist smiled and said, All right, Your Majesty. I shall do as you wish. From this day henceforth, the Sentry Legion shall be named Iron Guard. Lorist didn't really care about what his legions were called. Since Auguslo had a problem with Sentry Legion, he'd just changed it to Iron Guard, one he thought was easy to remember. What he didn't expect was that Auguslo would erupt in anger right after that. He kicked the table in front of him and turned to leave the hall. The banquet was over just like that. Even after he left the palace, Lorist was still oblivious to what happened and felt a little mad. Is Auguslo throwing a tantrum at me? How ridiculous, . Kenmays laughed heartily and said, Locke, you're really something, you know that? Calling your legion Iron Guard is worse than not changing the name. You're insulting His Majesty straight to his face. Wait, I still don't know why it can't be called Ironguard. Ha ha, did you forget? Back then, the force Duke Madras formed was called Ironguard Legion. The 8,000 men of the Legion defended Kobo. His Majesty's father, the late King Andanak, brought the 60,000 men of the Royal Guard to besiege Kobo for 6 whole months and returned in failure with only 20,000 men remaining. That was what caused the great destabilization in the empire and subsequently, its collapse. Yet, you started calling your Legion Ironguard just like that. Aren't you trying to piss him off intentionally? You're pitting it against his Royal Guard. Lorist only just realized it. He had offhandedly named it Ironguard, but Auguslo took it as an affront. The rift between them only grew deeper. However, Lorist didn't bother to explain his actions either and left the imperial capital the next day. As he lay comfortably on the beach, he said, His Majesty's proposal really put us in a pickle. He didn't really care about whether we would decrease our forces at all. He only wanted a clear record of their sizes. If we expand in the future, he can accuse us for having ulterior motives for doing so. We'll have no choice but to request help from his forces if we need more men, and that will result in the 3 legions being involved in our internal affairs. At least that's what I think he's planning. Ken Mays finished the wine in his glass. His Majesty truly has lots on his mind. Of course. Lorist nodded. Now that we no longer have external threats, the next biggest thing to worry about is our alliance. Maybe His Majesty sees us as even more threatening than the trade union. That's why we can't afford to demilitarize. We'll have to keep up the military drills to keep our forces trained to ensure the safety and longevity of our dominions and houses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577 Entanglement. Entanglement. There was bound to be difference in opinion anyway, so Lorist didn't really care what Auguslo thought. Even though the man was the emperor, Lorist would still do whatever he wanted. Continuing to develop the house step by step according to his plan was the best thing to do, and there was no need for him to change according to Auguslo's whims. In some sense, Lorist was entangled with Auguslo somehow. Back then, when Lorist was bringing the northbound convoy back to the Northlands, Charade, who was in charge of it back then, was used by Auguslo to further his own purposes when they passed through Andanak. They had helped Auguslo turn from a relegated prince to the de facto ruler of Andanak. Auguslo used the northbound convoy to exterminate any rebellious nobles within the kingdom and robbed power from his elder brother, the First Highness. In the end, he also forced the refugees of the kingdom to tag along with the northbound convoy to force it to its doom so that he could enjoy its benefits. That was the reason Charade and Potterfawn didn't have the slightest goodwill towards Auguslo. With the northbound convoy facing oblivion, Lorist had to seek them out and leave the Northlands and come to an agreement with Auguslo. He swore allegiance to the true heirs of Chrisen's legacy, the Andanak royal family, in exchange for Silo was to be given to the house as their hereditary dominion. In the end, Lorist led the convoy to cross Lake Egret at night and attack the Duchy of Madras to open up a path for the convoy to travel north. Auguslo also used the chance to take young Chandler from Madras and claim it as Andanak's territory. When they were working together to fight against Madras, Auguslo wanted to use the northbound convoy to deal with 2nd Prince Iblia's army as well and sent for people to destroy Kobo's walls, intentionally plotting against him. Yet, as fate wanted it, Lorist managed to arrive at the Northlands with the convoy intact. During the next following years, Lorist and Auguslo had their own things to be busy with. After Auguslo defeated 1st Prince Redless's invading army and signed a peace treaty with Duke Madras, Andanak's territory doubled. He won the reputation as one of the new genius military minds of the new generation. He continued to build his army for his dream of reuniting the empire. Lorist, on the other hand, defeated Duke Loggins when he returned to the Northlands and wiped out the magic beast wave that came to terrorize them on a yearly basis. He also defeated the 2nd Prince, who was pining for House Norton's wealth, causing the 2nd Prince to send a Blademaster to assassinate Lorist. He then ended up among the mountain barbarians. By the time he returned home, Lorist led an attack on Iblia's capital, Windbury, and captured the 2nd Prince and formed the alliance of 4 houses. He stabilized the Northlands and went to his dominion, Siloas, for the first time while he transported the 2nd Prince for Auguslo to deal with. What he didn't expect to find was that the island had been messed up badly by Auguslo's tax collection officer, and Seaview Manor had been occupied by some unruly descendants of other nobles. The subordinates Auguslo left behind also occupied the fertile land themselves and caused lots of trouble. Lorist decided to make a strong stand and captured the tax collection official and the colonel that was sent there, imprisoned the young nobles and attacked Farama village before heading to the imperial capital to see Auguslo. Auguslo, on the other hand, was busy building up his army of 300,000 by emptying the kingdom's wealth in it. He was going to reunite the empire with only 300,000 men and was feeling very good about himself. When he met Lorist, he even tried to convince House Norton to join the attempt. However, Lorist brought the tax collection official, colonel, and noble descendants there to him at that moment, which ended up being quite humiliating for him. When Auguslo was about to defend the tax collection official, Lorist killed him on the spot. That was the first huge conflict between Lorist and Auguslo. Auguslo ordered his blademaster to give Lorist a lesson, but was surprised to find that the result was the opposite he had hoped for. Later, Lorist brought out King Iblia, the second prince, that had been taken captive. He was one of the main perpetrators of the civil war in the empire. Auguslo was overjoyed and Lorist used that opportunity to leave the imperial capital. However, the tax collection official's elder brother and Auguslo's favored subordinate, General Count Aslan, brought 5,000 men to stop Lorist. Auguslo pretended not to notice. Surprisingly, Lorist used 500 guards to ruin all 5 of the camps of Count Arslan and defeated them horribly. Even Count Arslan died from the battle. Just as Auguslo was still recovering from the shocking battle, the war with Redlis was just about to begin, so he had no choice but to give up on pursuing the matter with Lorist. When Lorist left the imperial capital, he went to Moranti to obtain the glassmaking methods and got to know about the upcoming implementation of the nobility system by the trade union. He heard that the big 7 guilds were trying to conquer Silawas, so to prevent the island from falling into Chictor's hands, Lorist intentionally used the glassmaking method to incite war between the trade union and Taribo to force the trade union's focus to turn to the southern part of the continent, kicking them off on the route of expansion. Lorist didn't expect that even though he had prevented Chictor's plans from coming to fruition, Silawas would be attacked by the slaver kingdom of Hanayabarda. To have his revenge, he led his troops to the distant Hanayabarda archipelago and exterminated the whole kingdom before taking the archipelago under house rule. As Lorist was preparing for that excursion, Auguslo paid a huge price to forcefully cross Cloud Snap Mountains during a harsh snowstorm and miraculously took Redlis's capital, Frederica. King Redlis, the first prince of the former empire, disappeared ever since and the kingdom of Redlis was no more. That battle shocked the whole Grindia continent. Auguslo was named the new northern war god, but he let the victory get to his head and made one mistake after another after he got the upper hand. He wanted to use force to deal with the nobles that aligned themselves with Redlis and made unreasonable demands to the 4 central dukes. In the end, the 2 factions united against Auguslo and defeated his army time and again. At that moment, one of the big 7 guilds, Wesia, started to pine after Frederica and Baudulger's rich resources and interfered with the war. Auguslo on the other hand fell sick badly after overexerting himself and crossing the mountains during winter, allowing Princess Carrie, the daughter of the late First Highness, to stage a rebellion and cut off the supplies for Auguslo's army. The forces at the front lines crumbled and Auguslo was trapped in Frederica. Faced with such a desperate situation, Auguslo barely managed to survive his sickness and left most of his forces to defend Frederica before he left with an elite force of a few thousand through a secret path. He would cross Cloud Snap Mountains again to retake Andanak and deal with the traitors. But due to his bad luck, he wandered into the place the first prince was hiding at and fought to a Pyrrhic victory with the first prince's personal forces. Even though he managed to kill the first prince, who was another main cause of the empire's civil war, Auguslo's forces were greatly wounded and he could no longer take back his kingdom. During the time when he was at his lowest, Lorist was busy developing his dominion after returning from a distant excursion. He reorganized his army and was going to tackle the backer of the Redlis regime, House Faisablin. He wanted to take the provinces in the northeastern area. It came as a surprise to him that Auguslo would show up within his dominion and request Lorist's help to restore him to his throne. That was the 3rd time Lorist met Auguslo in person. After much negotiation, Lorist got the right to rule Delamoc and Winston from Auguslo. Those 2 provinces would become administrative areas of House Norton. He also managed to win the dominions of his allies, namely, Kenmaze, Phelim and Shazin, before agreeing to deploy his forces to retake the kingdom for Auguslo. Lorist's forces attacked Siglar from sea during winter and exterminated the Duchy of Madras before Tigersor was sent to Andanak to take the imperial capital. The rebellious nobles were all exterminated and Auguslo was restored to his throne. At the same time, House Norton's amazing military prowess began to make Auguslo wary. After helping Auguslo, Lorist turned his gaze to the decaying kingdom of Iblia. He led his forces to take Windbury by surprise and chased Duke Faisablin, who was prepared to reshape the kingdom to suit his needs, away, thereby exterminating Iblia for good. After that, the Nortons greatly wounded House Faisablin's forces and the 80,000+ of the 4 central duchies and cut off all relation between House Faisablin and the 4 central duchies. However, the Duke's reputation of war god of the plains wasn't just for show. Even though he suffered a loss in southern, he managed to deal Lorist a huge blow at wild husbandry. Duke Faisablin gathered 100,000 grassland barbarians to lay an ambush in wild husbandry and almost defeated the newly formed Jaeger Legion in its entirety. That was the biggest loss Lorist sustained since he took over the house.
Just when Lorist thought that he could use the 4 allied houses to force Duke Faisablin to surrender and get the wealth of House Faisablin for his allies and him, Auguslo interfered and barged into House Faisablin's territory and made a deal with Duke Faisablin. House Faisablin was declared once more a part of Andanak, and Auguslo took the Duke's granddaughter, Kakan, as his wife, thwarting Lorist's plans and allowing House Faisablin to live. Right after that, Auguslo planned to attack the 4 central duchies and managed to convince Lorist and Duke Faisablin to offer aid. During that battle, Lorist made up with Faisablin and no longer considered each other enemies, restoring a friendly trade relation. The Duke also said that he wasn't interested in fighting Lorist for supremacy over the northeastern area and would be willing to settle into the new order set by the Nortons. After attacking the 4 central duchies, Auguslo turned his sights to the remaining provinces by the empire currently occupied by the trade union. Once more, he got Lorist's help to conquer Anderwath, Magic, Baudulger and Canbona while exterminating one of the big 7 guilds, Wessia. Auguslo also conquered the northwestern area. His own forces with the allied noble army and House Norton's forces allied together to form the million-man army that was stationed at the borders of the trade union. Auguslo thought that he wouldn't have to actually fight a battle and could force the trade union to surrender with pressure alone. They would return the 2 provinces that were still occupied and sign a peace agreement with him. But the trade union chose instead to send the Windstorm Sword Saint to the negotiation to bring Auguslo and all the other nobles to Morani to confess their sins, while the trade union launched their own attack to catch the million-man army off guard. Lorist stepped forward at the crucial moment and fought to a bloody draw with the Windstorm Sword Saint. House Norton's Firmrock Legion managed to hold the Union forces back and won enough time for Auguslo to gather his forces and mount a counterattack. After that, House Norton's 3 legions joined Auguslo in wiping out the main force of the trade union. That was the time Lorist and Auguslo's relationship was at their closest. Auguslo was filled with respect for Lorist, a sword saint. That was why after he suffered such huge losses from the 3 years of war on Folic Plains and requested Lorist for aid, Lorist agreed. After that, House Norton's North Sea fleet exterminated Invincible Fleet and took Moranti from High Gold Bay, turning the tables on the battle at Folic Plains immediately and forcing the Union forces out. Lorist saved the nobles of Andanak from losing all their forces and emerged victorious in the Great Battle of Bluewick. In another 3 years' time, he would tear the trade union into multiple pieces and force it to surrender in the end. But now that Auguslo no longer had the external threat that was the trade union and gotten his dream of becoming the emperor that restored the Christian Empire, he became even more wary of House Norton's might. Even though Lorist had taken up the mantle of the kingdom's sword saint, Auguslo was still filled with suspicion towards House Norton's power. His suggestion of downsizing their forces was merely a test he had for Lorist. Lorist was certain that the new emperor would definitely think up lots of other methods to test the patience of Lorist and the alliance of 4 houses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578 Free Citizens. Free citizens. There were only 2 things in 1783 that concerned Lorist. The first was the grand ceremony of Auguslo's ascension. Even though it was already over, the falling out with him and the wariness he had for House Norton and the 4 allied houses only grew. The 2 factions were practically rivals and it seemed like their battle would be battled out in the arena that was the Christian Empire. Before Lorist the Sword Saint and Auguslo the Emperor settled who won, the situation wouldn't calm down. The other matter was the construction of the Grand Palace in Ragebear. After 3 years, and the painstaking effort of nearly 200,000 laborers, the Grand Palace was finally complete. On Grindia, there was no tax for constructing new properties. As long as nobles had the money and power, they could build a palace even grander than that of the royal families and make it their residence. Not only was that a display of wealth, it would also serve as a legacy for their descendants to inherit, while also helping the house leave a mark in the annals of history. Handra's Incubi Palace and Foreign Summer Palace were such examples. What dumbfounded Lorist was that he had made the decision to construct the Palace Ursa Rex wasn't for the fame, but rather to solve the issue with overproduction of a mineable resource in the Dominion. In other words, he was increasing demand for the material to make up for the falling prices and also giving the farmers a chance to earn some extra money, which could then be used to stock up on more of House Norton's products. That way, the Dominion's economy would get the stimulation it needed and the folk would lose the habit of saving every single coin they made. That was why even though Palace Ursa Rex was grand in size, it wasn't very detailed and ornate to squinted eyes. The grandest palaces on Grindia were no different from several beautiful manors and castles linked together with a shared garden. They were far from what Lorist imagined fantasy world castles would look like. And given that the term of the project was quite short, it couldn't compare to some palaces in his past life, which easily took more than a decade to construct. Then again, perhaps because of the advent of battle force, the people in this world had an advantage when it came to building speed. Battle force using workers could easily lift large rocks and greatly increase the efficacy of construction. Lorist had interfered with the design of Palace Ursa Rex to resemble the Forbidden City which he had seen during a visit with his secretary once. Even though he couldn't exactly replicate the whole thing, the grand scale of the whole project earned Sairoba's awe. The old architect's belief that Lorist had architectural talent was once again reinforced through the layout and design he provided of the buildings. But when Lorist received the final designs and saw the Gothic-style decorations on his Chinese-style palace, he thought that it felt a bit off, but it was already too late to change.
Sairoba, on the other hand, was filled to the brim with ambition.
He was driven to make Palace Ursa Rex a Grindian structural marvel so as to leave his mark in the world of architecture. Had Lorist not decided on the name of the palace early on, Sairoba would be willing to give up on his riches, title and everything else to have the building named after him. If it were called Palace Sairoba, he would die with no regrets. The grand architect spared no effort when it came to the construction and monitored the whole project closely, not letting off the slightest mistake.
He even lived on the site itself.
Given the humongous nature of the project, its term was set at 2 years and its budget, 2 million gold fords. But due to Sairoba's request, it swelled to 3 million, 5 million, and finally, 8 million with Spiel's permission following the proposal to make it the greatest palace ever built on the continent. The term of construction was also lengthened to 3.5 years while the 100,000 laborers doubled. They were all brought over from various other project sites. Spiel didn't think that spending so much on Palace Ursa Rex was a waste as it was a core matter of the house.
Given House Norton's current might and prosperity, it required a palace just as grand to flaunt and make a statement.
That was all the more justified taking into the fact that Lorist was a sword saint of the kingdom. He was the greatest thing to ever come out of House Norton during the past 3 centuries.
A residence fitting for his status was obligatory.
After a few centuries, his descendants would also live in that palace proudly and admire his legacy.
When Lorist received that proposal, he was completely dumbstruck. A budget of 8 million gold fords was more than 3 times the annual income received by the house a few years back.
The usually stingy and pauper-like Spiel actually agreed to spend so much. If Lorist didn't trust in the chief finance supervisor's usual tact and wit in his scrutiny for every single bit of spending, he was going to send people to investigate whether there was corruption involved in the project. Fortunately, the house had already established their trade route to the south of the continent and earned around 6 million gold fords yearly by exporting the goods it produced to Moranti. Gillen Harbour's market also brought some 1 million gold fords in profit. Even though the house spent 3 hard years to defeat the trade union and lent so much money to the Free Union to aid their development, the income largely made up for the costs and there wasn't a need to worry about any financial crisis brewing in the following years. Lorist smiled bitterly when he saw the figure of 8 million. He was more than willing on spending that amount on raising living standards for the citizens or improving the gear of his forces. He didn't want a grand palace in the first place, and how it had all come to this was genuinely a surprise to him. The budget for the palace that was planned to stimulate the household economy didn't require it to be grand or well decorated. But now, there was nothing he could change about the quadrupled budget. He had no choice but to live in the palace.
He didn't quite like living there. Unlike his expectant lovers and children, Lorist much preferred staying in simple fortress strongholds like Firmrock.
He could hear the horns to wake the forces in the morning and listen to the grunts of the training soldiers. That was the life he truly wanted to lead. He recalled a saying in a web novel he read in his past life: "A beautiful palace is nothing but a beautiful cage in which the emperor locks himself." That's why there are no heroes after the wise founding emperor, because they have been spoiled by their luxuries and lost touch with reality, being toyed around by the others like birds in a cage.
That was the case as well with the Song dynasty.
The succeeding emperors were nothing but shipwreck after another.
During the 10th month, Lorist left Silawas with his family members and arrived in the Northlands. He was already preparing to move into Palace Ursa Rex. If he were honest, he didn't really like the name of the palace, which was set after the elders of the house all agreed to it. Since House Norton was called the Roaring, Raging Bear of the Northlands, the name suggested by the elders all had something to do with bears. Palace Ursa Rex was the one that was picked for its imposingness. Lorist settled with it because it was at least better than Palace Sairoba.
Your Grace, in the palace are 3,461 statues of a magic beast bear in various poses. To capture a sense of reality, we captured 17 magic beast bears from the wild and sketched them for reference and picked some poses that were most suited to be made into sculptures, introduced Sairoba as he pointed to the various bear statues placed across the palace according to his design.
"Ah, so all the money was spent by you. Do you think we're in a bear museum?" commented Lorist in his mind.
Unlike the heart-aching Lorist, his lovers and children were all stunned by the beauty and majesty of the palace.
Sylvia loved her new abode.
The children on the other hand had long dispersed and started playing tag around the bear statues. Anderbale climbed up the largest statue and stood proudly to show off, much to his personal caretaker's anxious worry.
"I'm so busy and tired. Ever since returning to the Dominion, Lorist had to move as well as plan the New Year's celebration at Palace Ursa Rex.
As it was the first time the celebration was being held at that venue, Lorist didn't dare to slack off. He welcomed one guest after another daily and missed the peaceful and relaxing days he spent at Cherry Blossom Ridge last year. After the new year, everything finally quieted down for Lorist during the rainy season. The year of 1784 had arrived, and I was when House Norton would begin their expansion towards the northern border of the empire into the magical Dragon Mountains.
A new province would be formed with Twinmont Town at its center, giving the house another province under their jurisdiction.
The province would be henceforth named Montside after the fact that it was beside magical Dragon Mountains. I intend to implement a policy that allows private ownership of land in this province, decided Lorist. In some sense, the current 3 million plus subjects living in the Norton Dominion were no different from tenants, as all the land in the Northlands belonged to the house. Even though House Norton forcefully moved more than 2 million other citizens into their domain and gave them farmland and houses to settle down, they didn't really own those. They had to pay half of their crop harvest to the house as rent. Both the land and the house couldn't be sold away either, but they could be renovated and inherited by their descendants. But in doing so, they would have to pay a fee to the house for the procedures. In the Northlands, apart from the manors given by House Norton to the gold-ranked knights, even the land of Dawn Academy and the special noble district belonged to House Norton. The lease of Dawn Academy's land was indefinitely termed and free for them to use, but if the Academy wanted to move away, the land would be returned to House Norton unconditionally. The special noble district was slightly different. House Norton sold them the right to use the land however they saw fit. The nobles were free to construct their own manors and castles and give them to their descendants, and also sell and trade them without obstruction from the house. However, the current owner of the land still had to pay a sum to the house on an annual basis. Even though the sum wasn't huge, if the sum wasn't paid and accumulated up to a certain amount, House Norton had the right to confiscate everything within it, including any manors or castles built.
However, the house wasn't such a ravenous, blood-sucking vampire.
They would auction the property away and only take what they were owed before returning the extra money to the debtor. Alternatively, a noble could pass on the property and debts to another for them to bear. However, that meant a departure from the noble circle in the Northlands, and that was a method only employed during the most desperate of times. The nobles were even willing to borrow money from high-interest lenders just to be allowed to stay in the special noble district, because there was always hope for recovery as long as they remained. As for the reason for the boost in real estate price in Felicitas's 7 towns, it was due to the special districts that were built there. The only difference was that it wasn't exclusive to nobles. The treatment the residents there would receive was the same. That was an opportunity for the richer folk in the Dominion, as the houses in the special district were far better than the free ones they were given. Farmers that purchased the houses would be able to return their former one to House Norton and get a 10% tax cut on their crops. The largest difference between the household dominion and the territories under the house's jurisdiction was that in the household dominion, the main house was the highest power. The true people with power in territories under the house's jurisdiction were the nobles that were in fief there.
Apart from those lands, the remaining land belonged to the main house.
So, for larger noble houses, they were really unwilling to make vassals of their subordinates because the produce of the Dominion belonged to the house. The house stood to lose income after enfeoffing part of the Dominion to a vassal noble. Lorist intended to implement a private property policy in the new province on Montside. In other words, he was going to give away all the right to ownership to the land there of the house. The province would be the free domain of capitalists, and it was done so because of need.
Montside was a new province and it required people.
However, most of the subjects of the house were forced to move to the Northlands. Given that Montside bordered magical Dragon Mountains, not only were they exposed to barbarian raids, they also had to defend against magic beasts. The people living there required the ability to defend themselves to survive. While most of the barbarians and magic beasts could be countered by the household forces, small-scale bandit raids and random animal attacks were going to happen even with the precautions in place. So, Lorist set his sights on the retired household soldiers and mercenaries. He would offer them the tantalizing prospect of owning their own land in Montside, and each retired soldier of the house would receive around 17 square meters of land in Montside and be allowed to do anything with it as they pleased. 10 they could transfer it to their descendants or sell them to other people without the permission of House Norton. Perhaps the land-owning citizens of Montside will become the first of truly free citizens in our domain, said Lorist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 579, Auguslo's Provocation. Auguslo's Provocation.
Our new project by the same author, Black Iron's Glory, is launched with daily releases moving forward.
Do give it a try here. Oh. Where am I?
Lorist opened his eyes groggily to the milk-yellow wooden wall beside him. The wooden patterns formed an odd picture. The soft bed veil fluttered above the gold-plated bronze bed rack with the wind. The breeze of dawn entered his room from the two open windows, causing the violet crystal wind chimes that hung by them to ring a pleasant tune. Looking at the chandelier hanging from the white ceiling and the magic beast bear engraving on the wall, he finally snapped awake.
Oh, this is Palace Ursa Rex, my new home. I'm within Maria's bedroom.
His initial puzzlement came as no surprise. Even though he had been living in the palace for 3 to 4 months already, he spent most of his time sleeping in his master bedroom with Sylvia or within his study.
Last night, it was Maria's turn to accompany him.
He didn't call her to him, but instead, went to her room and spent the night there. It was no wonder he didn't recognize where he was when he woke up.
Dear, you're awake. Maria opened her eyes groggily and brought her naked body towards Lorist. She reached her right hand out to feel Lorist's crotch up in a practiced manner and soon wrapped it around the morning-hardened shaft. Soon, she retreated into the blankets with the grace of a swan all the way until her head reached his crotch. I don't want any morning exercise today.
That was what Lorist wanted to say at first, but his body responded more honestly than he wished. Even after going at it twice with Maria yesterday, Lorist's member hardened like steel from her playful tongue teasing. I think I'll have to get more rest in the study later today, thought Lorist as he raised her up and plunged himself deep into her. What he didn't expect was that there would be so many things that he had to deal with. Your Grace, according to Tarkle's report, our Emperor has just lowered the amount of money required for an honorary noble title. An honorary Viscount title cost only 5,000 gold fords, but the honorary Count title is still the same at 8,000 it.
Charade looked at the documents in his hand with a strict expression.
During the latter half of last year, His Imperial Majesty has entitled more than 130 honorary nobles and gained no less than 500,000 gold fords. What's worth noting is that most of the ones purchasing the titles are tycoons from our dominion who benefit most from the trade in Moranti. After becoming rich, they hope to be able to mingle among high society, so they spent that money to gain imperial honorary noble status.
Lorist shrugged. This isn't something we can do anything about. We can stop them from gaining honorary noble status, can we? The imperial decoration is far more glorious than our own after all.
Charade's response, however, put Lorist at a loss for words. No, Your Grace, they purchased an honorary title from the Empire and returned to convert them into noble titles conferred by our house after paying a fee. It costs about 8,000 gold fords to gain honorary baron status from our house, but the process of transferring an imperial honorary noble title to one of ours cost only 2,000 plus. They will save 3,000 gold fords in total by doing so. Pitiful merchants, wanting to save that small amount of money, muttered Lorist with admiration. Offering honorary titles for sale was common among the kingdoms and powerful noble houses. For the rich, obtaining an honorary title was akin to making sure their family and household would be kept safe. They would also gain a hike in status and be allowed to mingle among the noble circle. If they were lucky, they might even gain ownership of land one day and become a proper landed noble. House Kenmays was one such example. Only by mingling in the noble circle first could they stand a chance to serve a liege and possibly earn their favor. Becoming a proper landed noble would no longer be an impossible dream to achieve in the long term. That was why many of the new rich in the Norton Dominion wanted to convert the titles. What dissatisfied Charade was how they'd buy titles from Auguslo for conversion. Wasn't that letting Auguslo benefit for nothing? Lorist, on the other hand, was quite satisfied that those imperial honorary nobles converted their titles to Norton honorary titles. That meant that the confidence in House Norton's continued development in the future was high. They believed in the stability of the institution than in the empire. It was a sign that everyone still kept a clear head and didn't pay attention to Auguslo. However, he also felt a little uncomfortable with the notion of having been taken advantage of. After some consideration, he instructed, just adjust the conversion fee for an imperial honorary title to about 2 times the total price. That will stop anyone from doing so, and His Imperial Majesty will no longer benefit from this conversion scheme.
Charade nodded.
That was a surefire way to curb the matter. If the conversion ended up costing more than buying one from House Norton directly, they'd rather go for the latter option from the get-go. Your Grace, as the number of honorary nobles in our dominion grew by quite a lot, many of them are petitioning for us to expand the special noble districts for them to purchase land and build manors and castles. After the Administrative Bureau made a survey, we believe that we can set up 3 more special noble districts between the existing ones in Palace Ursa Rex. We can link them together with the 5 older ones. It's still a rough draft for now, and we will naturally make sure that the districts are at least 300 meters away from the palace for security purposes. Charade handed a document to Lorist, who gave it a look and signed. The request for 3 more special noble districts to be built was approved just like that. Another thing, the Administrative Bureau is preparing to move forward with our residential area construction plan in Redriver Valley and Salis in the coming 2 years. The House Finance Department has approved the plan and is ready to invest 5 million gold fords for the development over the course of 5 years.
It's estimated to earn us around 37 million gold fords after that. This is the master plan, please sign here.
The real estate business of the 7 towns of Felicitas had earned the House great returns for their investment. Even though there were quite a number of obstacles they had to work through and only finished development after 6 years, they were all solved in the end. It could be said that almost everyone living in Felicitas bought their own homes and started living in them. The House earned 13 million gold fords in profit from that, causing Viscount Spiel, the chief finance supervisor of the House, to turn his sights on the 3 million plus citizens in the Northlands. Spiel came up with a plan to have almost all the citizens move into houses they bought within a span of 10 years.
He was intent on scouring their wealth clean. If they had no money, that was no matter.
The House could let them take loans and buy houses, which would have to be repaid in a decade or two. 2 years ago, when Lorist was still in Moranti considering how to deal with the trade union, he sighed with awe at Spiel's harshness and sharp wit when he read that proposal. It could make almost all the citizens into workers slaving away for their own homes. Lorist understood that the House had invested no less than 50 million gold fords in the Dominion during the past decade, including the salaries and bonuses of the soldiers, the costs of forcing the refugees to move and providing them with farmland and houses, the starting of new factories and mines, and so on.
Behind all that was a huge, jaw-dropping budget.
The wealth in the Northlands didn't lie in the millions of gold fords it provided the House, but rather, the many factories and small business spread across it, such as food stalls, grocery shops, salons, tailors, the production of daily necessities, as well as the job opportunities they all provided workers. The passage of the past few years caused every commoner household in the Northlands to amass up to tens and hundreds of gold fords, which they kept for emergency use. Spiel was gunning for the gold fords of these commoner households. If he could spur them to spend their hard-earned stash on the newly developed houses, the amount the House would earn was unbelievable. Spiel's eyes were bloodshot at the thought of that. But considering that the House was fighting a war with the trade union and required time to recover, the plan was postponed back then. Last year, Spiel brought that plan up again and Lorist finally allowed it to be carried out in Redriver Valley and Salis. Given that those two places were among the first territories of the House, they were the next candidates for the housing project as the citizens had lived there for quite some time and had amassed quite a bit of wealth.
After signing the document, Lorist handed it back to Charade and asked, "Is there anything notable about the situation with Montside?"
Charade replied, "Your Grace, because of the private land ownership policy, we received nearly 100,000 applications. Currently, we are doing initial surveys and that will take another half a month before we have a conclusive picture on things.
We estimate that we will approve around 30,000 citizens in the first wave.
There are around 4,000 qualified mercenaries and retired soldiers which we requested. The rest are people who have only trained with the local garrison forces for a few days, only there to fill up the number.
Montside is different from other provinces. We don't need to develop it as a whole for now.
Everything must be done with proper pacing," Lorist said as he put his legs on his desk and leaned into his chair. "Sending powerless citizens there is exposing them to danger carelessly. The place is far too close to the wildlands and magical Dragon Mountains. So far, Firmrock has set up defense lines around the most dangerous areas, while Tigersaur had almost exterminated all the magic beasts in the wildlands. I estimate that it will take around 4 to 5 years for the situation there to stabilize. The citizens we're recruiting to send to Montside now should be just enough to populate a few towns.
We don't need to rush this."
"I understand," Charade said after some thought, "but, Your Grace, many honorary nobles wrote us or sent people on their behalf to ask about the private landowning policy. I suspect that they're trying to rely on buying land in Montside to become recognized as landed nobles."
Aren't they optimistic?
"Tell them that each person can only own up to 17 square meters of land at most.
The allocation of land will also be based on drawn lots.
Even if a mercenary band signs up for it, the land they receive might not be linked together. Also, not all the land in the province is for sale. At most, half is open for civilian purchase and the other half is to be used as land to theft to people with contributions."
After Charade left, Malak and Tarkal entered right away, not giving Lorist any time to rest.
"Your Grace, we have news straight from the imperial capital. His Imperial Majesty has stationed Fierscale Legion in Mesen.
The reason they gave for that is that they're preparing to eliminate bandits in the 11 central provinces.
There are also rumors that White Lion Legion is going to be called back and stationed in Walbasia," said Tarkal.
Lorist stood up from his desk right away. "What's that fool thinking? Is he going to declare war against our alliance?" Malak and Tarkal knew who Lorist was referring to as a fool, but they feigned ignorance. Welbasia neighbored Jungchandler, and the two provinces were separated only by Egret Lake and linked by a single mountain path on land. Madrasa's Iron Guard Legion was stationed at the border in Lichtana Citadel back in the day and forbade Sharaid's convoy from passing. Auguslo was going to use more than 100,000 refugees to besiege the citadel and opened up a bloody path for the northbound convoy to pass. Fortunately, Lorist rushed all the way from the Dominion and led the convoy through the frozen Egret Lake and used a night attack to cut off Iron Guard Legion's water supply, which allowed Auguslo to take the citadel with ease and storm Jungchandler. Currently, Auguslo was moving White Lion Legion back to Welbasia, obviously with ill intent against Jungchandler, which was under Norton control. Given that White Lion Legion was an army used to deal with internal threats, was Auguslo sending the message that House Norton was to be treated as an enemy nation? The newly formed Fierscale Legion was also stationed at Mesen, which was a blatant affront to the alliance of four houses. Apart from House Shazin, whose dominion had moved to Caribia, one of the central provinces, Fierscale's presence in Mesen seemed to aim to cut off House Norton, House Kenmays, and House Phelim's contact with the outside world, just like White Lion. It was no wonder Lorist called Auguslo a fool for intentionally doing something so provocative. Have elves bring Iron Guard Legion to Jungchandler and rebuild Lichtana Citadel. Include the mountain path into the defense perimeter and set up cannons on Bread Hills. Make sure to let it seem like our defenses are really tight. Also, build a few shipyards at Egret Lake to construct cannon-armed ships to sail and patrol the lake. Not a single boat or raft on the other shore should be allowed to enter the waters. Get the shipbuilders from Bullhorn Bay. Our house has invested near 10 million gold fords in Jungchandler and the development is just about to finish. That fool is obviously not going to let us profit that easily. Lorist quickly came up with countermeasures. Also, have Jaeger travel to House Shazin's dominion. Give the reason that we've received an invitation from him to defend his dominion. That way, we can sandwich Fierscale Legion along with House Phelim's Pegasus Legion in southern. I want to see how Auguslo gets Fierscale out of there. Understood, Your Grace, said Malek. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580 Plundering Incident. Plundering Incident. Hey guys. Prince here. So I made it through surgery, now 4 1/4 teeth lighter, 3 wisdom teeth, 1 molar, and 1/4 of a poor bystander, which will have to be fixed once the mouth is in working order again. The worst part for me is always waking up from anesthesia afterwards. That feeling of being awake but with only half your head working is the worst. Anyway, I look and feel like I've been through a boxing match, and I suppose you could say I have. The pain medication is doing its thing, though, and, whilst making me feel like I haven't slept in days, it keeps the pain at bay. So I can get back to editing and you guys can get back to reading. Don't forget to join our Discord server if you guys want to hear about these kinds of shenanigans as they're happening or just want to argue with people over which of Lorist's concubines makes the best waifu. Toothless regards. Prince. Back during the attack on the 4 central duchies, Lorist led the alliance of 4 houses to attack the Duchy of Shabbaj and raided its territory of Rimad, Mesen, and Jigzai. The allied noble army that joined in to take advantage only made the 3 provinces nothing but hell on earth. About 800,000 subjects became the spoils of the victors and were forced to move to different dominions. Had it not been for Auguslo's arrival, Jigzai would have ended up like Rimad and Mesen, completely empty and desolate. It had been almost a decade since that conflict, yet Mesen and Rimad still hadn't recovered their vitality. The population was ever so dwindling. The central area's predicament was also partly due to mismanagement. Auguslo didn't enact any civilian-friendly policies and focused on rebuilding his army. He raised taxes on the farmers to foot the cost of sustaining his army, resulting in the bandits within the 11 central provinces gathering together. Many nobles that were dissatisfied with Auguslo were in cahoots with them, adding to the difficulty of stabilizing the situation. That was especially the case after Auguslo left with his 300,000 troops he trained in the 11 provinces for the front lines at the trade union. With the army gone, banditry rose significantly due to support from certain factions. The 11 central provinces had become the most chaotic area in the kingdom. Auguslo had sent a division of local noble troops to curb the matter, but when the bandits were no longer able to withstand the pressure, they simply went to the forested areas of Mesen and Rimad. The pursuing soldiers had no choice but to give up on the bandits who had escaped deep into the woods. It was not until House Norton prepared to attack the trade union-controlled Magic in Anderwath that the soldiers stationed in the 11 central provinces were provided with supplies to continue their bandit curbing operation. Lorist ordered his eldest disciple, Reedy, and Blademaster Shuss to lead the Guard Brigade and aid Elza's Sentry Legion on a large-scale cleanup operation to exterminate the bandits. Only then did the situation within the 11 central provinces stabilize slightly. But following the war between the trade union and Andanak, bandit activity in the central provinces recovered and grew even worse. The 3 bloody years on Folic Plains only served to chip away at the nobles' forces. Even the dukes, Forand, Faisablin and Shazin, returned to their dominions in the central provinces and were only barely able to defend their dominion. They weren't able to do anything about the neighboring provinces. After Auguslo returned from Folic Plains, he disbanded the remainder of the kingdom's forces and spread them throughout the territory controlled by the royal family to form local garrisons to keep the peace. But due to a lack of funding, much of the plans were never implemented. The best Auguslo could do for the central provinces was send some men over to defend the more important towns without being able to help the smaller towns and villages at all. When Auguslo's illegitimate son, Wexes, was in charge of managing the defenses of the imperial capital, he gave the order for tax to be strictly collected in the form of cash due to their nearly emptied treasuries, causing many farmers in the central provinces to be unable to bear that kind of burden and side with the bandits, unleashing even more chaos. A few towns were even taken over by them. Had Auguslo not taken another Faisablin as queen and relied on House Faisablin's funds and gear to quell those revolts, the consequences he would have to deal with would be even more troublesome. Currently, Auguslo was forming a new Fierscale Legion using the local garrison forces that were involved in quelling those revolts. Though the reason for its formation was the extermination of bandits, its placement was nothing short of in poor taste. Geographically speaking, that was a sound decision that showed Auguslo's trained eye for military affairs. Mesen was the central hub of transportation and a strategic location in the northeastern area of the empire. The routes from southern, Jungchandler and even Egret Lake passed through Mesen. For Lorist, Auguslo's stationing of White Lion and Fierscale to seal off the 2 ways out from the northeastern area of the empire was no big deal for House Norton, because they still had the sea route. However, that move severed the connection between the 3 houses of the alliance and House Shazin. Given that Salt Merchant Committee had proliferated throughout the empire, the secession was even more crucial. In other words, it meant that the committee's activities would be at mercy to the 2 legions. Should any accident come to pass, the alliance of 4 houses wouldn't tolerate it. In terms of strategic battle placement, stationing Fierscale in Mesen was a great move. Rimad and Southern neighbored each other and House Philims might have recovered rather well over the past 2 years. Duke Philim ordered his household force, Pegasus, to continue eradicating bandits and Rimad to protect Southern from any raids. And as Mesen was an important trade route for Salt Merchant Committee, it wouldn't be out of place for House Philim and House Shazin to have their forces to conduct bandit sweeps there. That made the route from Southern to Shazin's dominion in the central province of Caribia a much safer one. But after Fierscale was moved to Mesen, that trade route was cut off. That only served to intensify Lorist's suspicions that Auguslo was the one behind the attempted assassinations of Kenmays. Otherwise, why would he do something like cutting off the Salt Merchant Committee's trade? Even more infuriating and causing Lorist to call him a fool was even though House Norton had gained access to a doorway to riches through trade in the south of the continent, he still couldn't give up on the market in the 30-plus provinces of the empire. The goods ordered by Salt Merchant Committee annually would amount to around 4 million gold fords in total, and the profit of 1 or 2 million was the key to maintaining the alliance. So, Lorist couldn't tolerate Auguslo for coming for the Salt Merchant Committee. If Auguslo was on good terms with the alliance, then Fierscale Legion might even be welcomed by them and Mesen as House Philim could earn a bit from selling supplies to them. But given their tense relations, Auguslo's actions only seemed to be of malign intent. The current situation of Mesen caused Fierscale to be unable to sustain themselves from the land either. Rimad was also raided clean. Not only that, Jigzai and Samora were in a really bad economical state and wouldn't be able to offer Fierscale any aid either. They had to depend on transporting large amounts of supplies from the southern provinces all the way to Mesen. Based on what was being transported, Lorist would never believe that Auguslo's reason for stationing Fierscale there was to eliminate bandits. First of all, how could they deal with the bandits if they couldn't defend their supply line properly? If they were really going for the bandits, the right thing to do was to head to Handra's household dominion and start exterminating the bandits in provinces where their presence was weaker step by step. Only with that and good management could the situation really be stabilized. The towns and villages should be defended to wipe the bandits out completely instead of sending troops directly to Mesen. Your Grace, Duke Kenmay sent an urgent letter to report that one of the Salt Merchant Committee's trading convoys that left 3 days ago lost contact after passing through Egret Swamp. The Duke has already requested Duke Philim to send Pegasus out to investigate, reported Ginolio. Lorist had been expecting news like that for a long time. No need to wonder. Who else but Fierscale can engulf a trade convoy of 3,000 people? Send an eagle message to Freyar and get him to work with Duke Shazin's forces. We can act now. Notify Duke Philim to send Pegasus to seal off Rimad as well, ordered Lorist. After waiting for 3 agonizing months, it was finally the time to strike. Lorist sent Jaeger to Caribia, Shazin's dominion, on the grounds that the Duke himself requested aid to deal with bandits. Actually, they were there to disguise themselves as bandits to attack the supply line of Fierscale. Auguslo's troops spent a grueling 3 months in Messene with huge ration shortages, and their messengers they sent out would be spirited away for no reason.
Their communication with the outside world could be said to have been cut off. Under such circumstances, the trading convoy of salt merchant committee seemed like a juicy sheep waiting to be eaten. Other things aside, they could at least sate their hunger with the rations of the convoy and charge them a huge toll to be allowed to pass. Even though Salt Merchant Committee was considered to be an imperial trading guild, Duke Kenmaze usually didn't pay much heed to the officers of Fearscale, especially elites like the general, so they had long received secret orders from Auguslo to cause trouble for Salt Merchant Committee. That was a chance that they wouldn't miss. Yet, the trading convoy refused to adhere to the Legion's demands. Usually, the convoy would be refused passage if they refused to pay a toll.
The convoy had two choices: give what was demanded of them or go home.
But given how desperate Fearscale was, they would never let the convoy go, so they acted and managed to force the rest of the convoy into their army camp after killing some hundreds of people. It was only then that the general and commanding officers knew they screwed up big time. The most glaring fault of their actions lay with the casualties both sides suffered. Fearscale suffered a few hundred casualties, and even more resisting merchants perished as a result. If it was a small trading convoy, the general could just give the order to silence them and toss the corpses into a valley somewhere and refuse to admit fault. But the large convoy had about 3,000 people, and silencing them would prove to be no easy task. Now, they could only imprison them in the army camp and report it to Auguslo to await further instruction. But the moment Fearscale sent out the report, it was attacked by Jaeger, Pegasus, and Shazin's forces.
House Norton stormed Fearscale with tens of cannons and soon decimated them.
The soldiers either discarded their weapons and surrendered or ran around chaotically. However, thanks to the tight encirclement of Pegasus and Jaeger, they were captured and taken prisoner in the end.
That incident proved to be the greatest scandal in the Empire during year 1784.
One of the three newly formed Imperial legions, Fearscale, whose task was to exterminate bandits, had resorted to banditry themselves and were about to kill off 3,000 people from Salt Merchant Committee's trading convoy to silence them. Fortunately, the moment the Alliance of Four Houses received word of the missing convoy, they immediately sent their troops to break into Fearscale's camp before the convoy members were harmed, successfully saving them. If the Alliance of Four Houses attacked Fearscale when nothing like that happened to the convoy, Auguslo could declare the Alliance of Four Houses treasonous traitors and summon all other nobles in the Empire to wipe them and their leader, House Norton, out. Even if they weren't able to win, it would help quench Auguslo's fire and he could apply more pressure on Lorist during negotiations to accept even the most egregious of Auguslo's demands.
However, Fearscale was caught red-handed and the proof was undeniable.
Not only did the merchants provide testimony to that case, even a few of the simpler-minded commanding officers of Fearscale admitted everything, thinking that Auguslo would stand behind their backs. The report they were going to send to Auguslo was also intercepted and had the handwriting and personal seal of Fearscale's general, making it undeniable proof.
Even Auguslo wasn't able to explain his way out of it.
Duke Kenmaze had a long novel written about the whole affair, containing the testimonies provided by the officers of Fearscale, the accounts of the surviving merchants, as well as the report Fearscale attempted to send Auguslo, and spread as many copies as far as he could. Virtually every noble in the Empire received a copy and some even made their way to the Free Union.
In a fit of rage, Auguslo was said to have destroyed every single article of furniture in his quarters.
But he had no choice but to step out for damage control. He wrote Duke Kenmaze a letter of apology and admitted his fault in trusting the wrong sort of people. The Fearscale plundering incident was a fatal blow to Auguslo that caused his reputation to suffer greatly. Not only was the new legion he spent so much effort to form completely wiped out, the 11 central provinces didn't have a single imperial force unit remaining, further exacerbating the bandit situation. But now, Auguslo no longer had the means to gather funds and rally more troops. Lorist was quite glad that he managed to give Auguslo a square slap in the face, which he had to take without complaint. Some had noted in the testimonies of the officers that the reasoning for laying hands on the convoy was a shortage in supplies. However, when prompted for why they didn't have enough supplies, the response was always bandit attacks. When further questioned on why they didn't wipe out the bandits that pillaged their supply line, those officers weren't able to come up with anything in response. Auguslo was also at a loss for words. He couldn't acknowledge that the reason Fearscale was stationed in Messene was to curb the Alliance of Four Houses. Even though it was common knowledge, bringing it to light would only make it awkward for everyone. So, he didn't pay the 30,000 captive soldiers of Fearscale any heed as if the Legion had never existed. Lorist wouldn't feed those parasites for nothing either, so he sent them to the newly established Monsai to serve as laborers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 581 Auguslo's Objection. Auguslo's Objection.
Your Grace, His Imperial Majesty sent you a letter, reported Ginolio as he entered with an intricate, pale yellow envelope.
Open it and let's see what our emperor is going to say this time.
Lorist was currently quite preoccupied with something else. Since Genolio was his third disciple, he had Lorist's trust and was allowed to deal with such matters. It was currently tea time and Lorist was lying on a mat on the ground beneath a small pavilion in his garden. His two youngest children, Jadebins and Roliners, were crawling all over his body. The two children were roughly born around the same time. One of them was Sylvia's youngest child and the other was Daisy's. The two of them were nearing the age of 3 and they were treating Lorist like a big, living toy, climbing all over him and tripping from time to time with joy. To prevent displeasing the two little fellas, Lorist had no choice but to lay on the ground unmoving with a grim expression. He had to push the kids apart from time to time to prevent themselves from getting into a fight from overexcitement.
Usually during tea time, Lorist would gather with his family and play around with his children.
But when the women mentioned the new clothes that just arrived in stores for the autumn season, they all left their children to Lorist and swarmed to the markets.
Lorist had his hands full looking after his children.
Fortunately, some of his elder children had to leave after tea time to receive lessons from their tutors, leaving behind the two energetic toddlers and a depressed Anderbale standing in a horse stance. Though he was supposed to attend 2 periods of additional vocabulary class, he slipped away when his tutor's attention slipped and used a stick to knock on a hornet's nest which he discovered in the garden. Had the leader of the guards, Pat, not passed through at that moment, Anderbale would definitely end up with swelling stings all over him. When Pat brought Anderbale over, the tutor happened to be telling on him to Lorist.
Lorist really couldn't deal with Anderbale.
He tried corporal punishment and good old chiding, but the bear of a child stubbornly refused to change. In the end, he resorted to punishing him by getting him to get into the horse stance.
Your Grace, His Imperial Majesty mentioned 2 things. The first concerns the Fiercegale plundering incident in Mesen.
He hinted at the scandal being a trap we set for him and asked us to not go too far and pursue the matter any longer since we obviously benefited from it.
Lorist snorted twice and said, after all that, he's regretting it now? If he knew this was how it'd end up, why bother starting in the first place? If he didn't try to block our front door, why would we plot against him?
He's not doing what he should and is paying pointless attention to our house, completely forgetting who saved him from Folic Plains in the first place. When it suits him, he'd come groveling to us and begging for our help, but when he no longer needs us, he tosses us away like a used rag. I more or less understand that he's a disloyal dog who sits when there's something in it for him and barks when there's not.
Just ignore him. He's accusing us without any evidence anyway.
Salt Merchant Committee sends out its convoys during the 4th and 9th months every year and the nobles were waiting to engage in their usual trade. It's Fiercegale's own fault for causing public outrage by preying on such a high-profile target.
If the fish didn't bite the bait, how would we even get a hook on it in the first place?
Lorist moved the snotty Jadebins off him and wanted to get a piece of cloth to wipe his face. But Jadebins simply rubbed his face on Lorist's pants. In fear of hurting him by pulling away, Lorist had no choice but to endure. He'd just have to change into another pair of pants.
What's the second thing? Asked Lorist.
Oh, His Imperial Majesty objects to the monopolization of the fishing catch in the whole of Egret Lake by Ironguard. He demands us to retreat to the center of the lake and not cross the middle line and also for us to not use the bank of the lake as a training ground for our cannons. The year was going really sourly for Auguslo. Not only did the scandal with Fiercegale flare up, White Lion, which he stationed in Welbasia and Youngchandler's border as well as House Norton's Ironguard which was stationed at Egret Lake displeased Auguslo greatly. He found himself in quite a difficult position as he didn't expect White Lion to get along so well with Ironguard. Back then, Auguslo had agreed to Lorist's request to send a legion of troops to Malivaya to aid House Norton against the trade union as a reserve force. Based on Auguslo's 3-year experience fighting the bloody battles in Folic Plains, he believed that the legion would be used as enemy fodder. There was a good chance that House Norton wouldn't be able to resist the assault of the trade union and use the legion to shield their own forces during their retreat. At least, that was how Auguslo envisioned it. That was something he'd do if he was in that position. That was why when he returned to the imperial capital, he restructured the 2 legions under his control and shifted all the elite troops into the Royal Guard. Even the general of White Lion, Ripliad, was moved to the Royal Guard to serve as general. Those that remained were knights that Auguslo didn't quite like for a variety of reasons like not willing to swear unconditional loyalty to him, so he stuffed them all in Hytelian and sent them to Malivaya.
In fact, Auguslo had practically given up on the entire legion.
The newly appointed general of White Lion, Sybek, was a famous 3-star gold-ranked knight in Andanak who had pledged loyalty to Auguslo's father, the third prince. After the third prince's death, he wasn't regarded highly by Auguslo because he opposed one of his guerrilla plans during the Civil War. That marked the start of their cold relationship. Even when Auguslo was leading his 300,000-strong army to attack the trade union, Sybek only ever took the position of colonel or division sergeant major without ever being given a chance to take the helm.
However, during the bloody battles in Folic Plains, Sybek saved Auguslo's life once. That time, Auguslo was situated too far at the front lines as he was inspecting the enemy encampments when two trade union blademasters attacked all of a sudden. Fortunately, Sybek happened to be passing through during a patrol. Otherwise, it would have been truly dangerous for Auguslo. The enemies were two rank 2 blademasters, and even if Auguslo's own blademaster bodyguard could barely take on one, Auguslo wouldn't be able to fend off the other. Now that Sybek had finally saved Auguslo's life, he began to catch his attention. However, given his straightforward personality that prompted him to say what he thought, he didn't give Auguslo any special care or respect. Naturally, Auguslo soon gave up on Sybek for his lack of sensibility. It was already quite surprising that he was even appointed the general of White Lion. Even though Sybek was a rather straightforward person, he was no fool. He knew why he was appointed to be Whitelion's general, but as a traditional royal family knight, he agreed to his assignment and started to reform his legion. He worked hard with his own troops and soon won their loyalty, managing to gain a thorough grasp on the legion. Being sent to help the Norton forces out, Sybek understood his position and obediently followed any orders the Nortons gave them. The Nortons were quite satisfied with his cooperation and didn't neglect giving him some benefits as well, such as subsidizing some of their rations and giving a part of the supplies they obtained from the trade union. They even received some magic beast jerky that was shipped all the way from the Northlands. In the end, Whitelion's troops had a better time at the front lines than the royal guard in the imperial capital. That was especially the case given how they returned with lots of spoils after 2 raids in trade union territories with the Nortons. Not only could they switch out the cruddy bronze armor given to them by Auguslo for cutting-edge mithril armor of the trade union, the soldiers of White Lion also earned quite a lot of coin for themselves. Sybek greatly appreciated the Norton system of spoil distribution. It didn't have anything to do with who raided faster. Instead, the units received an amount of the spoils proportional to their contributions. There was a specialized unit that dealt with the pillaging, before an inventory of all the spoils was made for them to be appropriately distributed. Each soldier's due was accounted for clearly. White Lion also received similar treatment as the Norton troops without any discrimination, filling each soldier in their ranks with gratitude. Under such circumstances, Auguslo's intent on causing trouble for the alliance of 4 houses by Station White Lion in Walbasia and Youngchandler's border had the opposite effect. When Salt Merchant Committee sent a convoy to the imperial capital during the 8th month, White Lion had requested a high toll price of 1 small silver per person. The convoy paid a total of 40 or so gold coins for the 4,000 plus people and about 100 in total for the whole convoy. However, after paying that sum, the convoy increased the prices of their goods by 20% of the imperial capital, causing Auguslo to be secretly cursed by the citizens, who attributed the rise in prices to the greed of the emperor, much to Kenmaze's delight. By paying a small sum of 100 or so gold coins, he managed to earn a few thousand more in profits. During the beginning of the 10th month, the scandal regarding Fearscale spread to the imperial capital and everyone believed the rumor when they heard it. Some of them even believed that the one behind the incident was none other than Auguslo himself, given that the emperor had formerly established his greed with the populace. The last time, it was his collection of a toll that caused prices of goods to rise. So there was hardly anything surprising about him orchestrating the plundering of the trade convoy. After hearing the rumors, Auguslo ransacked his bedroom once more. He only wanted to cause the alliance of 4 houses some trouble so that he would have better bargaining chips with Lorist to get something out of House Norton instead of antagonizing them fully. He was well aware that he couldn't match House Norton in terms of might, nor did he want to force Lorist to revolt. All he wanted was to show off his might as the emperor to make Lorist lower his head slightly. He wanted to let the other nobles in the kingdom understand that even a sword saint wasn't exempt from following the orders of an emperor like him. But how in the world did it devolve to this point? Auguslo still didn't understand it no matter how hard he thought. Though the crimes of Fearscale were undeniable, why would they go so far as to plunder Salt Merchant Committee's trading convoy? And even though White Lion only collected around 100 gold fords as toll from the other convoy, why was the rise in price of goods sold blamed on him? He didn't have anything to do with it. It was dinner time and the main dish of the meal was 2 fishes. They're longtail whitefishes caught from Egret Lake, Auguslo's favorite. Oh? Where did longtail whitefishes this huge come from? Auguslo didn't remember asking anyone to catch any for him. Your Imperial Majesty, they're gifts from White Lion. There are 14 in total and they're being kept in the live well. They're incredibly fresh, replied a butler respectfully. White Lion? Are they fishing at Egret Lake? Asked Auguslo. No. It seems that the fishes were given by House Norton's Ironguard Legion. Apart from the 14 given to your Imperial Majesty, there are tens of carriages of them being sold in the city. They were cleared out completely in around 2 hours. The White Lion soldiers said that they would be bringing in another batch from Ironguard tomorrow to be sold, replied the butler. What's going on here? Has my White Lion Legion turned into fishmongers? Thought Auguslo angrily as he ate the fish and resolved himself to visit the Legion tomorrow to find out what in the world was going on. Early the next morning, Auguslo traveled lightly and only brought a squad of Imperial Guards with him to Whitelian's encampment in Walbasia. On the way, they encountered White Lion soldiers escorting 4 carriages of fish, seemingly towards the Imperial capital. Though Auguslo had wanted to stop them to ask about it, the soldiers didn't pay any attention and continued to travel at full speed, as if the fishes within the carriages were more important than anything else. After all, dead fish didn't sell as good as live ones. Though filled with rage, he didn't bother to chase the fish-escorting soldiers down. He decided to deal with it when he arrived at camp. But when he finally arrived in the afternoon, his temper flared once more. Where's everyone? This camp is practically empty, save for a few people walking around. Fortunately, the gates were still manned. Auguslo angrily asked where everyone had gone and received an answer he didn't expect. They went working. Work? What kind of work? Auguslo felt like he was going to faint. The guard explained in more detail about the job. Firstly, House Norton was rebuilding Lictana Citadel and it was going to be a huge project. The uphill path to the Citadel and down to Bread Hills were included within the scope of construction. Most of the White Lion soldiers went to help construct the Citadel and were paid on a daily basis. They were also provided with 2 meals daily and were allowed to drink ale. The other one concerned helping Ironguard with the fishing at Egret Lake. The guard mentioned that the lake was covered almost entirely in sails. The soldiers were also paid on a daily basis and if they did well, they were also allowed to take a fish or 2 back for dinner. Currently, Sybeck was negotiating with Ironguard because he felt that the share of 10% of the catch White Lion was getting was a little unfair. He hoped that it could be raised to 3/10, but the stingy general of Ironguard, Els, didn't agree. The generals have been arguing about the matter for the past 2 days. Soldiers not intending to work could in turn purchase fish from Ironguard to sell them in the various towns, but they would bear any risk by themselves. It was said that it sold rather well in the Imperial capital yesterday, so they made off around 3 in the morning for another run. The guard said that if he wasn't on duty today, he would have joined in with them to share the profits. Ridiculous. How could they do this? How could they work for House Norton? It seemed that the soldier standing guard didn't know that the elegantly dressed noble before him was the emperor himself. He rambled on and complained that they were only paid 1 month's salary in the past 3, making them unable to feed their families well without doing any extra work. He also mentioned that if he weren't a soldier of White Lion, he would want to move to the Northlands for a new career. Auguslo blushed with embarrassment. He knew about the shortage of compensation for White Lion. Initially, he wanted to get White Lion to collect toll from passing trading convoys to make up for the lack, but so far, they've only collected toll from Salt Merchant Committee once. Other trading guilds shifted their routes to the sea to dock at Gillen Harbor. Come to think of it, using 100 gold fords to make up for 3 months of payment was really laughable. It was no wonder the soldiers went to find work. Auguslo then asked why White Lion themselves didn't group together to fish for themselves. The guard replied that firstly, they had come upon the idea too late. It was only after the soldiers of Ironguard set sail in their fishing boats did White Lion understand their purpose. Additionally, the side of the lake Ironguard was on was filled with boats while not a single person dared to sail on Whitelian's side. That was because the boats of Ironguard had cannons installed on them and used the lake as their training ground. From time to time, they would fire their cannons, so nobody dared to stay near the side of White Lion, to say no more of preparing to sail there. Flipping out in rage, Auguslo couldn't resist writing a letter of complaint to Lorist. Currently, all he wanted was to be given a cut of the fishing operation at Egret Lake. That way, he would at least be able to earn around 100,000 gold fords in a year. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582 Huge Blunder. Huge blunder. It was said that Auguslo's blunder at the encampment of White Lion became a huge joke. The incident stemmed from his deep dissatisfaction with the current state of the Legion. He had intended to teach them a lesson. First, he rebuked Sybeck, who had rushed back quickly after hearing the news, harshly, and had him wait for his punishment while he blew the horn to gather the soldiers who had left to work. But after 3 blows, only tens of White Lion soldiers returned lazily after half an hour while complaining about some of them blowing the horn for no good reason and interrupting their earning a living for their families. Auguslo, greatly enraged, barked at the 10+ soldiers and had them scram immediately. As one of the 2 main legions of the Empire, the White Lion soldiers and their family members enjoy certain tax benefits that the commoners don't. Auguslo had taken a page out of House Norton's book for that. Even though he couldn't afford to give identical benefits the Nortons gave their troops,
decreasing some taxes and giving the families of the soldiers some extra care were within his capabilities. So, those two legions were easily able to attract lots of applicants. Auguslo believed that firing the 10+ soldiers was a harsh punishment. Had it not been for the fact that most soldiers had gone to do a part-time job, Auguslo would have wanted to kill them outright. But given the sheer number of people he was dealing with, that wouldn't be an appropriate punishment, and the soldiers who went to work might be aggravated into revolt. After some thought, Auguslo decided to fire them from the legion and take back the benefits it afforded them. He was almost certain that the soldiers would regret right away before begging and groveling to be forgiven. However, the soldiers couldn't be happier to leave. Great! I can leave with my wife and children for Jungchandler immediately. Yeah, I want to go too. My dad was grumbling that I shouldn't have joined the army in the first place. Our neighbors left for Jungchandler already, and not only did they get farmland and houses, they also managed to secure a good living at the factories. They're earning around 10 gold fords yearly. That's great. Let's there together. I want to tell my family the good news first. Auguslo was completely speechless. Seeing the fired soldiers leave the camp happily instead of crying and begging felt off somehow. Just as he was pondering the matter, more soldiers returned to camp from work. The moment they heard that some soldiers were fired and kicked out of the legion, the envious looks in their eyes couldn't be more apparent. They all swarmed to Auguslo and said, "Your Majesty, we violated military law as well. Please discharge also." Troubled, Auguslo pointed at the soldiers preparing to leave and cried, "Wait, before you leave, remove your equipment and armor. That's property of the military. You can't take them with you." He didn't expect the soldiers to reply, "We bought these ourselves. They're private property and have nothing to do with the military." Bullshit. These are specially made mithril armor. Each set cost 40+ gold fords at least. How could those poor hicks afford it? However, Auguslo immediately wondered, wait, since when did I provide mithril armor that good to White Lion? Most of the 50,000 pieces of armor Lorist donated to White Lion back then formerly belonged to White Lion in the first place. They were mostly ruined after many battles, with only around 10,000 pieces remaining. Auguslo reclaimed them for use with the Imperial Guard. During the reformation of the two legions a few years ago, Auguslo recalled giving mostly cruddy old leather armor to White Lion. There were less than 1,000 sets of metal armor which were harvested from corpses and weren't maintained. Yet, the armor worn by the White Lion soldiers were of mithril make. Auguslo felt that the legion had almost changed completely. He looked closely and noticed that it was an elite legion that seemed even more disciplined and capable than the Imperial Guard he so painstakingly formed. Other things aside, the soldiers that returned to camp were decked out in complete gear and well-disciplined. They quickly formed together into many orderly square formations and appeared rather menacing. "Your Imperial Majesty, the armor they are wearing are indeed their personal property. They spent their own money to buy them. Nobody was willing to wear the leather armor we provided given the quality and weak defense capabilities, so the soldiers spent their own money to buy those equipment. Right now, the equipment owned by the Legion are mostly stored within the storehouses. There are inventories that take account of them," said Sybek, who was just reprimanded not long ago. How could that be possible? Auguslo pointed oddly at the battle formations. There are around 50,000 troops here. They earn only around 2 gold fords per year and wouldn't be able to afford metal armor like that without saving for at least 20 years. How could they find the money to buy so many pieces of equipment that matched together? "It is true, Your Imperial Majesty," Sybek said a little troubledly, "back during the Battle of Bluewyke when House Norton defeated the Trade Union Force's army of 200,000, many of their soldiers were captured and these equipment were basically stripped from the prisoners. Since the Norton forces don't see much point in using them, they sold them to our soldiers in White Lion for cheap." "How cheap? Perhaps we can also." Auguslo looked rather interested. "If House Norton doesn't want them, they can sell it to me. I might be able to get some free food and supplies from them too." Sybek shook his head awkwardly. "Your Imperial Majesty, back then, I also wanted to buy some equipment on behalf of the Legion. However, House Norton refused to sell to our Legion, but said that the soldiers could spend their own money to buy them. That way, they can take the gear back home when they retire as a sort of benefit for them. As that armor may be the difference between life or death on the battlefield, and our soldiers' spoils and bonuses happen to be distributed, almost all the soldiers bought a set. I heard that the cheapest one sold for around 8 large silvers." Auguslo's teeth were grit so hard that he didn't realize blood was coming out. 8 large silvers? That's dirt cheap. 1 gold ford was worth 20 large silvers, and mithril armor like that was usually worth more than 40 gold fords. How could they have sold for so cheap? How could they have ended up in the hands of the White Lion soldiers? House Norton.
Do they still have any armor from captives for sale? I'll pay 2 gold fords per set. Auguslo's eyes were bloodshot with his nose bulging. Who wouldn't take advantage of that kind of deal? 2 gold fords was a far better price than 8 large silvers anyway, and he felt that the price he offered was really appropriate. However, Cybek's reply completely extinguished his flaring expectations. They're long gone, Your Imperial Majesty. Apart from the ones our soldiers bought, a part of the equipment was given to the newly formed defense forces of the Free Union. The remainder had been sold to the 4 restored nations in Phallic Plains for a 30% discount. Each set was sold for the rough price of 30 gold fords. Auguslo was both disappointed and angry. House Norton is obviously trying to mess with me. They actually sold such good armor to my soldiers for such a cheap price. Are they trying to butter up to them? Auguslo had already forgotten how he consigned them to their fates as enemy fodder in the first place. He also conveniently forgot about the rations and payment he owed White Lion. In his eyes were nothing but the armor worn by the White Lion soldiers as well as the fine weapons they were carrying. No nation on Grindia would forbid their members from buying their own weapons to use. Not only would that allow them to use the weapons they were most familiar with to achieve their full potential on the battlefield, that would also serve to decrease the burden on the military budget. In fact, they couldn't want anything more than getting the troops to use their own weapons. White Lion was the perfect example of such a case. Auguslo drooled as he saw the weapons and armor the White Lion soldiers bought for themselves, but he had no reason whatsoever to claim the weapons that belonged to the individual soldiers. After much consideration, Auguslo made a tough decision. Cybek, I'm going to use the high price of 5 gold fords to purchase each set of armor and weapons. Order them to remove their armor and discard their weapons for collection now. I will pay them the coins at a later date. That's impossible. Cybek refused the order almost immediately. The condescending glare he shot him cut ever so deep and discomforted Auguslo greatly. Nobody's a fool, Your Imperial Majesty. If this order is announced, the whole legion will explode with rage. Even if you're the emperor, you can't use such a low price to purchase the personal property of the troops. Such a low price? Didn't you say that they got them for a steal? 5 gold fords is almost 10 times the amount they bought it for. People can't be too greedy, General Cybek, snapped Auguslo out of embarrassment and anger. These are the things the soldiers use to survive on the battlefield. Back then, Salt Merchant Committee wanted to buy them for 35 gold fords a set, yet none of them were willing to sell. Many of the soldiers are going to pass them on through their families as heirlooms. So I seriously don't understand why Your Imperial Majesty thinks that 5 gold fords is enough for a set of armor and weapons. Does Your Imperial Majesty think that 1 gold ford can be used as 10? Cybek didn't bother with courtesy and spoke his mind without reservation. Auguslo's face flushed red again, but he wasn't able to get angry no matter what. Fortunately, he hadn't given the order just now. Otherwise, the soldiers might just revolt. Though Salt Merchant Committee had offered 35 gold coins to buy each set, the soldiers of White Lion didn't take the deal. If Auguslo ordered them to sell them at 5 gold fords, he would end up a huge laughingstock once more should word of that spread. His reputation of greediness would only be reinforced. Actually, Auguslo had a good eye for the equipment and he could tell that each set of armor was in fact worth more than 40 gold fords. If the pikes, shields and swords were included together, the price would go as high as 50, especially when the design and make of the equipment were of the same series. If sold in bulk, perhaps the price might even rise 10 or 20%. After all, getting armor of completely similar design wasn't an easy task. It was House Norton's invention of water-powered machines that greatly decreased the demand for manpower in the production of large quantities of weapons and armor. But due to the blade masters that were sent to assassinate Lorist in the Northlands, the designs of the machines were leaked. Following that, the trade union rebuilt the exterminated Wessia, that used to be known for their forging, to fashion their own water-powered machines. Only then could large numbers of mithril armor and weapons be made for the trade union forces. As General Cybek said, the weapons and armor were indeed what the soldiers of White Lion were counting on to survive. Even though the world of Grindia was one of battle force, with silver ranks and above being able to manifest threatening blade glows, a set of good mithril armor was still the best way to ensure their safety when facing the enemy. For instance, people without battle force wouldn't be able to pierce the mithril armor no matter how great their weapons, and enemies of iron or bronze rank would at best be able to wound mithril armor-wearing soldiers without actually killing them. As for silver ranks and above who could use blade glows, they might run out of battle force after facing around 100 enemies wearing only leather armor. However, when faced with soldiers clad in mithril armor, they would only be able to take on around 10 enemies before running out, as the mithril would serve to drain away much of the energy of the battle force and the blade glow. Currently, Auguslo found himself in a rather troubled spot. He wasn't able to find a good way to step down.
First, he had wanted to strip the leaving soldiers of their personal property in quite a hasty blunder. After that, he wanted to buy the equipment of the soldiers for a cheap price, only for that notion to be shot down by Siebeck. He now hung in a position that couldn't be more awkward. Inwardly, Auguslo felt a huge tantrum brewing. He really wanted to bark at the soldiers who went part-timing for House Norton, but the joyful departure of the tens of soldiers had given Auguslo a strong reminder perhaps the soldiers just couldn't wait to leave. He didn't exactly have a good reason to chide his troops either, as it was the lack of payment that caused them to go seek out other employment opportunities in the first place. Looking at the troops that stood in neat formation, Auguslo felt an oncoming headache. He really wanted to completely kick them out and reform the whole legion. That way, the soldiers that would stand before him after that would all have poor equipment. But no matter how friendly White Lion was with House Norton, he had to admit that the legion that stood in front of him was nothing short of elite. If they were disbanded, there wouldn't be a doubt that they would fall in with the Nortons.
Wasn't that just making trouble for himself?
Perhaps the Nortons would be able to form another legion from the soldiers who just lost their jobs.
No matter how he chose to deal with them, White Lion would prove to be a huge problem.
It was obvious that letting them stay in Southern was no longer acceptable. They were going to do nothing but fish for the Nortons and help them fill their labor needs.
After much consideration, Auguslo finally thought of a solution. He gave Siebeck the order for the troops to be relocated to the central provinces for the extermination of bandits. This time, they would do that for real instead of block the trade routes of the four houses. His Imperial Majesty left just like that after the order without dealing with White Lion in any other way, was what was included in Elsa's report. General Siebeck sends his regards and requests for White Lion to be allowed to go through Jungchandler and Egret Swamp to head to the central provinces for bandit extermination. General Els also asks if our house be participating as well, reported Genolio. Jungchandler was a territory under Norton control, so White Lion, a legion belonging to the Imperial family, had to first apply to be let through. If Lorist refused, the legion would have to travel south through Badalger and Frederica, which was a huge detour that almost doubled the distance they required to travel.
Lorist rapped the desk with his fingers.
After a while, he nodded.
Of course we'll let them pass.
White Lion is a friend of our house. We will be more than willing to help.
However, send Els an eagle message to tell General Siebeck this. It's already the end of the 11th month, so if White Lion is willing we can bring the legion to the central provinces during winter from the 12th to 1st month next year on sleds. That would spare them the need of traveling a long distance in the mud after the rainy season.
Alright, I'll notify Lord Els about it, Genolio said. Is your grace going to respond to the letter His Imperial Majesty sent?
It has been more than a month since it was received.
Ha 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 ha.
Lorist cackled heartily.
Forget that letter. Let's pretend we didn't receive it.
I just hope that His Imperial Majesty will grow wiser after these two incidents and stop ogling us with his greedy eyes in hopes of getting free stuff he doesn't deserve. What he really needs to do is to manage his empire properly and ensure the living standards of the people and the functioning of his administration instead of threatening others with force to get what he wants. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 583 The Obstructive Andalou Merchant Guild. The Obstructive Andalou Merchant Guild.
Time passed really quickly and soon. It was the 7th month of year 1785. Your Grace, White Lion spent 3 months to wipe out the bandits within Westwood and they are on their way to Fapsia next. What's surprising is that His Imperial Majesty started to properly supply the Legion after the new year and no longer owe them any payments. Whitelian's morale is high now and they're fully confident that they'll be able to get rid of the bandits, read Genolio from a secret report sent from the central provinces. Lorist shook his head slightly.
White Lion is going to have it tough soon. Siebeck will not be able to take care of the bandits in Fapsia.
Why does your grace think so? Asked Genolio curiously. It's simple, Lorist said before he pointed at the map of the central area hanging from a wall. Among the 11 central provinces, apart from the territories of Dukes Handra, Forent and Chazin, Westwood is the least infested with bandits given that it's located between those 3 provinces. White Lion made the correct first step and didn't let us down after we sent them there during the winter. Yet, they took 3 months for Westwood alone. That is also taking into account that the 3 dukes helped to seal off exit from the province using their respective household forces, leaving the bandits no way to escape and allowing for complete extermination.
The current state of White Lion makes it a heavy armored legion. It doesn't have enough mobility and can't match the bandits in terms of speed. Instead, they are hugely disadvantaged in a pursuit.
Fapsia used to be the territory of Duke Farkle, but during his resistance to our emperor's conquest, he chose to burn down the capital of his province, Frymox, and left for the trade union after he lost.
His current whereabouts are unknown.
Even though Farkel's burning of Frymox allowed our house to take advantage of the migrants, Los had to raze down the territories of the landed nobles there to procure the food the refugees needed. Some of the nobles and knights that weren't captured are still unaccounted for. That's why the bandit crisis in Fapsia is the most serious. It is also the source of the farmers' revolt in the central provinces. Apart from some logistical support from Shazin, there's nothing else we can do to help White Lion when they're in Fapsia. The Immobile Legion will have a long and grueling time ahead of them given how the bandits can simply outrun and evacuate the troops. I don't think the Legion has any initiative in this battle at all. I understand now, Your Grace. So a heavy armored infantry legion like White Lion isn't much use for the extermination of bandits in a whole area. A highly mobile cavalry legion like Jaeger and the Guard Brigade would be a far better choice, right? As long as they set their sights on the bandits, there's no way they can escape. Lorist nodded praiseworthily. Not bad. The Guard Brigade is an elite force that can head the extermination of the bandits, and a light cavalry unit like Jaeger can set up the defense perimeter and scout around. Whenever they find that the bandits are escaping elsewhere, they can give chase until the bandits have nowhere else to run. Either way, a defense perimeter will still have to be set up to prevent any of the bandits from slipping away and allowing the problem to spread. Genolio had been with Lorist for quite some time. Lorist was quite happy with his third disciple and taught him much in every facet he could. The only thing he found fault with Genolio was his pacifism. Genolio had always been avoidant of fighting others, and he could be said to be the one with the least talent for battle among Lorist's 3 disciples. During the latter part of last year in the 10th month, Genolio only just started learning the Dan Ocean refining technique from Reedy 3 years later than Howard. Your Grace, here's a report Viscount Camorra sent. The report was written by Baron Fenston, Gillen Harbor's security chief, and it states that since the 4th month of this year, nobles and trading fleets visiting the harbor have declined in number. This year's number is estimated to be less than half of last year's. Baron Fenston had conducted much research into the matter and discovered that Analu Merchant Guild had set up a large trading point at Flowwater Creek. Many of the traders stopped there instead. Baron Fenston hopes that our house will come up with a countermeasure for that edit. The formation of the market at Gillen Harbor was an outlet Lorist used to sell the products and ores produced by the nobles in the northwestern area. There were 31 provinces in the Christian Empire, and the lands were vast with rich resources. Apart from the goods House Norton purchased to be resold and the ones they produced, the other goods would be transported to Moranti and sold there. One such trip would double the revenue easily, and around 2 million gold fords could be made per annum. Even though he had to split half the profits with Auguslo, the million ford income was a reasonable amount for the house. More importantly, those imperial nobles were able to sell their goods through that channel too and earn some amount of money to be able to afford the luxury goods House Norton produced. The formation of the market at the harbor was good news for Auguslo, House Norton, the imperial nobles, and the poor folk of Gillen Harbor. But now, somebody lost to temptation and began to reach out for that delicious piece of cheese, and that was none other than the illegitimate son of Auguslo, Wexes. What's he thinking? Does he really have that much capital to found a trading point just like that? If they were going to sell their gods at Moranti as well, Lorist could write the Free Union a letter to cause them trouble and squash them like the ants they were. After all, the maritime trade route belonged to the Nortons, so Analu would have no choice but to use the land route, which was easily much more expensive. Is there any word from Tarkle? Asked Lorist. Affairs concerning the interests of House Norton would be investigated by Furybear at first notice to gain a proper grasp on the situation. What do the reports say? Yes, Your Grace. This is Sir Tarkle's investigation report, said Genolio as he took out a thick folder. What does it say? During the New Year celebration last year held at the Imperial Palace, Count Wexes introduced the main investor of Analu formally. It said that he is the successor of a merchant guild from the Roman Empire that had already been exterminated. His name is Selik, and he is preparing to restart his career in the Christian Empire, so he joined hands with Count Wexes to found Analu Merchant Guild. But due to the Count, the situation of Analu doesn't seem optimistic. Probably as a token of apology, Count Wexes introduced Selik to the Emperor. According to Selik, his family offended a powerful duke in the Roman Empire and caused the downfall of the trading guild. Selik also suffered a huge injury during his escape and has 2 long scars on his face. So, he would often dress in a black robe and doesn't like to show his face. However, Selik's troubles weren't in vain, as he managed to catch the attention of his pursuers to allow for most of his assets to be transferred out of Roman. He even managed to help a bunch of loyal subordinates to escape. Sir Tarkle has sent 2 informants to the Roman Empire to find out more about Selik, but they would take at least half a year before a conclusion can be reached. During the celebration, His Imperial Majesty showed admiration for Selik's talent and chatted with him personally for more than 3 hours. It's also rumored that Selik was even offered a chance to serve as well as a title. However, Selic refused His Imperial Majesty's request on grounds of his crippled and wounded body, which the Emperor expressed great regret for. After the rainy season, Selic guided Analu in the founding of a large trading point in Flowwater Creek and promoted it aggressively. As the prices they purchased goods at are similar to the prices of Gillen Harbor, many landed nobles traded their household products to Analu to avoid the trouble of traveling so far or to curry favor with Count Wexes. In terms of funding, our informants have ascertained that Analu received financial backing from the Emperor. There is proof that His Imperial Majesty allocated around 800,000 gold fords to Analu. As for the traders mostly stopping at the trading point, our house has written a letter of objection to His Imperial Majesty, but the reply we got was that this is normal competition in trade and the Imperial House has no right to meddle in it. The target of trading of the goods purchased from the nobles on the other hand isn't Moronti. Instead, Analu sends out trade convoys to the trade union. Our informants aren't sure what sort of relationship Analu has with the trade union, but they've all heard Selic said one thing. Merchants have always strived for profit. Even an enemy or the devil himself is my friend and customer if he can bring me profits. Lorist furrowed his brow at the new conundrum. He didn't think that Analu would have such a talented businessman who not only grabbed Gillen Harbor's business but also obtained Auguslo's support. Most importantly, they managed to circumvent the trade central Lorist forged in Moronti and managed to form a relationship with the trade union. The trade union lacked lots of raw materials and resources, so that trade route was crucial to them. Only then would they stand a chance on growing powerful once more. This is a truly surprising development, Lorist thought with a bitter smile. Who would expect the Christian Empire to supply its sworn enemy, the trade union, with resources and raw materials? They also managed to perfectly outmaneuver our house's control. Even the new Peterson kingdom between the trade union and Christian Empire won't be able to do anything about this. With the support of the Christian Empire, perhaps Peterson could still be able to stop the trade route to the trade union. However, the Empire itself was supporting the use of that trade route, so Peterson could only begrudgingly accept the status quo. While he could afford to upset the trade union, King Peterson wouldn't dare to offend the new Christian Empire. Even though House Norton had influence there was nothing that could be done. If the trade union partnered up with the Christian Empire to deal with them, the newly independent Peterson kingdom would no doubt fall. The sole goal of a merchant's actions was to make profit regardless of whether the customer was friend, foe, or demon. That saying was just like the one Lorist heard in his past life: capitalists would even sell the rope that will be used to hang them. Selic was a true merchant, and that was the kind of thing Lorist found hard to deal with. Are there any suggested countermeasures in the report? Lorist could only count on sourcing a solution from the others. Many brains were better than one after all. Genolio flipped to the last page of the report and shook his head. Your Grace, Baron Fenston has suggested increasing the purchasing price for the goods by around 10%. But Analu raised the price to match us right after that, causing most of the traders to stop there instead of Gillen Harbor. Lorist's eyes flashed as he paced around in the room twice. He stopped and said, "Send an eagle message to Gillen Harbor to raise the purchasing price by 30%. If Analu matches up to us, raise it by 1.5 times, But, Your Grace, we'd have almost no profits like that," Genolio said, startled. If we purchase at such a high price, the profits after we deduct manpower and transportation costs would be negligible. We can only barely break even. Your Grace, this would not just harm them, but ourselves as well. Even if Analu gets suppressed, we would not be unscathed either. Ha ha. That's exactly what I want, a Pyrrhic victory. Think about it, Genolio, if we raise the purchasing price and only break even, then Analu would have to raise their prices as well. But if you take into account the higher cost for transporting on land, which they rely on, do you think they'll have any profits? I think they'll be losing money while we can at least break even. But what if they don't raise their prices to match ours? If they don't, nobody would sell them any goods. Their trading point would fail if that's the case, though there are some who would do barely profitable business. Nobody would conduct business that lost money. They will be forced to give up on this trade route because they won't be able to make up to the Emperor, their investor. As for our house, we will be able to continue breaking even for 2 to 3 years. The most important thing is for us to stop Analu from trading with the trade union, the enemies of our house. We must always remain alert, and anyone that tries to aid their recovery is going against us. That's why raising the price to match Andalu's is the only thing we can do now. Understood, Your Grace. I'll send the message immediately, said Genolio. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584: Malek's Defenses. Malek's Defenses. Your Grace, Lord Malek and Lord Potterfong are waiting for you in the meeting room, hurried Genolio. All right, let's go. Anderbale practiced the basic sword moves a few more times before going to take a shower.
Don't catch a cold now. Lorist tapped Anderbale's head with a wooden sword before turning to leave. Anderbale was getting more naughty than ever and didn't like academics.
So, Lorist had no choice but to start teaching him swordsmanship to ensure that he had a good foundation. Surprisingly, the child showed great talent and keen interest and patience for martial arts. That attitude was a stark contrast to the one he had for studies. He would often slip away to play. Lorist spent only 3 days to teach him 28 basic sword moves, causing his pride to swell. He didn't think the bearish child would actually make him proud one day.
Potterfong and Malek had come to talk about the defense in Monside.
The setting up of the defense lines around the borders of magical dragon mountains and the wildlands was integral for the safety of the province, but due to the terrainian restrictions, the survey team spent 1 year to discover that the complicated hilly and forested terrain made it really hard for the Norton forces to make a complete defense line to secure Monside's borders. The border separating Monside from magical dragon mountains and the wildlands stretched 236 kilometers long. Even though Firm Rock had 45,000 members, they wouldn't be able to spread themselves across the whole border. They would only be able to station a 100-man unit for each half-kilometer, and not only would they lose the initiative to act, they would also have to rely on others behind them for logistics support. Lorist wouldn't allow a main open-field battle legion to be stationed at the border either. But having only 45,000 men securing the border to defend the new citizens of the province was not feasible. The thin defenses only invited attack, and the slightest push would cause the defense line to lose all effect. While the trenches and sentry towers could hold the barbarians off, they might not be able to fend off magic beast attacks. Your Grace, those involved in the survey had a month-long discussion and concluded that if we want to satisfy Your Grace's wish to hold the defense line for the long term without using too many soldiers, the best solution is to dig a man-made river to stop the magic beasts from crossing. It'll also prove to be a good obstacle for the barbarians trying to attack. We'll have enough time to sound the alert and come up with a countermeasure as they cross the river, reported Malek. The map of Monside was laid on the table and a thick, red line could be seen drawn across it.
A man-made river?
Lorist mused with intrigue. Tell me more about the plan.
Understood, Your Grace.
This river starts north from Azure River and will flow along the border of Monside all the way to Lake Taranlaws in the Black Forests, stretching for about 250 kilometers. We plan for the river to have a width of around 50 meters and a depth of 10. After some surveying by the Ministry of War, we confirmed that the area in the vicinity is suitable to be turned into a man-made river like that.
Lorist felt a headache coming.
He thought they were only going to dig a river around 10 meters wide and 6 meters deep, but he didn't think those of the ministry actually planned to make it 50 meters wide and 10 meters deep.
Can this still be considered a river? It's a whole water highway. Malek's voice also sounded a little deep.
The scale of the construction was a little too large. It meant that the house would have to invest large amounts of funding to complete. Even Lorist couldn't ensure whether the house could finish the project.
Malek took out a few designs and showed them to Lorist.
Those sent to survey the land, and the designers of the engineering department made an estimation and found that only a river this wide can properly prevent the magic beasts from attempting to cross the river and wipe out any ambitions the barbarians have. Given the technical prowess of the barbarian military, it would take them at least 3 hours to send 1,000 men over a 50-meter wide river.
That's enough time for our forces to call for reinforcements.
Malek pointed at the design and said, the designers intend to use the mud unearthed from the construction to make mud bricks, which can be stacked up to form a stair-like embankment, on which sentry and alert towers can be built. That way, we would only require a small number of personnel to keep watch of the border.
Both magic beast and barbarian would definitely be noticed if they approached the river.
The guards can then warn the others with smoke signals and start attacking the incoming threats from the sentry towers while they waited for reinforcements to arrive.
The headache Lorist felt grew more intense. This is not even a water highway. It's the Great Wall. He could see countless gold fords grow wings and fly away, as well as Spiel's angered expression. The proposal, however, did seem to be one of the most reliable methods to rid the province of the threat from the barbarians in the magical dragon mountains and the magic beasts in the wildlands for good. If there were no natural barriers, they could always build one. That was the train of thought of the designers in the engineering department and the surveyors of the Ministry of War. Fortunately, the river and wall stretched only 250 plus kilometers long. Lorist believed that the house would be able to barely afford such an undertaking instead of going bankrupt because of it. After the construction of the embankment and river was completed, it would bring Monside and the house much benefit. Other things aside, Firmrock could be released from guard duty and taken back to become a main fighting force of the house. Not only that, Monside would be spared from the barbarian and magic beast threat and could even use the river as a transportation facility. That could allow the new desolate province to be developed into a thriving settlement.
Pog, do you really think there's a need for such a large project like this? Asked Lorist to the quiet Potterfong. Your Grace, I really don't know what to say, Potterfong spoke with an awkward chuckle. Theoretically, I should be against the project because this project will decrease the morale of our forces as it makes us out to be a turtle shirking back into our shell we built for ourselves instead of being courageous enough to face the threat of the barbarians and beasts directly. As it stands, we're going to be passively defending instead of launching counterattacks. But in fact, I can't wait to see this project completed. Though Firmrock will only have to be stationed here for another year, the casualties we suffered reached more than 1,200 men. These casualties weren't incurred in battles or skirmishes, but rather guerrilla attacks by the barbarian hunters or carnivorous beasts during patrols. And due to the complex terrain, and the lack of experience fighting in the mountains, we aren't able to properly face off against our foes. It's not that our equipment aren't good enough or we lack the will to fight our enemies, but among the 700 or so sacrifice troops, less than 200 died from an actual fight. Most of them lost their lives to poison arrows, traps, and encounters with magic beasts. When a squad calls for reinforcements, the enemy will be long gone by the time any arrives. The morale of Firmrock is a little on the low lately. Our troops are used to facing enemies head-on and won't even fear when they are outnumbered. What the troops aren't used to is the elusive enemy and the high rate of accidents and injuries from patrols. To the troops of Firmrock, digging the river and building a wall or embankment is a thing that'll raise their spirits. Lorist slapped his forehead. He stationed Firmrock at the border of Monside because of their reputation for great defense, but he had forgotten that the enemies the Legion wasn't tens of thousands of enemy troops. Instead, they had to man the 250-kilometer-long defense line of Monside and navigate the complex terrain, which weren't easy tasks for them. Had it not been for Potterfang's report, Lorist would still be unaware of what sort of trouble Firmrock ran into. Looks like this project must be undertaken. Lorist turned to ask Malek, since the project has been planned, what is the budget and time it will take to complete it? Tell me how many gold fords I'll have to spend. Malek, looking a little embarrassed, said, Your Grace, this project to build the river and embankment is estimated to require 100,000 laborers. At a rate of 50 kilometers per year, it would take 5 years at least. The initial budget is estimated to be around 2 million gold fords each year. House Norton's frequent undertaking of huge development projects made them rather good at estimating costs. Without captives, they would have to recruit laborers from the Dominion, and each youth could earn up to 8 gold fords per year, meaning that 100,000 of them would require around 800,000. Their food, drink, and other bonuses would have to provide it as well, not to mention the tools required for the project, vehicles, tents for accommodation and so on. 2 million each year was a reasonable amount. However, given that the construction site is near magical Dragon Mountains in the Wildlands, we will need to mobilize our forces to keep the project safe. The House needs to deploy around 3 main legions to push the border 15 kilometers further and hold absolute control in that area. Only then can we ensure absolute safety for the construction site. The Ministry of War estimated the costs for each legion to be deployed would require an additional 1 million gold fords annually, said Malek as he closed the folder and concluded the report. Lorist was quite satisfied with the ministry's effectiveness. They had a clear grasp on the spending required for such operations. That way, there would be a clear indication of how much they're expected to spend and the accounts wouldn't end up becoming a mess. Deploying 1 main household legions for only an additional 1 million per year was already rather savvy. The bonuses given to the soldiers, repair and replenishment of used equipment, medical fees for injured soldiers and pension for dead soldiers all amounted to quite a large sum. That was why even though 100,000 workers only had to be paid 2 million gold fords annually, a legion of 45,000 men alone needed 1 million. According to the proposal Malek brought out, the construction project would cost 10 million gold fords and take 5 years and free Monside from the threat of barbarian and beast attacks. House Norton would gain a secure province to rule over, so the huge spending would be justified. The issue was that to ensure the safety of that project, 3 main household legions had to be deployed and would cost 3 million gold fords each year. 5 years would bring that figure up to 15 million gold fords, so the total project would cost a staggering amount of 25 million gold fords. The cost of deploying 3 legions and North Sea Fleet in the war with the trade union in Folic Plains cost the household an additional 10 million gold fords. But House Norton didn't make a loss from that war and instead managed to establish a trade route to the south of the continent, took control of the Sunshine Seas and Golden Coast, and invest in the reborn market in Moranti. The money earned far eclipsed money spent and it was definitely a profitable war and deal. But the deployment of 3 legions to patrol the border and keep the project safe for the next 5 years added 3 million gold fords to the house's spending annually. The investing of 15 million gold fords for security wouldn't guarantee a return, and the cost might rise depending on how aggressive the conflicts with the mountain barbarians were. As expected, the proposal for the project in Monside was greatly objected to among the House administration. Spiel was the strongest critic of the project, being the man who was stingy with military spending as always. He declared that he'd rather the house form 2 new legions to guard the border of Mondstadt than to agree to go with the project for the province's defense. Lorist had no choice but to hold a meeting among the top household officials to discuss the matter. This time around, one detailed analysis presented by Lorist changed Spiel's attitude towards the project completely. The staunchest objector became the strongest supporter right away. Lorist told him that if such a strong barrier was constructed, it could ensure the safety and stability of Mondstadt for at least 5 decades. In other words, it could be considered an upfront payment for the defense of the province for the next 50 years, which would break down to about 500,000 gold fords per year. Forming 2 new legions to defend Mondstadt on the other hand not only increased the budget by 1 million gold fords on a yearly basis, additional costs would be incurred in the event of large conflicts with the mountain barbarians. The spending in 5 decades would definitely soar above 50 million gold fords. After converting Spiel, the other officials soon achieved a consensus and decided to go forward with the undertaking of titanic proportions. The project was to be presided over by Malek. As such, Lorist jokingly suggested for the defense line formed by the river and the embankment to be known as the Malek Defense Line, but to his surprise, they actually adopted it as its proper name.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 585 Taking a Few Steps Back. Taking a few steps back.
The decision that was made on Malek Defense Line meant that yet another huge matter of the house had been solved and Lorist could finally return to his days of tranquility. As for the whole effort to dig a man-made river and build the embankment as well as the mobilization of 3 main household legions to guard the border of Mondstadt, the Ministry of War and Engineering Department would take care of them. Lorist was quite assured that Malek was appointed as the supervisor of the project. All he did was personally talk to him about the details of mobilization and the schedule. Lorist believed that there would be no need to bring all 3 legions on site at Mondstadt. Only the area being worked on had to be guarded after all. That way, they wouldn't have to guard the whole border.
Not only did that save much manpower, the legions could also guard them in shifts.
In terms of funding, it would save up to 5 or 6 million gold fords in 5 years. He had no choice but to make such an arrangement as Ironguard was still busy at Jungschandler with the renovation of Lichtana Citadel, which would only be completed by next year.
Jaeger was stationed at Wild Husbandry and was the only mobilizable legion of the house.
Firmrock and Tigersaur on the other hand were moved to Mondstadt, leaving only Turman's Ragebear Knights in the Northlands. They would be the first responders to any emergencies and buy time for the house to come up with a response.
Though Lorist believed that there wouldn't be any huge issues in the Dominion, or the Empire, for that matter, for the years to come, the completion of Lichtana Citadel and the relocation of Ironguard to Mondstadt was the time when the house's forces were at their thinnest. The 3 provinces of Winston, Delamock and Jungschandler could only rely on their newly formed local garrison legions for defense.
Hopefully, the wary Auguslo doesn't cause me any trouble during the next few years. Lorist already made up his mind to not mess around with the Emperor and spend his days in peace within the Dominion. No matter what happened within the Empire, as long as it wasn't a threat to the house's interest, Lorist wouldn't show up to solve it. Those responsible for instigating the matters would have to take care of their own s. It was currently the 10th day of the 8th month and Lorist would be traveling with his wife and 4 concubines and children to North Sea before taking the ferry to Platinum Beach for a vacation.
That was in tandem with Ken Maze's efforts to restore life to Platinum Beach.
It was said that he invited many imperial nobles there to hold an exciting summer party. Little did Lorist expect that he would hear news about Auguslo after just hoping that he wouldn't cause any trouble.
Ken Maze sent an urgent letter that Auguslo had accepted the invitation and showed up there.
It was said that he wasn't there to join the fun, as stripping down on a beach to play around didn't really fit the image of an emperor. Initially, Auguslo refused to join the festivities using his busy schedule as an excuse, but surprisingly, he changed his mind in 2 days and replied to Ken Maze that he would be going on a vacation as well. So, Ken Maze wrote Lorist an urgent letter to pose the question whether Auguslo had other intentions for going and asked him to be prepared for it.
Auguslo's going to Platinum Beach as well? Isn't that like the Emperor wanting to have fun with commoners? I doubt he'd do something that meaningless.
I'm sure he should be busy with all sorts of other stuff.
How could he be in a mood to have fun?
Lorist's eyes rolled, he more or less had a grasp of what was going on.
Genolio, inform the matron to bring the 4 concubines and children to Platinum Beach. I won't be joining. If anyone asks, say that I'm busy dealing with a barbarian invasion in Mondstadt. Is your grace intentionally avoiding his imperial majesty? Asked Genolio with shock.
The way he saw it, there was no reason to do so.
Wasn't that intentionally causing House Norton's reputation too?
Lorist could tell right away what Genolio was thinking and gave him a pat on the head. Kid,
didn't you read about the secret report we received a few days ago? Ever since Jilin Harbor raised the purchasing price for ores and other raw materials, Analu was forced to raise theirs as well, but that also means that they'll suffer even larger losses. That young master, Selik, went to see the emperor a few times possibly to discuss the matter. And now, His Imperial Majesty is coming to Platinum Beach for a vacation. I firmly believe it has something to do with a suggestion for me to lower the purchasing prices at Jilin Harbor so that the both of us don't end up battered. After all, the emperor invested 800,000 gold fords in Analu from behind the scenes. Since it has to do with His Imperial Majesty's investment, he has no choice but to come and settle the matter personally. I don't want to be forced to give face to him and yield to this request, so I've decided to avoid him. Let Analu continue to suffer the loss. Will it really end like that? Asked Genolio doubtfully while scratching his head. Of course, Lorist replied with certainty, the Empire's borders have been rather peaceful as of late and nothing huge worth paying attention to has occurred. Apart from the fact that White Lion is still entangled with the bandits in Fapsia, the only other thing worth paying attention to is our commitment to build Malek defense line. His Imperial Majesty will definitely not allow us to help White Lion out, and there wouldn't be anything anyone can do about Malek defense line. The only thing left must be the raise in purchasing price by our house. His Imperial Majesty made the excuse to go on a vacation to meet with me so that nobody else will make a big fuss out of this. I understand. Since His Imperial Majesty said that the merchants stopping at the new trading point at Flowwater Creek is part of free market competition, then our house's act of raising the prices is part of that as well. Since His Imperial Majesty and Analu can't do much about that, they have no choice but to come to your grace personally to negotiate the matter to prevent a long-term trade war. Even though it has only been a month, Analu is already unable to hold on, so our emperor decided to come personally for negotiations. And your grace is avoiding the meeting because your grace wants to extend the trade war. As your grace mentioned, House Norton has the advantage of transport by sea, so we can break even or even make a small profit even with the high prices, while Analu has to suffer more losses the more they purchase because they have to pay a huge price for transport to maintain the trade route with the trade union, summarized Genolio with understanding. That's the idea. His Imperial Majesty initially refused the invitation, only to turn around 2 days later. It's obvious that the emperor wants to use this chance to meet with me and discuss the prices. You know, our emperor has always loved to consolidate power and is all too busy doing other tasks on a daily basis. If it weren't because of his personal investment in Analu, he wouldn't be in the mood to go to Platinum Beach for a vacation. I'm guessing that His Imperial Majesty wants to discuss boundaries on who is allowed to sell at which places. For instance, perhaps Jilin Harbor's market could handle sales from the northwestern area of the empire while Analu can take care of the 2 southwestern provinces. That kind of compromise will help lower prices. It's too bad that the goal of our trade war is not to reach an agreement with Analu, otherwise those terms would be rather appealing. The reason I don't want to go to Platinum Beach to meet His Imperial Majesty is because I can't be bothered to negotiate the prices. Analu and His Imperial Majesty's investment is not the most important. What I'm concerned about is cutting off trade to the trade union altogether. For our house, any act that helps the trade union recover must be stopped. Before our emperor and the person in charge of Analu, Selik, are aware of that, I refuse to negotiate with. Genolio, write Duke Kenmez a letter and tell him to receive His Imperial Majesty as usual. Don't need to make any fuss over it. Apologize on my behalf that I won't be able to be there, instructed Lorist. Understood, Your Grace. Though Lorist wasn't going to spend his vacation in Platinum Beach, he still had to send Sylvia and the 4 concubines as well as the children to North Sea for them to take the ferry there. He would have Sylvia deliver the letter of apology to Kenmez on his behalf. After the ferry left, Lorist turned back to the docks and headed to Nico Academy with Genolio and his guards. He was going to visit many people on this trip of his. First, he would see his lover, Telesti, and the 2 princesses she birthed him. He would also have to visit Diliana's eldest son, Slopehank. Other than that, he would be bringing Charade's second son, Freylide, to replace Genolio as Lorist's attendant. If he performed well, Lorist might take him as his 4th disciple. However, only 2 days into his visit at the academy, he received a secret report from North Sea that Auguslo had arrived with a light cohort of 100 guards on House Kenmez's trading vessel at North Sea and was on his way to Ragebear. Looks like he won't rest until he sees me. Guess he decided to come knocking after not seeing me at Platinum Beach. Lorist sent an eagle message to task Charade with handling the emperor and tell him to inform Auguslo that he was in Monside. If Auguslo really went to Monside, Potterfawn, Lowe's and Melek would inform him that Lorist left urgently to Silowas to deal with a trade conflict. Lorist brought Genolio, Freylide and his guards to North Sea to take a ferry that was heading to Silowas. Even though the Northlands was the dominion of the Nortons, Lorist couldn't be sure whether Auguslo had spies within it.
If it was discovered that he was hiding in Nico Academy and refusing to meet Auguslo, it would turn out really awkward if he was cornered, so he decided to make an actual trip to Silowas and believed that Auguslo wouldn't go so far to chase him down. He was the emperor after all, and it was only custom for the duke to receive the emperor personally instead of playing hide and seek like he did. However, that wouldn't be the case if he really was at Silowas. Lorist couldn't do much to Auguslo since he was an emperor anyway. Auguslo wanted to seek him out for a private chat about trade instead of summoning him officially for a negotiation on prices, as that would be hugely embarrassing for an emperor like him. Surprisingly, Lorist didn't think that Auguslo would be that persistent. After 6 days in Silowas, Lorist received word that Auguslo ordered the people of the house to provide a ship for him to travel to Silowas once he heard that Lorist wasn't there. What kind of person would be that thick-skinned? Lorist felt that he was defeated by Auguslo in some capacity. He's going to meet me no matter what. Since he's being so persistent, I'll go to Mornate. I doubt he'd actually follow me there. The current situation wasn't like when House Norton controlled the city and Auguslo was able to travel there as he wished. Currently, Moranti was the territory of the Free Union, and an emperor like Auguslo couldn't travel there with just a light guard. 5 days later, Auguslo arrived at Silowas on the ferry, Whitebird. Governor Hector and Gillen Harbor Chief of Finance Camorra politely welcomed Auguslo and informed him that Lorist had traveled to Moranti to resolve a trade conflict. The matter involved trade with Jigda in the south of the continent. As that would require quite some time, it wasn't certain when Lorist would return to Silowas. It was then when Auguslo knew for sure that Lorist was avoiding him. After staying at Silowas for 5 days, he prepared to leave for the imperial capital. Before he left, he had a deep discussion with Camorra and criticized House Norton's raising of prices was only harming others and themselves and wasn't sustainable in the long run. But Camorra's reply almost caused Auguslo to spew blood in rage. He said that even though the high purchasing prices caused the house to lose a lot of profit, it also resulted in the imperial nobles having more money, and that raised demand for the luxury goods sold at Gillen Harbor. They were more willing to spend even more money to purchase things. In terms of revenue, it rose by 50% compared to the previous year and increased House Norton's profits even more. According to the agreement between Lorist and Auguslo, Gillen Harbor would be given to House Norton for management and a market would be formed there. The profits from that market would be split in two between House Norton and Auguslo. However, the Norton-produced goods were not part of that deal. The deal only applied to profits made from the sale of ores and raw materials purchased from Gillen Harbor. In other words, Auguslo's support of Annalou from the background to wrestle trade from Gillen Harbor only harmed his own profits. House Norton was able to earn even more through the sale of their own luxury goods and products and make up for the losses at Gillen Harbor. How could Auguslo remain calm after hearing that news? In the end, he left Silowas in low spirits. Camorra calmly instructed, "Write His Grace an eagle message to inform that His Imperial Majesty has left for the imperial capital. His Grace can come back now, If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 586, Auguslo's handwritten letter. Auguslo's handwritten letter. How can anyone be so shameless, especially the emperor? He actually treats his word like nothing but a fart. Thought Krelos as he held the written order Auguslo sent him, shaking from the anger. Auguslo just reinforced Krelos's belief that the father and son duo were shameless to the bone. During the 7th month, House Norton raised the prices they were buying goods at Gillen Harbor greatly by up to 30%. Krelos didn't hesitate to get Annalou to meet that price. However, House Norton raised it once more, almost doubling the original price. Annalou was in a tough position. Krelos was incredibly troubled as purchasing goods at that price not only didn't bring any profits, the more they purchased, the larger the loss. The spending for a 1,000-man trading convoy during their travels from the imperial capital to the trade union was no small amount either. Krelos realized that each trip would cost him around 80,000 gold fords. If the prices hadn't been raised, each trip would earn him around 500,000 gold fords. But with the purchasing price doubled, transporting goods worth hundreds of thousands to the trade union wasn't only a loss, they couldn't even make enough to cover the cost of transportation. The expenses of the convoy aside, the convoy had to pay a huge toll while passing through the kingdom of Peterson, much to the heartache of Krelos. Other merchant guilds would just quit the unprofitable business, but that wasn't an option for Krelos. He understood how important resources were to the resuscitation of the trade union. Given how resource-stripped they were, they required the goods Annalou could provide to make their own products and compete in the market. Only with more raw materials and ores could they start fashioning tough armor and sharp weapons. There was one way to resolve that issue, and that was to raise prices of goods sold so that a profit was made nevertheless despite the higher cost. Since the trade union were in urgent need of those resources, they would be willing to pay that price. But Krelos couldn't bring himself to do it, as he was aware that it would cause quite a lot of trouble for Duke Koblight. The various factions in the trade union would start pestering him with problems. After all, the current trade union was no longer the rich and powerful nation it used to be. So, Krelos decided to solve the trade war with House Norton himself and had an audience with Auguslo in hopes that they could bring the ones in charge of trade of House Norton to negotiate. The best way to resolve the issue was trading in separate areas. Jilin Harbor and Annaloo would do their business in their respective provinces without interfering with one another. That way, everyone could make profit. It was a win-win solution. Krelos believed that Auguslo would help mediate the matter with House Norton, and that the house would go along with the Emperor's demands to save him face. Given that Auguslo had a 800,000 gold forward stake in Annaloo, he would also side with the guild more and try to get some benefits out of the negotiations. However, Krelos didn't think that Auguslo would take matters into his own hands instead of holding a joint negotiation. Confidently, he told Krelos, "It's but a small matter. Let me handle it for you. I only need to meet Lorist and talk to solve the issue." Lorist was the head of House Norton and Duke of the Northlands, as well as the Imperial Sword Saint. Krelos knew him as the trade union's greatest foe and the one that caused its demise. However, he was quite curious why Auguslo was so confident about resolving the issue. Auguslo gleefully told Krelos that even though Lorist was a sword saint, he had his own weaknesses, his weak will and penchant for reputation. Even though Lorist had a rather tumultuous history with him, as long as they met and he lay down his poise as emperor and had a heart-to-heart talk with him, Lorist would give in to any request. The trade war was a smaller matter in comparison. He only had to plead to get Lorist to agree to his terms. Not to mention, the vacation party at Platinum Beach hosted by Duke Kenmaze was the perfect chance, as he heard that Duke Norton would be heading there with his family. Auguslo decided to tell Duke Kenmaze that he would be participating as well so that he could meet Lorist there. That way, he could resolve the matter without making it public and wouldn't feel ashamed about humbling himself, as it would be a private conversation. So, Krelos confidently awaited the good news from Auguslo. 1 month later, Auguslo sent an order that he had tried his best, but Duke Norton was nowhere to be found. Though he gave it his all to follow Lorist, the latter was obviously trying to avoid him and even went as far as traveling to Moranti. He also said in the order that he was incredibly angry and humiliated by Duke Norton's avoidant behavior and expressed his hopes that Selic would help Annaloo win the trade war with House Norton, saying that he would support them all the way. However, he did want to remind him that as the construction of the trading point at Flowwater Creek caused him to lose 1 million gold fords in profit from Jilin Harbor, he said that he would be expecting that amount from Annaloo. Other than that, Auguslo emphasized the huge investment he made with Annaloo, the 800,000 gold fords he took from the treasury of the imperial family for them to use as capital to purchase the raw materials from nobles. Auguslo believes that if he left that sum to the Nortons to manage, earning back millions from that amount would only be expected. So, in light of the guild just being founded in the imperial capital recently, he said that he didn't hope for results the Nortons could provide. Instead, he was only looking forward to a small dividend payment of around 600,000 gold fords. This man's shamelessness knows no bounds. Krelos really wanted to rush into the palace and give Auguslo a slap in the face. On what basis did he think that Annaloo should be responsible for the profits he lost at Jilin Harbor? However, Krelos knew that it was an argument he wouldn't win. It was he who had persuaded Auguslo to allow Annaloo to start the trading point at Flowwater Creek for the trading convoys of the imperial nobles in the first place. Had that not happened, Auguslo's yearly profit of 1 million gold fords would still be there. No matter how bad the relationship between the emperor and the duke, he would still receive 1 million gold fords annually. But now, due to Annaloo's interference, the prices were doubled and Auguslo proceeded to blame Annaloo for the profits he lost. Even though Auguslo supported Annaloo in a move to teach House Norton a lesson, that cost him his 1 million gold fords. So, he wasn't afraid of pissing Annaloo off, causing Krelos to incur a debt of 1 million gold fords for no reason. Krelos could only begrudgingly shoulder that debt. If the prices weren't doubled, that amount would be no pressure on him at all. However, given the losses Annaloo was suffering, that million could well cost the life of the guild. They might have to shut down for good. What the hell is with that 600,000 gold fords of dividend? Investments are risky in the first place. Losses are just as common as profits. It's already the 10th month now, and there are only 2 months left before the end of the year. Where would I get that kind of money for him? At that moment, he was considering whether he should just ditch everything and leave. But considering the price he paid to approach Auguslo and gain his trust, how could he just leave without fulfilling his revenge? Was he going to consider the loss of 1.5 million gold fords by Auguslo payback enough? The thought of the pain Auguslo had caused him made him feel incredibly unwilling about the situation. The door of the study was lightly knocked on. Krelos knew that only his subordinates could knock like that. He kept the order and said, "Come in." The one who entered was the guard on duty. He delivered Krylos a letter which seemed like a normal price inquiry letter. He would receive a few of those daily from the nobles dealing with the guild, but the one in his hand right now had the emblem of a twin-headed dragon. Krylos asked the guard to bring him a glass of milk, which he took a gulp out of before sprinkling all over the letter and baking it above HTE candle fire. Soon, dark blue text appeared on the letter. By the time the letter was completely dry, the text disappeared, but he had already memorized what it said. After some consideration, he instructed, "Prepare the carriage. I want to go out." A week later, Krylos traveled non-stop for Malivaya, where a noble manor was built some 10 years ago. It was abandoned after Malivaya was taken back by the Empire, but Andalou bought the ruined manor back for a cheap price and renovated it into one of the furthest rest stops for Andalou's men. The week-long trip was quite hard on his weakened body. He flopped around like mud when he was helped off his carriage. After being bathed and bandaged up by his personal maidservants and taking 2 days of rest, Krylos finally recovered a sliver of energy. A day later, a black carriage with no insignia drove into the manor. A black-robed man who dressed quite similarly to Krylos left the carriage. That was the guest Krylos had been waiting for. The guards showed him into the study without bothering to check his identity. When the man removed his robes, Krylos stood up in shock and said, "Your Grace, why have you come?" Nobody expected that the premier of the trade union, Duke Koblight himself, would travel to a normal manor near the border of the Empire's province, Malivaya, not even Krylos. "Is this odd?" "Long time no see, my fellow brother," said Koblight with a relaxed smile as he gave Krylos a hug. He knew about the injuries, so he was very careful with the hug. I thought your Grace would send a representative to talk with me." "What prompted your Grace to come personally? Was there a problem with our past transaction?" asked Krylos anxiously. "No, the transaction was fine. Brother, the trade route you forged helped me out greatly. Even though peace has been restored with the mid-southern nations, they're still biased against our union and are putting us down, especially with regards to one of the most crucial resources, mineral ores. Yet, your trade route was able to provide us with exactly what we needed and allow us to slowly recover our forces and equipment. We are also now able to produce some other goods apart from glass." Koblight looked at Krylos and thankfully said, "Brother, the union is doing well, don't worry. But why didn't you tell us about the troubles you faced? We only just found out that you're taking losses for the sake of maintaining this trade route. You should have let us know earlier. You know how important this is to us. If you lose this trade war with House Norton, that will spell the end of the trade route." Krylos smiled bitterly. "Even though I'm making a loss from the trade route, I don't really mind. I can make it up from endeavors elsewhere. However, this is what I'm having trouble with now." Krylos took out the written order of Auguslo. "I've never met someone as shameless as he is, a person who's emperor no less. It was he who encouraged me to cause trouble for House Norton and promised to support Andalou in the first place. But now, he's asking me for money. 1.5 million gold fords. It's a miracle that he's even able to make such a demand." Koblight read the order and smiled after some thought. "No worries. I brought you something. Show it to your emperor and I'm sure he'll stop demanding money from you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 587, The Bird Called Balga. The bird called Balga. "No, your Grace. This won't do. How can we give these equipment and weapons to that guy? Wouldn't that be increasing his strength? I'm definitely against it." Koblight was talking about a large chest in which a set of fine, black metal armor could be seen. There was also a rectangular shield, a refined longsword, a sharp dagger and a foot-long spear head that glinted coldly. The chest was filled with a complete set of weapons and armor. The moment Krylos took a good look at the chest's contents, he objected immediately. He knew what Koblight was suggesting, providing those equipment to Auguslo to offset his debt of 1.5 million gold fords. That would also help him gain more trust and support, which were integral in his desire for revenge. "No, listen to me first," Koblight said with a wave of his hands. "This is the reason I've come to discuss the matter directly with you instead of sending someone." He took out the black metal armor and gave the breastplate a gentle caress. "Actually, these are the trade union's latest models. We just forged them not long ago, thanks to the tungsten and other metal ores you provided us with. If our forces can switch to these equipment, our fighting power might triple. Normal crossbows and longbows won't be able to deal troops wearing these armor any harm when fired from 100 meters away. As you said, it's true that if these are provided to the Emperor, his military might will rise. You mentioned that he was thinking about rebuilding Fearscale back then in your letter to make them at least the Norton's equal instead of being at a disadvantage by the 4 main Norton legions, right?" Sometimes, I find myself wondering what the heck goes through this emperor's mind. It's the most peaceful time for his empire, yet he doesn't focus on raising standards of living to recover the empire's vitality, and instead pays attention to useless military reorganization, like reforming the 3 imperial legions.
Since that's the case, the trade union doesn't mind giving him a little push from the back. We'll make him waste even more resources and funds on military equipment. The reason I brought the equipment here is for you to present it to the emperor so that he will protect and support the trade route between your guild and our union. We will obtain even more resources from the empire, and this will also help wipe away the debt the emperor placed on you. You can tell him that if he can provide the resources, the union will be able to fashion 50,000 such sets of equipment on a yearly basis. What? 50,000 sets? Your Grace isn't joking, right?
How could the number be so high, said Krelos with shock. As the one in charge of logistics of the Twin-Head Merchant Guild forces, he understood how much manpower it took for one set of equipment to be produced.
It was no easy affair.
If we have enough materials, making 100,000 a year is incredibly easy, Koblight said. We now finally understand how the high-quality equipment of the Nortons were made. Back then, when our blade masters discovered the designs of the water-powered machines in the Northlands, we started researching and further developing them. Now, we have lots of such machines which can be used to replace humans in the forging process. Come to think of it, the forging process is basically a set of repetitive, simpler steps. An experienced forger or smith can only fashion 2 or 3 spearheads a day, or small parts required for 2 sets of armor. But with water-powered machines, we can produce hundreds to thousands of spearheads and around 200 sets of armor in a day. I want you to present this set of equipment to the emperor and negotiate with him on how we can get more mineral resources from them. For instance, if you're able to gain permission to build a refinery, you can decrease the cost of transporting metals. At the same time, you can provide us with even more material to work with, since transporting ingots is much more worth it than unprocessed ores. If our plan works out, we can even ask for double the amount of resources we actually require. You might not know this, but if we can get the metals for free, it would cost us only around 8 gold fords for the production of a single set of equipment, mostly to pay for the assembly and the transportation.
Each set can then be sold for around 50 gold fords on the market. But Your Grace, the Christian Empire is our union's arch-rival. Would the strengthening of their military affect our revival in the future?
If we go to war with them in a few years' time, then the equipment we provided them will prove harmful to us, said Krelos.
Koblight took a long sigh. Krelos, you're mistaken. Currently, war no longer depends on blades and spears.
If we fight a war with the Nortons, even if our troops' courage and skill aren't inferior to theirs, they won't give us a chance to fight up close.
Instead, they'll use all sorts of ranged weaponry to defeat us from afar.
We failed at the Battle of Bluewek and lost Moranti and Folic Plains for good.
I've dreamed about that battle countless number of times. That wasn't a war, but a nightmarish massacre.
Even though we took all sorts of preventive measures and prepared ourselves against the Nortons' catapults and Caraballisti and finally approached the lines of our enemy and were just about to pay a steep price to take out their troops, they brought out their bronze cannons and flattened our ranks completely.
Corpses piled like mountains, blood flowed in rivers.
Our soldiers were defenselessly slaughtered. The troops rushing at the forefront back then wore this exact same black metal armor fashioned by Wesia.
The one here in my hand.
But these things didn't do much to protect them either. The troops were still completely obliterated from the cannon fire.
So, tell me. Do you think this set of armor will be the key to the revival of our union?
Krelos was struck with sudden realization. Both in the Battle of Bluewek and the following Norton attacks on the Union, the bronze cannons played a pivotal part in their victory. Even though the Union used sandbags to temporarily stop the cannon attacks, that didn't change that they were still taking blows on the defensive. They weren't able to launch a counterattack at all. Currently, we are also researching ranged weaponry, such as the Norton Caraballisti and catapults.
We are also prepared to obtain the secret of gunpowder from the Dwarven Kingdom in Tedanini Mountains to make our own cannons. But that will require lots of time and resources. That is why the trade route is integral for us.
Krelos, I know why you've gone to the Imperial capital, but I must beg you to suppress your desire for revenge. Please temporarily get along with your nemesis for the sake of our grand ambition.
Use the trust you've gained to help us on the path of victory.
As long as this trade route can continue to supply us with resources, the day of our comeback will arrive soon. Koblight bowed deeply to Krelos, as if he was expressing his sincerest apologies for having to request something like this of him. Krelos hurriedly helped the man up and held him by the shoulders.
Your Grace doesn't need to do this. I know what I have to do.
Actually, even though I can meet that person now, I have no way of exacting revenge.
Not only is he a blade master, he's also the Emperor. I have no way of doing anything to him. As for the trade route, I will do anything that will benefit our union even if your grace doesn't tell me to.
What I'm worried about now is House Norton. In their attempt to crush Analu, they've doubled the purchasing price for raw materials and we have no way of dealing with it. It harms both sides, but they can afford to keep it this way. My guild on the other hand has been completely disrupted as a result.
The more we purchase, the bigger our losses. Otherwise, the 1.5 million gold fords that person wants from me won't be a concern in the first place, said Krelos hatefully.
No worries, Koblight consoled, since House Norton wants a trade war, we'll fight them to the end.
While we're not a match to them on the battlefield, can we really defeat merchants like us when it comes to trade?
We can use the armor here to deal with your debt first and extract even more benefits from the Emperor. Each set of armor like that won't cost more than 20 gold fords including materials and manpower to produce, but we'll be able to sell them to the Emperor for 40 or 30 gold fords.
We can even request him to provide us with the materials for free. We'll definitely earn quite a bit on that front. What you have to do for now is to refine the goods first. That way, you can transport more in bulk and save on transportation costs.
Additionally, the reason the Nortons formed the market at Gillen Harbor is to buy raw materials as well as sell the goods they produce. Since they've engaged you in a trade war, why don't you start operating the trading point at Flowwater Creek as a? Even though our union isn't what it used to be, we still have some vigor remaining. Now that we have the resources we need, the technicians and artisans of our guilds can finally put their talents to practice. Perhaps we aren't able to make products good enough to compete with the Nortons in the markets they occupy. However, when it comes to gold and silverware, wine, stone sculptures and art pieces, we are superior. If we can find a market for those in the Empire, it would be a good income stream for us. As expected of the president of Twin-Head Dragon, Koblight was able to give a few good business proposals to Krelos in the blink of an eye. Krelos looked more excited the more he heard. That's right, I've only been focusing on how I can provide you with resources, but I forgot that I could buy products from you to sell too. Setting up a luxury goods market at Flowwater Creek is a good idea. I'm sure the imperial nobles would love to buy expensive luxury items there to inflate their social status and cultured sense. The two of them laughed heartily. The war was over and peace had come. The imperial nobles no longer strove for courage and started to pay attention to arts and culture. That was the case with the nobles across the mid-southern nations as well. All of a sudden, the trend of odd-looking sculptures and colorful paintings which nobody could really make sense of saw a growing trend among the nobles and were at the height of their popularity. The two men believed that if the artisans of the Union could make some to cater to the imperial nobles, those products would be warmly received as well.
All right, Your Grace. I'll do what you say and present this set of exquisite armor to that fellow and try to get some benefits for our Union, Krelos said after a long sigh, but I still feel unwilling to hand such good quality equipment to our enemy.
Koblight chuckled. Krelos, did you know that in the forests of our province of Lialica, there's a kind of bird called the bulga? These birds don't hatch their own eggs. Instead, they'll steal eggs of other birds from their nests and place their own within so others can do the laying for it.
What we are trying to do is not so different from the strategy of the bulgas.
If we use these equipment for ourselves, we'll once more catch the attention of the other mid-southern nations and get sanctioned by them. That wouldn't only cause the hard-achieved peace to crumble, we would also suffer the pushback from those nations in their markets.
Let the warmonger emperor get his hands on these equipment.
That way, he'd definitely form a new legion.
The more we provide, the more he will form.
Perhaps only through that can he feel safe and secure against the Sword Saint Duke of the Northlands. What this emperor doesn't understand is that his military expansion during a time of peace that follows right after a war will only cause the other nations to worry. The empire will become a target to be observed and alert against. That will make it easier for our union to move in the shadows.
We might even be able to reform the century-long alliance that held against the empire back then too.
And you, Krelos, only have to try to gain this emperor's trust. Work hard to try to make his frivolous illegitimate son the heir to the throne.
If he can get the commanding rights to a legion, that'd be even better.
I will be sending you lots of helpers, which you can place into that legion to control it. That way, we can cause another period of chaos within the empire with a power struggle just like our fathers did back then.
Krelos nodded emotionally. I understand, Your Grace.
I shall do as you say. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 588 Trade War.
Trade War. Freylide limped into the study and reported with a gloomy tone, Your Grace, Duke Kenmaze has arrived at Palace Ursa Rex.
My father, Baron Charade has gone to receive him.
Lorist closed the book in his hand and looked at the boy quietly.
Were you taught a lesson by your father again?
No.
Freyleid refused to admit. Then what's with the large boot mark on your pants? Apart from me and your father, I doubt anybody else would dare to do that to you. Tell me what you did this time to earn your father's wrath. Lorist could tell from how Freyleid looked that he had obviously been harshly beaten by Charade. Well, your grace. Young Master Anderbale and I were just coloring the smaller bear sculptures grey-white and we pushed them to the middle of a pavement. My father didn't pay attention to it and tripped badly, so he was really mad, conceded Freyleid. But... Lorist stifled his laughter with his hands. Charade's second son had a really easygoing personality. He wasn't as serious as Reedy, as studious as Howard, nor as reliable as Genolio. He was nothing more than a curious child that was slightly hyperactive and wanted to try everything out once. Perhaps it was thanks to being spoiled by Angelic, Charade's father-in-law, since a young age, that he became a child so fearless. The academy head of Nico Academy, Telesti, mentioned that though his innate personality was kind, his curiosity was far too heavy. He was also said to be filled with courage and was the biggest troublemaker in school, making him the biggest threat the instructors had to watch out for. That was why when they heard that Freyleid was going to be made attendant of Lorist, the instructors of Nico Academy cheered with glee, though they were quite disappointed that their colleagues at Dawn Academy wouldn't have to suffer the pain they did. When he first came to Lorist's side, he felt a little timid, given that he was in a new place and Reedy and Genolio were there. Even though he was only 16, he had already awakened his battle force. And given his bright personality and tough build, Reedy and Genolio liked him quite a lot and would often give him pointers on what to look out for as Lorist's attendant. But since returning to Palace Ursa Rex, Reedy brought Genolio to Firmrock to further train in the Dan Ocean refining technique, so Freyleid was free to roam without supervision. Lorist wouldn't be paying attention to his every move anyway, so he went all out. And somehow, he got along well with Anderbale the moment they met and played together all the time, causing much chaos and unrest at the palace. And then began Freyleid's tragedy. As House Norton's chief minister, Charade would often seek Lorist out to discuss matters when he returned to the palace. Freyleid's actions didn't escape his notice, and though Lorist wasn't too willing to go all out to educate Freyleid, Charade didn't hold such reservations. His punishment was the harshest it could get. Nowadays, Freyleid would always act like a timid mouse whenever he saw his father. Anderbale ran away first, right? Asked Lorist. Lorist suspected the reason his son always had so much fun with Freyleid was because there was always someone there to bear the consequences. Even though Freyleid's so largely built, he didn't really have good observation, so who else but him to take the blame when there was trouble? That was probably what Anderbale was thinking. Yes. Young master is. Freyleid failed to come up with a reason to speak on Anderbale's behalf. The moment Charade tripped, Anderbale had run away immediately, but Freyleid stopped to help his father up, only to get a beating in return. Lorist pulled on the bell rope beside the wall and Pat, the leader of the guards, soon arrived. Go and fetch Anderbale and bring this fellow to the yard. Have the both of them stand in the horse stance for half an hour. Don't forget to put a bowl of water on each of their shoulders and ask them to do it over if the water tips over. Give Anderbale 3 canes to the rear as well and tell him that he should take the blame with his comrades if he did something wrong instead of escaping alone, instructed Lorist. Understood, Your Grace. Pat took the crestfallen Freyleid away with him. Moments later, Charade came to Lorist accompanied by Kenmaze. Given how unkempt Charade's clothes were and the slight red flush on his face, it could be seen how mad he was to be tripped by his child's antics. But what piqued Lorist's curiosity was Kenmaze instead. He brought a few large boxes into the study and instructed the servants to arrange them properly before asking them to leave. Only after that did he breathe a sigh of relief. Ah, my brother, you are far too generous, for you to bring me so many gifts, said Lorist intentionally. He knew that those were probably not gifts. Dukes like them usually brought each other a list of the gifts instead of bringing the boxes straight to the other person like a savage. In your dreams, Kenmaze retorted, there aren't gifts. Locke, I've decided to go to Flowwater Creek and the boxes here contain the competing products of your enemy, Analu. I brought them here for you to expand your horizons. Also, I heard that our emperor has ordered Flowwater Creek to be rented to Analu. A market will soon be built there. It's obvious that they're trying to compete with Jilin Harbor, which your house technically owns. Be it place or accessibility, Flowwater Creek holds the advantage. Given that they have the emperor's support, don't you worry that the market at Jilin Harbor will suffer? Lorist smiled and shook his head. I don't have to worry about this. Even though the trading point at Flowwater Creek took up quite a bit of our sales volume, only raw materials and mineral ores are affected. On that front, Audiobook are taking huge losses to the benefit of the landed nobles that have these resources. But when the nobles gain more money, it'll benefit the market as they'll increase their purchases of other products. Analu trying to start a market there is only them trying to get a piece of the pie.
As for the nobles, they will still consider quality and price before they make their purchases. Lorist was quite confident on that front. House Norton produced lots of products of varying types and also enjoyed the benefit of maritime transportation. Lorist believed that Annalou, who still relied on importing products from the trade union through land, wouldn't be able to compete with House Norton in terms of quality and cost. "You're too confident, Locke," Ken Mays said with a shake of his head. "Annalou isn't going to fight your house in the market of daily necessities. They chose to compete in high fashion and luxury goods." Ken Mays walked to the side of one box and opened it, bringing out an intricate-looking golden bowl, a golden plate, goblet, and so on. Soon, Lorist's desk was filled with golden dinery. "Each set of 40 to 50 golden dinery cost me 70,000 gold fords," boasted Ken Mays gleefully. "Are you crazy?" Charade jumped with shock and exclaimed, "Give me 20,000 and I'll have someone make the exact same ones for you." "Fool," snorted Ken Mays. He held a golden plate up and ran his finger across the intricate engravings. "Look at these engravings and the brand on the bottom of the plate. See who made this set before you say something as stupid as making them for me at the cost of 20,000. These are no ordinary dining ware. I'm not just a rich fool, you know." Lorist took a bowl and turned it over, only to see a rhombus-shaped signature which read Blueway. "Blueway? This name sounds familiar," said Charade as he looked at the back of the plate he held. "Hee, do you remember the Duchy of Zikdor?" asked Ken Mays. "What does this have to do with Zikdor?" Lorist turned the bowl in his hand around and didn't see anything that suggested any affiliation with the duchy. Charade on the other hand widened his eyes with realization. "You mean the duchy famed for making gold and silverware? Weren't they eliminated by the trade union during the war in the mid-southern area? I think Mayflower's kingdom is founded on the territory that used to belong to Zikdor. The Zikdor we helped found again in the neighboring province of the trade union is headed only by the Duke's nephew. He inherited the position of the current Duke of Zikdor. The duchy you helped revive is completely different from the old one," Ken Mays said without holding back. "Back then, Zikdor was famous for their gold and silverware. Blueway represents the most elite smithing family of the duchy. They produce less than 10 such sets and the demand for their work is always through the roof. For the past 2 centuries, having a set of Blueway-made dining ware is something worth bragging about for a noble house. What I didn't think was that the trade union would manage to take the Blueway family for themselves after exterminating the duchy and gain control of their production line. They are no different from a tree that grows money. Locke, the glass dining ware produced by House Norton is indeed refined and intricate. But compared to those produced by the trade union's Blueway family, it still falls short. I believe that most imperial nobles will think the same as me and will be willing to buy a set of Blueway dining ware to be passed down through their family." Lorist's expression turned serious. Ken Mays was right. Even though the Dominion produced lots of different products and occupied most of the market for daily necessities on the continent, those were made for the common consumer. They weren't trendy or luxurious items. The trade union had chosen to use history and branding as their weapons against House Norton and made a good move. House Norton only started to rise after Lorist returned to the Northlands after all. Even though the house had a history of 3 centuries, they had been a rather mediocre noble house at the empire's northern border during that time and didn't expend any effort on anything other than surviving. "What else are in those boxes?" "Take them all out," said Lorist. There were luxurious and expensive rugs, fine branded wine of the Petrin Duchy, intricate jewelry from the Kingdom of Abaton, as well as many famous branded products from nations wiped out by the trade union. Lastly, Ken Mays brought out an odd-looking sculpture. "What is this?" asked Lorist curiously. It depicted a voluptuous woman and a lanky man entangled together in a weird pose, giving others an uncomfortable vibe. "Hee, this is the magnum opus of the famous artist from 5 centuries ago, Carmen Sidoff. Well, a replica of it anyway. I spent 50,000 gold fords to get my hand on this. Just look at how natural the curves on this is. This completely shows that women embody the essence of victors instead of men," said Ken Mays with a sudden hipster-like expression. "Doesn't this just mean that women can go on all night while men tire out first?" Lorist didn't know how to react at the sight of Ken Mays caressing the sculpture of a man and woman so lovingly. "Alright, nobody will take your precious thing from you. Only a guy like you fancies these things anyway. Spending 50,000 gold fords on a thing like this, do you have too much money or something? Locke, you simply don't get it." "This is art," said Ken Mays, dissatisfied that Lorist was treating his treasure like a toy. "Your Grace." Charade spoke when he looked at the study that was piled up with products. Lorist knew what he was going to say and shook his head with a smile. "No worries. Andalou's products won't have a huge effect on our own in Gillin Harbor. Perhaps there will be short-term effects, but in the long term, it shouldn't matter. We provide daily necessities after all, while they sell luxury goods which fetch high prices but has low overall demand.
Aren't you worried that His Imperial Majesty would use this chance to put pressure on the market at Jilin Harbor?
He might use this as an excuse to reclaim the rights to that place, said Kenmaze. Relax, he won't dare to do it, Lorist said confidently. Even though our emperor thinks himself smart to provide raw materials and mineral ores for Analu and cancelled the business deal he has with our house, he still requires the cash from the food grown throughout the empire which is sold at Jilin Harbor to keep the empire functioning. He wouldn't touch Jilin Harbor before Analu is able to provide him with a steady income stream.
Kenmaze breathed a sigh of relief. I can rest assured with what you just said.
You should know that our Salt Merchant Committee is the largest trading company in the empire, and the competition between your house and Analu allowed us to earn 30% more profit this year. Our fleets are doing our best to purchase the raw materials and ores from the nobles to resell them at Jilin Harbor or Flowwater Creek. As long as you keep this up, I'm going to expand the scale of the purchases of the committee next year. The prices shouldn't change much, Lorist said. We're in a hard position to step down from. Let's see who caves in first. In fact, I would rather you sell your goods at Flowwater Creek to drain away the cash flow of Analu.
Kenmaze nodded and said, understood.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 589, Lack of Manpower. Lack of manpower. One more chapter left before the very last chapter. What would you read after that? Fear not, for we have started translating the new work from TRL's author, Black Iron's Glory. Click here to give it a read. Charade rushed into Lorist's study with a thick stack of documents. It had been a month since Duke Kenmaze's visit, and it was currently the 11th month of the year 1786. In the office next to the study, Charade looked at his son happily. Freyleid was going through a bunch of official documents with a gloomy expression.
Charade cleared his throat and waited for Freyleid to look up before he said, "Make an announcement that I've come to seek an audience with His Grace."
Freyleid's eyebrows lazily rose. Father, just go in.
His Grace said this morning that there wasn't a need to announce you.
Charade flipped out. Darn kid, just make the announcement if I ask you to. His Grace is just being nice, but we subordinates have to always observe protocol, understood? Go, quick, dot.
Freyleid rose from his desk as he muttered, "This is so unnecessary.
People like you who go about rules all the time just love to trouble other people."
Soon, Freyleid darted out of the study and said, "Duke Norton invites you in."
Lorist wasn't alone in the study.
The head of intelligence of the house, Tarkle, was standing beside the desk. "You're here. Well, take a look at these reports from the Imperial capital first," said Lorist when he pointed to the documents on the desk.
Charade put down the folders in his hand and read out one of the reports.
His Imperial Majesty announced the reformation of Fierscale Sand Legion with a full 45,000 men and will be stationing them in Malivaya. It has so far been confirmed that the trade union will be supplying the Legion's equipment through Analu by selling each set at 30 gold fords, but the materials have to be provided as well. Currently, His Imperial Majesty hasn't paid a single coin for it, and Analu is bearing the cost for it. According to our informants in the palace, His Imperial Majesty ordered 100,000 such sets of equipment.
Is His Imperial Majesty insane?
It wasn't surprising for Charade to have such suspicions. What was Auguslo thinking? Even though the trade union was the Christian Empire's nemesis, Auguslo made an order for 100,000 sets of equipment from them. It wasn't a small order, and even at 30 gold fords per set would amount to 3 million for 100,000 sets, not to mention the need to provide materials as well.
What can you tell from this? Asked Lorist. I think the Emperor is losing his marbles.
It's a time of peace, yet he's trying to expand his military and tossing more money into this endless void. He's spending 3 million gold fords plus materials for 100,000 sets of equipment.
Did he forget how the trade union is our biggest enemy? He's giving them a helping hand.
Not to mention, Fierscale was involved in that scandal back then.
Does he think that adding sand to the name would make it a new legion? Stationing Fierscale Sand at Malivaya is him trying to replace White Lion, right? Does His Imperial Majesty want to let White Lion deal with bandit threats from now on and use Fierscale Sand against outside threats? Questioned Charade. Read these reports as well.
Analu built a rather large refinery as well as a forgery near Flowwater and pre-processes the raw materials so that the transportation costs are lowered and their efficiency heightened. They also footed the bill of 3 million gold fords for the 100,000 sets of armor.
These 3 million gold fords is said to be forced on Analu by our Emperor.
As we increased the purchasing price, His Imperial Majesty lost 1 million gold fords this year and the previous year, so the losses were blamed on Analu. As for the additional 1 million, that is the investment the Emperor made in the guild, which actually only amounts to around 800,000 gold fords. But he demanded to be given a return for 500,000 gold fords. What a great deal he got. Lorist wore a mocking smile on his face. I really applaud the talent this Selik of Analu has. Not only did he manage to resist our high prices, he also managed to develop Analu to this scale despite the Emperor's greed. He truly is someone capable. I thought that our heightened purchasing prices will help stifle Andalu's cash flow and increase the costs of their transportation. After that, we can force His Imperial Majesty to blame his losses on Analu and thereby restricting the trade with the trade union or cutting it off entirely. I didn't think they'd satisfy His Imperial Majesty's greed with quality equipment and manage to use trade with the union to make up for their losses. I have to admit that our price hike strategy has lost its effect. Our emperor already gave Analu the mining and managing rights of all 7 mines in 3 provinces for the making of the 100,000 sets of equipment. Back then, Analu only had the rights to sell, so they weren't able to keep up with the Nortons in terms of purchasing price. But now, Auguslo gave the mining rights to Analu, effectively ridding them of the need to buy the ores from anyone else. If allowed to continue, Analu would definitely develop into a trade giant that could even influence the empire's policies. That should have been something a wise ruler would watch out for. Your Grace, how would we deal with this matter? Asked Charade with a furrowed brow. Deal? There's no way, Lorist said while shaking his head. We don't have a say over the Emperor's decision. How he wants to run his empire is his decision to make. As long as they don't directly cross our house's interests, we can do naught but watch from the sidelines. In fact, in the next few years, our house won't have any effort to spare on caring about other matters. We have no choice but to endure even if it means taking some loss. Currently, we have all our resources and manpower focused on Malik defense line in Monside. That is something that'll set our course for the next century to come. As long as it is complete, we will be rid of barbarian and magic beast attacks. Monside will be our backyard where our subjects can live their lives in peace and thrive. It'll become a firm power base for us in our expansion to the wildlands in the future. Lorist pointed at the reports on the desk. Actually, these reports don't just tell us about the affair between His Imperial Majesty and Analu and their deals. If we look deeper, we can find out about even more secrets, such as what you guys think the 100,000 sets of equipment imply. Charade's expression changed immediately. 2 years to produce 100,000 sets. Your Grace, that means that the trade union is most possibly using our water-powered machines. It won't be possible for them to finish the order within 2 years with manpower alone, and sell them at such a low price to boot. That's right, Lorist nodded and said, this means that the trade union is recovering quickly. That's why they were able to research and implement these machines. Currently, our empire and the trade union have close ties with Analu, so our arrangements against the trade union have been rendered useless. For instance, the exclusive salt deal Peterson carried out is for naught. They definitely wouldn't dare to stop Analu from bringing in rock salt in large amounts. His Imperial Majesty is also going to station Fierscale Sand in Malivaya, obviously threatening Peterson to not interfere with future trade with the. Your Grace, do you think that the trade union will start to trouble the kingdom of Peterson in the next few years? Asked Charade. There's that possibility. The trade union has to first establish a route to the Folic Plains if it is to come back in full force. It has to reclaim Moranti and Folic Plains, and Peterson is the first obstacle they have to overcome. But given the current situation, I doubt that the trade union will do something so irrational. If they become the ones to instigate conflict, they'll definitely become an eyesore for the neighboring nations. After all, the flames of war just stopped burning for a few short years. The nations are still on alert, said Lorist as he mulled over the maps on the wall. Tarkal, increase the scale of observation on the trade union. Send word immediately if any military reorganization is being taken. Understood, Your Grace. Your Grace, it's too bad we're located too far away from Peterson and Folic Plains. We won't be able to do much if something changes there, bemoaned Charade. No worries. Don't forget we have a piece of rented land in Moranti. As long as we can help defend Moranti, it's fine if we lose Folic Plains. Sometimes, I really find myself wishing that the trade union will launch the first strike. That way, we would have a reason to exterminate them completely with our forces to rid ourselves of this worry. Sigh, it's too bad that we won't have this chance anymore. If Lorist hadn't cared about the casualties of his troops back then, he wouldn't be troubled over such matters now. The trade union was a restless cockroach that just won't die and would be revitalized with just a bit of sunlight. Given that they were now working with Auguslo as allies thanks to Andalu's mediation, the trade between them was growing larger and even affected House Norton's position in the empire. Lorist wasn't able to come up with a solution to deal with it immediately either, since a trade dispute couldn't just be settled with force. If he suppressed others with his status as Sword Saint, it'd only earn him the derisive laughter of others.
Tarkle arranged the reports before respectfully taking his leave. Lorist opened a bottle of blackcurrant wine and poured Charade and himself a cup each. Charade opened the thick folders he brought as he drank from his cup. Your Grace, here is a report from Camorra. He said that His Imperial Majesty released a public notice in hopes that Jilin Harbor will be able to increase the purchase of food, at least double the amount this year. Lorist shook his head. Our Emperor is going desperate from the lack of money.
Most of Jilin Harbor's purchases are transported to Morani to be sold there, and His Imperial Majesty gets around 1 million gold fords from this. Write him a letter to say that Moranti's market is only so big and they only require so much.
Selling even more food there will only cause the price to fall and won't earn much profit anyways.
Refuse his request.
Charade nodded. Grandmaster Siroba sent word from Monside that he isn't confident that this year's target for Malek defense line won't be hit. The original plan states that we should be able to complete 50 kilometers of the line this year, but only around 30 is complete so far. A large reason behind that is the lack of manpower. We need more young laborers.
Lorist furrowed his brow.
That was a huge problem the house currently faced.
Perhaps life in the Dominion was too good that not many folks of the Northlands were willing to leave their homes to go to a desolate province like Monside to work. They were already able to find a well-paying job in the Northlands, so House Norton's original plan to recruit 100,000 youth laborers for the project didn't go through as well. Currently, we only have 40,000 workers there, 30,000 of whom are fierce-scale captives. They were punished for 5 years of labor and around 1,000 die each year. Mainly, it's due to falling to plagues or mountain barbarian attacks.
The morale is really low.
The other 10,000 are citizens who have taken root in Monside and they understand what Malek defense line means to the province, so a group of them want to help out. It's too bad that their numbers are too low, summarized Charade.
Lorist rapped on the table and asked, does Malek and the others have any suggestions on what to do about the lack of manpower?
Lord Potterfong suggested for us to increase the pay for laborers since anyone well paid enough can do a job well. He thinks that if we increase the payment by a few times, we'll easily be able to recruit enough workers from the Dominion to work on the project. However, Spiel shot down that idea as he thinks that we can't increase the budget of the project. Being able to pay for the security of the project is already the best the house can do. Lord Malek on the other hand suggested for the various garrison forces in the various provinces there to make up for the lack. However, Lord Hector suggested that with the 3 main legions stationed there, the garrison forces shouldn't be used as laborers as we won't have adequate defenses should an urgent situation arise. Charade continued to read through the folders, reading the suggestions and objections of the other officials of the house. When he reached the last page, he stopped and laughed. Your Grace, Fierce Tiger Lowe's brought up a really interesting suggestion. He says that we can work with White Lion to clear out the bandits and using the captive bandits as laborers. That way, we won't have to go through the trouble of recruiting laborers.
Whoa! That's something I didn't expect from him.
A good idea for once,
Lorist said with a chuckle. Are there any other suggestions?
Yes, Charade replied. The head of the Internal Affairs Department, Lord Kristen, said that we could forcefully conscript our subjects to solve this problem. Serving the Dominion Lord is their duty anyway, but we just haven't ever used this method before. Forcefully conscripting subjects was the right of all Dominion Lords. They could decide how much time a subject has to serve them for free. Some more benevolent lords only made them work a month and provided free food and drink, while some more stingy ones would have their subjects serve year-long without food. However, that would cause the rate of escape to soar. Noble houses that didn't use their right to conscript subjects like the Nortons weren't uncommon either. Lorist contemplated in silence. After a while, he shook his head and said, we can't forcefully conscript our subjects.
That will hurt their trust and loyalty to our house and also displease those within our dominion.
Since our predecessors have never employed such a right, we won't establish this precedent either.
Let's think of other methods first. Alright, Your Grace. Actually, I think Loza's suggestion is rather practical.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 590 Celebration and Budgets. Celebration and Budgets. We've done it.
All 590 chapters of Trail have been completely translated in little more than 2 years. The project started back in July of 2016. The journey was arduous and humbling, but ultimately rewarding.
It allowed me to share a story I enjoyed with thousands of you. But it seemed like there's so much story left. Lorist's not king yet. Some of you may shout.
You Discord frequenters will know, however, that the author was forbidden from continuing with the story because of new censorship regulations.
So, what's next?
Fortunately, Smoke is a Path, TRL's author, returned with his new project, Black Iron's Glory, big, and has been updating at a stable rate since. We decided to pick it up to continue to bring this beloved author's work to you. We're releasing 7 big chapters weekly, and there'll also be more early access chapters for our Patreon tiers to give the story a splendid kickoff. Thank you for your patronage and pray for your continued support. Ryagawa out. P.S. There's an event held on the r/novel translations subreddit where short speculative endings to TRL are proposed. Shout out to you /Matosh for hosting this as a send-off to the project. Go check it out on this link here. Krylos got off his carriage and slowly made his way into the palace. The guards who saw him on the way saluted him respectfully. Within 3 short years, the crippled man with 2 glaring scars on his face had put the finances of the empire into order. Not only did he help the emperor form 3 new legions, he also increased standards of living for the people, birthed new industries, and reinvigorated the empire's economy, allowing the emperor and the empress to finally host some activities in the palace. Respectful greetings, Count Selik greeted the Minister of the Interior, Hendry, with a deep bow. His Imperial Majesty is having tea in the garden with Her Imperial Majesty. As it is the young prince's birthday today, the Empress is preparing to host a celebration. His Imperial Majesty has summoned you to ask for some funds for the celebration. Henry revealed the reason Krylos was summoned without hiding anything. Krylos smiled at him and nodded. Thank you, Sir Henry. I recall that your wife mentioned that it would be your 30th marriage anniversary next month. I happened to get my hands on a bottle of Forest Moondew, also known as the perfume of fairies. I believe this is a fitting gift for your anniversary. Hendry looked rather happy to hear that. Forest Moondew was a famous perfume on the continent, and only few bottles were produced each year, with each costing more than 10 gold fords. He believed that his wife would be able to show off to the other female partygoers with perfume like that and wouldn't come to pester him for the time being. Thank you, Lord Count. I am humbled and grateful to receive such a gift. It was quite laughable when one thought about it. Krylos currently served 3 roles. The first was as the mastermind behind Analu to develop it into the largest trading guild in the empire. The second was his position as the finance minister of the empire, which was forced upon him by Auguslo. He was in charge of the empire's spending. The third position was that of the sponsor of the imperial treasury. In other words, he was the emperor's personal wallet, a thankless effort, really. To make sure Krylos served him faithfully, Auguslo generously gave him the title of an honorary count and said that as long as he could serve the empire for a decade, he would be made a landed count. Perhaps Auguslo believed that the son of a merchant who was exiled from his nation couldn't be any better. Auguslo, with his great judge of talent, didn't mind his status and crippled body and made him the finance minister straight away. Naturally, Selik didn't let his hopes down the slightest. He used 3 years to turn around the horrible financial situation of the empire to the point that Auguslo was in a mood good enough to celebrate his son's 7th birthday. Krylos didn't like being called to the empire's central of administration, the palace. He preferred to work in his little office at Analu where he felt his most free. But he didn't have a choice. The one who always summoned him was the emperor himself, his arch-nemesis. He had to suppress his desire for revenge to meet the emperor and handle him. Auguslo had long forgotten about the liar Marquis Krylos who used to serve as the Union's envoy. He was no more than a small figure. But the pain on Krylos's body and his need to ruin his face and hide always reminded him who he was and what his goals were. He was to be sneaky as a poisonous snake, striking fatally only when the opportunity presented itself. After making his way through a few corridors and taking a few turns, he saw a lush and viridian garden basking under the warm glow of the 11th month sun. Some maidservants were playing around on the beautiful grass, tossing sacks of spice at each other, their laughter sounding clear as bells. It was tea time, the most relaxed period for the maidservants of the palace. As if he didn't see the beautiful scene before him, Krylos took out a grey cloth with a lowered head. Hendry hurriedly received it and carefully wrapped it around Krylos's face before tying it at the back of his head. This had to be done because 3 years back when Krylos was summoned to the palace, the scars stretching from his forehead to his chin shocked the maidservants. So, Auguslo allowed Krylos to mask himself when he visited the palace. While others saw it as Auguslo showing benevolence towards a subordinate, Krylos thought it to be an insult. Auguslo just didn't want his face to terrify his wife and the maidservants. "Ah, here comes our finance minister," said Auguslo with a smile and a golden goblet in his hand. He seemed to be in a rather good mood. "My humblest greetings, your Imperial Majesty," greeted Krylos expressionlessly, before he bowed formally to the Empress. Per noble etiquette, the Queen should reach her hand out for Krylos to kiss. However, she only bowed slightly before hurriedly making her way to a corner of the garden. "My dear Selik, please forgive our Empress's behavior. She has grown up in the great northeastern plains, so the scars on your face would remind her about the ferocious grassland barbarians that often attack that area. Those wild folk love to trace a knife across their face to show their ferocity after all. When our queen was 6, she hid in a pile of grass and witnessed the barbarians overrun her home and kill her parents right in front of her. That is a nightmare she will never be free from, so she's especially sensitive to your facial scars, apologized Auguslo on the Empress's behalf. I am sorry for that, Krelos apologized without a change in tone, but the scars on my face are far from voluntary. Your Imperial Majesty knows about my experiences being on the run. These scars are the ones that convinced my pursuers that I was dead and allowed me to escape with my life. So, I can only apologize if they cause any fright to Her Imperial Majesty.
No worries.
Auguslo waved the goblet in his hand, and a maidservant quickly came forward to serve Krelos a silver goblet filled with good wine. We had you come to the palace to discuss Heliast's 7th birthday, which is coming in another 3 months. We plan to hold a birthday celebration for him after our grand New Year's celebration, and all nobles are invited to attend. The Empress and us would like to hear your thoughts on the budget of these 2 activities. Naturally, when permissible, we hope that the ceremony can be as grand as possible.
Krelos was speechless. What's the point of making such a big deal about it? Prince Heliast's birthday is on the 7th day of the 3rd month and there's more than 3 months remaining. There's no need to start planning for it now.
But after some thought, Krelos remembered that it was the rainy season during the 3rd month, which made it really inconvenient to leave home. Usually, the celebrations on the 1st day of the 1st month would last for more than 10 days. The nobles and their family members couldn't stay in the imperial capital until the rainy season was over, after all. They would usually leave before the ice melted in the 2nd month to their dominions to spend the rest of winter and the rainy season. Auguslo was worried that the nobles would not attend his son's birthday celebration because of the rainy season, and that would absolutely embarrass him and his wife. It was all to blame on the bad timing in which Heliast was born right before the rainy season.
The reason there wasn't any grand celebration in the past was because Auguslo would simply celebrate with his wife and some maidservants in the palace.
Perhaps to make up for the simple parties they threw back then, they wanted to host a grand celebration for the prince's 7th birthday and invite all the nobles to attend. The reason Auguslo brought up the New Year's celebration alongside with the prince's birthday was so that he could give the nobles a reason to stay until the 3rd month and attend his son's birthday, making it much merrier.
But tending to those nobles and their families wasn't an easy affair.
They had to be provided with places to roam and parties to attend so that they wouldn't feel bored waiting through winter and the rainy season. All that naturally cost quite a number of gold coins.
Your Imperial Majesty, the financial situation of the Empire is still a little tight.
Much money still has to be invested in transportation and civilian development to fix the damage wrought by the war. Even though I wouldn't personally encourage for so much money to be spent on such an event, I recall that Your Imperial Majesty's personal treasury should have enough money to fund such a celebration.
Perhaps.
Krelos suddenly stopped speaking. He recalled that the reason Auguslo brought up the 2 events together was because he hoped that the spending of hundreds of thousands of gold forts could be taken from the national treasury instead of the emperor's own wallet, even though personal celebrations like that were usually paid for by the monarch himself. Well, Selik, even though our personal treasury has grown to contain near 1 million gold forts, allowing our family to live a rather prosperous life, I believe such a grand celebration will help boost the nobles and official solidarity, so it wouldn't be out of the question to foot that as a public expense, just like the New Year's celebrations.
What do you say? Auguslo's face didn't blush in the slightest when he said that.
Krelos sighed inwardly and bowed. As Your Imperial Majesty wills, I will do my best to gather the funds needed for the prince's birthday celebration. I'll also arrange for appropriate accommodation for the nobles and source more supplies, as well as hire performers from across the land. I will come up with a budget for that within 3 days for Your Imperial Majesty's purview.
Auguslo smiled gladly. We know that you won't disappoint us, Selik. We are assured with you in charge.
The empire is at peace now and the people are enjoying a stable life, so a celebration like this is worth it.
We have considered whether to announce Heliast as our crown prince during the celebration.
That will also give the nobles who have waited so long to participate in it a good reason to stay.
Krelos's eyes flashed.
By the time Auguslo finished speaking his mind about his plans, he lowered his head and said, "This humble servant dares not question Your Imperial Majesty's decision. I shall return swiftly to draft up the budget for the celebration. I will be taking my leave now, as time is of essence."
Auguslo laughed dryly, but that was also a part of Krelos which he liked.
The finance minister cared not for anything else but finance, which was why he appointed him to the post in the first place. Naturally, his innate talent for such matters was also a huge factor.
Auguslo waved him away. Be on your way then, Selik. We shall be counting on you for this matter.
Krelos nodded and bowed before he left with Hendry, the Minister of the Interior. When he left the palace gates and got into his carriage, Krylos looked really excited. He knocked on the wall of the carriage.
Soon, the guards asked from outside, "My lord, do you have any instructions?"
"Go to Count Wex's and ask him to see me immediately," said Krylos.
"Understood, my lord." End of TRL. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.